Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, a legendary detective has recently emerged a prodigious young talent named Kujo Ryu, merely 17 years of age, boasting an impeccable case closure rate of 100. Even the illustrious Kido Shinichi finds himself astounded by his deductive prowess. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era harbors a clandestine identity as the premier assassin of the Black Organization, codenamed the Cleaner. Whenever he receives an assignment from the organization, he executes his targets using flawless criminal techniques, subsequently inserting himself into the investigation as a detective, cleverly utilizing his extraordinary reasoning skills to frame others for the crimes. More alarmingly, he possesses a unique ability: the capacity to glimpse fragments of the deceased's memories, enabling him to fabricate evidence and motives with precision. As a series of murders captures the attention of the FBI, when Amuro Turu begins his covert investigation, and when Hybrid AI detects the aura of the organization surrounding him. This dual game of detective and assassin unfolds. Who shall unveil the truth first? Chapter 1. The detective agency on the brink of closure. How could this happen? Takase sat despondently behind a cluttered desk, clutching a newspaper that he had been staring at for quite some time. Cradling his head in despair, he had traversed dimensions, landing in the world of the famed detective Conan, only to find himself a muddled high school detective. In stark contrast to the renowned Kido Shinichi featured in the paper, his existence was bleak. The original owner of this body, named Kido Takase, bore a name somewhat similar to his own, having inherited a detective agency from his deceased grandfather upon graduating high school. Just days prior, the original owner, lacking any detective talent, had botched the only case he handled, resulting in a significant embarrassment broadcast live on television. Word of this mishap spread, leading to a notoriety akin to that of Kido Shinichi, albeit with an entirely opposite connotation. The detective agency, already struggling, found itself on the verge of closure, with no clients in sight. In despair, the original owner succumbed to his misfortunes before Takase arrived. He had perished from excessive drinking. Glancing around the disordered room, Takase felt a throbbing in his temples. Before his transition, he had enjoyed a modest reputation in university, on the cusp of participating in a prestigious kendo tournament, only to be abruptly thrust into the realm of Conan. If his memory served him correctly, he would soon run out of funds to pay his rent at the end of the month. Should the detective agency cease operations, he would be left without a place to stay. The residence was virtually devoid of possessions, save for this symbolic yet practically meaningless detective agency. Abandonment was not an option. Having inherited this body, he also inherited a profound affection for the agency. The original owner's sole wish was to rejuvenate the detective agency, a responsibility now entrusted to him. Moreover, having devoted his academic years solely to kendo, he lacked any other means of livelihood. What else could he do besides running the detective agency? Takase instinctively glanced at the article on Kido Shinichi, realizing that becoming a detective in this world seemed to be his only path, yet he had no investigative skills. Certainly, the most pressing issue now was that the agency's tarnished reputation had rendered it devoid of business. Propping his chin on his hand, Takase continued to peruse the latest newspaper, which not only reported on Kido Shinichi's disappearance but also featured an article on Mori Kogoro. In the center of the newspaper was an exaggerated image of Mori Kogoro, his beaming face radiating pride. The Red Demon Village Fire Festival murder incident, 0 billion yen robbery incident. While the intricate plots of Detective Conan eluded his memory, it seemed that they were now in the period shortly after Kido Shinichi had transformed into Conan, coinciding with Mori Kogoro's rise to fame. What could he possibly do? If Mori Kogoro could attain notoriety through Conan, perhaps he too could seize an opportunity. Knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Take's reverie, jolting him into alertness. At this hour, visitors were rare. Aside from the landlord, prospects were limited to salespeople, yet perhaps this was a potential client. "Good morning. I have a package for you," announced a courier as he opened the door. "Are you Mr. Jinguji?" Takase blinked in surprise, quickly regaining his composure. "Ah, yes, that's me. Please sign here." "Certainly." Takase dazedly signed for the package, only coming back to his senses once the courier departed. The delivery slip indicated that the package had been prearranged by the original owner's grandfather long ago. Upon opening it, however, he found only a peculiar card inside. "What is this?" Flipping the card over, Takase was utterly perplexed, ultimately placing it haphazardly in a drawer. Uncertainty loomed over his future, but he had to persist. Shaking his head, he exhaled softly, surveying the untidy detective agency, and resolved to tidy up. regardless of the original owner's circumstances. He must devise a means to start anew if the agency thrived. A hopeful future would follow. First, he needed to clear away the scattered bottles of alcohol, as it seemed Japan prohibited those under 20 from consuming alcohol if discovered. The already struggling agency could face dire consequences. The room resembled an ordinary detective agency, featuring a desk and a sofa with a coffee table for clients. Yet it was in such disarray that Takase could hardly bear to look at. He picked up a volume of Sherlock Holmes from the floor and placed it carefully on the desk, persisting through the sweat pouring from his brow as he continued to clear away the litter. By the time he finished tidying up, it was noon. Exhausted, Takase succumbed to a brief nap, awakening at 6 to the grumbling of his stomach, feeling utterly fatigued. Even with a new soul, the body remained in poor condition, exceedingly weak. Rubbing his belly, he yawned as he sat up from the bia in his daze. He unexpectedly felt his fingers brush against something hard reaching out. He discovered it was the card he had placed in the drawer that morning. What's going on? Takase was taken aback, his face paling slightly. This was exceedingly strange. He distinctly remembered placing the card in the drawer. Turning his attention back to the card, its surface appeared blank. Yet as he gazed at it, a faint glow emanated from it. What? A series of characters began to materialize mysteriously on the card's surface under Takase's scrutiny. The haunted house murder incident. Reading the information on the card, Takase sensed that matters were becoming intriguing. What exactly is this card? The card contained not only the location of the incident but also a brief introduction, along with the phrase trial case as a prompt. Rubbing his eyes, he examined the enigmatic card again. Aside from the string of text, there seemed to be no other alterations. It was nothing particularly terrifying. Bringing the card closer, Takase curiously poked it with his finger. The text transformed yet again, taking on a new appearance. Reward, binding of the detective card. In the evening, Takase pondered as he stood before an old Western-style house in Yatsudo, peering through the iron gate at the castle-like structure. 5 years prior, a mysterious case had unfolded here, with the owner having been murdered, yet the perpetrator was never discovered. The owner's family appeared to have moved away, leaving the old house to gradually acquire a reputation as a haunted dwelling. To be candid, with the multitude of episodes in Detective Conan, remembering each culprit over time proved challenging, and he had nearly forgotten most. However, incidents like the haunted house murder, even without recalling the plot, should not pose a significant issue for him. Well, perhaps, if I assist the police in apprehending the culprit, the agency's situation should improve, Takase contemplated. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the dense grass in a narrow alley beside the haunted house. Curious, Takase leaned forward to investigate, discovering a group of sneaky children. Those little rascals. Hey, over here, a plump boy exclaimed excitedly. The secret entrance is hidden in the grass. This is the only way to get in. Genta, you're amazing. A secret entrance? Takase witnessed several children entering the yard of the house through a hole covered by a wooden board, and he curiously followed them into the grassy alley. Could it be that the earlier commotion was caused by Conan and those elementary school students? Gao Chung suddenly felt a jolt of alarm that if Conan had already uncovered the identity of the murderer, then his involvement would be rendered insignificant, and opportunities to engage in such straightforward yet pivotal cases would become scarce. Not to mention the peculiar card. This case was intrinsically linked to the future of his detective agency, and was the only tangible case he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Chapter 2. The Haunted House Murder Case. Boom! As night fell, a fine rain began to descend, accompanied by the resounding rumble of thunder. So dark and eerie, one of them remarked. This place has been abandoned for 5 years. Dust is everywhere. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Ayumi, along with Genta and Mitsuhiko, traversed the medieval-style mansion, resembling adventurers on a quest, while Conan followed behind with an expression of exasperation. However, upon discovering that the house still had running water, a contemplative look began to form on Conan's face. This house appears to have someone residing in it. The open window emitted strange sounds as the wind swept through, yet the floorboards nearby showed no signs of exposure to wind or rain, indicating that the window had only recently been opened. Furthermore, the secret entrance found in a nondescript corner bore wooden panels and walls that were far too new, suggesting they had only been installed in recent years. There is no doubt about it, someone must be coming and going from this house. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Gao Chang hesitantly followed Conan and the others into the mansion, maintaining a low profile as they unwittingly entered a dust-laden room on the second floor. Conan and the others had flashlights, while he was left empty-handed, struggling to see in the darkness. Just as he contemplated catching up to Conan's group, a blood-curdling scream erupted from downstairs. What happened? Gao Chang groped his way out of the room and saw Conan hurriedly searching for Mitsuhiko, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. This house is truly vast, he mused as he cautiously descended the stairs through a corridor, only to find that Conan's footsteps had vanished deep within the house, leaving only Genta and Ayumi hiding in a room on the first floor. Where could they have gone? With Conan out of sight, Gao Chang swallowed hard, continuing forward in the dark until he unwittingly entered another dusty room. Zhu, isn't it? Conan emerged from a corner with his flashlight, illuminating Gao Chang's back. What have you done to Mitsuhiko? Startled, Gao Chang turned to face Conan. What are you talking about? You live here? Conan deduced. My suspicions were correct. There are no ghosts, secret entrances, or any supernatural phenomena, just evidence of someone residing in this house. Wait, you've misunderstood. Gao Chang awkwardly interrupted Conan's reasoning. I am actually a detective here to investigate the murder case from 5 years ago. A detective? Conan's expression shifted as he recognized Gao Chang's somewhat familiar face, falling into silence. Compared to him, Gao Chang had recently appeared in several newspapers, albeit not for commendable reasons. A boy who was clearly ill-suited for the role of a detective. But if it's not you, then what about Mitsuhiko? Before Conan could complete his sentence, Genta's voice echoed from outside. Genta! Conan's face paled, and he rushed out of the room. Damn it, I told him to hide. Gao Chang picked up a picture frame that Conan had set down, revealing what seemed to be a family portrait of the house's owner. This case. If Conan's deductions were correct, he felt a flicker of recognition. The murder case from 5 years ago, the missing victim's family, the elusive murderer, and the enigmatic individual living here. Gao Chang pondered as he set down the frame, eager to find Conan, when suddenly, the sound of adult footsteps reverberated through the hallway. Through the flickering candlelight, he glimpsed a peculiar woman pushing a dining cart in the direction Conan had just taken. He stealthily trailed behind her. With 2 children potentially in peril, he felt his anxiety heighten. If it weren't for the significance of this incident to him and his concern for the children, he would have already retreated. Now, he could only trust in Conan's protagonist aura. There was no reason for these children to encounter danger in this affair. Tap, tap. Navigating around a corner, Gao Chang carefully followed, only to find that the woman's footsteps had abruptly ceased. Puzzled, he looked around but found no trace of her. She's gone, Gao Chang exclaimed as he dashed around the corner, only to collide with Conan. That hurt. Conan, along with Ayumi, tumbled to the ground. Seeing Gao Chang through the glow of the flashlight, he complained, "Why is it always you?" Gao Chang, still reeling from his recent arrival and feeling weak, winced from the impact, but his primary concern was the woman who had vanished like a specter. Ahead lay the end of the corridor, devoid of any rooms, yet the woman who had passed through here had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind only an empty dining cart. Surely it must be a ghost. Ayumi's voice trembled in fear. That can't be it. Conan scrutinized the surroundings seriously. There must be a logical explanation. Conan, Gao Chang inquired nervously, do you have any idea who that woman was? If my instincts are correct, she is likely the wife of the house's owner who was murdered 5 years ago. But, Conan instinctively replied, then realized how Gao Chang could possibly know him. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. Conan's focus shifted to the floor where a distinct line of dust appeared under the flashlight's beam, and glancing to the side, he noticed a doorknob. This is a door. It seems that the woman went downstairs. Attempting to pull it open with force, Conan soon realized that the children lacked the strength to budge it and instinctively turned to Gao Chang once more. What are you doing? Gao Chang retreated a step warily. Beneath the floor lay a staircase leading to the basement. Conan took the lead, descending the stairs, unable to resist glancing back at Gao Chang. Ultimately, it was the extendable strap given to him by Dr. Agasa that opened the floor. You really are quite weak, Conan remarked. You're no better, Gao Chang shot back. Ignoring Conan's gaze, he felt a twinge of anxiety as he entered the basement. At the bottom of the stairs, a partially ajar wooden door emitted light from the gap. The group cautiously opened the door to find a chamber resembling a prison cell, illuminated by a light bulb. The strange woman who resided in the mansion was nowhere to be found. But within the cage lay a wild man with unkempt hair and beard. What is this place? Gao Chang stared at the tormented wild man in the cage. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind, connecting all the dots. Of course. He hadn't deduced anything, rather. He had finally recalled this notably peculiar case from Conan's adventures. In this incident, it was rare for there to be no fatalities. It merely unearthed the murderer from 5 years ago. That he should have realized this while Conan was sifting through clues, but he had let the words haunted house murder case on the card cloud his judgment, mistakenly believing it to be a revenge plot. So that's how it is. Gao Chang murmured that he also remembered how fortunate this case was. The wild man had killed his father 5 years prior and had since been confined by his mother in this dungeon, awaiting the expiration of the statute of limitations. Indeed, this was a case he could unravel even without keen deductive skills. Tap, tap. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps outside jolted Gao Chang back to reality, reminding him of his precarious situation. Chapter 3. Card binding. Someone has arrived. Conan was the first to awaken, urgently pulling Ayumi to hide behind a cabinet in the corner. However, Takachin had nowhere to conceal himself. Observing Takachin, who remained frozen in place, Conan's expression shifted to one of alarm. This is bad. Takachin's demeanor was indeed troubling. He could not even lift a basement door, clearly unfit to confront the peculiar woman. As footsteps drew nearer, Conan gritted his teeth, frantically plotting a way out, when he suddenly noticed Takachin leaning against the wall, boldly speaking towards the door. "Madam, what were you doing just now? Was it those 2 children?" "What?" Conan tensed, nearly leaping from the corner to stop Takachin. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased, and the wooden door was yanked open forcefully. The strange woman stared in horror at Takachin before her, dropping the plate she held with a clatter. She paused momentarily, her face pale as she grasped a knife. "Are you with those 2 children?" As the glimmer of the knife caught Takachin's eye, his eyelids flickered, and he instinctively leaned against the wall. Although fear gripped him, he had no choice but to gamble on his memory. Madam," he stammered, hands shoved deep in his pockets, summoning his courage, "do you think this is right? To confine your own son here to hide the truth? Is that truly just?" Before the woman could respond, Takachin pressed on. "There's a family portrait of the murdered owner from 5 years ago in this house. I saw the owner's wife and son. I presume that SU and the man locked in the cage for 5 years. I senti it." The wild man in the iron cage was stunned, fixated on Takachin's performance alongside the woman. Takachin held her gaze, continuing his act. "After the murder 5 years ago, I heard the victim's family moved away. Yet this house still has running water. I sensed something was amiss upon entering, a secret entrance in a concealed location, with a new wooden door likely installed after the incident. Why live in seclusion, hiding your son in an iron cage?" Seeing the woman utterly bewildered, Takachin seized the moment. "Indeed, I believe it was your son who killed your husband, correct?" "Shut up." The woman was struck by Takachin's relentless barrage, her sanity teetering on the edge as she cried out, "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" With piercing eyes, Takachin met her gaze, a smile curling his lips. "I am Takachin Kase, a detective." "A detective?" The woman's complexion drained of color. "This man seems transformed," Conan thought, glancing at Takachin, grasping the unfolding situation from the woman's expression. Ayumi curiously peeked out, inadvertently knocking over a nearby mop, creating a ruckus. Bang! "Is there someone else?" The woman jolted, gripping the knife tightly as she turned towards the corner. "Big brother is right," Conan said, stepping out boldly. "After discovering your son committed murder, madam, you concealed the truth to exonerate him. Yet he has been tormented by his conscience, which is why the strange noises in this house are, in truth, the cries of your son in anguish. Perhaps he wishes to confess, but you have prevented him from doing so, locking him away." Conan, feigning innocence, looked at Takachin. "Isn't that so, big brother?" "Yes, indeed," Takachin nodded, addressing the knife-wielding woman with a serious tone. "Madam, can you truly bear to let your son suffer a lifetime under the weight of his conscience?" The terrifying night passed without incident. Ultimately, no unforeseen calamity occurred. Under the son's heartfelt persuasion, the mother and son, both emotionally shattered, embraced and resolved to confess. Conan silently observed the pair for a moment before turning to Takachin. "You are truly impressive, big brother. But how did you deduce that it was the son who killed the father? There remains the possibility that the lady herself is the murderer, is there not?" Receiving no response, Conan regarded the still Takachin with curiosity. Big brother? His composed and handsome visage resembled that of a youthful detective. Compared to the reports in the newspapers, he appeared vastly different. Confronting a mother who may have killed for her son diverged significantly from the rumors. Takachin forced a smile that was more tragic than comedic, suddenly collapsing onto the ground. My legs have gone weak. Haha, Conan winced at the sight. This guy has truly overthought it. Leaning against the wall, Takachin exhaled deeply. Although his gamble proved successful, the mother and son were not inherently evil. The process had been far too perilous. The thought of the woman nearly losing her mental stability and resorting to violence made him realize he might not have the courage to take such risks again. It was even more thrilling than his experiences in the kendo club. Nevertheless, he managed to resolve the first case through memory and performance. As he regained his composure and prepared to leave the dungeon with Conan and Ayumi, Takachin reached for the pocket that had held the mysterious card. The card had vanished, replaced by a virtual screen appearing before him. Whether he closed his eyes or kept them open, the screen was vividly visible, displaying not only his identity information but also peculiar data. Takachin Kase, reputation value, 000, displayed in gray due to its low value. Was my previous reputation value negative? Others seemed oblivious to the screen. Takachin attempted to grasp it with his hand, only for his fingers to pass through it effortlessly. Contemplating the discomfort of having the screen in his line of sight, it suddenly vanished with a mere thought. Simultaneously, information regarding the screen naturally materialized in Takachin's mind. It appeared to be a straightforward detective assistance system. Although it would not directly aid the host in solving cases, successful resolutions would yield reputation points, which could be exchanged for money, 1 point equating to 1,000 yen. Additionally, he could consume reputation points to obtain special items. With this new system, he pondered what the future held in this world of Conan. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a promising beginning. Takachin relaxed, exhaustion overtaking him, and he drifted off into sleep in the dungeon. The next day, Conan's classmates, Genta and Mitsuhiko, were discovered sleeping in the yard, seemingly drugged. Moreover, the mother and son's confession made headlines, bringing closure to the 5-year-old murder case. However, when Takachin received the newspaper, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Despite his name appearing in print, the reaction it garnered paled in comparison to that of Conan and his peers. How frustrating! The incompetent detective suddenly realized, having solved a 5-year-old cold case, surely someone ought to take notice? If this continued, the detective agency's reputation would not improve. Takachin muttered to himself, resting his chin in his hand, as he called forth the detective card screen. It remained unchanged from the previous day, offering no insights into its workings. However, the potential to exchange reputation points for cash was particularly appealing. Do not misunderstand. It was not greed that motivated him, but rather the dire circumstances he found himself in. Only when one is short on funds can they truly grasp the significance of money. Stowing away the virtual screen, Takachin steeled himself and headed to the restroom to tidy his appearance. From this day forward, he would embrace the role of a detective. Yesterday's case was merely the beginning, and he must continue to strive forward. After grooming himself, he stood before the mirror, seeing a relatively handsome youth. After a day's rest, he appeared significantly better than before, no longer resembling the despairing figure he had been, though his pockets remained empty. Chapter 4. The murder incident on the drama set. Beep beep. The phone rang in the office. Takachin quickly dried his hands and returned to answer the call. The voice of the landlady came through. Kase, I've heard about your situation. If you encounter any difficulties, please let Auntie know. Aunt Jime, it is nothing of great concern. I resolved a case yesterday, Gao Chung said, steeling himself, and I will pay you the rent by the end of this month. Aunt Jime has always taken good care of the original owner, but despite their amicable relationship, the rent has been overdue for several months, and further delays would only cause trouble for others. Very well then, the landlady responded with genuine concern. By the way, I have a friend who is looking to hire a detective. I thought your detective agency has not had any business lately, so I introduced her to you. She should be stopping by today. Thank you, Aunt Jime. Gao Chung sighed in relief as he hung up the phone, unsure whether to feel touched or otherwise. She is indeed a commendable landlord. However, he must find a way to earn money to pay the rent, right? The monthly rent for the detective agency is approximately 100,000 yen, and with this month included, it amounts to nearly 300,000 yen, which is close to 20,000 RMB. A staggering sum for him at present. The emergency funds of the detective agency cannot be used for rent, and the original owner had wasted quite a bit, leaving him with less than 50,000 yen, just enough to cover living expenses and utilities. If he were to find a part-time job, how much could he earn in a month? 50,000 yen? He managed to make a bowl of instant noodles for a meal and was preparing to search the newspaper for part-time opportunities when a sudden knock came from the door. Hello, is this the Qinghu Detective Agency? Ah yes. Gao Chung hurriedly stood up, tidied his desk, and rushed to the door. I am Gao Chung of the Qinghu Detective Agency. He glanced around, holding a photograph of a small cat. He had been searching for several days, and indeed, most of the cases he received as a detective were of this nature. Thankfully, this was not a request to investigate an extramarital affair that would have been utterly bewildering. Finding a cat would take some time, but he could still earn some money, while investigating infidelity might lead to unwarranted confrontations. Hey, little kitty, where are you? Gao Chung called weakly as he rummaged through the trash can, feeling somewhat foolish. Searching for a cat in such a vast area seemed utterly absurd, especially without a single clue. A television on the roadside continued to broadcast a performance by Yoko Okino, an idol adored by Kagoro Mori, who indeed was quite popular in the anime Conan and appeared very beautiful. After standing for a while, the detective system suddenly reacted, and a notification popped up on his screen. Murder incident at the filming location of a television drama at Miho Shrine. Here it is again. With no time to waste on searching for the cat, Gao Chung quickly checked the information. If resolving a case earns him 100 points of reputation, that translates to 1 million yen, while finding the cat would only yield 20,000 yen. But the time for the cat search was ample. Even if not for the reputation of the detective agency, he had decided to take on this case. As dusk fell, when Gao Chung arrived outside Miho Shrine, he found that a television drama was being filmed in front of the shrine, and the actress was, quite unexpectedly, Yoko Okino. Unsurprisingly, Conan and Kagoro Mori were also present. Wherever one goes, one is bound to encounter Conan, the infamous child detective. Gao Chung glanced at Conan and the director, silently waiting for the filming to conclude. Coincidentally, Yoko Okino was performing a murder scene, portraying the murderer in the drama. Cut. After the thrilling scene, the director joyfully called for a stop, exclaiming, "Great job, Yoko. Your performance was splendid." The set erupted in applause, and seeing that the filming had seemingly ended, Gao Chung hurriedly pushed past Kagoro Mori to get closer. "Miss Yoko, you were amazing." Mori looked disgruntled, muttering, "Who is this brat?" "I am a fan of Miss Yoko," Gao Chung replied, smiling sheepishly at the puzzled crew members, explaining that he had just happened to pass by. "Oh, it's him again," Conan remarked, propping his chin in his hand, inwardly critiquing, "That lie is too transparent. Who would conveniently happen to pass by here at such a late hour?" "Humph." Kagoro Mori shot Gao Chung a disapproving look and then graciously handed Yoko a towel. "Miss Yoko, you did wonderfully. Your acting was truly remarkable. This drama is sure to be a rare masterpiece." Yoko was momentarily taken aback by Mori's sudden flattery, gratefully accepting the towel and responding, "I owe it all to Mr. Mori for being our consultant. That's why everything went so smoothly." Indeed, the director chimed in, "With the illustrious detective Kagoro Mori involved, this play is bound to be exceptional." "Oh, not at all." Mori waved his hand modestly, then burst into laughter. "But it appears to be true, ha ha ha. Truly, he is worthy of his reputation." Gao Chung chuckled awkwardly, seizing the opportunity to glance around at the others present. If nothing unexpected occurs, someone will certainly be murdered, but he did not know who. The first person to catch Gao Cheng's attention was a male actor named Shin Go, who had just performed with Yoko Okino, exuding an air of narcissism and frequently boasting about his good looks. Following him were Maiko Togaki, who mentioned her upcoming wedding next month, and Yuji Shimazaki looking like a flower before their marriage, provoking a sarcastic remark from the photographer Mamoru Anze. "But that's merely an illusion." "What did you say?" Yuji Shimazaki angrily confronted Mamoru Anze, only to be restrained by Maiko Togaki. "Yuji, let it go. That's just a general statement, Mamoru Anze scoffed. I wasn't specifically referring to you. There's no need to get so worked up. Gao Cheng observed Mamoru Anze, thinking he was rather unpleasant, when suddenly Anze's watch emitted an odd cackle, startling everyone. It's my watch alarm. Mamoru Anze raised his wrist proudly. Isn't it an amusing sound? I bought it during my trip to America last month. What an irritating fellow. Gao Cheng watched Mamoru Anze depart, redirecting his attention to others. However, there was little he could do. Neither he nor the original owner had the aptitude for detective work. Not only was their reasoning ability lacking, but their observational skills were equally deficient, and after staring for a long while, they still could not discern anything. Oddly enough, Mamoru Anze appeared to be the kind of person who would draw hatred and potentially meet a grisly end. But in the world of Conan, nothing is absolute. In every case, there are always numerous distractions, and the most apparent rule is to never follow Kogoro Mori's line of thought. One must go against the muddled logic of this detective, lest they be led astray. Chapter 5. Is Chang a suspect? As the sun set, Gao Cheng followed the crew to the Miho Inn near the shrine, where Kogoro Mori and the others had also been invited to stay. What are you doing here, kid? Kogoro Mori eyed Gao Cheng warily. You're not thinking of making a move on Miss Yoko, are you? Aha, how could I? Everyone turned their gaze towards Gao Cheng due to Mori's words, and he awkwardly laughed. I just thought it was getting late, so I decided to stay here for the night. That's perfectly fine, Mr. Mori, the director chuckled. Since he is a fan of Miss Yoko, he can stay too. How about we all take a bath together and have a drink? Upon hearing about drinks, Kogoro Mori immediately forgot about Gao Cheng, eagerly responding, sure, that sounds great. Everyone planned to stay at the Miho Inn, except for Shingo, who disdainfully declared, how could a handsome guy like me stay in such a cheap inn? It lacks style. Ignoring the gazes of the others, he whimsically walked away, saying, I'm going to stay at the Titan Hotel. What a troublesome person. The director sighed. Let us just head inside. Another irritating fellow, Gao Cheng muttered as he watched Shingo leave and then followed into the inn. After paying at the counter, his already thin wallet felt even lighter, as if it was barely usable. Is it truly this cheap? Gao Cheng glanced at the few meager coins in his wallet. Director, greeted Gao Cheng amiably, are you joining us? Gao Cheng tucked away his wallet, feeling somewhat uneasy. Is it really all right? What does it matter? The director chuckled. It's rare for everyone to gather. Then I shall impose, Gao Cheng replied. Naturally, he would not refuse an invitation, even if a murder might soon unfold. A simple bath and meal should pose no issue. Considering his empty wallet, he felt no need for modesty. Is this fellow truly a fan of Miss Yangzi? Murmured Mori Kogoro, unable to restrain his thoughts. Following closely behind, Conan observed Gao Cheng's payment method and, with a teasing tone, approached him. Hey, you aren't trying to mooch a meal, are you? Gao Cheng's expression darkened. What do you know, you little brat? Conan, whether in his child form or as a high school student, had little understanding of the hardships of earning money. His family seemed rather affluent. Conan chose not to pursue the matter further, stepping in line behind Ran and Yoshiko. Come on, Mori-san. Cheers. They toasted. After enjoying a bath and changing into yukatas, Gao Cheng joined the group for dinner. The director and Mori Kogoro indulged in hearty laughter and copious amounts of beer, while Gao Cheng had no intention of joining their revelry, instead focusing on the delicious food before him, devouring a chicken leg. After days of instant noodles, the sumptuous dinner felt like a chance to reclaim lost days. He no longer cared about appearances. Speaking of which, it seemed Conan was sharing a room with Yoshiko and Ran. What bliss! Gao Cheng felt a twinge of resentment, wishing to expose Conan's true identity as Kudo Shinichi. The dinner proceeded without incident, and as the others departed, leaving only the inebriated director and Mori Kogoro, Gao Cheng noted the time. It was nearly 10. He returned to his room, his mind preoccupied with the unfolding events, and found sleep elusive. Instead, he pondered his detective system. It appeared that due to the ongoing incident, a special option labeled 1-minute detective mode had appeared on the interface. Behind it was a progress bar indicating a clue completion rate of 0. Did this mean he could become a renowned detective for a minute? Yet what was this clue completion rate all about? Suddenly, an eerie cackle from outside disrupted Gao Cheng's thoughts. It was that insufferable assistant photographer Anchi Moronan whose watch alarm had gone off. Why set it at this hour? It's already 10 at night. Gao Cheng leaned out the window just in time to see Anshi leaving the inn. It felt peculiar to be outside at this hour. Among the crew, the most likely candidates for murder were Naozaki Shingo and this fellow. Watching Anshi vanish into the night, Gao Cheng hurriedly changed his clothes. To solve a case, nothing was easier than following someone who might soon be killed. At the inn's entrance, Yoshiko, Ran, and Conan were preparing to head out to a convenience store, and they happened to see Anshi leaving as well. Ran noticed a peculiar sight. Mizugaki Taiko standing oddly at the entrance, staring as though she had seen a ghost. "Taiko?" Ran called out to her. "What's wrong? Did that guy bully you?" "No, it's nothing," Taiko replied, startled, as she hurried into the inn, brushing past Gao Cheng. "Huh?" Gao Cheng paused, turning to Ran and the others. "What happened to her?" "I don't know." Ran shook her head, "but it seems to be related to that Mr. Anshi." "Gao Cheng?" Yoshiko inquired curiously, "Are you going out too?" Seeing that Anshi had completely vanished, Gao Cheng awkwardly nodded. "Yes, I thought I might take a walk." Parting ways with Ran and the others, Gao Cheng set off alone in search of Anshi, unwittingly returning to the Mihua shrine. Just as he was contemplating Anshi's whereabouts, a hurried figure darted past him. Gao Cheng grew anxious as he ascended the stone steps to the shrine and, before he could comprehend the situation, he saw a body sprawled before the shrine's stone lion, blood pooling around it. Struggling to suppress his nausea and focusing on the figure, Gao Cheng's pupils dilated in shock. It was Anshi. "Who is there?" came a voice from below the stone steps, followed by the arrival of Ran and the others. Conan, surprised at Gao Cheng's presence, rushed to Anshi's lifeless body. "He's dead. Quickly, notify the police," Conan exclaimed, checking for a pulse on Anshi's neck and turning back to Ran and the others. "Hurry!" But Ran looked at Gao Cheng in fear. "By the time I got here, he had already been killed," Gao Cheng explained, realizing the urgency of the situation. "We need to call the police." "Oh, right." Ran and Yoshiko hurried off to find the authorities, while Gao Cheng anxiously watched as Conan examined the scene. Despite his resolve to become a detective, he suddenly discovered a fatal weakness within himself. The original owner of this body not only lacked deductive talent but also had a debilitating flaw. Seeing a corpse made him tremble in fear. This weakness manifested before him now. Indeed, he was terrified of seeing a corpse, especially one so bloodied, and found himself wanting to retreat. Yet now, as a key suspect, leaving was not an option. Chapter 6. Fatal weakness. Gao Cheng managed to glance at the corpse but could not bear to examine it closely, only watching as Conan circled the body in search of clues. For someone aspiring to be a detective, not being able to look at the body was excruciating. This incident was a far cry from the previous haunted house murder case. Click, click. The police arrived at the scene swiftly, illuminating the area to photograph the body. Leading the group was Officer Magyar, and others from the crew soon gathered. Gao Cheng felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. To them, he was the most suspicious individual present. Fortunately, he had no motive to kill Anshi. "Why were you here around 10:30? Officer Magyar inquired, as was customary, addressing Gao Cheng, who claimed to be a fan of Yoshiko. Gao Cheng honestly explained, "I was passing by when I noticed a figure in front of the shrine, so I came over to take a look, only to discover Mr. Anshi lying here. Then Yoshiko arrived. Did you see anyone suspicious?" "Yes, but it was too dark for me to discern who it was." Officer Magyar frowned, unable to extract any useful information. "So, the crime likely occurred between the time the victim left the inn and around 10:30? "That seems likely," Gao Cheng affirmed, deep in thought. The police discovered a message written in blood on the stone lion, and as for the figure he had seen. Officer Magyar, Mori Kagoro chuckled confidently, "This case is surprisingly straightforward." "What do you mean?" Magyar asked, astonished, as Gao Cheng turned to look at the self-assured Mori Kagoro. "Do you already know who the murderer is?" "Of course," Mori Kagoro replied nonchalantly. "Firstly, the knife used as the murder weapon was a prop from the filming. Secondly, the stone lion refers to the shrine. Based on these 2 points, the culprit is—" Mori Kagoro paused dramatically, confidently pointing to Mizugaki Taiko in the crowd. "Mizugaki Taiko, it is you." "What?" The crowd gasped in shock. "How could that be? Taiko couldn't possibly commit murder." "I say, Taiko, you stepped out for nearly an hour during the banquet, didn't you?" Mori Kagoro asked calmly, facing the incredulous gazes of the onlookers. "That was because I needed to go home to retrieve something, and my house is located within the shrine," replied Takeo Gaki. "Is there anyone who can vouch for you?" "No, my grandfather went out, so I was alone." Under the intense questioning of Kagoro Mori, the suspect seemed to be narrowed down to Takeo Gaki. At that moment, Ran Mori could not help but interject. "But Dad." Miss Takeo encountered Mr. Anze leaving the inn just as she was returning. They brushed past each other. "What did you say?" Kagoro Mori's expression changed as he muttered. Indeed, Miss Takeo remained in the living room after returning. The crowd was left perplexed. So, it would be entirely impossible for her to have committed the crime? Takashiro's lips twitched as he turned to ponder independently, determined not to be led astray by Kagoro Mori. There must be some clue, he thought. If only Conan were here. Takashiro glanced at Conan, who was also deep in thought. It seemed that the clues were multiplying. In terms of observational prowess and deductive reasoning, he could never surpass Conan, and if this continued, the case would inevitably be solved by Conan before him. Takashiro's attention shifted to the detective system's holographic display, which featured a 1-minute detective mode. No, 1 minute as a detective means there's only 1 minute to gather sufficient clues to solve the case. Otherwise, there will be no further opportunity. Takashiro clenched his fists, watching Officer Mugir continue to interrogate the others. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one truly comprehend the extent of Conan's abilities. However, he had to outsmart Conan in this case. Yuji Shimazaki left at 9:45 to buy cigarettes and returned to the inn 30 minutes later, at 10:15. Shingo Natsuchi went alone to the Titan Hotel and claimed to have stayed in his room after 10, lacking an alibi. According to Conan, he arrived here around 10:30. Thus, the figure he saw was likely Shingo Natsuchi. "Officer!" A police officer suddenly approached Mugir with a stack of photographs. "We found these items in the victim's room." "What is this?" Mugir took the photographs, examining them with curiosity. "This is a picture of Mr. Natsuchi walking out of the hotel with a woman." Kagoro Mori leaned in. "This woman is the actress Ritsuko Akiyama. I recall she should be married." "Huh?" Takashiro's gaze shifted to Shingo Natsuchi, noticing his complexion had changed. "Is this evidence of infidelity?" Ran Mori recalled. "I saw Mr. Anze intimidating Mr. Natsuchi in the evening." Intimidation? Takashiro observed Shingo Natsuchi's pale face. Everyone seemed to conclude that he was the culprit, yet Takashiro felt something was amiss. He lacked the detective's instinct but was not devoid of intellect. The matter could not be so straightforward. Where lay the true issue? Takashiro rubbed his forehead, again glancing at Conan, who was crouched beside the corpse studying it. He had gathered the basic information. The only clue still missing lay beside the body. Struggling with his thoughts, Takashiro observed Conan, who had begun to show signs of contemplation, and resolutely approached the corpse. This was merely the beginning. If he hesitated to approach the body now, he would never aspire to be a great detective. Conan noticed Takashiro's movement and quizzically asked, "Big brother, what's wrong? You aren't scared of dead bodies, are you?" "Why would I be?" Takashiro replied, tensing as he reached the corpse, illuminating the scene with the light. Determined to activate the 1-minute detective mode, a figure dressed as Sherlock Holmes appeared on the virtual screen. The victim had left a death message written in blood with his finger, which was, of course, in Japanese, "Stone Lion." Additionally, there was a hat and vest discarded beside the corpse. Finally, as he scanned the wrist of the corpse where the watch lay, Takashiro's expression shifted dramatically as a flash of insight illuminated his mind. In that instant, the completeness of the clues surged, and as the completeness reached 100, all the clues formed a coherent line in Takashiro's mind. No way! Awakened from the miraculous transformation of the detective mode, Takashiro's gaze trembled as he turned to the crowd. For him, the chaotic clues coalesced into the truth of the entire incident under the 1-minute detective mode, as if he had witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold before his eyes. Chapter 7. 1-minute detective. Hey, you aren't really scared, are you? Conan muttered, his lips twitching, but when he saw the look in Takashiro's eyes, he suddenly froze. That expression. Officer Mugir. Takashiro paused for a moment before calling out to Mugir, who was interrogating Shingo Natsuchi. "I believe I have identified the true culprit." "What? Are you serious? Isn't the murderer that guy, Natsuchi?" Kagoro Mori, looking at Takashiro, inexplicably thought of the long-suppressed Shinichi Kudo, and retorted, "Don't say nonsense. The only ones with a chance to kill are you and Natsuchi. If not him, do you mean to say it was yourself?" "Certainly not." Takashiro placed his hands in his pockets, solemnly gazing at the death message. "Take a closer look. Don't you think this stone lion appears rather peculiar? Some strokes are evidently added later." "Added later?" Kagoro Mori skeptically approached the corpse, examining the writing for a while before his expression suddenly changed. "Wait, there does seem to be something off. But what was originally written?" Takashiro suggested, "Try removing the disjointed strokes." "What's this?" Despite his dissatisfaction, Kagoro Mori followed Takashiro's suggestion, and upon removing a few strokes, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Removing a few strokes reveals handsome guy. Speaking of handsome guys, it must be Shingo Natsuchi." "No, it's not me." Shingo Natsuchi, flustered and terrified, stammered, "I did have an appointment with Mr. Anze at 10:30, but when I arrived, he was already dead. I swear." Mugure seized Natsuchi's arm. "Enough. Don't try to argue. Officer Mugure, the culprit is indeed not him," Takashiro interrupted. "I believe he merely panicked and added a few strokes upon seeing handsome guy on the ground." "Not him?" Mugure was bewildered. "What are you talking about? Who else could it be?" "There's more." Takashiro's lips curled into a smile. "Because the murder actually occurred before 10 o'clock. "What?" Conan paused momentarily before a realization struck him, prompting him to look back at the corpse. "Could it be?" "Exactly," Takashiro continued without waiting for the crowd to question him. "The person who left the hotel at 10 o'clock was not Mr. Anze. Please take a look at the victim's watch." "The watch?" The left wrist bore a watch with no bloodstains, indicating that someone had removed the watch after the victim was killed, intending to delay the actual time of the crime. Takashiro surveyed the assembled crowd. In the victim's room, someone intentionally set off the alarm and then disguised themselves as the victim using the hat and vest to return to the shrine. I believe the blood on the watch was wiped off during that time. As for the words handsome guy, his gaze landed on Yuji Shimazaki, and noticing the panic in the latter's eyes, he continued, "The phrase handsome guy was likely written to frame Mr. Natsuchi." Mugure inquired, puzzled, "But if he wanted to frame Natsuchi, why not directly write Natsuchi?" "That's because the victim had already written the hint indicating the murderer." Takashiro gazed at the night sky before turning his attention to Teiko M. Gaki beside Yuji Shimazaki. Indeed, it could only be supplemented to read handsome guy, and the original text was Teiko, "Miss M. Gaki, you are the murderer." Conan's face bore a look of astonishment as he intently observed Takashiro's deductions. Everything he stated was accurate. He deduced it all merely by glancing at the corpse. Who exactly was this person? Conan felt an unprecedented gravity in his expression, as if he were gazing upon a towering mountain through Takashiro. Was he truly the muddled detective as described in the newspaper? Was it merely a coincidence? Or could it possibly be Mayoko? It simply cannot be. After recovering from their initial shock, Yoko and her companions hurried to explain on behalf of Mayoko. Did not Miss Mayoko encounter the person disguised as Mr. Anze? Cannot possibly be her. For the one masquerading as Anze is certainly not her, right, Mr. Shimazaki? Takakani raised his voice. "Indeed, it was I, Shimazaki Yuji, who stepped forward, gritting my teeth. I killed Anze, and I was also the one impersonating him, but there is no name of Mayoko written on the ground. Is that truly the case?" Takakani gazed intently at Shimazaki Yuji. "Mr. Shimazaki, blood is splattered all around the scene, yet not a single drop is found on your clothes. A simple investigation would reveal that the only person who had time to clean the blood here is none other than Miss Mayoko." "Miss Mayoko?" Maori Ran looked at Mayoko in disbelief. How could this be? Mayoko lowered her head, and although there was no absolute evidence, she covered her face and confessed, "Takakani-kun. Indeed, it was I who killed Anze. He came here to extort me. I had no intention of killing him, merely wanting to warn him not to disrupt my marriage with Yuji. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. Yuji, I am so sorry." Mayoko's sorrowful cries gradually echoed through the night, and everyone fell silent for a moment. As the truth emerged, the event concluded, and by the time Mayoko was taken away by the police car, it was already deep into the night. Takakani watched the police car disappear, feeling inexplicably disheartened despite having successfully solved a case before Conan. Hey, Mori Kagoro, feeling frustrated at being overshadowed, clutched Takakani tightly and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" "Me?" Takakani snapped back to reality and smiled. "I am Takakani Kido, a detective." "A detective?" Mori Kagoro's jaw dropped. "You are a detective?" Maori ran, suddenly recalling a newspaper article, looked at Takakani with wide eyes. But what startled her more was the shadow of Kudo Shinichi she thought she saw. "Shinichi!" Maori Ran's expression darkened. "What an insufferable fellow. What is there to be proud of?" Mori Kagoro mumbled in annoyance, yawning, and said, "Ran, let us head back. I'm utterly exhausted." At the Miho Hotel, Takakani returned to his room but found no sleepiness. His mind was consumed with the reasoning behind the incident. A minute had long passed since the renowned detective had concluded the case, and with its resolution, the system interface reverted to its original state. Yet, he could not forget that brief minute, that extraordinary experience, as though he had transformed into a superhuman. His cognitive abilities astonishingly heightened, perceiving every subtle clue with clarity. It felt as if he had become the illustrious detective Sherlock Holmes. Could it be that I truly experienced a minute of being Holmes? Takakani rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the now normal system interface. Following the conclusion of the event, his reputation value increased to 00, translating to a gain of 0,000 yen. Takakani did not rush to redeem it. Just as he was about to dismiss the interface, a sudden mewing sound came from outside. On the hotel wall, the shadow of an adorable little cat stretched long. "Meow, little me?" Takakani snapped upright, seeing a small cat outside that looked exactly like the one in the photo. Forgetting to put on his clothes, he hurriedly dashed out of the hotel. "Wait up, little me." Chapter 8. The murder case on the luxury liner the following day, Takakani slept until noon. When he awoke, Mori Kagoro and the others had already departed. He did not linger, taking the little cat he had captured the previous night back to the detective agency. He estimated that he would never own a cat again in his lifetime. After receiving 20,000 yen from the client, Takakani lay wearily on the agency's sofa with a newspaper he had bought from outside. Before reading the reports on last night's incident, he reopened the detective system, contemplating whether to redeem some cash, only to find his reputation value had dropped to 0, with an additional option marked with a question mark available for redemption. The added points seemed to pertain to the cat-finding request, and as for the question mark option, he recalled that it could be used to exchange for special items. After a moment of hesitation, Takakani curiously selected the question mark option. With a crisp, prompt sound, he watched in dismay as his reputation value was completely depleted, leaving only a solitary point. It has to be worthwhile. Bang! The question mark option on the interface flickered for a moment, and under Takakani's gaze, an item card materialized. What is this? Acquired rare item. Wooden sword, Lake Toya, can be summoned at any time. A wooden sword materialized in his hand. What? 00 reputation points and 0,000 yen, and I exchanged it for a mere wooden sword? Takakani's eyes widened as he grasped the wooden sword. Although the name Lake Toya was prominently displayed on the hilt, it was essentially just an ordinary wooden sword, wasn't it? Even though he had originally trained in kendo, he was hardly a jack-of-all-trades like Jintoki, and this was certainly not the Edo period. A 0,000 yen wooden sword? He was reluctant to discard it, so Takakani silently treasured the wooden sword within the system. After all, it was a summonable artifact, not to be wasted. Setting aside thoughts of the wooden sword, Takakani turned his attention to the newspaper. The media was quick to respond, possibly due to the involvement of the major star Yoko Ashinoya, as it occupied a significant portion of the publication. Furthermore, the conflict between Mayoko and Anze was detailed extensively. Miss Mayoko had lost her parents in an accident during her high school years, leading her to become a rebellious delinquent who skipped school, and Anze was a friend from that time. Once, Mayoko inadvertently revealed information about the shrine's ceremonial tools to Anze, who then stole them at a high price, resulting in the suicide of the warehouse manager. Racked with guilt, Mayoko buried her past but encountered Anze again just as she was about to marry. As Takakani lamented Mayoko's circumstances, he flipped through a few more pages and gradually sensed something amiss. While the murder incident at the shrine was indeed reported, what was astonishing was that in all the articles, it was the renowned detective Mori Kagoro who was credited with solving the case, and he was not mentioned at all. What is going on? Takakane's heart sank, and he instinctively glanced at his reputation value, which was now reduced to a mere point. Achoo! At the same time, in Mori's detective agency across town, Conan sneezed inexplicably as he read the newspaper. Strange, was it not I who solved yesterday's incident? It feels like I have forgotten something important. 3 days later at Hatamoto Island, Takakane waited anxiously at the dock. The day he redeemed the Lake Toya sword, he received a new case from the system involving a series of murders on a luxury liner. The incident was scheduled for that evening, and the location would be aboard a luxury cruise ship chartered by the Hatamoto family. For him, finding a way onto the ship was a significant dilemma. Fortunately, the event information indicated that the cruise would pass by this island, prompting him to arrive early. As the event time approached, the Hatamoto family had just held a wedding on the island, but there were no signs of them leaving anytime soon, forcing him to wait at the dock. In truth, a magnificent ship was already docked at the pier, yet he had no opportunity to board, not only due to a lack of funds but also because the entire vessel had been chartered by the Hatamoto family. The luxury liner resembled a 5-star hotel at sea, and such a lavish arrangement was not something ordinary wealthy individuals could afford. Takakane remained fixated on the activities at the dock, and just when he was about to lose patience, he finally discovered a way to board the ship. Seizing the opportunity when crew members were transporting luggage onto the ship, Takakane nervously blended in. Good grief, the incident is happening at sea. How did that fellow Conan manage to board? As a pile of clutter boarded the ship without incident, Gao Cheng let out a sigh of relief and quickly found a corner to hide, ensuring that no one had noticed him. The first step had been successful. Now all that remained was to wait for the vessel to depart from the dock. Gao Cheng patted his somewhat hungry stomach, and shortly thereafter, the cruise ship sounded a long, resonant horn, officially setting sail from Kihan Island. On the deck, Mao Lilan and Conan excitedly admired the beautiful seascape. Wow, what a stunning sunset! Mao Lilan exclaimed, breathing in the sea breeze. She turned to Conan, saying, "It's such a stroke of luck to be aboard this magnificent cruise ship, don't you think, Conan?" "Indeed," Conan replied, glancing at the sleeping Kagoro Mori behind them. "This is all thanks to Uncle's mistake regarding the return schedule, giving us the opportunity to board this luxurious vessel." Mao Lilan sighed in exasperation. "Honestly, I thought Dad had everything arranged, but it turned out to be such a major oversight. Thankfully, we happened to catch this ship. Otherwise, we might have been stranded on the island for 3 or 4 days." Conan chuckled to himself, but his thoughts drifted to Gao Cheng. After encountering him several times over the past few days, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease, especially concerning the case at the Miho Shrine. Although he had assisted Kagoro Mori in solving it, something felt amiss. What if something were to happen now? That guy wouldn't be able to get here, right? Conan mused, chuckling to himself before shaking his head to dispel the thoughts. What am I thinking? There's no way an incident could occur so conveniently. Inside the ship, Gao Cheng could no longer tolerate his hunger and cautiously made his way to the kitchen. Just as he was about to seek out some food, a sudden roar echoed from the deck. What the hell is going on? This ship was chartered by the Kihan family, so why are there outsiders aboard? The patriarch of the Kihan family shouted. Startled, Gao Cheng realized the commotion was not directed at him. Standing at the kitchen door, he hesitated. Truthfully, sneaking aboard without permission was quite audacious, and venturing into the kitchen for food would equate to theft. Perhaps he should confess to the owner? An incident was imminent, and if he didn't act quickly... Hey! Who are you? An elderly steward happened to pass by the kitchen and exclaimed upon seeing Gao Cheng. Chapter 9, The Thief Detective? In the ship's dining room, Gao Cheng once again encountered Kagoro Mori and the others, albeit in a rather awkward situation. The Kihan patriarch glared at his son-in-law, demanding, "And who is he? Did you take it upon yourself to bring him aboard?" The eldest daughter's husband, Kihan Kataro, nervously replied, "No, I've never seen him before. He's someone Mao Lilan wanted to help," she interjected, only to be startled by the patriarch's intimidating gaze. "Is he a thief?" The patriarch scoffed. "I sincerely apologize," Gao Cheng hurriedly explained, I boarded without permission to investigate certain matters. I am a detective from the Shirogane Detective Agency. A detective? Before Gao Chang could finish, the members of the Kihan family exchanged glances of shock. Humph! The patriarch's expression darkened as he stood up to leave the dining room. Lock this fellow up and hand him over to the police when we reach Tokyo. What? Gao Chang was bewildered by their reaction. What's going on? The patriarch's granddaughter, Kihan Natsu, expressed her apologies. My grandfather despises detectives. He claims they are despicable individuals who pry into people's private lives. Gao Chang was left utterly perplexed as he was confined to a storage room. Once he regained his senses, he pounded on the door, shouting, "Wait! A murder is about to occur on this ship. I'm serious." Gao Chang, they've all left, Conan said quietly, leaning against the door outside. However, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "It's truly remarkable to encounter you here." Gao Chang sat resignedly in a corner, frowning as he called out, "Do you think they'll genuinely hand me over to the police?" Conan remained non-committal, but Gao Chang, "You snuck aboard and claimed to be a detective. Who knows how much they dislike detectives? Besides, isn't Mori a detective too?" This thought further frustrated Gao Chang. "Uncle hasn't he informed them yet?" Conan paused before asking, "Hey, Gao Chang, is it true that a murder will happen here?" "Of course it's true. It's my instinct as a detective," Gao Chang replied with a hint of confidence. Inside the cabin, Kido Takase, who had just married Kihan Natsu, was summoned by the patriarch. "You performed quite well at today's wedding," the patriarch remarked, sitting calmly on the sofa. "Natsu certainly knows how to choose a husband." "Ha! Thank you for the compliment," Takase said shyly, scratching his face. The patriarch chuckled. "You scratch your face whenever you're shy. You're just like someone." "Huh?" Takase was confused. "You resemble your father, Kaicho Yudo," the patriarch asserted with a stern expression. "Do you think you can deceive me by manipulating the registry? I've known for a long time that you infiltrated the company to avenge your father and got close to Natsu to execute this murder plot. Speak. What is your true motive?" The patriarch glared coldly at the now pale Takase. "Do you want money, or do you intend to take my life? Speak up. Why are you silent?" Gao Chang's stomach growled in the storage room, and time was running late. He had skipped meals earlier, fearing he might miss the ship. "That guy Conan is ignoring me." At this rate, during dinner time, the elderly steward approached the patriarch's room, but after calling out multiple times with no response, he reluctantly took out a spare key. "Pardon me, sir. Everyone is waiting for you." Upon opening the door, the steward's face suddenly changed, and he staggered back in terror. "Sir." The alarm echoed throughout the ship, and Gao Chang immediately heard the commotion from the storage room. He pounded on the door, shouting, "What is going on? Let me out." Bang! Bang! After several attempts, it seemed that everyone on board had been drawn to the commotion, and no one paid him any heed. Just as he was becoming anxious, Mao Lilan rushed over and opened the door, exclaiming, "It's bad. Gao Chang, Natsu's grandfather has been murdered." "What? That old man?" Following Mao Lilan to the crime scene, Gao Chang saw a crowd gathered at the doorway, while Kagoro Mori had already begun his deductions. The prime suspect was identified as Kido Takase, Natsu's newlywed husband. Takashi's true identity was revealed to be the son of Kaicho Yuto, who had committed suicide 10 years prior after the patriarch seized control of the company. Kagoro Mori sternly chided, "You approached Natsu to infiltrate the Kihan family as part of your revenge against your father. This murder was premeditated." "That's not true," Takase pleaded anxiously. "I didn't kill anyone. Please, believe me." Gao Chang pushed his way through the crowd, his expression darkening as he watched Takase being led away to the storage room. "No, it's not him. The real killer is not this person." Not only did he doubt Kagoro Mori's deductions, but he also knew the identity of the true culprit. A glance swept over the crowd. Although he couldn't pinpoint who it was, he was aware of the relationship between the murderer and the victim. Having previously bought the first volume of Conan's manga, he distinctly remembered a part about a luxury cruise ship, and he could vaguely recall the identity of the murderer. If he was not mistaken, the murderer should be the victim's grandson, and Takase was merely being framed. Yet, how could he find the evidence? Following Conan into the room where the body lay, Gao Chang found little to examine. Should I switch to detective mode? He wondered. observing as Conan appeared to discover something. He thought, no, there's only a minute left. If time runs out, it will be troublesome. I need to search for clues as best as I can. Big brother, Conan said, picking up a crumb from the bloodstain. There seems to be breadcrumbs in the blood. What's this about? Gao Chang regained his senses, fixating on the blood-stained breadcrumbs in Conan's hand for a moment. Though he sensed they might be a clue, he could not deduce their significance and could only stammer, well, I suppose they might belong to the old gentleman's breakfast. Is that so? Conan turned away, disappointment etched across his face, his lips twitching slightly. As expected, merely a befuddled detective, nearly deceived by this fellow again. Why did I say again? Shaking his head vigorously, Conan turned to the elderly butler beside him and inquired, Suzuki, were there any breads served at today's wedding banquet? The old butler paused momentarily before responding. Certainly there were, as it was a French cuisine affair, a decision made by young Master Shoji who insisted on it. Did everyone have bread? Conan continued his questioning. Well, everyone except the old gentleman, for he utterly detests Western cuisine, especially bread. How vexing. Gao Chang glanced at Conan, who was busy asking questions, then shifted his gaze back to the other members of the Takamoto family. Conan's observational skills were indeed remarkable. Merely reminding him of the blood-stained breadcrumbs had significantly improved the clue's completion rate. If only he understood the context of the breadcrumbs, it would likely be even higher. However, what he needed most at this moment was to identify the murderer and ascertain the identity of the old gentleman's grandson. He was entirely unfamiliar with the Takamoto family members present and had no means of discerning their relationships. Chapter 10. The Gao clan. One sword style after Takamoto Takashi was detained as a suspect in the warehouse. Gao Chang returned to the dining hall with a group of people, his stomach growling once more. Excuse me? Gao Chang awkwardly asked the old butler. Is there any food left? Indeed, I shall fetch it for you at once. Thank you. While waiting for the old butler, Gao Chang silently observed the conversations happening in the dining hall. After discreetly inquiring about Mao Lilan, he gradually pieced together the identity of the person he was seeking. Regarding direct blood relations, the old gentleman's eldest son, Takamoto Kazuki, who was the father of Natsuki and Aki, had tragically perished in a car accident a year prior, leaving his younger brother alone. Lastly, there was the eldest daughter, Mariko, and her son, Takamoto Ichiro, born from her husband, Kitaro, whom she had married into the family. Based on age, there were two individuals present who fit the criteria. However, one was Natsuki's husband, which left only a brooding and introverted character seated next to Mariko. Takamoto Ichiro, the son of the old gentleman's eldest daughter, was indeed this individual. As Gao Chang's gaze settled on Takamoto Ichiro, contemplating his next move, the old butler promptly delivered a meal to him, also pouring juice for everyone in the dining hall. Thank you. What is the meaning of this? Takamoto Aki glared at Gao Chang. Why is this thief still here? The old butler intervened. It was merely a misunderstanding. The old gentleman was just upset at the time. Gao Chang slightly furrowed his brow, disregarding Aki's words, his peripheral vision constantly fixed on Takamoto Ichiro. Just watch. I shall resolve this case. The clues left at the scene were few, yet the critical murder weapon remained unfound. It seemed that Takamoto Ichiro had not left the cabin during the time of the incident, suggesting he had yet to dispose of the weapon. As the evening wore on, the diners gradually departed. In the stillness, a figure quietly slipped from the cabin to the lower deck. Just as I suspected, Gao Chang followed outside, calling out to the figure ahead, Mr. Ichiro. What? Takamoto Ichiro halted, turning anxiously. What are you talking about? You are the one who killed the old gentleman, aren't you? Gao Chang's gaze swept over Ichiro's arm, a light smirk forming on his lips. Could you enlighten me about what you were holding? Takamoto Ichiro's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Gao Chang was not far behind. In a sudden panic, he lunged at Gao Chang with a kitchen knife. Gao Chang remained unperturbed, producing a wooden sword in an instant as Ichiro approached. Apologies, but I cannot allow you to silence me. With a slight smile, he swiftly swung the wooden sword in a graceful arc. Gao clan. One sword style. Takamoto Ichiro winced in pain as his wrist was struck, the knife slipping from his fingers as he collapsed to the ground with a cry. With the tip of the wooden sword pointed at Ichiro's nose, he gazed up in terror. Why you? Who are you? Gao Cheng maintained a firm grip on the wooden sword. Did I not mention? I am a detective. What is happening? The others, hearing the commotion, rushed to the lower deck. Uncertainty etched on their faces as they regarded the unfolding scene. What on earth is this? Conan was the first to descend from the upper deck, witnessing Takamoto Ichiro subdued. Before he could express his astonishment, he noticed the bloodied kitchen knife lying beside Ichiro, his pupils dilating in shock. Is this the murder weapon? Gao Cheng did not retract the wooden sword amidst the crowd's gaze. Instead, he casually prepared it, activating his detective mode for a minute before the onlookers. All the scenes he had observed and the words he had heard flashed through his mind. Despite a few ambiguities, Gao Cheng confidently declared, "It is abundantly clear that Ichiro stealthily came to the deck during this time to dispose of the murder weapon." Ichiro's parents, who had not witnessed the events, anxiously questioned their son. "Is this true, Ichiro?" "Impossible. Ichiro had no motive to kill father. This point remains unclear for now." Gao Cheng continued, "However, I heard Miss Lan mention that Ichiro had been sketching Natsuki. I suspect this may be significant. If Ichiro harbors feelings for Natsuki." "Stop it." Takamoto Ichiro cried out in anguish, clutching his head. "Please, no more. There is another piece of evidence." Gao Cheng shifted his gaze to Conan. "Some breadcrumbs were found near the old gentleman's corpse, stained with charcoal. Hence, they do not belong to the banquet but rather suggest the use of bread to erase charcoal sketches. Understand?" Mariko gazed at her son in despair. "Why, Ichiro?" "I had hoped to marry Natsuki," Takamoto Ichiro lamented, "but grandfather categorically rejected me, even saying I was a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Shortly thereafter, he approved Natsuki's marriage to Kotaro. I cannot forgive grandfather." The following day, as the cruise ship docked in Tokyo, Gao Cheng disembarked amid the golden glow of the setting sun, bidding farewell to everyone. No one mentioned his stealthy boarding of the ship again. "Gaogij," Conan called after him as they disembarked. "You were amazing yesterday. Back in the haunted house, what exactly happened?" "I was simply too hungry to muster any strength." "Huh? That insufferable fellow." Mori Kagoro scowled at Gao Cheng's retreating figure. The renowned detective Mori Kagoro was bested by this guy. Just wait and see." Conan, hearing Mori Kagoro's grumbling, felt somewhat exasperated. Hey, it was I who lost, all right?" Yet, as he gazed at Gao Cheng's receding silhouette, a thrill of excitement surged within him at the prospect of a challenge. "Next time, I shall not concede." Gao Kuan. The next day, at the Kido Detective Agency, Gao Cheng emerged from the storage room, carrying a hefty stack of detective books into the office. He had confirmed that the consumption of reputation points could lead to the obliteration of one's renown, though he remained uncertain how the system accomplished this. The news reports and public memories had indeed been altered, an undeniable reality. The credit for the murder case outside the television station had been entirely attributed to Mori Kagoro, much to his dismay. However, this time he refrained from utilizing reputation points. Not only did he abstain from exchanging them for special items, but he also refrained from converting them into yen, despite his current financial struggles. Items like the wooden sword had proven exceedingly useful, yet the detective agency presently needed his 0 reputation points more than anything else. The method for calculating reputation remains unknown. It seems that solving a single case yields a maximum of only a few points. However, the prestige gained is undeniably tangible. Once the story of the luxurious cruise ship murder spreads, the detective agency may receive a considerable number of commissions. With a sigh, Gao Cheng dusted off the books and cleared a space on the table, leisurely flipping through the pages. The more he experienced being a detective for a minute, the more he understood the chasm between himself and true detectives, drawing him further into their world. Although the system's minute-long detective mode was impressive, it was not a reflection of his own abilities, and he could not rely on it for every case. The previous few incidents had been manageable, thanks in part to the invisible assistance of Conan. However, if the complexity increased, would he need to resort to the minute mode for clue gathering? What about reasoning? Even Conan, a renowned detective, struggled to gather clues within such a short time frame. For him, reasoning could depend on the system, but most clues still had to be discovered independently. Gao Cheng persevered through the headache induced by reading and diligently studied the detective books left by his grandfather. He refused to believe that a prodigy in swordsmanship like himself could not master the art of detection. First, he pondered how to achieve an eidetic memory like Conan's. Never mind that for now, perhaps it was best to focus on honing his observational skills. Chapter 11. Daily cat hunting. As the luxurious cruise ship murder faded into memory over the past month, Gao Chang continued to survive on small commissions while engrossed in detective literature. During this time, the system had remained silent, but the notoriety from the cruise ship case had granted the agency some recognition, allowing them to secure several commissions. Although there had been little progress, the agency had transitioned from a state of near stagnation to a semblance of vitality. Speaking of the cruise ship incident, Gao Chang received a letter from Hokkaido. The sender was the granddaughter of the old feudal lord, Natsuki, a beautiful young woman. Originally, the old man had written a will, intending for the entire feudal clan to be inherited by Natsuki. However, she and her husband, Kazu, decided to forego the substantial inheritance and move out of the feudal estate to start a new life on a farm in Hokkaido. Ah! How immense must the estate of the feudal clan be? Outside a park near the Mikawa General Hospital, Gao Chang, clad in the customary trench coat of a detective, searched diligently. He remained a small-time detective, spending exhausting days searching for lost cats, dogs, and items, receiving meager payments barely sufficient to cover rent. Commissions ranged from a few thousand yen, akin to mosquito legs, to 20,000 or 30,000 yen. Naturally, some higher-paying assignments, like locating missing persons or investigating infidelities, were quickly abandoned by clients upon seeing his youth. In truth, if it weren't for the 0 reputation points, no one would seek his assistance. This time, he ventured here upon the recommendation of his landlady, Aunt Jime, who mentioned that a client had lost a wallet containing crucial items that must be found. This park was the last possible location, and he hoped it hadn't been picked up by someone else. As he approached the park's edge, he sighed. After a month of reading detective books, he found practical application still challenging. If it were Conan, no matter where the wallet had fallen or who had picked it up, he would likely find clues swiftly, unlike Gao Chang, who was still foolishly searching everywhere. He ventured into the park, inspecting beneath each bench and questioning passers-by. Unfortunately, the client had visited the park in the morning, and the time gap was too great for anyone to have seen them. How frustrating. If it were something truly important, why not report it to the police? Why spend 30,000 yen hiring a detective? Gao Chang felt a strong inclination to give up, but abandoning the fledgling detective agency would be a setback after all the effort invested. Where could it possibly be? Such items could easily be picked up by others, right? As he idly glanced toward a nearby garbage heap, considering whether the wallet had been discarded there, he suddenly saw a man in a trench coat rush toward the pile, excitedly retrieving a wallet. An accomplice? Gao Chang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted and lunged forward. How dare he? He was encroaching on his business. Give me that, Gao Chang exclaimed, seizing the rival and reprimanding him. This belongs to my client. Let go. Who are you? The man cried out in pain. Gao Chang, infuriated yet amused, retorted, You dare to steal my business? And you don't even know who I am? I am the famed detective, Chenghu Gao Chang. Chenghu Gao Chang? You're from the Chenghu Detective Agency? The rival was taken aback, then angrily demanded, Let go. I am the client. Haha, you think you can fool me like that? Who would steal from a detective's client? I just remembered suddenly. It hurts, you jerk. Ah, by the park bench, Gao Chang sat with a defeated expression, holding a 1,000 yen bill. At least it was the result of a long day's work, albeit due to angering the client. It seemed that using intermediaries for commissions proved somewhat unreliable. Cautiously placing the money in his wallet, Gao Chang suddenly tensed, instinctively turning as he felt a rush of wind brush past his shoulder, catching a glimpse of a soccer ball. Bang! The soccer ball, having lost its momentum, was caught in Gao Chang's grasp. Who threw that? Don't they realize how dangerous this is? He exclaimed, turning in irritation to discover that the ball had traversed a thicket in the park before reaching him. It had evidently brushed against several tree trunks, yet it still possessed such speed and force upon reaching him. Carrying the soccer ball, he ventured to the other side of the park, where he spotted a group, including Kagoro Mori, and a middle-aged man weeping on the ground. It seemed an incident had just been resolved. What on earth had transpired? Gao Chang dropped the soccer ball, almost instinctively deducing that it had been kicked by Conan. With such force, only Conan, equipped with Professor Agasa's advanced technology, could have achieved that. Gao Chengji? What brings you here? Conan asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Of course, I was just passing by. Gao Cheng replied, pausing before adding with a chuckle, time's running late, I should head back. Parting from Conan and the others, Gao Cheng couldn't help but glance back. It was peculiar. Despite Conan encountering a case, the system remained unresponsive. Continuing to scrape by with menial tasks like searching for lost pets was becoming unbearable. Not to mention, such commissions wouldn't last forever, and they did little for his reputation. Days passed, and exhausted, Gao Cheng returned to the detective agency, collapsing onto the sofa. Bone-weary from completing several small assignments, the burden of rent and various expenses loomed like a mountain, compelling him to earn as much as possible. Yet even the simplest tasks of locating lost items proved challenging. To make matters worse, he had once failed to complete a commission, resulting in a deduction of 2 reputation points. Fortunately, after retaining a minimum of 0 reputation points and converting the rest to yen, his efforts over the past month had not been in vain, as he finally managed to repay Aunt Jime. With a long sigh of relief, Gao Cheng relaxed into a smile, gradually succumbing to slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, roused by a series of persistent system notifications. Groggily opening his eyes, he glanced at the system interface, momentarily stunned before bolting upright. Another case had appeared in the system. A murder incident at the art museum, occurring just this afternoon between 4 and 5 o'clock. No way. Gao Cheng checked the time, then disregarded everything else and hastily rushed to the bathroom to wash his face before darting out of the detective agency. Why didn't you notify me sooner? Conan, Shinichi Kudo, and Brother Kudo, please wait for me. Chapter 12, Knights and Demons. At the Miho Art Museum, Takacheng spotted the large sign announcing the medieval art exhibition from a distance along with numerous police cars parked outside. Indeed, he had arrived too late. The police had already cordoned off the scene. What a disaster. Was he going to miss the case after such a long delay? After wandering outside for a while, Takacheng gritted his teeth and entered the museum. Encountering an officer, he composed himself and said, "Hello, Officer Magyar summoned me. May I ask if he is inside?" The officer at the Hell exhibition was taken aback by Takacheng's demeanor, nodded, and before confirming with Magyar. Takacheng had already entered the premises as if it were his own backyard. Seizing the moment before the officer could react, Takacheng hurriedly asked another officer, "Could you escort me in?" Sure. The officer, bewildered, led Takacheng toward the crime scene without suspicion, as no one would joke around with the police, especially with a group of them inside. Takacheng-kun? In the Hell exhibition, Officer Magyar appeared surprised upon seeing Takacheng. He recalled their last encounter at Miho Shrine, where Takacheng was nearly mistaken for the culprit but later helped solve the case involving the Hatamoto family. What brings you here? Well, Officer Magyar. Before the officer escorting him could explain, Takacheng hastily chuckled, "I heard something happened here and thought I might be of assistance." That pesky kid, Muri Kagoro muttered discontentedly. Chuckling, "I believe your help is no longer needed, as the murderer has already been identified." Takacheng was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Conan. Officer Magyar smiled and explained, "Indeed, as Mori said, the victim wrote down the murderer's name just before he died. Once we find the armor the murderer wore during the crime, we can wrap up this case." With that, Magyar left Takacheng and continued instructing officers to collect evidence. How could this be? Standing silently on the side, Takacheng felt a sense of regret until Conan suddenly leaned in and said, "Takacheng Onayakan, would you like to see the surveillance footage?" In the security room, the entire murder process had been captured on camera. As Conan led Takacheng over, several officers were watching, commenting on it as if it were a horror movie. "Impressive. It looks just like a film," Takacheng exclaimed. "Uncle, could we please view that segment again?" Conan interrupted. "Officer Magyar asked me to bring Takacheng Onayakan here." Officer Magyar? The officers, who were engrossed in the footage, suddenly felt guilty upon hearing the name, fearing a complaint, and quickly allowed Conan to take over the footage. Takacheng smirked. This little brat wielded authority more effectively than he did. Standing before the surveillance footage, Takacheng followed Conan's lead, gleaning details about the incident. For instance, the deceased, the owner of the gallery, was found clutching a note with the name Ueda written on the back, along with a few suspicious elements Conan noted. The victim, the gallery's new owner, had purchased it under the pretense of continuing its operation, but intended to convert it into a restaurant after acquiring it. He had come to the museum today to prepare for the impending demolition. The gallery staff member, Ueda, was suspected of murder due to secretly selling artworks and being demanded a hefty compensation by the victim, providing a strong motive. Around 4:30 p.m., the murderer summoned the gallery owner to the Hell exhibition and killed him while donning medieval armor, the entire process vividly captured on surveillance. Even the moment the victim left a death message while the murderer had his back turned. The police later found the note with the murderer's name written in the victim's palm, seemingly bringing the case to a close. However, several doubts lingered in Conan's mind. For example, the murder method emulated a scene from a famous painting, where a knight in armor stabs a demon with a sword, which did not seem characteristic of Ueda. This person shows no interest in art. Takase observed Conan, who was meticulously analyzing the footage. Seemingly casual. Yet he had laid out the critical points and clues of the entire case, as if to place them both at the same starting line. This guy, Conan, is he challenging me? Takache's gaze flickered. Wait here, play that again. Conan suddenly exclaimed as he watched the footage. What is it? Takase snapped back to attention, curiously following the footage. The scene rewound to when the gallery owner was facing away from the murderer, revealing him surprised as he tore off a label from a nearby artwork. That's strange, Conan pondered. Why did he have that expression? Moreover, why did he throw away the pen after writing on the label? If the murderer heard that, did you discover something, detective? Takase inquired, feigning ignorance. Well, Conan replied, deep in thought, I found a pen casing at the scene. He paused, then, noticing the gazes of Takase and the officers, he chuckled. I'm just imitating Uncle Mori and you, Takase Onaikan, haha. I'm just a kid. After a few awkward laughs, Conan left the security room amidst the officers' puzzled expressions. Kids these days are really peculiar, one officer remarked. Is there something wrong with the pen casing? Takache's expression turned serious. Returning to the Hell exhibition, he immediately saw Conan examining the note left by the gallery owner. Takase furrowed his brow. Although Conan had pointed out numerous clues and doubts, he had only been barely pulled into Conan's line of thinking, lacking the ability to make the connections Conan could. I can't rush if necessary. I'll resort to the 1-minute detective mode. Meanwhile, the police had recovered blood-stained armor from Ueda's safe, further solidifying the belief that he was the murderer. Facing the terrified and defensive Ueda, Officer Magyar reprimanded, You prearranged a meeting with the gallery owner, then ambushed him in this exhibition to kill him when he least expected it. No, I didn't kill anyone. Ueda protested anxiously. Still trying to deny it? Magyar analyzed. Humph. You wore the armor to avoid being captured by the cameras, yet unfortunately you were caught on tape, providing a compelling piece of evidence. The note the gallery owner wrote on the wall. Magyar presented the evidence to Ueda. From the surveillance footage, the murderer never touched this note. Moreover, after the body was discovered, no one had tampered with it, meaning it is indeed the victim's death message. Not to mention, you have no alibi. Ueda urgently explained. That's because I was alone in my office, doing what the curator asked me to do. Curator, the gallery's director, Oki, expressed disappointment. I did ask you to help with some tasks, but I never instructed you to commit murder. No, it wasn't me. Ueda's expression turned desperate. What went wrong? Takase silently walked by with his hands in his pockets. The label paper, under the light, revealed strange marks that Conan had likely noticed earlier. But what did this indicate? Carefully scanning the crime scene, Takase found the gruesome nature of it all unsettling. Despite having overcome the original owner's weaknesses, he still felt a shiver run through him. What a dreadful sight of blood. Mori Kagoro lamented as he approached the bloodied armor. Such a fine piece of art reduced to this. Those were mere decorative replicas, the staff explained. The weapon used by Wadada was a copy, and it seemed that the other artworks had been spared, which was indeed fortunate. Takachu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the armor, lost in thought. When he suddenly turned around, his eyes meeting Conan's. Both were fixated on the armor, and a hint of a smile crept onto Conan's lips, as though he had unraveled the mystery, his excitement bubbling over in anticipation of the challenge ahead. This meant the culprit could only be that person. Now, All that remained was to find the evidence. As Takachu cast a questioning glance at Conan, he felt a flicker of confusion. What is wrong, Takachu-kun? Are you still not clear? Wasn't the incident on the luxury cruise merely a coincidence? Those clues should be easily comprehensible. Conan's expression was a complex mix of doubt and disappointment, entirely unaware that Takachu was merely a novice detective relying on memory and the system. My apologies, Takachu-kun, but this time, I have triumphed. The little rascal. Takachu felt a rush of tension and immediately activated his 1-minute detective mode. There was no time to lose. An avalanche of information flooded his mind, including the clues Conan had provided and everything he had observed at the scene, all coalescing into a coherent line of reasoning. However, this time, it wasn't as smooth as before. His late entry left many details unclear. As the minute approached its end, Takachu anxiously glanced at the scene once more. That person. Noticing Conan's gaze fixed on someone in the crowd, a flash of insight struck Takachu. The minute elapsed, yet he did not shift his focus. There were still aspects he didn't fully grasp, but Conan must have already confirmed that the culprit was that individual. An invisible tension seemed to clash in the air, but as Takachu looked over, Conan instantly adopted a sweet, innocent demeanor. Takachu exhaled softly, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, Conan was quite remarkable. However, there was one aspect he could not evade. Since he had to play the role of a child, he was bound to face insurmountable complications. He would not directly deduce in front of everyone. Wait, Officer Magyar. Takachu called out, steadying himself to stop the officer from taking Wadada away. Mr. Wadada is not the true culprit. Huh? Officer Magyar along with Conan looked at Takachu in astonishment. Conan paused momentarily but soon understood Takachu's intention. His expression shifting to one of frustration, pouting slightly. He indeed could not allow Takachu to harbor doubts about his identity. So subtle hints were permissible, but direct deductions were out of the question. Fine, I leave the reasoning to you, Conan muttered, but internally he pondered, but who are you really? He was truly an inscrutable character. Takachu set aside his competitive spirit and earnestly addressed everyone. Don't you find it strange after seeing the scene? Look closely. Not only is the armor used for the crime a replica, but the other artworks also seem to have been deliberately arranged. Upon hearing this, Morikagaru looked puzzled at the scene. But what does that signify? The wall at the crime scene clearly bore labels, yet no paintings hung upon it. Takachu fully immersed himself, calmly presenting his deductions to the crowd. I believe the culprit removed them beforehand to prevent blood from staining the artworks. However, I heard Conan mention that Wadada is not the type to cherish art. Correct, Conan? Seeing all eyes on him, Conan obediently nodded. Yes, that's right. But Officer Magyar interjected, Takachu-kun, the note left by Mr. Monica before his death indeed had Wadada's name on it. That was not a note left by Mr. Monica before his demise, but rather one planted by the criminal, Takachu replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. If you examine the note closely, you'll find some smudges. Those are marks made by the victim as he attempted to cross out the name. This implies that the name was not penned by Mr. Monica but rather inscribed by the perpetrator beforehand, likely in response to Mr. Monica's remarks about the label containing the criminal's name. Takachu stepped forward, directly addressing the elderly curator. Aoki. The ballpoint pen left at the scene was hidden within. It was you, Aoki-san, who swapped it during the chaos, wasn't it? Ah! The curator's face drained of color, rendered speechless. Using silent surveillance and an unwritable pen to create a FA that was the trap you set, Aoki-san. Takachu concluded with a flourish. Now, could you kindly share your whereabouts at the time of the incident? Though his 1-minute detective mode had yet to complete the reasoning, he had already pinpointed the suspect as Aoki. He had to take a gamble. Even if Conan later refuted him, he would accept it. Under Takachu's intense scrutiny, Aoki shut his eyes, sighed heavily, and retrieved a ballpoint pen from his pocket. The detective is correct. I am indeed the one who killed Mr. Monica. Morikagaru gaped at Aoki, disbelief etched on his face. How could this be? You might deem it foolish, but I had to kill that demon, Mr. Monica. And I wanted Wadada, who carelessly desecrates and sells artworks, to be punished. Aoki lamented, as though shedding a heavy burden. Perhaps this is fate's design. Akin to the painting divine retribution, the demon was slain by the night of justice, yet the night too was stained by the blood of evil. signifying that he too had been tainted by the demon. After all, I am a murderer. Now I have become the embodiment of evil. Takase stared in shock at the sorrowful smile on the old man's face. He had arrived only after the incident, and while he had heard Conan's account, he ultimately viewed it merely as a case to resolve, a means to accumulate 100 prestige points. Chapter 13. Encounters with Conan while traveling on the Shinkansen to Kyoto. Takase settled his suitcase and plopped down into his seat. The art museum incident had transpired a few days prior, and it had been nearly 2 months since he had crossed into Conan's world. To revive the detective agency, he had been busily occupied from dawn till dusk, seeking commissions, awaiting cases, and struggling to keep his eyes open while poring over detective literature, hardly finding time to rest. This trip to Kyoto was to replace Auntie Yumi at a friend's wedding. While it was framed as a commission, it was actually Auntie Yumi's way of giving him a chance to travel and unwind after his relentless work. Takase-kun, if you encounter any difficulties, do let Auntie know, Yumi had advised him before his departure. Your grandfather entrusted the detective agency to you and would never wish to see you exhaust yourself. I understand, Takase replied. He truly wished to take a proper break, but recent events made that nearly impossible, particularly due to the Mihan Art Museum incident. Although he had accrued 100 prestige points from that event, combined with the 100 from the luxury cruise murder case, he had 200 points in total, equivalent to 200,000 yen. Logically, that was a considerable sum. However, the Mihan Art Museum case had garnered significant attention, especially with his photograph making its debut in the newspaper. Because of this, despite being short on funds, he hesitated to redeem his points. Once prestige points were consumed, they would influence the most recent completed case or commission, meaning he had to reserve the previous 100 points. The consequence of not being able to convert these prestige points into yen was that he needed to expend more effort on smaller commissions to earn money. Though it was tiring, compared to the beginning, the detective agency's record could now boast the luxury cruise murder case and the art museum murder case. 2 noteworthy events. He might not be a renowned detective yet, but he was certainly starting to gain some recognition. Gao Chang, resembling a treasured child, produced a newspaper reporting on the art museum murder case, featuring an interview photograph of himself. The only source of his vexation was that the infamous Kogoro Mori also appeared in the spotlight, with a more extensive write-up than his own. Despite being the one to solve the case, it seemed that Kogoro Mori garnered greater popularity, making it feel as though he was basking in Mori's glory, although it was undeniable that he had received substantial assistance from Conan. Gazing at Mori's signature smile in the newspaper, Gao Chang felt a twinge of envy amidst his frustration. In truth, Gao Chang held a certain admiration for Kogoro Mori. Both operated detective agencies, yet while Mori might falter in crime-solving, he excelled in managing his agency. His prior experience as a police officer under Magyar had also afforded him a decent network of acquaintances, ensuring that even without Conan, he would not face starvation. In stark contrast, Gao Chang found himself struggling. Although the system occasionally provided cases that could be tackled with his minute detective mode, he relied solely on luck for everyday commissions. His abilities were confined to finding lost items, but he increasingly felt that living off such menial tasks was unsustainable. The commissions were paltry, his reputation suffered, and despite exhausting efforts, they paled in comparison to the rewards from a single system-issued case. Regrettably, the system's case distribution appeared erratic. In all this time, he had received only a handful of cases. Hey, a nearby girl noticed the newspaper in Gao Chang's hands and, glancing at it, exclaimed, "Are you the detective from the art museum murder case?" "Ah, yes," Gao Chang snapped back to reality, suddenly aware of the girl beside him. Blushing slightly, he replied, "I occasionally look at the reports to reminisce about the case." "Do you have fans now?" "That's amazing," the girl said excitedly. "By the way, since you're a detective too, you must know Shinichi Kudo, right? I haven't heard much about him lately." I suppose I know him, but I'm not well informed about his matters," Gao Chang replied, his smile faltering, suddenly losing interest in conversing with the girl. Speaking of which, Kogoro Mori had only recently gained fame. The real star had been Shinichi Kudo before he transformed into Conan. Back then, reports about Kudo flooded television and newspapers, lauding him as the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era and the savior of the Japanese police. As a high school detective, Shinichi Kudo was immensely popular, akin to a celebrity. Mori's rise to fame occurred only after Kudo became Conan, with the once overshadowed Kudo now aiding Mori from the shadows, thus amplifying his renown. Damn it, Gao Chung yawned as the train set off. He glanced out the window, lowered the newspaper, and headed toward the restroom. There was still ample time before reaching Kyoto. He figured he could use the restroom and then catch some sleep. After this assignment, he would be busy for a while, and this might be his only chance to rest. Suddenly, as he passed through the middle of the train compartments, Gao Chung felt a chill and turned to see two men in black brushing past him. He observed their retreating figures with astonishment. It was the first time he encountered individuals with such a formidable aura, exuding a distinctly perilous vibe. Could they be part of the black organization from Conan? As the men in black entered the adjacent compartment, Gao Chung suddenly spotted Conan. Conan? What are you doing here? Gao Chung Onaizen, what are you doing here? Conan exclaimed, surprised to see him. I'm in Kyoto to help with a wedding, Gao Chung replied, glancing over. You're here too. That means, sure enough, Kogoro Mori was also present. Ahahaha, Conan chuckled, scratching the back of his head. What a coincidence. We're also going to Kyoto for a wedding. I'll go tell Uncle Mori. There's no need. I want to get some good sleep first. We can talk when we arrive, Gao Chung interjected, waving his hands dismissively. Although the system had been quiet, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition about this trip to Kyoto. With Mori and Conan, the infamous duo, together, it was likely something would transpire. Honestly, even a trip can lead to trouble. Who on earth would invite Kogoro Mori to a wedding? Noticing that Conan had also observed the two men in black, Gao Chung quietly asked, do those two have any issues? No, not at all, Conan replied anxiously. Gao Chung Onaizen, weren't you going to the restroom? How do you know? Gao Chung instinctively asked. But upon seeing the look on Conan's face, one of someone ready to deduce, he hurriedly entered the restroom, his expression darkening. Conan smirked, but soon his expression turned serious. I'm sorry, Gao Chung-kun, but those two are too dangerous. I can't let you get involved. Back in his own compartment, Conan kept a close watch on the two men in black. He distinctly remembered that it was these two who had forced him to ingest a certain poison, which caused his body to shrink. It seemed they were unaware of his transformation. This presented an opportunity. If he could somehow acquire that poison, he could hand it over to Dr. Agasa for research, potentially discovering a way to revert to his original body. In that case, he could expose their crimes under the guise of high school detective Shinichi Kudo. Gao Chung Onaizen, wake up, Gao Chung Onaizen. After a delightful slumber, where he dreamt of making a name for himself in Conan's world as a renowned super detective, Gao Chung was abruptly roused by Conan around 3 p.m. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, Gao Chung asked, what's wrong, Conan? Gao Chung Onaizen, it's bad, Conan said gravely, pulling him along. Hurry, come with me. Sensing something amiss, Gao Chung queried what happened. There's not much time left, Conan explained urgently as they traversed several train compartments. I accidentally overheard the two men in black talking. The briefcase their accomplice is carrying contains a bomb, set to explode at 3:10. What? A bomb? Gao Cheng's sleepiness vanished instantly. The prospect of encountering a bomb on a train was terrifying. As he followed Conan to find the train staff, he inquired, what about those two men in black? Conan's expression was serious. They've already gotten off the train, but the person with the bomb-laden briefcase is still on board. If we don't act quickly, the Shinkansen will be reduced to ashes. In other words, they had only a few minutes remaining. Gao Chung glanced at the time and quickly located two train staff members. Hey, it's the little brother from earlier, one of the staff exclaimed upon seeing Conan. Smiling before Gao Chung could speak. You're not going to say there's a bomb again, are you? Officer, he's telling the truth. There's really a bomb on this train. Gao Chung interjected, raising his voice. The officer nearly jumped in shock. Who are you? Gao Chung paused momentarily before introducing himself. I'm Gao Chung, a detective. You must have heard of the art museum murder case, right? Oh, you mean the case in Baika City? I think I've heard of it. The two officers exchanged puzzled glances, looking at Gao Chung. But what does that have to do with you? Gao Cheng's eyelid twitched as he suppressed his frustration. I'm the detective who solved that case. Can you please help us? In the first-class non-smoking compartment, Conan led the two officers. Stopping the train for a possible threat posed a considerable challenge, but eventually, the officers reluctantly agreed to assist in the search. Fortunately, Conan had already deduced the likely compartment of the dealer based on the snippets of conversation overheard from the men in black. "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption," one officer said apologetically to the first-class passengers. "We received a report suggesting that there may be a bomb here. Could everyone please cooperate with the inspection?" "A B-bomb?" Some of the passengers' faces paled at the mention. "Everyone," Gao Cheng added gravely, "this is no joke. Just moments ago, someone in the dining car received a black briefcase from those two men in black. To our knowledge, that briefcase contains a high-performance bomb." "Huh? Who are you?" one passenger exclaimed. Ultimately, it was confirmed that a bomb had indeed been planted on the Shinkansen, necessitating an enforced halt until the police arrived, at which point the briefcase containing the explosive was swiftly removed. While the crisis was averted, the wedding in Kyoto could not proceed as planned. "What does it matter?" Conan reassured, "The fact that nothing went wrong is already a blessing." "You make it sound easy," Take sighed, resting his chin on his hand as he glanced at Conan, feeling a wave of frustration. After a moment, he suddenly queried, "But speaking of which, why didn't you inform Detective Muri directly when you knew there was a bomb?" Conan hurriedly began to explain, "Because I think you, Takase, are quite impressive." "Really?" Takase regarded Conan with suspicion but refrained from pressing further. Thanks to Conan, although there was no case released this time, he still managed to make an appearance and earned 100 reputation points. This sum could be converted into 100,000 yen, alleviating his financial predicament for the time being. However, he longed for a moment of peace and rest. Chapter 14. Lake Toya. "Those mischievous kids don't take it too much to heart, Takase-kun. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Since you're in Kyoto now, why not take the opportunity to relax a bit? Consider it my request," Aunt Yoshimi suggested. After exiting the wedding venue in Kyoto, Takase made a call to Aunt Yoshimi, initially intending to apologize but instead received her kind words of encouragement. Takase sighed as he pocketed his phone. "I wish I could rest properly, but I still have to make a living." He did not linger in Kyoto for long and returned to Tokyo the following day. The return journey was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any further incidents, perhaps due to the fortunate timing of avoiding Conan and his companions. Upon returning to the detective agency, he refrained from taking on any minor cases and instead buried himself in a pile of detective literature. The 100 reputation points earned during the Kyoto trip had been converted into yen, significantly easing his financial burden, at least for the moment. Nonetheless, one matter continued to weigh heavily on his mind. During the Shinkansen incident, although Conan had been evasive in his explanations, merely relying on a few words from a mysterious man, he had managed to locate the target among hundreds of passengers. Such an extraordinary deductive ability was truly formidable, far beyond mere coincidence. Takase could not bring himself to believe Conan's claim of simply being lucky. How strange. Why does it feel like all this reading has been for naught? Am I truly devoid of any detective talent? Lying amidst the stacks of books. He reflected on himself and Conan, resting his forehead against the open pages. I must have chosen the wrong aptitude. Days passed and the detective agency finally reopened. Perhaps due to the widespread fallout from the museum incident, Takase unexpectedly received a somewhat challenging commission through Aunt Yoshimi, an infidelity investigation, a task frequently handled by Kogoro Muri. The previous disdain of the old feudal lord towards detectives was not without reason. For those who relied on detective work for a living, it was impractical to constantly intervene in various incidents. Daily income came primarily from various commissions, and infidelity investigations were unavoidable, certainly preferable to cases involving corporate espionage. After meeting privately with the client, Takase received a substantial retainer, which filled him with excitement yet also a sense of pressure. He had no experience in infidelity investigations, and the original owner had left him with a heap of troubles, devoid of any pertinent information regarding such commissions. However, having watched Detective Conan previously, he held a vague impression of such investigations due to Kogoro Muri. Typically, it involved tailing a subject, covertly taking photographs, and if evidence of infidelity was found, delivering those photos to the client. Recently, the police apprehended 3 accomplices of the Italian thief Cabana, while the mastermind remains at large, and the 15,000 stolen gold coins are still unaccounted for. These coins, approximately equivalent to 600 million yen, were seized during a robbery at an Italian bank a year ago. While tracking his target in front of Tokyo Tower, Takase was captivated by a report on a nearby television. 600 million yen? These guys are truly ruthless, he muttered, frowning as he shifted his attention back to the target. The individual was exceptionally cautious, almost resembling a secret agent, and Takase lost sight of him momentarily. In truth, he had been tailing this person for several days without any significant progress. Today, however, the subject's unusually vigilant behavior could signify an opportunity. As night fell, just when Takase feared another fruitless endeavor, the target stealthily entered a hotel. Renewed with determination, he prepared to follow, unexpectedly noticing 3 suspiciously dressed men in suits loitering at the alley's entrance. Following their gaze, he instantly recognized Conan and the group of children. Judging by Conan's demeanor, he seemed entirely unaware of being followed. Is something else afoot? Takase hesitated, glancing between the hotel and the direction Conan had taken, feeling conflicted. Regardless, as a detective, I should maintain my professionalism. I can't keep trailing after Conan. He should be safe. Resolute, Takase trailed behind the 3 suspicious individuals, discovering they were indeed following Conan, occasionally evading his line of sight, clearly harboring ill intentions. Who were these people? Why were they so concerned about Conan and his companions? Take's expression hardened. Initially drawn by the aftermath of the Shinkansen bomb incident, he now sensed the situation was more perilous than he had anticipated. By the riverside, Conan, oblivious to the menacing figures trailing him, excitedly explained to Genta and the others about the treasure map's secret codes, visible only at night through neon lights or illumination. We followed the clues on the treasure map here, yet we can't seem to find the neon light in the shape of a fish, he stated, gazing at the reflection of the bridge lights shimmering on the water. But just a moment ago, I suddenly spotted that glowing fish. A glowing fish? Where? Genta and the others looked bewildered. Not a real fish. I meant the neon light shaped like a fish. Conan surveyed the surroundings and dashed toward a tall building. Quick! Follow me. Atop a tavern near the river, 2 flashing neon lights were visible. Takase, having arrived below, noticed the 3 suspicious figures had followed Conan and the others inside the building. He had overheard snippets about treasure. If true, these children were in grave danger. Summoning his wooden sword, Toya Lake, from the system, Takase steeled himself to follow, preemptively alerting the authorities via his phone. Among the 3 men, 2 were Caucasian, conversing in an unintelligible language, fitting the description of the Italian thief group reported on television. Regardless of the circumstances, they were undoubtedly dangerous individuals. However, if they were indeed the wanted thieves mentioned in the reports, it was highly likely they were armed. Honestly, how did Shinichi Kudo turn into such a childlike figure after shrinking? Does he not understand the concept of danger? Takase had completely set aside his initial curiosity about following Conan and now bore a serious expression, gripping Toya Lake as he made his way to the top floor of the building. In the darkness, he could hear the conversation of the robbers and the frightened cries of several children. The police would take time to arrive. It was up to him to confront these 3 criminals. Quick! Under the dim light, one of the Japanese gangsters pressed a gun against Conan, threatening him, "Tell us where the gold coins are. Speak up or we'll kill you." The children were bound by ropes, terror filling their eyes as they wept, while only Conan remained focused, contemplating a way out. Suddenly, a noise broke the tense silence, diverting the robbers' attention. Damn it! Is there another kid here? The criminals paused their interrogation of Conan, exchanging glances before 2 of the foreigners moved cautiously toward the dark entrance from which the sound had originated. Be cautious. Do not let him escape, for calling the police would lead to complications. Understood. Conan and the others paused, tears in their eyes, anxiously looking at Conan. What is happening? Are they not going to kill us? No, Conan observed the departing robbers, his brow furrowing in confusion as he whispered, was that noise made on purpose? But for what reason? This is chaotic. Those 3 robbers must be armed with guns. Bang! Just as he spoke, 2 muffled sounds abruptly echoed through the darkness, followed by an eerie silence. HM? Conan uttered a quiet exclamation, gazing curiously into the shadows. Hey, what is going on? The remaining armed robber shouted in confusion, and upon receiving no response, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What is going on? Show yourself. The robber, now tense, aimed his gun towards the corridor and barked. Hiding is futile. If you do not wish for these children to be harmed, come out now. See Conan. Could there be a monster in this building? Ayumi stammered. How could that be? Conan replied sternly, his eyes fixed on the corridor. As the robber shouted, footsteps indeed resonated from the corridor. But emerging now would mean certain death at the hands of the robber. In a moment of urgency, Conan shouted, "Do not come closer, he has a gun." Damn brat. The robber, waiting to shoot as the footsteps approached, became furious upon hearing Conan's warning and turned to slap him. Yet, at that very moment the footsteps quickened, and before the robber could react, a shadow dashed out. What? Realizing something was amiss, the robber swiftly turned, preparing to fire. Tap, tap, tap. Gao Cheng, fully focused, moved swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy. Time seemed to revert to countless swordsmanship practices before his journey, back to competitions where he had never felt more alive. His mind was exceptionally clear, and his composure unmatched. Seizing the opportunity as Conan deliberately attracted the robber's attention. Gao style, one sword flow, bang. Skillfully sidestepping the robber's hasty gunfire, the wooden sword arced through the air, disarming the robber, and then struck him down, the force sending the robber crashing against the wall. How could this happen so quickly? The robber's eyes rolled back as he slumped down the wall, groaning before losing consciousness. Phew, are you all right? Under the shimmering light from the window, Gao Cheng sheathed his sword, revealing himself to the astonished gazes of Ayumi and the others. Ah, it's the big brother from before. It's you. Conan's pupils dilated in surprise. Feeling a surge of relief, he exclaimed joyfully, "Big brother Gao Cheng, how did you end up here? That's wonderful. I just happened to pass by, but you all seem to be in quite a mess." As Gao Cheng untied Conan, he noticed several scattered gold coins on the floor. These must be the stolen coins reported on television, right? Yes, after the crisis was averted. The children excitedly looked up at the bags hanging from the ceiling. We found them. 600 million. Gao Cheng glanced regretfully at the treasure above while continuing to untie the children. The police will arrive shortly. I'll leave the details of the incident to you. What a shame. Had it been real treasure, he would have struck it rich, but these stolen goods were beyond his reach. Big brother, you're amazing. You must have come specifically to save us, right? Ayumi, her cheeks flushed, suddenly seized the moment to plant a kiss on Gao Cheng's cheek. Thank you, big brother. Huh? Gao Cheng was taken aback, turning to see the sour expressions of the other children, and his lips twitched in response. These little brats, small yet audacious. Chapter 15. Affairs of the Detective Agency. At the Kido Detective Agency, Gao Cheng submitted the photos he had taken for a marital infidelity investigation to his client, receiving the remainder of the fee before personally escorting the client out of the office. After several days, he had finally completed this assignment. The substantial reward, coupled with the reputation gained from helping Conan and the others capture the robbers and recover the gold coins, had afforded him a considerable sum, alleviating his financial worries for the immediate future. However, Gao Cheng ultimately chose not to exchange his reputation points. He had finally gained his first fan, albeit a young girl and not a detective enthusiast, but still a fan nonetheless. It would be a pity to squander those points now. Stowing away his earnings, Gao Cheng fondly touched his cheek where Ayumi had kissed him, then returned to his desk to contact Auntie Jime. After expressing his gratitude, Gao Cheng apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Auntie Jime. I do not plan to take on such cases in the future." Why? Auntie Jime paused, surprised. Is something wrong? Are you not going to continue with the detective agency? No, it's just Gao Cheng pondered his recent experiences, exhaling softly. I simply wish to be a different kind of detective. After the call, Gao Cheng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Recently, due to monetary concerns, he had taken on numerous assignments, even opting to investigate infidelity, which had truly exhausted him and clarified his aspirations. He was not suited for such underhanded work. Rather, he yearned to be a detective like Shinichi Kudo, to be a renowned sleuth. In a nearby alley opposite the Mori Detective Agency, Gao Cheng donned a high-collared trench coat, peering through binoculars with his hat pulled low. It was nearly 7 in the morning, and Conan seemed to have just risen. All appeared normal except for Mori Kagoro, who was lazily watching a show featuring Yoshiko Natsukawa resembling a disheveled uncle. Honestly, at his age, Gao Cheng shifted his gaze from Mori Kagoro to see Conan finishing his preparations to leave. He quickly retreated into the alley, stealthily following Conan as he passed. Since the museum incident, the system had been silent once more, thus he had to rely on his own efforts. Regardless, even solving events unmet by the system would yield reputation points, potentially exceeding those from the assignments he had taken. He had recently earned points this way, yielding satisfactory results. Gao Cheng diligently recorded in his notebook. Wednesday, Conan attended school as usual. Conan turned back cautiously, finding nothing amiss, and continued on toward Titan Elementary with a puzzled expression. It had been several days. He felt as though someone was following him, yet he could not pinpoint anything unusual. As he approached an intersection, Conan cautiously hid around the corner, waiting a moment before peeking out, still detecting nothing. Strange, is it just my imagination? Conan stood at the corner, suspecting the black organization might be investigating him, but upon further reflection, dismissed the notion as improbable. What could be happening? Oh no, I'm going to be late. At Titan Elementary, Gao Cheng climbed an abandoned building nearby, continuing to observe with his binoculars. In the first-grade classroom, Ayumi and the other students were engaged in their lessons, while Conan lay despondently on his desk, appearing utterly disinterested. At 8 a.m., still no sign of anything unusual. How frustrating. It had been several days without any incidents. Gao Cheng, in exasperation, set his notebook down. He could write no more. This was truly odd. He could encounter trouble on holiday yet found nothing while lying in wait. Conan had begun to harbor doubts. Had he not been cautious in his wait, he would have surely been caught off guard. However, continuing this tailing would inevitably lead to exposure, and he was uncertain how to explain it then. It seemed today would yield no discoveries. Exhausted, Gao Cheng yawned. He had not had a proper night's sleep in days. After observing until noon, he silently returned to his detective agency as the school bell rang. Similar to the Mori Detective Agency, the Saikudo Detective Agency is also located on the second floor, with a row of transparent windows adorned with the name of the agency. Although the burden of rent is somewhat heavy, having such a place in this bustling metropolis brings a sense of accomplishment. Now that the detective agency has found its footing, gaining a modest reputation and sufficient funds, there is no longer the constant worry of failing as there was in the beginning. Upon reaching the ground floor of the agency, Takashiro was startled to find that the CAF which had previously occupied the first floor was now closed, with a van parked outside. The CAF had only opened a couple of months ago, run by two charming young women who had recently graduated from university, chasing their dreams in Tokyo. Recently, they had occasionally treated him to coffee when he returned from work. What happened? Takashiro asked, approaching the two girls who were loading items into the van. His curiosity piqued. Takashiro-kun, one of the girls noticed him and replied with a somber expression, "We Haven Tea made much money lately, and by next month, we probably won't even be able to pay the rent. Yuki and I have decided to return to our hometown, but I think your coffee is delightful. It might get better in the future," Takashiro urged, genuinely fond of the kind-hearted girls and their comforting beverages. "Thank you, Takashiro-kun. However, some things are beyond our control." The girl smiled, her impression of him still favorable. "You're a renowned detective now. Do your best. I hope to see your reports back home someday." Takashiro watched silently as the two girls finished packing and left, feeling a pang of sadness. While he felt regret for their situation, he knew he could do nothing. He had his own detective agency to sustain, and that was the harsh reality. Turning back to the empty first floor, he sensed something was amiss. He would no longer have warm coffee waiting for him upon his return in the evenings. When he became financially stable, he would rent the first floor, or perhaps even buy the entire three-story building, and maybe he could invite the two young ladies back to reopen their CAF. With his hands on his hips, he gazed up at the building, feeling a renewed determination as he returned to the second-floor detective agency. Upon entering, he switched on the light, revealing a somewhat disheveled room, a remnant of the hurried morning departure. Yet, it still possessed a semblance of home, though it was a home he occupied alone, leaving it rather desolate. In this world, aside from his deceased grandfather, he had no family, not even relatives he had seen often. While peers went off to university, he toiled diligently to sustain a detective agency, surviving in the vast city of Tokyo. As he settled at his desk to check the weather for the Kanto region, the television brought a lively ambience to the room. Suddenly, An alert from the system resonated. Takashiro, puzzled, opened the system interface, a flicker of joy crossing his face. A new case had finally emerged. Chapter 16, The Bandaged Man of the Villa. The weather that day appeared grim, with a murky sky swirling with clouds. In a deep valley where towering trees stood, a chilling breeze rustled the branches. Amidst the eerie silence, a figure materialized at the edge of the cliff. Clad in a black cloak and a tulip-shaped black hat, a terrifying visage obscured by bandages with only a pair of cold, menacing eyes visible. In the heart of the dense forest, Takashiro traversed the path alone, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The sky grew darker, a portent of impending rain, accompanied by unsettling sounds that sent shivers down his spine. He had received a sudden call regarding the bandaged man murder case at a villa deep in the mountains. Initially contemplating bringing Conan along, he discovered that the boy had already departed with Ran Mori that morning. Mori Kagoro had grumpily informed him that they had been invited to the Suzuki family's villa for a gathering. Where exactly is it? Takashiro pondered, glancing around at the crossroads, reluctantly admitting he was lost. It was a golden opportunity to enhance his reputation, and he could not bear to miss it due to such a triviality. Damn it! In such a vast mountain, where could I find it? He looked skyward and changed direction in his search. Not far from where he had begun, nestled in a valley on the other side of the forest, stood a villa, its front flanked by a suspension bridge connecting to a steep cliff, with dense, uninhabited woods behind it. At that moment, the villa was bustling with activity, while Takashiro, scowling as he searched for the path, remained unaware of the lively dinner gathering taking place within. This occasion was a meeting of the film club members from Suzuki Ayako's University, and the presence of Conan and Ran was due to an invitation extended by Yoko Suzuki, Ayako's classmate and close friend. Indeed, the very Yoko from Conan, known for her infatuation and gossipy tendencies. As evening fell, thunder rumbled ominously, and the sky, shrouded in dark clouds, began to pour rain. Oh no, now we can't enjoy the beautiful autumn leaves. Ran lamented, standing by the window. Hey, Ran, Yoko nudged her, glancing sneakily at the handsome Oda Masaru in the villa. What do you think of him? He looks cool yet has a hint of aloofness. I adore that type of guy. Conan, glancing at Oda, struggled to see what Yoko found appealing. Yoko hasn't he changed at all, he thought, turning his gaze back to the rumbling sky, his thoughts drifting to Takashiro. I wonder what he's up to now. Is he around here? I should have brought an umbrella. What bad luck. In the mountains, lightning flashed, followed by the rolling thunder. Takashiro sprinted through the forest, drenched in rain, until he finally caught sight of the villa behind the suspension bridge, its lights aglow. Could this be it? His heart raced as he crossed the precarious bridge, just as a shrill scream echoed from the valley, sounding eerily like Rant's voice. Before he could contemplate further, the door of the villa swung open, revealing a woman in her 20s, surprised. Who are you? I'm lost, Takashiro stammered, regaining his composure. Could I trouble you for a place to stay tonight? Come in, she urged, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating warmth and beauty, not putting him on the spot. I believe I've seen you in the newspaper. I remember. Feeling encouraged, Takashiro replied, You've seen my reports? That's wonderful. By the way, you're that high school detective Kido Shinichi, aren't you? The woman gently handed him a towel, mentioning that Yoko and Ran were also present. I'm actually Saikudo Takashiro, he said awkwardly, accepting the towel. I'm sorry, I thought. No worries, I'm used to it, he chuckled, grateful for the towel. As he dried his hair, he returned the towel with a smile. However, I did see you in the papers. It was regarding the Mahara Art Museum incident, right? She blushed slightly, explaining as she led him upstairs. There's a vacant room on the second floor. Let me prepare it for you. Thank you so much, he replied, following her up the stairs, his cheeks tinged with color. He couldn't help but wonder if she was single. She was truly a gentle soul. He found himself unable to resist the allure of kind-hearted women. Before long, others from the villa began returning from outside. After the woman finished tidying the room, she headed downstairs. Hearing voices, Takashiro discerned that Conan and Ran were indeed there. Having changed into dry clothes, he overheard discussions downstairs about the bandaged man. His curiosity piqued. The system had not specified a time for the murder case at the villa. It seemed the events had already commenced. He wondered who the victim might be, hoping it was not the woman he had just met. Sister, Suzuki Yoko inquired of the squint-eyed woman. Have you seen that peculiar person? I spotted him running towards the villa. I haven't seen anyone, the squint-eyed woman, Suzuki Ayako, replied, shaking her head. She then turned to a stout man wearing glasses beside her. What about you, Takahashi? I was busy repairing the roof, so I didn't notice anyone wrapped in bandages. The stout man responded. However, on my way to the villa, I did see a strange person. Though I couldn't see his face clearly, he was dressed in a cloak and wore a hat resembling a tulip. Definitely him. I saw that person too when I first arrived at the villa, Ayako added. So did I. I initially thought he was a local resident. Several others chimed in. Interrupting their chatter, Suzuki Ayako shook her head. It's impossible for him to be a local. The only houses nearby are on the other side of the suspension bridge, and there are only 2 or 3 villas there. On this side of the valley, we have to cross a mountain to find any houses. Who on earth is that person? The atmosphere in the villa's living room grew tense and silent. At that moment, someone noticed Takahashi, who had been eavesdropping by the staircase on the 2nd floor. Who is this person? Why is he here? Hello, Takahashi awkwardly smiled. I overheard you discussing the bandaged man. So who are you? A fierce-looking short-haired girl, Chika, scolded. Are you an intruder? Chika, I forgot to mention. Ayako quickly intervened. He is Shirogane Takashi, who came to stay at the villa while you were away. Shirogane? Conan's eyelids flickered, and he glanced at the 2nd floor, revealing a knowing expression. This guy always seems to appear where strange occurrences happen, Conan thought, bemused. He then turned back and noticed an unnatural look on some faces in the crowd upon seeing Takashi. Wait a moment. Ayako's classmates looked at Takashi suspiciously. What a coincidence. Could he possibly be that bandaged man? Exactly, Ayako. How could you let a stranger into the villa? We should call the police. No, wait. Mori-ran interjected. Takashi isn't he a suspicious person? No, don't misunderstand. Takashi, now drenched in sweat, hurriedly explained. I just got lost nearby. I'm Shirogane Takashi. A detective. A detective? As night fell, the rain continued to pour outside the villa, accompanied by intermittent thunder. After a series of misunderstandings, no one regarded Takashi as the bandaged man anymore. However, Ayako's classmates still wore stern expressions, as if they had been tense all along. We should call the police, Ayako said, sensing the atmosphere was dire, and she hurried to the telephone. There's no other option, she thought. Meanwhile, Yoko appeared carefree, seemingly unconcerned about the bandaged man, scrutinizing Takashi with a critical gaze. So you're that recently active detective? You seem just like that Shinichi guy. Huh? Takashi looked at the 2nd daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, perplexed. From Mori-ran and Conan's reactions, he realized this short-haired girl with a pleasant demeanor was indeed Yoko, known for her infatuation and meddlesome nature in Conan. Hey. Yoko suddenly leaned closer to Takashi with a mysterious air and teased, You were alone with my sister in the house earlier, right? Have you developed feelings for her? She's currently looking for a marriage partner. Takashi's expression changed abruptly, akin to having swallowed a mouse. What? The phone isn't working. The group waiting for Ayako to call the police gasped. Yes, it was fine earlier. How could this happen? Ayako fretted, clutching the receiver. Could the rain have caused a disruption in the lines? Could it be that the bandaged man cut the lines? Takahashi exclaimed in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Without heeding the others, he dashed out of the villa shouting, It must be him. Takahashi, where are you going? Concerned for Takahashi's safety, the remaining group followed him. However, when they reached the cliff's edge, they discovered the suspension bridge had been severed, dangling perilously on the other side. Takashi approached the group and clearly observed the wooden stakes that had anchored the bridge, now marred with deep cuts. How ruthless. The bandaged man seems intent on eliminating someone. Since the nearest houses lay beyond the mountain across the valley, the group decided they must stay overnight at the villa and descend the next day. The rain continued to fall, and Takashi stood by the window, occasionally glancing at Ayako, who was preparing dinner. He felt a fondness for the gentle and beautiful young girl. Yet knowing she was the daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, he deemed his chances slim. After all, would someone of her standing even consider a mere detective? If only the detective agency had a more prominent reputation. Perhaps one day I could become renowned. Hey, Takashi. Conan nudged him with his elbow. You're not actually falling for the Suzuki heiress, are you? Of course not. Takashi snapped back to reality. I was just pondering the possibility of the bandaged man reappearing. I merely want to ensure she remains safe. Conan, recalling how Muri-ran had been attacked in the woods, grew solemn and inquired, by the way, Takashi, what brought you here? Did you know something from the beginning? I already told you I got lost in the mountains. Don't pry too much, kid. He ruffled Conan's hair and turned his gaze back to Ayako and the others. This is disappointing, Ayako sighed, forcing a smile. This gathering has turned sour. It seems everyone is wearing a glum face. Yoko muttered, it's all your fault for bringing up that incident. Incident? Conan asked, puzzled. Is it about Atsuko? The one who died 2 years ago? Noticing Ayako's pallor, Muri-ran quickly pulled Conan aside, whispering, stop right there, Conan. It's too rude to bring that up. Atsuko had committed suicide 2 years ago, and while Ayako did not blame Conan, she fell into deep reflection, murmuring, she was part of our film club back then, but one day she hanged herself, and we haven't seen each other since. Suicide? Takashi stood aside, contemplating whether this incident was connected to the events from 2 years ago. It seemed that what had transpired back then was far more complex than Ayako had described. During dinner, everyone gathered around the dining table in the living room. Where's Chika? She said she was tired and went to rest. At that moment, Takahashi, who had been repairing the roof, descended from the second-floor balcony. Suddenly, he shouted in terror, who is there? Who is it? What happened? The guests in the living room turned their attention to Takahashi. Someone's outside by the window. By the window? They all looked toward the window and suddenly saw a shadow darting past it. In the dim light, they vaguely discerned the figure of the mysterious bandaged man. His cold gaze fixed upon them, cradling the astonished short-haired girl, Chika. Takashi's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately followed Conan, who leaped out the window, flashlight in hand, pursuing the figure into the woods. It had all happened too quickly for them to see clearly, but it was evident that Chika had indeed been abducted by the bandaged man. Among the attendees of this reunion were 4 individuals besides the stout Takahashi. There was Odakatsu and a fellow named Kaku, who was always holding a camera, along with the short-haired woman, Chika. Before dinner, Takashi discreetly asked Conan about her, learning that she was a well-known screenwriter. But why had the bandaged man chosen to abduct this woman? The forest was enveloped in darkness, eerie and foreboding. Gao Cheng trailed closely behind Conan when he abruptly halted, his expression turning grave. Illuminated by the flashlight, a bloodied, severed leg appeared on the ground, adorned with a red high heel. It was a foot. There's a hand here too. The group that had hurried into the woods, including Takahashi, cried out in terror. How could this happen? Could it be that everyone has scattered to search? The others shouted to split up. Gao Cheng swallowed hard, suppressing the instinctual tremors coursing through his body as he scanned the surroundings, soon discovering a short-haired woman hidden in a patch of grass. How cruel! To have her limbs severed. Attempting to turn the woman's body over, her head rolled away from his grasp, her horrifying eyes locking onto him. Back at the villa, the group reconvened in the living room, their faces still etched with fear. Even Conan furrowed his brow. Are you feeling any better, Gao Cheng? Conan asked, glancing towards the bathroom where Gao Cheng was retching. I'm fine, Gao Cheng replied, bracing himself against the sink, his complexion pale. Just give me a moment, I'll be all right. The original host's old affliction had flared up, more intense than ever. Even without the original host's issues, he was struggling to cope. So Conan refrained from mocking him. It was late and the group deliberated in the living room, deciding to check the doors and windows once more before heading to bed. Come morning, we'll descend the mountain to report this. It was the only option left. As Gao Cheng emerged from the bathroom, he found the others already dispersed. Inspecting the doors and windows, and the garden gate had been secured. Seeing Gao Cheng's unsteady legs, Ren felt a shiver of concern. Are you all right, Gao Cheng-kun? Suzuki Sonoko pouted, perplexed. Honestly, are you really a detective? Aren't you afraid of corpses? I just didn't expect her head to fall off so suddenly. Gao Cheng exhaled softly. Oh, is that so? Ran and Sonoko's expressions shifted instantly, their voices trembling as they huddled together in fear. And her limbs were severed too. Gao Cheng could not help but add. How strange, Conan remarked, after checking the shoe cabinet near the entrance. Where are Jiko's slippers? If she left through the entrance, they should be here. When we discovered Jiko's body in the forest, She was wearing red high heels, right, Gao Cheng? Ah yes, Gao Cheng nodded, bewildered by Conan's concern over this detail. Seeing Gao Cheng's befuddled expression, Conan turned to Sonoko. Sonoko, does this villa have another exit? There's a back door, she replied. Could she have left through there? The group indeed found Jiko's slippers by the back door, yet Gao Cheng remained oblivious to what Conan was contemplating. He could hardly afford to waste a minute of the genius detective's time on such trivial matters. That bandaged figure might not even be a killer? Returning to the second-floor room, Gao Cheng made a point to check the balcony, finding nothing unusual. In fact, he could faintly hear Conan and Rant's voices from the adjacent room, seemingly discussing Rant's fear of wanting to sleep beside Conan. Damn it! After casting a glance at the pitch-black forest outside, Gao Cheng secured the doors and windows before trying to rest. Chapter 18. Nightmare. The sound of rain pattered incessantly. A chilling wind howled around the villa as Gao Cheng curled up under the blanket, his brow furrowed tightly. A ghostly figure, wrapped in bandages, with penetrating eyes, emerged in the cold wind. The rain turned blood-red and Jiko's bloodied head floated in midair, her wide eyes fixed menacingly on Gao Cheng. With a thunderous clap, Gao Cheng bolted upright in bed, gasping for air, sweat beading on his forehead. How could he have such a terrifying nightmare? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he peered out at the balcony from the window. The forest in the downpour appeared tranquil, yet the image of Jiko's head haunted his thoughts. In the adjacent bed, a figure slept soundly. Shaking his head, he drew the curtains and returned to bed, but sleep eluded him. Despite knowing there was nothing to fear, he couldn't help but be plagued by nightmares. This was utterly dreadful. With a sigh, Gao Cheng summoned a wooden sword, holding it close, and instantly felt a wave of calm wash over him. This wooden sword seemed to possess a soothing power. It had helped him remain composed in the face of formidable adversaries before. Surely he could get a good night's sleep now. Gao Cheng tucked himself back under the covers. Reassured by his confidence in his abilities, he had no reason to fear anything. If that bandaged figure dared to show itself, he would be ready to confront it. After all, the system had not stipulated whether to solve cases through deduction or brute force. As Gao Cheng closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, he suddenly jolted awake, a sense of danger sending a shiver down his spine. What was that? Amidst the sound of rain, Conan's voice erupted, followed by a piercing scream that shattered the night. What was happening? Gao Cheng sprang from his bed, rushing towards the adjoining room, only to catch a glimpse of a figure fleeing from the window. Don't run, he shouted, scanning the terrified faces of Ran and the seemingly injured Conan, before pursuing the figure onto the balcony. However, outside in the rain, there was no trace of anyone and the villa remained eerily quiet. Perplexed, Gao Cheng stood at the edge of the balcony, surveying the area below, then glanced towards the other connected rooms. The villa's balconies were interconnected, and the mysterious figure could have either leapt down or dashed into another room. He couldn't even suspect Sonoko's classmates. What happened? The entire villa had been roused by the cries, gathering in Rant's room, all looking around in confusion. What? Miss Ran was attacked again. Was it the bandaged figure? Gao Cheng crouched by the window, having cut a hole in the glass. Even now, he struggled to comprehend how a random killer could exist in a Conan narrative. Why had Ran been attacked, and twice at that? Seeking Conan's insight, he found Conan had twisted his ankle, accepting Rant's tender ministrations in pain and discomfort. But we're on the second floor. How did that person even climb up? Oda Masaru and Kaku stepped past Gao Cheng onto the balcony. Probably used the tree to get up. A tree? As Gao Cheng listened to their conversation, he scrutinized the surroundings. Did the bandaged figure have no ties to the people in the villa? Hey, what's this? Sonoko's gaze fell on the wooden sword Gao Cheng held, her expression filled with skepticism. What are you up to? You don't plan to use that childish thing against that terrifying bandaged figure, do you? Gao Cheng caught a whiff of a faint scent and stammered, something like that. Honestly, Sonoko said, casting a worried glance at the ominous darkness beyond the villa. She turned to Ran. Ran, when you were attacked, why didn't you retaliate with karate? That's not like you at all. Ran blushed, exasperated. I just couldn't handle a monster or a ghost. In conclusion, Kaku said solemnly, that figure might strike again. It's too perilous for us to scatter. Let us gather in the dining room and wait until dawn together. It was the only course of action left. In the first-floor dining room, the group settled around the table, while Gao Cheng seized the opportunity to sneak into Oda and the others' rooms to search for clues. Afterwards, He ventured out with an umbrella through the back door to investigate the surroundings of the villa. His reasoning abilities are far inferior to Conan's. The critical 1-minute detective mode cannot be used indiscriminately, thus remaining by Conan's side yields little benefit, compelling him to seek additional clues. However, despite searching every corner, he found nothing. The rooms of the suspects contained no bandages, nor was anything discovered outside the villa. This was peculiar. If the bandaged figure were indeed one of the villa's inhabitants, they would surely have hidden the bandages somewhere. Could it truly be someone from outside the villa? Upon reaching the balcony on the second floor, Gao Cheng was struck by an idea and attempted to climb up using the nearby tree. Although it was somewhat strenuous, he successfully leaped onto the balcony. As he picked up an umbrella that had been tossed up earlier, he froze. Distinct muddy footprints were left on the floor, but he distinctly remembered there being none before. If the bandaged figure had ascended in the same manner he did, it was illogical not to leave any footprints. Could it be that he was indeed a monster? With his hands in his pockets, Gao Cheng continued to inspect the balcony edge, discovering only some seemingly new scratches on the railing of the second-floor dining area. These were undoubtedly clues. A faint smile graced Gao Cheng's lips, pleased with his heightened observational skills, yet he remained clueless about their significance. While observational skills could be honed through effort, he candidly acknowledged that both he and the original owner of this body were utterly inept at deduction. It would be best to gather as many clues as possible to activate the 1-minute detective mode. Pondering, Gao Cheng returned to the dining room downstairs. At that moment, Conan appeared to have found a crucial clue and approached Gao Cheng, asking, "Brother Gao Cheng, have you discovered anything?" Still deep in thought, Gao Cheng instinctively shook his head, muttering that bandaged man truly resembles a ghost. Conan's lips twitched, finding Gao Cheng increasingly incomprehensible. Despite his prowess in deduction, at times he seemed comparable to the muddled detective. Mori Kaguru. Was this fellow being deliberately obtuse? Conan silently grumbled as he noticed Gao Cheng examining the camera used to record the scene. The footage had indeed captured the moment when the bandaged figure abducted Chica through the window, and he had already spotted a significant point of suspicion. After Gao Cheng finished reviewing the footage, Conan, with a childlike tone, reminded him, "Brother Gao Cheng, Ayako said she found Chica's necklace at the entrance earlier. Isn't it strange? If that figure really kidnapped Chica, shouldn't the necklace have fallen in the forest?" Gao Cheng cast a deep glance at Conan, who was disguised as an ordinary child. This fellow was offering him hints again, although he was being helpful. For some reason, it was irksome. Crouching down, he ruffled Conan's hair affectionately, saying, "Ha, Conan, you're quite impressive. Is there anything else unusual?" Conan's lips stiffened momentarily before he chuckled awkwardly. "No, it's all information from Ayako. It seems Chica noticed a note wedged in the door crack before she went out the back." "A note?" Gao Cheng paused, momentarily ignoring Conan as he stood up and surveyed the people in the dining room. Given the current situation, it was highly probable that the murderer was among those in the villa. However, how could this have been accomplished? When the bandaged figure passed by the window, everyone was still inside the villa. Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted Gao Cheng's thoughts. Before he could recover from the deafening sound, darkness enveloped the house. Chapter 19, The Cotton Man? A power outage? Perhaps the earlier lightning struck the power line. The others in the dining room began to panic, and Suzuki Ayako promptly suggested, "I'll go to the kitchen to fetch some candles." "I'll go with you," Mori Ran said anxiously, following closely behind Ayako. Before Gao Cheng could speak, Conan tugged at him, exclaiming, "Brother Gao Cheng, let us go together." Setting aside other concerns, Conan had confidence in Gao Cheng's swordsmanship, believing he wouldn't be frightened like Mori Ran. Reluctantly pulling Gao Cheng along, Conan whispered, "You promised to protect them, right?" "Ah, yes," Gao Cheng replied, smiling without contradicting him. Mori Ran had already faced 2 attacks. Although the reasons were unclear, the danger was evident. In the pitch darkness, Ayako quickly found the candles in the kitchen and, after lighting one, sighed in relief. "At least this will buy us some time." Gao Cheng stood at the door, waiting for Ayako and others to exit the kitchen with the candlestick. Just as they were about to cross the corridor, a sound of shattering glass echoed from the direction of the dining room. It's coming from the dining room. The group halted. Could it be that bandaged figure again? Gao Cheng frowned and listened intently. Following the sound of breaking glass, hurried footsteps echoed on the stairs. and a sharp gust of wind rushed down the corridor behind them. Gao Cheng's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly swung his wooden sword behind him, deflecting an axe aimed at Muri Ran and continuing the strike towards the assailant. Upon feeling a peculiar sensation from the wooden sword, Gao Cheng momentarily paused, but by the time he realized it, the figure had already fled down the corridor. What just happened? Ayako asked, bewildered as she approached Gao Cheng with the candlestick. Both Conan and Muri Ran were startled upon seeing the axe that had fallen to the floor. Isn't this the bandaged figure? Conan's expression darkened as he calmly inquired, Brother Gao Cheng, did you see anything? I didn't see him, but... Gao Cheng's face grew serious. When I struck him, it felt strange, almost like I was hitting cotton. Cotton? Gao Cheng pondered. Could that person actually be the Cotton Man? Although Conan had been listening intently, he stumbled at that remark. Seriously? Suppressing the urge to scoff, Conan suggested, Brother Gao Cheng, let us check the dining room. Didn't we hear something there earlier? We might find a clue. You're right. Returning to the dining room, the villa's power was suddenly restored, illuminating the room once more. It was then they noticed that the window on the second-floor balcony had been shattered from the outside, with glass shards scattered everywhere. It seemed to be a ruse to create the illusion of entering from the outside, but this only reinforced Gao Cheng's conviction. Unless the bandaged man was a supernatural entity, he must be someone within the villa. And supernatural beings could not exist in Conan's world. Gao Cheng scanned the faces of the villa's occupants, activating his 1-minute detective mode. Filtering all the clues and information he had gathered in his mind, analyzing and organizing them. As if transforming into Sherlock Holmes, the entire event swiftly coalesced into a clear connection. All evidence pointed unequivocally to the identity of the murderer. Among the inhabitants of this villa, only one person fit the profile of the assailant. But the question remained, why had the assailant targeted Muri Ran repeatedly? It was that individual. Conan quickly unraveled the mysteries. However, being just a child, he could not resolve the case directly, and with Muri Kaguru absent, he turned his gaze toward Gao Cheng's back, noticing he was still deep in thought. Quietly, he activated his watch-type tranquilizer gun and aimed it at Gao Cheng. I'm sorry, Gao Cheng-kun, but to prevent Ran from being attacked again, I must borrow your identity for a moment. With a soft click, the tranquilizer dart was fired, the sound nearly inaudible. Lost in thought, Gao Cheng was completely unaware, instinctively turning and swinging his arm, the wooden sword slicing through the tranquilizer dart like lightning. With a cold, fierce expression, Gao Cheng saw Conan, still holding the watch-type tranquilizer gun, looking bewildered. Ha! Are you kidding me? Conan stared at the shattered tranquilizer dart, noticing Gao Cheng's gaze, and nervously chuckled, Brother Gao Cheng, I need to use the restroom. Without hesitation, Gao Cheng seized the retreating Conan from behind, saying, Wait a moment. Good heavens! I startled him just now. Had it not been for this miraculous Lake Toya, Conan might have successfully ambushed me. Since I've opened a detective agency, I must rely on myself. I certainly don't wish to end up like the slumbering detective, Kagoro Mori. Casting a warning glance at Conan, I momentarily set him aside and called out to the crowd in the dining room. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to unveil the true identity of the bandaged man. What? Yoko exclaimed, her eyes wide. Do you already know who the murderer is? Conan, ever the earnest one, looked at me with surprise. You know who it is? Indeed, I replied, getting straight to the point. Initially, I too believed it to be some sort of specter. However, after gathering sufficient clues, it has become abundantly clear that the bandaged man is not a ghost but rather someone within this very villa. What are you saying? Ayaka's classmates exchanged glances, bewildered. But it's just the 5 of us here. Exactly. I smiled at them. Doesn't it strike you as odd? When Conan and the others were attacked by the bandaged man, if he had climbed a tree to reach the second floor, why were there no muddy footprints on the balcony? Surely there should have been some trace left behind? That's true, I continued. The culprit must have accessed the balcony from another room, conveniently adjacent to the room of the already deceased Chikako. Kakugo pressed eagerly. So who exactly is the culprit? I was with you at that time. Mr. Kakugo is indeed not the murderer, I said, undeterred. But there are others, aren't there? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you suspecting us? Katsuya Oda said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. That guy carried Chikako past the window. We were all inside the villa, weren't we? How could it possibly be one of us? Don't think you can just say whatever you want because you fancy yourself a detective. Is it really impossible? I retorted lightly. What if it was merely a decoy? The railing bears fresh indentations, which I suspect were left by the culprit to allow a dummy to pass through the window. A dummy? Oda was taken aback. If the culprit set up a small mechanism on the second-floor balcony, perhaps using piano wire, they could have created the illusion that Chikako was abducted, and then retrieved the dummy and Chikako's body back to the balcony via the same wire. I turned my gaze toward the perspiring figure of Takahashi beside Oda. Only one person possesses the capability to execute such a scheme, and that is you, Mr. Takahashi, who had just completed the roof repairs. Don't say such things. Takahashi stammered, panic evident on his face. If I really had pulled the body to the second floor, then why was Chikako's body discovered in the forest later on? I was behind you all, and I was empty-handed, you must remember. I had no intention of wasting time with this individual and sternly interrupted. Then what is it that you have in your clothing? What? Takahashi's face turned pale with terror. When we chased outside, Miss Ayaka discovered the necklace that should have been around Chikako's neck at the entrance, confirming that someone had indeed brought the body through there. Not allowing Takahashi a chance to deflect, I continued, if it was indeed a corpse, it would have been hard to conceal, but if it was just a head, I recalled the scene of the head rolling in the forest, pausing momentarily before coldly stating, when we saw Chikako being held by the dummy, only her head was visible. By that point, she must have already been dismembered. Now, I kindly ask you to remove your shirt and reveal the truth to everyone. Let us see if you are truly as portly as you appear. Takahashi stood frozen in place, perplexed gazes directed at him from the others. Takahashi, could it be that you just then, during the power outage, when the assailant attacked Miss Ran, my knife struck what felt like cotton? This was because the padding on your body absorbed the blow, I concluded. Though I am unsure why you repeatedly attacked Miss Ran, I suspect she inadvertently uncovered clues about your physique that you wished to keep hidden. Conan stood behind, gazing intently at my back, feeling a sense of disarray. Since our first encounter during the haunted house incident, he had been unsure whether to trust his own judgment. Several observations had led him to believe that I resembled Kagoro Mori, the befuddled detective, yet each time, the level of reasoning I displayed left him astounded. Was it mere serendipity, or was I deliberately toying with him? Had I already discerned his true identity? A flicker of shock crossed Conan's face as he pondered. Chapter 20. One cannot live without money, it's all for Atsuko. Takahashi cried out in anguish. That wretched Chikako plagiarized Atsuko's work, leading to her demise. Wait, Takahashi. The others gasped in disbelief. Chikako plagiarized? But Atsuko committed suicide. Silence. Takahashi's expression twisted with rage. On the day Chikako won a claim for that plagiarized work, it was the very day before Atsuko took her life. At that moment, Atsuko called me, claiming she could no longer trust anyone. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with sorrow as he recalled his most painful memories, weeping with intense resentment. So I left a note to expose everything to that woman. Ha ha ha. She followed my instructions to the forest, and then, just as you saw, I severed her head in one swift motion. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Takahashi shed all his padding and props, producing a dagger from his hand, wildly brandishing it to keep Oda and the others at bay. Takahashi, it's all over. Oda exclaimed in terror as Takahashi pressed the blade against his own throat, weeping and laughing. I have decided to accompany Atsuko to the next world as a vengeful avatar of justice. Spare us your melodrama, I shouted coldly, knocking the dagger from his hand. What kind of justice is this? To silence innocents by repeatedly attacking them, you have fallen far from any sense of righteousness. My wooden sword pointed directly at the tear-streaked Takahashi, and the image of the curator from the Miha Art Museum resurfaced in my mind. Both had sought vengeance for something dear to them, yet the curator understood the truth. When a knight of justice stains their hands with blood, they simultaneously become a demon. Retracting my sword, I gazed at the astonished murderer. Ultimately, you are merely a killer. Until the incident was fully resolved, Conan remained solemnly shadowing me as we departed the villa the next morning. He felt that something was amiss. The haunted house, Miha Shrine, the luxurious yacht of the H family, Miha Art Museum, and the subsequent incidents on the Shinkansen and with the Italian robbers, there had been too many coincidences. He couldn't help but recall the sensation of being followed just days prior. What was truly happening? Did he already know that I was Shinichi Kudo? Conan furrowed his brow in contemplation. No, that can't be right. Unless those men in black have noticed something out of the ordinary. No one should suspect my shrunken form. The only one aware of this is the doctor who wouldn't leak it. Conan continued to scrutinize me. You can't possibly be in cahoots with those men in black. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so blissfully asleep on the Shinkansen. What are you scheming now? I turned to face Conan, who had been steadily watching me, recalling that I still had an account to settle with him. And nothing, he stammered, quickly feigning innocence. By the way, what exactly are you doing here? It seems like I keep running into you everywhere. Haha, really? Perhaps it's fate. Gao Chingan chuckled softly. Well, considering the fortuitous nature of our meeting, I shall overlook the events of last night. However, should there be a next time, I will be compelled to spank you. Beside him, Conan's lips twitched. If it weren't for the fact that he only had one anesthetic syringe, he would have liked to use it again, aiming straight for the leg. Yet, to return to the matter at hand, Gao Cheng's smile faded, replaced by a trace of sorrow as he glanced back at Suzuki Ayako, who was feeling quite down due to her friend's predicament. That work by Chika, the Azure Kingdom, is currently showing, right? It is surprising to discover such tragedy lurking behind it. This is precisely why a detective like Brother Gao Cheng is needed, Conan remarked playfully. If the plagiarism by Chika had been exposed 2 years ago, perhaps Sister Atsuko would not have taken her own life? At the Kudo Detective Agency, Gao Cheng looked conflicted as he observed the newfound prestige of 00 gained from solving the bandaged monster murder case. Regardless of the incident, any event sanctioned by the system uniformly awarded 00. After the economic crisis, he felt a sense of loss in exchanging it away. Perhaps influenced by the remnants of the original owner, he subconsciously resisted the feeling of being forgotten. Never mind, his savings were still adequate and there were commissions to accept. He could afford to be a bit reckless. Shutting off the system's hologram, Gao Cheng picked up a scrapbook from the table and began to paste the recent news of the bandaged monster murder case into it. This scrapbook had been created by the original owner, containing some reports from his grandfather, along with a few from the original owner's minor involvements. Speaking of which, Gao Cheng's first encounter with Conan wasn't in the haunted house. He had actually crossed paths with him during the Red Demon Village Fire Festival murder case, albeit as an inconspicuous passerby. In the 0 billion yen robbery case, the original owner had even appeared on screen alongside Conan. There was a photograph of a crowd gathered around the shot robber, Masami Hirota. The original owner had interacted with him at first, but ultimately was just a bystander. At that time, he had nearly zero presence, and if it weren't for a subsequent case where he became the subject of ridicule, he would have remained unnoticed. However, things had improved somewhat. Although the fallout from that failed case lingered, the newspapers now focused more on his recent performances. There were even whispers of him being the second coming of Shinichi Kudo. Looking at the photograph in the newspaper, Gao Cheng suddenly halted, his gaze returning to the 0 billion yen robbery case. Masami Hirota, he had a vague recollection of this name, something more than just a silenced robber. He dimly remembered that this incident was somehow connected to the Black Organization in the world of Conan. Masami Hirota, the Black Organization. Gao Cheng pressed his forehead as he pondered, suddenly recalling the yet-to-be-introduced Hybera AI. She was a major character in the original work, rivaling Ranmuri in popularity, making it hard to forget. Moreover, this girl had taken the same drug as Shinichi Kudo, reverting her to childhood. Ah, yes. Hybera left the organization after her sister Masami Hirota was killed by them. Finally remembering who Masami Hirota was, Gao Cheng let out a sigh of relief. His recollections of the Conan storyline were scant and mostly hazy. For someone like him, rewatching Conan would be a refreshing experience, only to be jolted back to reality when he finally remembered he had seen it all before. He longed to rewatch Conan, but unfortunately that was impossible now, especially since he was within the world of Conan itself. In terms of competency, he was still far from Conan's level. With a sigh, Gao Cheng closed the scrapbook, intending to prepare some instant noodles when suddenly a notification from the system interrupted him. Has the information regarding this incident been released so soon? Confused, he opened the system hologram only to find not case details but a rather different interface resembling a complete identity profile with data listed one by one. Detective level assessment name, Kido Takase, Gao Cheng, gender, male, age, 8 years, occupation, detective prestige, 400 system savings, 300,000 yen weapon. Wooden sword Lake Toya, indestructible. A rare weapon that grows stronger against the strong. imbued with the spirit of a samurai. Remember to replenish sugar, swordsmanship. 4 stars, Lake Toya. Unknown, alertness. 4 stars, Lake Toya. Unknown, reasoning ability. Idiot snap. Gao Cheng's face darkened as he snapped a ballpoint pen in half. Event observation, 2 stars languages, Mandarin, proficient, Japanese, proficient, English, average, science, mathematics, average, physics, average, biochemistry, average. Computer science, average. The information flickered by, with subsequent entries dimmed and bypassed, including medicine, history, acting, music, and painting, which received no evaluations. Following that, shooting, driving, football, skiing, swimming, tennis, baseball, and more also flashed by. Yes, I lack proficiency in all these areas. Please stop flashing them before me. Gao Cheng's expression stiffened as he propped his chin up, waiting for the information to cease its motion. It seemed the system had heard his mumbling. As the information on the hologram finally halted, leaving only one evaluation message. Detective level, 1 star. 1 star. Gao Cheng found himself unsure whether to feel pleased or disheartened. At this moment, the data list vanished, leaving behind only his prestige and savings. However, unlike before, a question mark option for redeeming special items appeared next to his savings. Rather than redemption, it felt more akin to a lottery, as he had no idea what he might receive, and the system even hinted at the possibility of receiving nothing. His gaze fell upon his meager system savings, 300,000 yen, which in Tokyo was hardly substantial. It could barely sustain the detective agency's expenses for a month, and that was due to the landlord's goodwill stemming from a favorable relationship with his late grandfather. Therefore, using it for a lottery, especially for the chance of an empty prize, seemed a far-fetched dream, even if it only required 0 million yen equivalent to his 00 prestige. Money truly is essential. Chapter 21, The Christmas of the Singleton seems rather grim. In the blink of an eye, the bandaged monster incident had passed for over a week. Perhaps due to the impending Christmas, the detective agency had received hardly any noteworthy commissions. However, after a visit to the ailing Ayako, Gao Cheng inexplicably found himself advancing his relationship with Suzuki Sonoko and Muri Ran. It was not a romantic relationship, rather. The original owner had graduated from Titan High School and became a senior to Sonoko and Ran. Yet, in reality, only Ran regarded him as a senior. Sonoko, the gossiping girl, was merely concerned about whether he had developed feelings for Ayako. On Christmas Day, Gao Cheng happened to encounter Sonoko and Ran after school, and of course, Conan was present as well. Gao Cheng, my sister is quite the catch. If you don't hurry, it might be too late, Sonoko exclaimed, grabbing Gao Cheng's arm. I've already said, I only have a fondness for your sister. My priority is to become a renowned detective, Gao Cheng replied, his eyes vacant. Sonoko, lacking her usual aristocratic demeanor around friends, appeared quite amiable, albeit overly curious. What a bore, Sonoko remarked, just like Ran's Shinichi. Your head is filled with nothing but solving mysteries. Be careful, you might find yourself single in the future. Gao Cheng's expression stiffened, forcing a nervous laugh. You needn't worry about that. Well, I have work to attend to. Enjoy yourselves. Honestly, Sonoko muttered, watching Gao Cheng merge into the festive, bustling streets until he disappeared into the crowd. Ran giggled, covering her mouth. Sonoko, Gao Cheng senpai has already left. Sonoko blushed, shooting a glare at Ran before asking, has your Shinichi returned yet? Not yet, Ran replied weakly, but he sometimes calls me. What kind of person is that? Yuenzi indignantly exclaimed, this is the annual Christmas celebration. Those who engage in deduction are indeed despicable. Conan, half awake, gazed at Yuenzi in silence and inquired, why are you so upset? A hint of disappointment flickered in Xiaolan's eyes as she sighed and replied, yes, that person always appears so self-assured and pretentious, constantly bullying others. Yet, despite this, he does possess some admirable qualities. As she reminisced about her time with Shinichi Kudo, Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with longing. After a brief pause, she turned to Yuenzi and asked, by the way, didn't you find that handsome fellow Oda Masaru at the villa last time? Has there been any progress? That guy? Yuenzi momentarily hesitated before shaking her head dismissively. I wouldn't be interested in such a coward. Besides, I've already set my sights on a new target. Huh? Both Conan and Xiaolan were taken aback, glancing towards the direction where Takase had departed. Yuenzi, looking flustered, added, I'm not like you, Who fancies those deduction fanatics? It's Daya, the lead singer of the popular band, Rex, Kimura Daya. UNZ excitedly clasped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, by the way, this Sunday, I can attend Rex's concert celebration, and I'll get to see Daya up close. Xiaolan, you should come along." Xiaolan, equally thrilled, responded, "Will we really get to meet them?" "Humph." Conan scoffed from the side, "He's just a singer, Takase's far superior." Later, at 7 o'clock on Sunday evening, in front of the station, "Takase, why are you here too?" Conan looked at Takase with a frown. "Don't judge me," Takase remarked, eyeing the star Kimura Daya across the room. "I actually enjoy listening to music and I happened to meet them through a commission." "What commission?" Conan asked, his expression neutral. "Looking for a cat," Takase instinctively replied. Then quickly corrected himself, "In any case, it's a very important commission." The abrupt change in his words piqued Conan's curiosity. "You don't mean you've been doing this kind of commission for a while now, do you?" "What do you mean by that?" Takase huffed, leaning closer to Conan's ear. "Actually, I'm here to investigate Kimura Daya under a commission. I can't disclose it due to confidentiality with my employer." "Isn't that what you just did?" Takase's gaze fell upon a young female guitarist around 20 years old among the band members. Shizaki Mieko, the 20-year-old guitarist, was his client. And the commission was to investigate who Kimura Daya truly loved. After days of fruitless searching, he had considered giving up, especially since the commission fee was quite substantial. And he had no other pressing matters at hand. Just then, Xiaolan and UNZ finished singing a song and unexpectedly invited Takase, "Senpai, why don't you sing a song too?" "Me?" Takase, drenched in sweat, waved his hands. "I think I'll pass. My voice is not up to par today." "You're not saying you can't sing, are you?" UNZ questioned, her eyes narrowing. Haha, I need to use the restroom." Takase left the room alone and washed his face in the bathroom. Not only could he not sing, but he was also completely tone-deaf, lacking any musical talent, and felt embarrassed to make a fool of himself in front of the band. However, this commission was indeed challenging, as he had no leads. He only knew that Kimura Daya was about to leave the band for a solo career, which would complicate the investigation even further. Thinking about Conan, he wondered if anything would go awry. Takase shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing he was being overly sensitive. Although Conan had a knack for encountering death, it was unlikely to happen every time he followed someone. He had remained calm during the pursuit. Upon returning to the room, Kimura Daya had just taken the stage to perform his hit song. He appeared to be in high spirits, and his singing was delightful. No wonder he was a sensation. "How wonderful!" Takase quietly settled back into his seat. If it weren't for Mieko, he likely would not have had the opportunity to meet such a popular star, let alone be part of a private event like this. After Kimura Daya finished singing, UNZ hesitantly asked, "Is it true that Rex is really going to disband?" "Don't worry," Kimura Daya replied with a smile while eating a rice ball, "I will still perform as a solo artist. My new song is already prepared." Just then, his expression suddenly changed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground amid the anxious cries of those around him. "What happened?" "Daya, call an ambulance. Hurry." Takase, with a grave expression, rushed to Kimura Daya's side alongside Conan. Blood streamed from Kimura's mouth, creating a stark contrast against the floor. He was already gone. What could have happened? Takase silently observed as Conan examined the scene, realizing from Conan's expression that Kimura was beyond saving. This scent. Conan solemnly lifted Kimura Daya's hand that had been holding the rice ball and murmured, "It's potassium cyanide." "Potassium cyanide?" Takase cautiously followed suit, sniffing the air. Although he lacked the ability to identify toxic substances by scent, witnessing Kimura's agonizing demise led him to suspect poisoning. Chapter 22. The Christmas of the Singleton seems to be quite dismal, Part 2. Who could have poisoned him? Takase felt a pang of anxiety as he glanced at the food on the table, particularly the rice ball. If the poison was in the food, then it was unlikely that only Kimura Daya would be affected. What could this mean? Standing beside Kimura Daya's lifeless body, he attempted to gather useful information while silently waiting for the police to arrive. This was not a case initiated by the system but an unforeseen murder. Devoid of the one-minute detective mode, all deductions would rely solely on him. Before long, instead of an ambulance, police cars arrived outside. Magyar led the inspection of the scene, promptly taking all relevant individuals, including Takase, back to the police station. At the station, brightly lit under the moonlight, everyone gathered in one room. According to the forensic report, Magyar presented a detailed investigation summary, stating that potassium cyanide had been detected in Kimura Daya's stomach and was the primary cause of death. His right hand and the jacket he wore also showed the same reaction, while other food items and utensils were free of poison. Additionally, potassium cyanide was found on the microphone. The microphone? Yes, based on your statements, the deceased had eaten before taking the stage, which means the murderer poisoned him between the time he finished singing and the time he ate the rice ball. Magyar's scrutinizing gaze fell upon the guitarist, Mieko. The only one who could have done this was you, since you sang right before Kimura Daya. Was it due to a love entanglement? Takese's eyes followed Magyar's gaze towards Mieko. Indeed, she had commissioned him to investigate Kimura Daya, which suggested there might be romantic complications involved. I merely had a crush on Daya, Mieko sobbed, covering her face, but he has already chosen someone else and I would never harm him. Hey, Takase, was the one who commissioned you this guitarist? Conan leaned in and asked. How did you know? Takase was puzzled, then whispered. She hired me to investigate which girl Kimura Daya liked, but I've been following him for several days without any leads. I heard that before Kimura Daya was recruited by the record company to form Rex, he used to sing in another band. And the bandleader was the owner of that store, which is why I wanted to ask. Did you find out anything? Conan inquired curiously. As you can see, before I could even ask, this incident occurred. Gao Cheng gazed quietly at the sorrowful Mei Jiangzi, firmly believing that she was not the murderer. After all, what reason would she have to engage a detective like him while simultaneously committing murder before his eyes? Conan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Gao and Mori Kagoro were equally adept at feigning ignorance until the very last moment. Surely, he must have uncovered a multitude of clues by now. Did he think he could fool him? Conan cast a discreet eye roll and, with a serious demeanor, began to contemplate deeply. Meanwhile, Gao Cheng's expression grew increasingly somber. What could he do, being a novice in deduction? If it were a swordsmanship challenge, he would have confidence. At that moment, officers in the adjacent room were huddled around a television, following breaking news. The media acted swiftly, promptly reporting that the cause of death for the current rock sensation, Tatsuya Kimura, had been determined to be potassium cyanide poisoning. The news broadcast displayed footage from previous concerts of the Rex band, showing Tatsuya Kimura tossing his jacket behind him, singing his hit song Bloodied Venus amid exhilarating music, captivating the audience with his charisma. Yet now, on the television screen, he appeared somber. Gao Cheng shook his head and, while Conan was lost in thought, began to examine the belongings recovered from Tatsuya Kimura's studio. Most were merely sheet music, but then, Gao Cheng picked up the sole photograph among the items, discovering it to be a group photo of Tatsuya Kimura with his former band. Mr. Sumiya, Gao Cheng inquired of the shop manager, do you recall this photograph? Ah, it brings back memories, the manager sighed, accepting the photo from Gao Cheng. This was taken before Tatsuya became a professional singer, alongside the entire band. Now, only Tatsuya and Mari remain in the music industry. Mari? Gao Cheng paused, recalling that she was Tatsuya's manager. Yet she was not in this photograph. That's her from back then, the manager pointed to the freckled girl singing beside Tatsuya. Quite a transformation, wouldn't you say? The manager reminisced. It was Tatsuya who insisted that he wouldn't pursue a singing career if he couldn't be with her. However, as Gao Cheng glanced toward the stunning manager in the crowd, he recalled the information he had gathered over the past few days, indicating that Tatsuya Kimura and his manager had a notoriously troubled relationship. You mean to say they were always arguing? The manager lamented. In truth, Tatsuya has always had feelings for her, wishing she could return to her former self. He was never straightforward about it. So, she was the one Tatsuya Kimura cherished. Gao Cheng silently regarded the manager, realizing that Tatsuya had loved the unremarkable Mari from the past. Tragically, he never confessed his feelings even unto death. Gao Cheng took a deep breath and set the photograph aside. His task was complete, yet the case remained unsolved. Who could have killed Tatsuya Kimura, and by what means? It seemed implausible that Mei Jiangzi had discovered the truth first. Moreover, the police had just cleared her of suspicion, confirming her innocence in the matter. At that very moment, Conan had finally deduced the method by which the murderer poisoned Tatsuya, and he knew that evidence might still exist on the culprit. Yet he found himself in a stalemate, hindered by his youthful identity from accomplishing certain tasks. Conan anxiously turned to the still motionless Gao Cheng. Had he not figured it out yet? Or was he waiting for Conan to solve the case? As the police began to assert that Tatsuya's death was a suicide, Conan gritted his teeth and pulled Gao Cheng aside, saying, "Gao Cheng, I need to discuss something with you." "Huh?" Gao Cheng followed Conan to a quieter spot, surprised by the seriousness on Conan's face. "What is it?" Seeing that Gao Cheng remained oblivious, Conan took the initiative to ask Gao Cheng, "You must have deduced my true identity by now, haven't you?" Gao Cheng remained silent, but Conan continued, a complex expression on his face. "I knew it. Although I'm not sure where I slipped up, I am indeed Shinichi Kudo." Chapter 23, Snowy Night in the 2nd District of Mihua Town, the Kudo residence. In stark contrast to Gao Cheng's current dwelling stood as a grand mansion. The snow had been falling for quite some time, swirling with the howling cold wind, creating a wintry scene akin to a snow country, bestowing the streets with a belated Christmas ambience. Under the lamplight in front of the Kudo mansion, Ran Mori wrapped herself tightly in her thin clothing, adjusting her scarf around her neck. Her cheeks flushed as she exhaled warm breaths to warm her hands. In a nearby alley, Professor Agasa looked helplessly at Gao Cheng and Conan. "I don't know what's wrong. She's been waiting since you arrived, and I have no idea how to handle this." Casting a glance at Gao Cheng, Professor Agasa leaned closer to Conan and whispered, "Is it all right to reveal your true identity to him?" "I have no choice. He already knows," Conan replied, shaking his head in response to the professor's astonished expression. "Chenghu has remarkable deductive skills and may have even tracked me. When I revealed my identity to him, he showed no sign of doubt." In the aftermath of Tatsuya Kimura's murder, feeling the invisible pressure from Gao Cheng, Conan ultimately confessed his identity and collaborated with Gao Cheng to uncover the murderer. After wrapping up matters at the police station, Conan had initially intended for Gao Cheng to meet the professor, only to unexpectedly find Ran Mori waiting at the front door. Her lonely demeanor tugged at the heartstrings. "Perhaps she is thinking of you," Gao Cheng sighed. "What do you plan to do now? Call her?" "Chenghu." Conan suddenly looked at Gao Cheng with a serious expression. "Could you do me a favor?" "Huh?" A snowflake landed on Ran's face, breaking her reverie. She glanced back at the Kudo residence, preparing to leave when the lights inside the house suddenly illuminated. "Shinichi?" At the police station, Gao Cheng, with Conan's assistance, had pieced together the puzzle, and his deductive manner resembled that of Shinichi Kudo. Ran, unable to contain herself, had left the police station and found herself standing in front of this house. "Is it you, Shinichi?" Ran hurriedly entered the hall, calling out, "Are you home? Shinichi, please answer me." With a clap, as Ran called out, the lights abruptly went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "A power outage?" "Shinichi." Ran's voice trembled as she called out within the house. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the top of the staircase, appearing somewhat indistinct in the dim light, yet exuding an air of familiarity. "Shinichi?" Ran, fearing she was dreaming, hesitantly asked, "Is that you?" "It is I, Shinichi Kudo." His voice resonated. "I have finally returned here." "Ran." "Shinichi." Tears welled up in Ran's eyes as her voice quivered. "Fool, why are you crying?" Shinichi smiled. "Do you really miss me that much?" Who wants to see you, you scoundrel?" Ran wiped her tears. "It's your fault for being unreachable." "Ran, to be honest, I am truly happy to see you," Shinichi expressed sincerely, and before Ran could ascend the stairs, he added, "But I must leave now. I have a case that needs untangling. I'll see you again soon." "Ran." "Wait." Shinichi, seeing the figure on the 2nd floor depart, Ran hurriedly attempted to climb the stairs, but the lights in the house brightened once more. As Shinichi exited, he left behind a beautifully wrapped bag at the staircase, attached with a note. "This is your Christmas gift. I hope you like it." Behind the Kudo mansion, Gao Cheng jumped off the wall with Conan, curiously asking, "What did you send her?" "Nothing much," Conan replied with a faint smile. "It's not anything significant." Gao Cheng did not press further but glanced back at the house enveloped in the snowy night. "I thought at least a hug would be appropriate." "Fool. That would give it away," Conan retorted, his neck turning red. Amidst the howling cold wind, Gao Cheng walked alone in the snow, the flakes occasionally slipping down his collar. At this moment, Gao Cheng seemed oblivious, his thoughts entirely absorbed in the events of the day. The method employed by the murderer was unexpectedly cunning. Rather than applying poison to the microphone, they had meticulously smeared it on the inner elbow of Tatsuya Kimura's coat beforehand. Once Kimura donned the coat, the poison would inevitably transfer to his shirt. Furthermore, the murderer had deliberately chosen to play Kimura's signature song, exploiting his habitual stage movements. Specifically, the gesture of tossing aside his coat and embracing his elbows while singing, which successfully allowed potassium cyanide to contaminate Kimura's right hand. After the incident, the murderer stealthily replaced Kimura's coat to prevent the police from detecting potassium cyanide, thereby obfuscating the investigation and steering it towards the conclusion of suicide. However, this method ultimately fell under Conan's scrutiny, leading him to focus on several members of the Rex band who wore identical coats to Kimura's. The evidence lay within a lighter found in the pocket of Kimura's coat. After facilitating the removal of the coats for inspection from the 3 suspects, Gao Cheng discovered the lighter within the coat worn by the manager, which also tested positive for potassium cyanide. Leaving aside the revelation that the manager was the murderer, what preoccupied Gao Cheng was the realization that Conan had even noticed such a trivial detail and deemed it a crucial clue. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the system interface reappeared, displaying an increase in reputation points. Yet, it was the media attention garnered from solving the celebrity poisoning case that proved to be the true windfall. Nevertheless, this advancement was primarily attributed to Conan's deductive reasoning. As Gao Cheng glanced at the exchange options following the reputation points, he hesitated for a moment before dismissing the interface. He resigned himself to the notion that one day he would undoubtedly become a true detective just like Shinichi Kudo. Tightening his coat, he returned alone to the Kudo Detective Agency, switched on the lights, and curled up on the sofa, finally feeling a semblance of warmth. Feeling somewhat desolate, he turned on the television, only to find a series of tedious late-night programs. Since the departure of the 2 baristas from the CAF downstairs, not only was there no hot coffee to enjoy, but also no neighbor to engage in conversation. Nevertheless, thinking of his savings brought him some solace. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Miyako had still paid him the remainder of his commission, which, although modest at 300,000 yen, equated to his savings from the past few months. Delighted, Gao Cheng prepared a bowl of instant noodles as a reward, complementing it with a piece of ham, and savored his meal while gazing at the snowy scenery outside. After calculating his expenses for the month, he realized he could still save a considerable sum, allowing him to sustain himself for a while, even if no commissions came in within the next month. Indeed, it was significantly better than those minor commissions. No wonder some detectives could thrive on a single case for years. Days later, Gao Cheng sat at his desk, eyes reddened, hair disheveled, staring at a piece of paper inscribed with bizarre coded messages accompanied by an envelope. In this snowy weather, there were hardly any commissions, yet 2 days prior, he had inexplicably received a mysterious letter of commission. The letter included a small sum of cash and stated that deciphering the code would yield a substantial reward. Initially, Gao Cheng had no intention of engaging with a letter from an unknown sender, but the allure of cash and the promise of a significant payout proved too tempting. Consequently, he became ensnared by the perplexing code. After 2 sleepless nights, his mind was consumed with the unbreakable cipher, and at this point, he could hardly care about the commission fee. His only desire was to unravel the enigma. His expression contorted with frustration. He appeared as though he might devour the note bearing the coded message. Until he could decipher it, sleep would remain elusive. However, his detective prowess would only activate upon the system's announcement of a case. A fleeting image of Conan flashed through his mind. Perhaps he should consult Conan. Relying on his own deductive skills might lead to an indefinite wait. Given that he had assisted Conan recently, the boy should be amenable to his request. What? Conan has been taken away by his mother? At the Mori Detective Agency, Gao Cheng stared blankly at Ran Mori. Had he forgotten some plot detail? How could Conan leave the agency so swiftly? Yes, while Ran felt a twinge of joy for Conan, she also experienced a subtle sense of loss. He had been whisked away early in the morning. Ah, this is a business card from Conan's mother. Idagawa Fumio? Confused, Gao Cheng accepted the card, examining it with a perplexed expression as he exited the Mori Detective Agency. Conan, being the shrunken form of Shinichi Kudo, could not possibly have a mother named Idagawa Fumio. What on earth was going on? From across the window, Kagoro Mori, noticing Gao Cheng below, grumbled while holding a newspaper, lamenting that business had dwindled due to Gao Cheng's recent prominence. The newspaper featured an article on the recent incident involving the popular star Tatsuya Kimura, and due to the high visibility, Gao Cheng, who had previously been relatively obscure, was now eclipsing Mori's reputation. This was even more pronounced than when Shinichi Kudo was present. Considering Kido was not running a detective agency, what does it matter? Ran Muri, unfazed, cheerfully suggested. Senior Chenghu has had a tough time too, and he hasn't received many commissions recently. Humph. Kagoro Mori, fully aware of Gao Cheng's circumstances, nonetheless huffed in discontent. In of Mihan town, Gao Cheng first visited the Kido residence, then rang the bell at Professor Agasa's door, only to find no one at home. Conan was not back, and Professor Agasa was unaccounted for. Could it be that Shinichi Kudo's parents had returned? Standing at the entrance of Professor Agasa's house, Gao Cheng pondered. Since Shinichi Kido was now Conan, it stood to reason that his parents would also assume new identities. Adopting the name Idagawa Fumiyo was entirely plausible. Considering Shinichi's remarkable abilities, it was likely that his family's influence played a significant role. His father was a world-renowned mystery novelist, perhaps possessing even sharper deductive skills than his son. In a narrow alley beside a house, Conan leaned against the wall, panting. Indeed, a plump woman named Idagawa Fumiyo had taken him away from the Muri detective agency. Initially, he had suspected her to be a fraud, but she had surprisingly known his true identity and was likely affiliated with the black organization. Nonetheless, he had managed to escape midway, intending to head to the Kido detective agency, but ultimately decided to seek out Professor Agasa, only to find that the professor was not at home. Hearing the doorbell, Conan curiously peeked out, his spirits lifting upon seeing Gao Cheng. Cheng! However, before he could finish, a hand suddenly covered his mouth and nose from behind. It was a tranquilizer. Just before losing consciousness, Conan could only stretch out his hand towards the alley, quickly being dragged deeper into the shadows by a sinister-looking woman. Sleep well, little boy. Gao Cheng pressed the doorbell again, suddenly sensing something amiss as he glanced towards the alley. Had someone just been there? Approaching the alley's entrance, he noticed distinct footprints in the snow, appearing somewhat disheveled, with signs of dragging. Hastily traversing the alley, he caught sight of a small car speeding away. Indeed, he had heard someone calling to him earlier. Conan? As night fell, a crescent moon hung in the sky, the tranquility following the snowfall palpable. Utilizing the moonlight reflected off the white snow, Gao Cheng, breathless, finally reached the exterior of an old house. Feeling that something was off, he had pursued the car and was relieved not to have lost sight of it, though exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Swallowing hard, Gao Cheng laboriously climbed over the wall, and indeed, he spotted the small car buried in the snow of the yard. It is truly foolish to chase after a car, and the effort to remain undetected is quite unnecessary. Noticing the light in the second-floor window, Takashi crouched low and approached the old house. He pressed himself against the corner to listen for any sounds, and after confirming that the floor was empty, he cautiously made his way to the door. Fortunately, it was unlocked, allowing him to slip quietly to the edge of the staircase. But is he truly Shinichi Kido? The voices emanating from the room did not seem to belong to him. Indeed, I cannot be entirely certain, but after Shinichi's disappearance, this little rascal appeared in the detective agency. Since his arrival, Kagoro Mori and another third-rate detective named Takashi Shiro have gained notoriety. He must have consumed a new poison developed by the organization that caused him to shrink. Outside the room, Takashi wore a grave expression. From the sounds within, there were two individuals, a man and a woman, who belonged to the notorious black organization from the series. Both appeared to be armed, and it seemed that Conan was bound inside. Unaware of his circumstances, any moment of negligence could lead to disaster. How infuriating. Has the butterfly effect already taken hold? Takashi summoned a wooden sword from the system, gripping it calmly as if he were a samurai poised for battle, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Suppressing his murderous intent, he lowered his body slightly. His senses heightened to their peak. Takashi focused intently on the sounds within the room. The instant he perceived the occupant's moment of relaxation, his gaze sharpened, and he moved with the swiftness of a leopard. With a wooden sword in hand, he burst through the door, rolling into the room before the man and woman could react, darting through them like a flash, leaving only the fleeting shadow of his wooden sword in the air. Bang! Bang! Inside the room stood a masked man and a plump woman. As they turned to see the broken door, they were taken aback, collapsing to the ground. Dazed and starry-eyed. Shiro? Conan, already awake, was astonished to witness Takashi swiftly neutralizing the two assailants. How did you get here? Of course, I came to rescue you. Takashi replied, slightly out of breath as he untied Conan's bindings. After all, I am a detective. I couldn't possibly be unaware of your predicament, could I? Now, What should we do with these two? Conan approached the fallen pair, noticing the man's mask had fallen off. Upon seeing his face, he froze in shock and took a step back. Dad? Father? Despite the man's disguise, it was unmistakably his father, Yusaku Kudo, the renowned mystery novelist. Wait. Conan's lips twitched stiffly as he glanced at the unconscious woman beside him. This can't be. The next day, the sun rose as usual, casting its light upon the snow-covered old house. I must apologize, I thought you were a villain, Takashi said awkwardly, looking at Conan's parents. The famous mystery novelist Yusaku Kudo and the retired actress Yukiko Kudo, who had just shed their disguises. Haha, Yusaku chuckled heartily while rubbing his neck. Don't blame yourself. Our performance was indeed too convincing. However, you are quite ruthless. Thankfully, it was only a wooden sword. Yukiko, observing Takashi with curiosity, remarked, So, you are the Takashi Shiro that the doctor mentioned. You do resemble Shinichi a bit. Huh? Hey. Conan pouted, feeling neglected as Yusaku and Yukiko engaged with Takashi. Aren't you gonna say anything to me after you tricked me like this? Come now, don't be upset, Yukiko cooed, approaching Conan like a child. Your father and I were worried about you. Yes, and you didn't even contact us. We only learned you were missing when we returned to Japan. Humph. So you sought out Dr. Agasa? Conan retorted, if it hadn't been for Shiro, I would still be in the dark. Takashi, sensing the tension, stepped outside the old house, allowing the family to reunite while he leaned against the snowy car, holding the wooden sword. Who would have thought that Conan could also be so petulant? Inside the house? After conversing with Conan, Yusaku's gaze turned to Takashi in the yard. Shinichi, this boy should be about your age, right? Yusaku remarked with a chuckle. He seems like a trustworthy and intriguing fellow. Although he may not be suited to be a detective, he possesses the spirit of a natural warrior. Not suited to be a detective? Conan blinked in surprise. Yukiko giggled. Your father received a coded message from Dr. Agasa and sent it to him. He still hasn't deciphered it. That's not true, Conan scoffed. Shiro always pretends to be clueless. His deductive skills might even rival yours, Dad. Is that so? Yusaku's interest was piqued. I'd love to see that for myself. However, he continued, shifting his gaze from Takashi back to Conan. Shinichi, are you truly not going to live abroad with us? This country is far too perilous. Absolutely not. Conan replied resolutely. You've tested Shiro as well. I'm not the only one here. There won't be any issues, and besides, I have reasons that bind me to Japan. The image of Ranmori flashed through Conan's mind. Very well, Yusaku said, donning the expression of a seasoned mentor. But let me make this clear, if you are ever in danger, I will forcibly bring you abroad. Chapter 25, of course, fear is present. What? 10 million yen in child support. Takashi exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gripped the phone tightly. After the comedic interlude with the Kudo couple, he remembered the coded message upon returning to the detective agency. He hurriedly called, only to hear Ranmori inform him that the Kudo couple had offered Kogoro Mori 10 million yen in child support to keep Conan there. Ran, could you discuss this with your father? I don't want any child support, just let Conan come stay with me. Huh? Ran was taken aback. But this is what Conan's mother specifically requested. She wants him to be entrusted to my care. Damn it, Takashi fumed, slamming down the phone. He nearly suggested that Ran come over as well. However, he finally deciphered the coded message. Following Conan's hints, he rearranged the hidden information within the code. The remaining commission fee would go to Dr. Agasa. As night fell, in a small noodle shop next to the luxurious Mihan Hotel, Takashi, having just received the commission fee from Dr. Agasa, ordered the most expensive ramen. The Kudo couple was indeed generous. Just for deciphering a coded message, he received 500,000 yen in commission, well worth the trouble of looking after their unreliable son. Though the process had its ups and downs. Earning 500,000 yen over 2 or 3 days was worth the sleepless nights. Boss, one more bowl of ramen. As he devoured his ramen, Takashi opened the system interface. With the cash in his pocket vanishing, his system balance suddenly exceeded 1 million yen, reflecting on how he had entered the world of Conan, where the original owner had left him with little money and a mess to clean up. Unable to pay rent and nearly collapsing the detective agency, Takashi felt tears welling in his eyes. From now on, he was officially a millionaire, albeit in yen. Gazing at the numbers on the interface, Takashi felt emboldened and decided to exchange some of it. 1,100,000 yen instantly diminished by 100,000, and in tandem a card appeared in the system. Upon shattering it, a wealth of knowledge regarding music and piano flooded his mind. Is this all? After reviewing the newfound knowledge in his mind, He realized that spending 100,000 yen on knowledge, bypassing the learning process, was undoubtedly a boon for someone like him. However, he wondered how useful this would be. As a detective, he had no need to play the piano. Gritting his teeth, Takashi opted to exchange another 100,000 yen. The interface displayed another card. But this time it did not shatter immediately, instead it was retained, accompanied by an explanation. The disguise card allows one to randomly assume an identity for a duration of days. It is indeed a peculiar item. Drawing a one-time card seems less beneficial than acquiring knowledge about disguise techniques, akin to the art of transformation practiced by Yukiko Kudo. With the right tools, one could easily alter their identity at will. After all, even the plump woman skilled in disguise managed to deceive someone as astute as Conan. Naturally, possessing a transformation skill akin to that of Kid the Phantom Thief would be even more ideal. Suppressing the urge to test it immediately, Takacheng swiftly finished his ramen and exited the small eatery. He had spent 200,000 yen in a single day. Indeed, money proves ephemeral, arriving swiftly yet departing just as quickly. It is imperative to work diligently and earn more. However, as a detective, he seldom receives numerous commissions. Most requests revolve around finding lost items. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled along the street, contemplating whether he should save some money to open a shop beneath the detective agency. Suddenly, snow began to fall in the tranquil night sky. Amidst the flurries, a black sedan glided through the glow of streetlights, slowly approaching Takacheng. Huh? Takacheng paused, puzzled, and as he turned to glance at the car, an overwhelming sense of threat surged within him, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. In the wake of his movement, several faint gunshots echoed, leaving multiple holes in the adjacent wall. A handgun. Noticing the muzzle of a silenced weapon protruding from the car window, Takacheng instinctively prepared to summon the Lake Toya for a counterattack. Yet the handgun was suddenly retracted as the sedan veered sharply and sped away down a side street. He chased after it, but the car vanished into the darkness of the night, leaving him unable to even glimpse the license plate number. Returning to his original position and surveying the bullet holes in the wall, Takacheng furrowed his brow tightly. Clearly, this was no jest, however. He believed he had not offended anyone, and the cases he had resolved should not have left any lingering issues. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Had he encountered an assassin? The following day, the Kudo Detective Agency was filled with Conan's exclamations. Cannot be mistaken, Takacheng insisted, donning a steel pot on his head, gripping his wooden sword, Lake Toya, tightly as he crouched low to peer out the agency's window. It must be an assassin. The technique was so deft. Just like in the television dramas, it is utterly terrifying. Conan cast a glance at Takacheng, bewildered yet concerned. You are not afraid of my tranquilizer needle, are you? There is no need to be this frightened. That's easy for you to say. I lack the protagonist's halo. How could I not be afraid? Takacheng retorted, rolling his eyes. In any case, I cannot venture out at present. I must rely on you to help me identify the assailant. I am just a child, Conan thought to himself, wishing to inquire about Takacheng's earlier bravado. Just yesterday, Takacheng had recklessly infiltrated enemy territory to save him, swiftly dispatching 2 men in black, leaving Conan still in shock. Yet, less than a day later, that grand image had crumbled. When serious, he was an entirely different person, like a dual personality. You are also the protagonist? The renowned detective Shinichi Kudo. Conan reassured him. Rest assured, I have already contacted Officer Megure. He will send someone to assist. Takacheng looked at Conan earnestly. Kudo, my survival hinges on you. Conan chuckled wryly, then asked seriously, do you know who wants to kill you? I do not know. The assassin was clad in black, wearing sunglasses and a hat, making it impossible to discern anything, Takacheng recalled. However, I suspect I might have been mistaken for someone else. Fool, what assassin would misidentify their target? Conan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the mention of men in black, reacting fervently. It is possible that it was those members of the Black Organization. Have you crossed paths with them? How could that be? Takacheng questioned, perplexed. I am merely a small-time detective. What could I have done to provoke them? Aside from the cases I resolved with you, I usually just take on mundane tasks like finding lost cats. Perhaps it is because of me, Conan said gravely. How did you uncover my identity? Did you do something during your investigation that aroused their suspicion? Not at all, Takacheng replied innocently. I did not investigate you. You revealed your identity as Shinichi Kudo to me. Conan's face flushed red, leaving him momentarily speechless. If he had not investigated, why had Takase acted so strangely before? A normal person would not display such an expression during his probing. It was clear he had known all along. Regardless, be cautious in the coming days. Conan finally managed to say after a long pause. I will devise a plan. Thank you, Kido. Takase tightened his grip on the wooden sword, letting out a soft sigh. If possible, he wished to avoid troubling Conan. However, he had never encountered such a situation before. If this continued, there would eventually be moments of vulnerability. Even if he called the police, they could not always protect him. Moreover, doing so might lower his vigilance. What is going on? Have you ever failed before? I have paid a deposit. In an abandoned building in Mihua Town, a shadow held a phone and coldly replied to the furious voice on the other end. There is no choice, his luck is simply too good. This time I will undoubtedly succeed. I do not care what methods you employ, you must kill that brat. The resentful voice on the line echoed. My grandfather caused me such misery. I will never let this rest. Humph. The shadow chuckled softly before hanging up. Just a small time, detective. Chapter 26. An unexpected commission on the weekend. Conan found an excuse to leave the Muri detective agency and hurried to Takase's location. Uncertain whether the assassin was indeed from the Black organization, Conan requested the case clippings from Takase. The clippings contained reports of cases Takase had recently resolved, including the incident at Mihua Shrine where the system had been tampered with. Upon seeing this, Conan was somewhat puzzled but did not dwell on it. Flipping back to the earlier pages, none of the cases Takase was involved in seemed likely to incite someone to hire an assassin for revenge. However, the very first case involving the old man Kido appeared to have some potential. Are these all the cases your grandfather had? Conan inquired with curiosity. There are a few more files in the cabinet, but not many, Takase pondered. It seems my grandfather had been a detective abroad for a long time. If you think the assassin was originally targeting him, that could be a possibility. Conan felt there was little choice but to search for the remaining files. That day, the police sent personnel to ensure Takase's safety. Surprisingly, it was the kind-hearted Officer Takagi from Conan's agency. Although his youthful and earnest demeanor seemed somewhat unreliable, Megure had mentioned his abilities were commendable. As Conan reviewed the files, Takagi looked at Takase, who was preparing to leave, with concern. Kido-kun, do you really intend to go out now? If the assassin is preparing to target you. The assassin appears quite cautious. Staying cooped up is not a solution, Takase said, scratching the back of his head with a smile as he donned the wooden sword. Lake Toya, isn't Officer Takagi here to protect me? Rest assured, nothing will happen. Takagi felt both honored and worried. That is true, but I will go with you, Conan, having memorized the files, remarked, observing Takase's twitching lips. Really? Weren't you terrified just a moment ago? Now that a commission has come, you seem to have forgotten everything. The commission fee is 500,000 yen, Takase grumbled. And all I have to do is substitute for someone at a kendo gathering to earn it. Doesn't that seem quite strange? It's the perfect opportunity to flush out the one lurking in the shadows. So, it still comes down to the 500,000 yen? Conan's eyes appeared lifeless. In any case, I am going too. They likely won't mind having a small child around. Officer Takagi, standing nearby, wished to inquire about Conan's peculiar behavior but found no opportunity to interject, merely following along with a bewildered expression as they departed the Kido Detective Agency. At the Suwa residence, a historic Japanese building, Takase and his companions entered the courtyard under the guidance of the butler. I'm fine, but you, little brat, are the one truly concerning me, Takase said to Conan with a wry smile while Takagi was busy surveying the surroundings. Why must you insist on coming along? What if you get hurt? Conan, with half-open eyes and a slight pout, remarked, please don't make me sound like a burden. The invention the doctor gave me is rather impressive, and it certainly isn't inferior to yours. Besides, wasn't it you who asked me to investigate? How could I do that without coming here? The group entered the main house, where several individuals were already assembled, all related to the art of swordsmanship. The presence of the young Takachika and his companions stirred some surprise among them, as it was uncommon for someone to bring children to such gatherings. Moreover, the only one wielding a sword, Takachika, appeared exceptionally youthful. Could he be the renowned high school kendo prodigy from Kyoto, Soji Okita? A young man, unfamiliar with the situation, curiously observed Takachika and quietly inquired of a nearby companion, "Is Mr. Suwa expecting him?" The person questioned shook his head in response, "I don't know. But he probably isn't that Okita. I haven't heard that anyone from Kyoto would be attending this time." The young man awkwardly continued, "I once caught a distant glimpse of Okita at a kendo tournament in Osaka. He looks remarkably similar." As the crowd murmured, a man clad in a kimono entered the venue, wielding a genuine sword. He had squinted eyes, a mustache shaped like a V, and a stern, severe expression that exuded an air of danger. "Mr. Suwa." As the man entered, the discussions in the hall abruptly ceased, and questions erupted. "May we take a look at that sword?" Suwa Yuji's expression soured as he silently walked past the crowd, his steps halting abruptly upon noticing Takachika seated calmly. Despite the boy's seemingly simple demeanor, he emanated an inexplicable aura, akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain. For a fleeting moment, Yuji felt as if a silver-haired samurai was smiling at him. With narrowed eyes, Suwa suddenly drew his sword and, in a swift motion that caught Takagi off guard, lunged toward Takachika. Ha! Danger! In this perilous moment, Takagi hurriedly attempted to push Takachika aside. But before he could act, the wooden sword, Lake Toya, had already been pointed at Yuji's throat. Thud! The katana struck the wooden floor at an angle, the hilt vibrating violently. Yuji's expression shifted to one of shock as he rubbed his reddened wrist, gazing at Takachika, who gripped the Lake Toya. This wooden sword. He had merely intended to test the boy, yet before he could pull back, his family's swordsmanship had been effortlessly dismantled. It was hard to believe that such a formidable swordsman existed in the modern world. He had truly felt the threat of death moments ago. "Lake Toya?" Takachika queried, retracting the wooden sword with confusion. He had sensed no murderous intent from the man. Rather, it seemed Yuji had restrained himself. "Lake Toya? Today's youth should not be underestimated. It is my first time witnessing someone wield a wooden sword to such an extent." Yuji retrieved his katana from the floor and cast a profound glance at Takachika before addressing the astonished Takagi. "Do not worry. This young brother is far more skilled than you. I merely wish to test him." "Huh? Chigusa-kun is more skilled than I?" Takagi, still reeling from the earlier incident, returned to his seat in a daze. Yuji then suppressed his astonishment and resumed his position. "Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that I will not be able to showcase Kiku-chio today." Kiku-chio? As discussions regarding kendo experiences commenced, Takachika turned to the nearby young man and inquired, "What is Kiku-chio?" The young man, who had initially mistaken Takachika for Okita, now regarded him with newfound respect after witnessing his skill. He enthusiastically explained, "Kiku-chio is a renowned family heirloom sword of the Suwa clan, and it is quite rare to catch a glimpse of it. Most attendees are here primarily for this legendary blade." Carefully glancing around at the others, he added in a hushed tone, "However, I've heard that Mr. Suwa seems to have pawned Kiku-chio for a loan." "Pawned?" Conan, with his keen ears, picked up on Yuji's apparent financial troubles, momentarily ruling him out as a suspect. After all, 500,000 yen is substantial, and he did not seem the type to part with such an amount easily. He could very well have been coerced by a suspect. "What have you found?" Takachika leaned closer and asked. Conan shook his head. "None of these individuals appear to be the ones we need to investigate. We must continue our search." Chapter 27. Just a detective seizing the opportunity while Yuji engaged with others. Conan approached with an air of curiosity. "Uncle, did someone inform you in advance that Takachika would be representing him?" Yuji looked puzzled. "Why do you ask?" "Because you don't seem to know Takachika, yet you appear completely unfazed by his presence here." Conan replied with a child's innocence. "Ah." Yuji's previously grim expression softened into a faint smile. "There have been instances in the past where someone couldn't attend and sent a substitute. I was just about to inquire about his situation. But I feel as though I've heard Takachika's name somewhere. Because he is a detective, uncle. Perhaps you've heard about him on television," Conan whispered. "In fact, Takachika is here investigating on my behalf as someone has anonymously requested his presence. Do you know who that person is that didn't attend today?" Yuji scrutinized the venue thoughtfully. There should be someone absent." Seated at the lower end, Takachika observed Conan as he gathered information. It must be said that sometimes the identity of a child is quite advantageous. Tasks that are challenging for adults can be effortlessly accomplished by children without raising suspicion. After a while, Conan returned. Deep in thought, and Takachika asked, "What did you find?" "Someone is missing from the gathering," Conan mused, resting his chin on his hand. "The only individuals not invited today are Chigusa and a woman. Given the private nature of this gathering, it is likely that this person is the one who made the request. Of course, Mr. Suwa may not be entirely truthful either." As he spoke, Conan glanced at the back where Takagi was continuously observing the surroundings. "Hey, can we really trust this officer? Don't you think he is a good person?" Takachika replied with a smile. "If anything arises, you can always ask for his assistance." "Forget it. I think I'll ask the doctor for help instead." Conan shook his head. "I believe that once we uncover the identity of that individual, we may just find a lead." The gathering itself was rather mundane, lacking any impromptu performances. It was merely a small, private event held periodically each year, either to exchange kendo techniques or discuss related competitions. Takachika had initially engaged in a few conversations with interest, but gradually lost his enthusiasm. Having crossed into the world of Conan, he no longer harbored a passion for kendo. He merely regarded it as a means of self-defense. What truly captivated him was the world of the great detective. If he had initially been motivated by survival and the original onerous obsession with the detective agency, after experiencing the system's one-minute detective mode, he could never forget that exhilarating sensation. Each time he unraveled a case, it felt as though every pore in his body was electrified with excitement. As night fell, Takachika yawned, his gaze falling upon a woman in the crowd who exuded a vaguely dangerous aura. Seeing that Conan had yet to return from his investigation, Takachika stood and said to Takagi, "I'm going outside for some fresh air. I'll be back shortly." "I'll check outside as well," Takagi responded, casting a cautious glance toward the darkened estate beyond. As a relatively competent officer, he felt capable of protecting Takachika. After all, no matter how skilled one is with a sword, bullets remain a formidable threat. Barely had Takachika and Takagi left the hall when the woman, who had feigned interest in the discussions, stealthily followed suit, with only Yuji noticing her departure with a puzzled glance. The woman was dressed simply and bore no firearm, so even Takagi overlooked her. Upon reaching the courtyard, she observed Takachika heading toward an unoccupied side room restroom and felt a cold smirk form within her. She had been wary of the police all along, which was precisely why the client had lured Takachika out. The woman cautiously traversed the corridor and, upon spotting a figure with a wooden sword, nimbly climbed onto the rooftop under the cover of night. "Did you think that possessing exceptional swordsmanship, coupled with a novice police officer's close protection, would render you invincible?" The woman scoffed, underestimating the situation. "How navi? I prefer to wield a steel wire to eliminate my targets rather than resort to a handgun." Silently, she lay in wait atop the rooftop, and as a figure wielding a wooden sword passed below, she performed her usual maneuver, pulling the pendant from her neck to reveal a long, slender wire. Even the most formidable swordsman would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of a professional assassin like her. With a smirk curling at the corners of her lips and a glint of perverse excitement in her eyes, she tightened the wire, ensnaring the neck of the unsuspecting passerby below. "This is where it ends." A voice suddenly erupted from behind her on the rooftop. Startled, the female assassin turned to find Takashi unexpectedly appearing behind her. "It's you. How is that possible?" She loosened the wire. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed down at Takagi, who was coughing violently. "It was clearly me, wasn't it?" Takashi chuckled. "Apologies. But I merely entrusted the wooden sword to Officer Takagi for safekeeping." "You knew all along?" The female assassin seethed with frustration. "Who exactly are you?" "I'm a detective." "Of course. Didn't you realize that?" Infuriating, the assassin gritted her teeth and leaped off the rooftop, attempting to escape, but Takagi had already drawn his handgun. "Don't move," he commanded, rubbing his sore neck. Soon, several police cars arrived outside the Suwa residence to escort the female assassin away. Meanwhile, Kido, Conan, and Takashi stood at the entrance, intrigued. "I genuinely wonder what would have happened if she had attacked you with that wire." "Fool. I'm not Officer Takagi. How could I possibly fall victim to an ambush?" Takashi rolled his eyes, adding, "Besides, I wouldn't be foolish enough to take such risks." Just then, Takagi, who had finished questioning inside, passed by, and upon overhearing, his expression darkened, his lips twitching. "Are you implying that I'm a fool? I sincerely apologize. You have no idea for whom I became the bait. Thank you so much, Officer Takagi, for your assistance." Takashi expressed gratefully as he noticed Takagi silently grumbling. "Without you, I truly wouldn't know how to proceed." "Huh?" Takagi interrupted in his thoughts, froze, a blush creeping to his cheeks as he awkwardly responded. Haha. It's only to be expected, I am a police officer after all. Once the police cars departed, Takashi shrugged and remarked to Conan, see. I told you Officer Takagi is a good person. After a brief pause, he continued, by the way, has that client been located? Conan, wearing a matter-of-fact expression, replied, among the three of them, one just recently left prison and he happens to be one of the murderers in your grandfather's case. The police have already gathered evidence of him hiring an assassin. So, that means there is no longer any danger? Takashi sighed in relief, fatigue evident in his voice. Thank goodness. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Let us head back. Conan eyed Takashi curiously, by the way, how did you figure out that woman was an assassin? Intuition, Detective-S intuition. Kudo-kun. Suwa Yuji emerged from the residence with crossed arms, squinting. Although some unpleasant events occurred. May I invite you to our next gathering? I hope to have the opportunity to learn more about your swordsmanship. Of course, Takashi replied with a smile. But it depends on whether I have the time. The detective agency tends to be quite busy. Chapter 28. Shrunk. At the Kido Detective Agency, Takashi was half awake, skimming through a newspaper. Days after dealing with the assassin, the system had remained silent, and the detective agency had seen no noteworthy cases. Meanwhile, Muri Kagoro had encountered a murder case while investigating an extramarital affair. Glancing at the report concerning the slumbering Muri Kagoro, Takashi frowned. However, the perpetrator turned out to be Suwa Yuji, who had previously arranged a sword contest with him. According to the newspaper, the incident stemmed from the victim selling a pawned heirloom sword, the Kiku Chio. Suwa had intended to buy back the family treasure, but after enduring the victim's mockery, he succumbed to impulse and fatally attacked the victim. What a pity. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Is it a client? Takashi hurriedly tidied up the table and swiftly opened the door, greeting the customer, hello, welcome to the Kido Detective Agency. Hello. Standing at the entrance was a lavishly dressed noblewoman, adorned with a hat of indeterminate material, her attire and jewelry exuding opulence. A significant business opportunity. Takashi warmly invited the noblewoman to sit down and poured her a glass of water, saying, Madam, you possess remarkable insight. I am the best detective in the area. And I assure you that any case you bring will be resolved. Thank you. The noblewoman exhibited no emotion, neither drinking the water nor responding, merely producing a photograph from her handbag. Actually, my cat, Kame, has gone missing. I would like to entrust you, Kido Detective, to help me find her. A cat? Takashi's smile faltered as he awkwardly accepted the photo of the small cat. I'm sorry, but recently 200,000 yen. The noblewoman promptly revealed a stack of cash from her handbag. At the corner of Mahanmaki, Takashi stealthily evaded the crowd. He found it impossible to decline money. It was truly a double-edged sword. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he activated the system interface and chose to use the disguise card he had drawn last time. He was also quite curious about the card's capabilities. Although it was a one-time use and felt somewhat wasteful, he could still earn 100,000 yen once he located the cat. He had never encountered such a generous client offering 200,000 yen just to find a cat. Boom. The disguise card activated, enveloping Takashi in a cloud of white smoke. Huh? As the smoke dissipated, Takashi stared in disbelief at his surroundings, realizing he had shrunk, his arms and legs slender, and his clothes transformed. A child? Takashi pinched his small cheek, his expression one of bewilderment. He hadn't heard of Kid the Phantom Thief transforming into a child. Such a transformation seemed beyond mere disguise. In Conan, only Shinichi Kudo underwent a similar shrinking phenomenon. A one-time use disguise card costing 100,000 yen certainly appeared quite impressive. Remembering the system's explanation that it would last for only a day, Takashi did not hesitate and immediately began searching the streets based on the information provided by the noblewoman. It must be said, inhabiting a child's body was a uniquely delightful experience. The entire world seemed altered, and strolling down the street without drawing too much attention while searching for a cat was liberating. Setting aside the magical experience of transformation, at least he wouldn't have to worry about tomorrow's newspaper featuring a headline about a renowned detective searching for a missing cat. As dusk approached, Takashi finally located the noble cat named Kame in an abandoned warehouse. Honestly, I'm about to become a professional cat finder. This must be at least the 10th time now. Utilizing his agile child's body, Takashi easily scooped Kame out of the warehouse. However, Just as he was about to return to the detective agency, he unexpectedly spotted Conan sitting in a telephone booth on the other side of the street, along with Ayumi and the other children. What are they doing? He wondered, intending to greet them, but then recalled his new identity and quickly swallowed the words. What are you all doing? Takashi pretended to be a stranger, approaching the group while cradling Kame. We discovered a corpse in that house, Genta exclaimed, fixated on a nearby building. Astonished, Takashi glanced at the house, then turned back to the others who now regarded him with curiosity. Who are you? Me? Takashi's mind raced, and he laughed. I'm just a neighborhood kid. But did you really see a corpse? Of course. We saw it with our own eyes. In that family's bathroom, and the police are on their way. Genta replied, his tone defensive. Is that so? Takashi's eyes lit up. Finally, a case had emerged. However, Bume suddenly approached, scrutinizing Gao Cheng with suspicion. I feel like I've seen your face somewhere before. What are you all doing? Just as Conan, who had been intently observing, turned back in dissatisfaction before the police arrived. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the child version of Gao Cheng, but his gaze quickly returned to the house. You're right, Guang Yen remarked, glancing at Gao Cheng. We are the Junior Detective League. If you wish to make a request, you'll have to wait until next time. Junior Detective League? Gao Cheng's face fell. These insufferable little brats. The number of requests for the detective agency had already dwindled, and now they were encroaching on his business. More importantly, Conan was mingling with these kids. Just then, several police cars arrived in quick succession, and Officer Megur's familiar figure appeared before Gao Cheng. Did you call the police? Megur asked, puzzled. Did you really find a body? Indeed, Conan replied solemnly. After we discovered the body, we didn't see anyone entering or leaving the house, which means the body is still inside. The group congregated at the scene, and Gao Cheng followed Conan and the others. The police assumed he was one of the children and paid him no mind. The door was opened by a bearded man in a bathrobe, who indignantly allowed the police to search. However, the bathroom where Conan and the others initially found the body showed no signs of anything amiss. The body had inexplicably vanished. See for yourselves, the man said coldly. Where's the body? These children must be pulling a prank. Gao Cheng ignored the man and carefully examined the bathroom. It appeared devoid of any traces. Yet he believed Conan would not lie. Perhaps the body had been hidden by this man. Officer Megur, evidently undeterred, glanced at his watch. From the time we received the report to our arrival here, about 15 minutes have passed, providing ample time to clean up the scene. The man retorted angrily. If you suspect me, why don't you just search to your heart's content? I'm going back upstairs to sleep. Are we truly allowed to search freely? Megur confirmed. Of course. There's nothing here that needs hiding. My brother will be back soon. If you have any questions, just ask him. The man ascended the staircase, turning back to mock. I can't be bothered with you dim-witted cops who take children's games seriously. Megur's face twisted in anger as he shouted to his subordinates. Search. The body must still be inside. No corner can be overlooked. Gao Cheng frowned at the man's retreating figure upstairs. How brazen could he be? Surely, in such a small house, they would quickly discover the body. Chapter 29, The Vanished Body. Before long, the man's brother returned home, the owner of the house, a securities company employee named Tanaka Tomofumi. When brought before Officer Megur, Tanaka looked bewildered at the disheveled state of the room. Officer, what on earth is happening? Megur explained. We received a report from these children stating that a body was found in your home. A body? Tanaka exclaimed, exasperated. Can you be quiet for a moment? Just then, a crash resonated as Genta accidentally shattered a ceramic pot, followed by the furious shout of the man from upstairs, startling everyone. Is my brother upstairs? He inquired. Yes, he seems rather angry, Megur said, his expression souring. Habitually, he asked, if you don't mind me asking, what does your brother do? My brother is a freelance writer. So he often stays home to write, Tanaka explained, handing over a business card. Gao Cheng observed Tanaka, who appeared more amicable while conversing with Officer Megur. It was indeed a peculiar pair of brothers. Despite the elder brother residing in his home, this younger brother seemed to fear him, more so than Officer Takagi. Yet, where had the body truly gone? The police continued their search, having already scoured the attic and even beneath the floor, yet yielding no discoveries. Megur's expression darkened further as he turned to Tanaka. We've searched everywhere, and now only your brother's room remains. Well, if my brother doesn't mind, then it should be fine. Tanaka led everyone to his brother's room, gently knocking on the door. Brother, may we come in? After a few more knocks and receiving no response, Tanaka opened the door to find his brother sitting motionless in a chair, resting his head, with the television still broadcasting. He cautiously approached to take a glance. Returning to the group, "It's all right, come in. He's already asleep. Let's finish searching quickly," Megure instructed as he and several officers entered the room. However, the space was quite sparse, containing little of interest. They rummaged through the cabinets by the wall but found nothing. Megure then deliberately drew back the curtains to gaze outside. Seeing only a tall tree and high walls, Gao Cheng moved to the window, peering outside. If the body wasn't in the house, it was likely moved outside. Yet there were no apparent traces. This makes no sense, he thought. Although his reasoning was sound, his observational skills were not lacking. Originally, his training in kendo had enhanced his attention to detail, and after days of adaptation and practice, he should have been able to find at least some evidence. Suddenly, Tanaka sighed, glancing at his brother in front of the television. Is he really going to sleep without turning off the TV? Click. Just as he said this, the television was abruptly turned off. Everyone jumped, hastily exiting the room. Oh no, it seems we've woken him. Ah? Gao Cheng barely had time to think before being hurriedly pulled out of the room, nearly losing Kai Mei in the process. What is going on? As night fell, the weary police officers grumbled as they departed, no longer believing the testimonies of Conan and the others. However, this was understandable. The entire house had been searched with no sign of a body. The high embankment beyond the back wall made it improbable for anyone to dispose of a body. After returning Kai Mei to the client as his brother, Gao Cheng returned to the scene, contemplating the second floor. He still felt uncertain, but upon entering his brother's room earlier, he sensed something was amiss, as if there was something particularly noteworthy. You're still here? Genta and the others approached Gao Cheng, displeased. This is our case. Snapping back to reality, Gao Cheng smirked, realizing Conan was absent. He quietly said, I just want to help you find the body. By the way, where is your friend with glasses? You mean Conan? He went inside the house by himself, Genta replied, immediately treating Gao Cheng as one of their own. He has already gone in? Gao Cheng's expression tightened. Without questioning the children further, he swiftly climbed the large tree behind the yard. Hey, that strange uncle is still inside, Genta exclaimed, startled. Before he could finish, Gao Cheng nimbly leaped through the previously open second-floor window. Wow, amazing! Genta and the others watched in awe as Gao Cheng silently entered the second floor. Who on earth is he? Guang Yen pondered. Bumei scrunched her nose, deep in thought. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Bumei, you're overthinking it. He just looks somewhat like Conan, Genta replied. On the second floor, the man in the bathrobe remained in that peculiar sleeping position. Gao Cheng steadied himself and immediately focused on the man, his brow furrowing in the moonlight. In this tranquil environment, the unsettling feeling grew more pronounced. There was no sound of breathing. The man felt entirely unlike a living person. This sensation suggested either a master of disguise or, more likely, a corpse. The original owner was particularly sensitive to corpses and the like. Gao Cheng swallowed hard and approached the motionless man, his fingers trembling slightly as he prodded him, instantly sensing the stiffness that had begun to set in. A corpse. Gao Cheng stumbled back a few steps. So, this was the reason the body could not be found. But how was it accomplished? Was it you? Conan stealthily entered the room, startled to find Gao Cheng already inside. What are you doing here? Hurry back. The murderer is still in the house. And it's too dangerous for a child like you. Aren't you a child as well? Gao Cheng retorted, suddenly tense as he hurriedly pulled Conan to a corner of the room. Those wretched little brats. Have they not given up yet? As footsteps ascended the stairs, Tanaka Tomofumi entered the brothers' room, cursing while wielding a golf club. Conan's heart raced. As he saw Tanaka peering out the window with a dark expression, he anxiously tugged Gao Cheng towards the door. Who is it? Tanaka, hearing the noise, turned around in shock. It's you? Run. Conan's expression shifted as he seized the opportunity, while Tanaka was momentarily stunned. Pulling Gao Cheng out of the room, Tanaka's face contorted. Realizing that things might have been exposed, he grimaced and raised the golf club to give chase. Come back. Damn it. Conan gritted his teeth as he dashed to where he had left his enhanced shoes. But when he turned around, he noticed Gao Cheng had not followed. Oh no. Die, brat. At the stairway, Gao Cheng had already summoned the wooden sword, waiting for the frenzied Tanaka. Calmly avoiding the fierce swings of the golf club, he suddenly gripped the hilt of the sword and thrust it upward with force. Tanaka's twisted grin froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a thud, using the momentum from Tanaka's attack, the wooden sword easily knocked him up and over, crashing onto the corridor floor behind Gao Cheng. Eh? Conan hurriedly put on his shoes and rushed back, only to find Gao Cheng standing beside the unconscious Tanaka. While the wooden sword was retracted back into the system the moment the attack ended, he just suddenly fell from the stairs. Gao Cheng spread his hands, indicating his lack of involvement. Looking at Conan, who wore a shocked expression, he asked with a deep gaze, "But I'm still curious, if Mr. Tanaka is the murderer, how did he manage it? Didn't his brother shout at him loudly at that time?" "It was because of the answering machine." Returning to the topic of reasoning, Conan's confidence surged as he explained he recorded it before the police arrived, just like this. As Conan spoke, he took out Tanaka's mobile phone and pressed the speed dial button, causing the house to echo with the earlier loud reprimand. "It's so noisy. Can't you all be a little quieter?" "See?" Conan chuckled. He set the house phone to silent and pressed the speed dial on his mobile when we weren't paying attention, making the answering machine sound as if his brother was scolding from the second floor. But when he was on the second floor, didn't his brother turn off the TV? I believe he had preset the answering machine's timer to turn off, and combined with his acting skills, he was worried we might discover that his brother was already dead, which is why he hurried us out of that room. Now it all made sense, Gao Cheng thought, gazing at Conan with a complex expression. "You're really impressive. Although I know he is the murderer, I had no idea how he did it." Only then did Conan take a moment to examine Gao Cheng closely, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. "By the way, who exactly are you?" The features illuminated under the light resembled his yet were distinctly different, exuding an indescribable aura, certainly not like an ordinary child. "I'm just a passerby." Gao Cheng smiled lightly, turning to leave through the entrance. He had resolved this incident in the guise of a child, never having aspired for recognition, willingly leaving the credit to Conan. "What a peculiar fellow." Conan, hands in his pockets, half opened his eyes as he passed Tanaka. Suddenly his brow furrowed as he noticed a scratch on Tanaka's shirt. "Strange? It looks like it was made by something sharp." Images of Gao Cheng's earlier strikes flickered in Conan's mind. The wooden sword? Conan, Ayumi and the others, having heard the commotion, rushed into the open entrance after calling the police, astonished to see the incapacitated Tanaka. "Is it over? Damn it." Genta glared at Conan, displeased. "You were showing off again." Conan, coming back to his senses, was covered in cold sweat. "Where's the showing off? It was dangerous." Observing the chattering group, Conan rolled his eyes and shook his head. "It was that child's merit. I barely had time to do anything." "Eh, really?" Genta exclaimed, surprised. "That strange child? Indeed, and..." Conan glanced back at the faint scratch, pausing before shaking his head self-deprecatingly. "How could it be that guy? Just a peculiar child." Chapter 30. The child of 3 days. In the moonlit streets of Mihua Town, the small figure of Gao Cheng stood beneath the detective agency, his shadow elongated by the light. He had completely forgotten one thing: the disguise card lasted for 3 days, meaning he had to maintain this child's body for another 2 days. Gao Cheng sulked, his small face frowning. When he exchanged 10,000 for the disguise card, he had complained about its brief duration, but now he wondered how he would manage for the next 2 days. This ability, while extraordinary, was not as convenient as ordinary makeup. He could not simply remove it at will. Arriving at the detective agency's entrance, his belongings and clothes automatically entered the system, thankfully still retrievable. With a scowl, he tiptoed to unlock the door, only to find he could not reach the light switch. While the child's body had its advantages, it also came with numerous inconveniences. How hard it must be for Conan. Standing on a chair to turn on the light, Gao Cheng sighed in relief and climbed onto the office chair, feeling a bit weary. Using a child's body to perform sword techniques had been overly taxing. Despite leveraging Tanaka's momentum in his descent, the crucial moment of executing the move had drained considerable energy. Habitually, he opened the system interface, only to be surprised to find he had accumulated nearly 400 reputation points. 200 of those were from the bandaged monster incident and the singer Kimura Tatsuya incident, while the remaining scattered points came from recent completed tasks that had not yet been redeemed. He had gradually figured out that previous reputation points would be locked after the system released a new event, becoming non-redeemable. However, he wondered about the extra 100 redeemable points. Gao Cheng's expression shifted as he recalled the recent case. Indeed, in a sense, he had contributed to solving it. However, he had used a child's body and left early, never even encountering the police or telling the young detective group his name. Could this count? Realizing the implications, Gao Cheng selected the option to redeem a special item without hesitation. This was a delightful surprise. He had been quite content. As he could say, he had not relied on the system, but rather uncovered the body and the murderer through his own efforts. As for reasoning, it was not worth mentioning. At the very least, it proved that his observational skills had significantly improved. Bang! The familiar notification sound echoed as a card disintegrated within the system, followed by a surge of piano knowledge flooding his mind. As though he had practiced the piano for quite some time, Gao Cheng's eyes twitched. He was uncertain of his current piano skills, but it seemed he was on the path to becoming a pianist. Compared to the piano, he yearned for medical knowledge or various detective-related skills. During the last system evaluation, he had noted so many areas of knowledge lacking, far too many to learn one by one without the energy or talent. The system's redeemable reputation points have diminished by 100, leaving Gao Cheng devoid of ideas. The rewards and costs of redeeming reputation points are disproportionately aligned. I truly wonder how I managed to obtain the rare weapon, Lake Toya, on my first exchange. It seems that, unless absolutely necessary, it would be more prudent to gamble with 100,000 yen. The next day, as Gao Cheng rubbed his eyes and groggily arose, a sudden ring from the doorbell startled him. Who could it be? Habitually responding, he approached the door, tiptoeing to open it, only to realize he was still in a child's body, but it was too late to shut the door. Conan stood there, expressionless, his finger lingering on the doorbell. "You're that child from yesterday." "Ha ha. Hello." Gao Cheng awkwardly laughed while scratching the back of his head. "If you're looking for brother Gao Cheng, he is not home these days." "Really?" Conan skeptically stepped into the detective agency, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings before returning to Gao Cheng's small stature. "By the way, who exactly are you?" he scrutinized. "I'm the child of brother Gao Cheng's relative, just visiting Tokyo for a few days." Gao Cheng nervously smiled, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he introduced himself. My name is Shirogane Shinji. I apologize for yesterday." Conan's remarkable observational skills and deductive reasoning placed considerable pressure on Gao Cheng. Isn't the system supposed to alter others' memories after redeeming reputation points? Could using a different identity to solve cases be different? Conan pondered, glancing at Gao Cheng, aware there were too many peculiarities. However, it was unreasonable for Gao Cheng to have transformed into a child. Even if he had ingested some peculiar medicine, he wouldn't hide it from Conan, and soon all lies would unravel. Suddenly, a loud ring from the telephone provided Gao Cheng with an escape. He hurried to the desk and answered, "Hello? This is the Shirogane Detective Agency." "A child?" The muffled male voice on the other end sounded surprised. "Where's Detective Shirogane?" Gao Cheng glanced at Conan out of the corner of his eye and replied, "Brother Gao Cheng is not here at the moment, but I can relay any messages." "I see." The man paused before continuing, "Never mind, the commission letter has already been sent. Just inform him that the commission fee will be wired in a few days, and he must come to Tsukikage Island on the next full moon." "Tsukikage Island?" Gao Cheng found the name somewhat familiar and curiously asked, "Sir, who are you?" "I am Asokaji from Tsukikage Island," the man replied monotonously before abruptly hanging up. "What happened?" Conan inquired habitually, "Is there another case?" "Yes. I'll inform brother Gao Cheng when he returns." Gao Cheng placed the phone down, pondering. "By the way, Conan, what brings you to find brother Gao Cheng? You're not one of his subordinates, are you?" "Subordinate?" Conan's eyes twitched. "Just like Sherlock Holmes?" Gao Cheng asserted. "Surely there are many children under him?" Conan chuckled. "Haha, of course not. I'm a good friend of your brother Gao Cheng." "Not in the least. The insufferable little brat." Conan squinted, realizing he had come to check on the child version of Gao Cheng due to last night's events, but it seemed he had overthought it. It was merely coincidental to encounter a child who might practice swordsmanship. At the office window, Gao Cheng watched Conan descend the stairs, letting out a slight sigh of relief. There was no way to explain the system. If Conan found out, who knows what might transpire. However, after this bout of suspicion, using a child identity in front of Conan in the future should pose no significant problems if he exercised caution. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Gao Cheng stared at the child's reflection in the mirror for a while. He had initially planned to stay at the detective agency for a couple of days, but he soon discovered that his stock of snacks had been depleted, and the refrigerator was completely empty. It seemed he had no choice but to venture outside. Skillfully, he tiptoed to lock the door and, according to his usual habit, sought out a nearby shopping mall. under the watchful gazes of onlookers. He filled a shopping cart with an array of items. What a cute little child. The cashiers in line beamed as they saw Gao Chang pushing a cart taller than himself, their eyes sparkling with affection, seemingly ready to embrace him at any moment. Darn it. Gao Chang wore a deadpan expression while waiting in line. He enjoyed the attention from the older girls, but not as a child. After finally checking out, he hurriedly left the mall with a pile of items only to be greeted by the sight of Ayumi, Genta, and Mitsuhiko standing downstairs by the detective agency. Those little brats. Ah, it's really you. Upon seeing Gao Chang clutching snacks, Ayumi and the others rushed over excitedly. We heard from Conan. You're the child of Brother Gao Chang. That's amazing. Let us be friends. Wow, so much food. Before Gao Chang could respond, the food-loving Genta eagerly helped carry a bag, declaring, let us have a gathering today to celebrate Shinji joining our junior detective team. Gao Chang tilted his head, feeling exasperated. Please spare me. Chapter 31. Tsukakage Island on a holiday, a ship traversed the misty waters toward the Izu Islands. Gao Chang quietly walked to the bow, gazing at the small island gradually revealing its outline through the fog. During the few days he spent as a child, he received a commission letter from Asokeiji, along with a commission fee of 300,000 yen. Just before boarding the ship to this location, the system also released the case details, which happened to pertain to the incident on Tsukakage Island. The only impression he retained of this incident was a cross-dressing individual named Narumi Ase. Everything else remained a blur, as though the system had manipulated his memories. He was puzzled as to why he remembered a cross-dresser. His sexual orientation was perfectly normal, and recalling Narumi Ase seemed purely coincidental, possibly indicating a key figure. However, as Gao Chang half-closed his eyes, he glanced at the incessantly complaining Kagoro Mori beside him. Honestly, we could be enjoying the cherry blossoms, Kagoro Mori grumbled, cigarette dangling from his lips while casting a sidelong glance at Gao Chang. Why must I, the renowned detective Kagoro Mori, be stuck with this ghastly individual on that cursed, desolate island? I was just about to ask, Gao Chang retorted. Why is it that some detectives receive a commission fee of 500,000 yen, while I, a famed detective myself, only receive 300,000 yen? Kagoro Mori fumed. You little brat. What makes you a renowned detective? If it weren't for you, I might have had 800,000. All right. Ran interjected with a wry smile, trying to mediate between the two. Let us just treat this as a vacation, there's no need to argue. Humph. Both Gao Chang and Kagoro Mori turned their heads away simultaneously. Operating a detective agency in the same area of Baika, the proximity had naturally fostered business competition, and recent tensions had become increasingly apparent. Just days before their trip to Izu, Kagoro Mori had solved a case in Saitama, thanks to Conan, enhancing his reputation as a slumbering detective. Some opportunistic reporters had inexplicably compared the equally active Gao Chang alongside Kagoro Mori. In recent days, the slumbering detective and the modern Zawamoto had been at odds in the newspapers, creating quite the stir. The title Modern Zawamoto was a label the media had arbitrarily affixed to him, stemming from several instances where he had wielded a wooden sword while investigating, drawing parallels to the protagonist Zawamoto from a detective novel many years ago. Although Gao Chang personally disliked this title, he also didn't want to be overshadowed by Kagoro Mori, resulting in a rather tense encounter. Kagoro Mori had Conan and he had the system. Gao Chang's eyes flicked toward Conan, who was pretending to be a child nearby. With some effort, he might just solve a case before Conan did. In the office of the Moonshadow Island village, Gao Chang disembarked and immediately proceeded with Conan and his companions to seek information about the client, Keiji Asa. The letter of entrustment sent to him and Kagoro Mori was composed of cut paper characters stating, on the next full moon night on Moonshadow Island, shadows will begin to fade. Please come to investigate. However, apart from the postal mark from Moonshadow Island, there was no further information. Keiji Asa, the office director, exclaimed in shock, gazing at Gao Chang and the others. No, that is impossible. He passed away over a decade ago. What? He continued. He was born on this island and was once a renowned pianist. 12 years ago, on a full moon night, he returned to his hometown after many years and held a piano concert at the village community center. After the concert, for some unknown reason, he isolated himself with his family at home and set a tremendous fire. The director recounted solemnly, under the chilling gaze of Ran Mori. It is said he used a knife to kill his wife and daughter, and amidst the roaring flames, he seemed to be ensnared, continuously playing Beethoven's piano sonata Moonlight. But what about this letter of entrustment? Gao Cheng furrowed his brow, producing the letter which indeed bore the postal mark of Moonshadow Island. And the fee had been duly paid. Surely, this could not be a mere prank? I assume someone from your village must have impersonated him, Kagoro Mori interjected, unwilling to fall behind. But who would do such a thing? The director instinctively took a step back. You may wish to inquire with the village chief. He is currently at the community center. Very well, we shall head there at once, Kagoro Mori declared, casting a determined glance at Gao Cheng after confirming the location of the community center before departing. Gao Cheng, however, did not follow immediately. Instead, he inquired with the staff, is there someone named Narumi Ase on the island? Oh, you mean Dr. Ase? She should be at the clinic over there now. Thank you. At the Moonshadow Island clinic. As Gao Cheng approached, Conan and the others were also nearby, seemingly on their way to the community center. Just then, Ase Narumi was outside the clinic, sending a child off. Initially, Gao Cheng intended to seek her alone, but upon seeing Dr. Ase, Kagoro Mori suddenly found himself rooted to the spot. Is that Dr. Ase? Gao Cheng hesitantly inquired, observing the doctor, who appeared to be a striking young woman. Ah, that's me, Ase Narumi replied, her long hair tied back, clad in a fitted white coat. What can I do for you? Before Gao Cheng could respond, Kagoro Mori pushed ahead, interjecting. We received a letter of entrustment from someone named Keiji Asa. Keiji Asa? A look of surprise crossed Ase Narumi's face. Indeed, Gao Cheng explained, not wishing to compete with Kagoro Mori. However, the office mentioned that Keiji Asa died over 20 years ago, so we were wondering who might be impersonating him. I'm not too sure, as I just arrived on this island a few years ago. Ase Narumi shook her head, curiously regarding Gao Cheng and his companions. Are you from outside? Yes, we came from Tokyo, Ran Mori nodded. Really? I'm also from Tokyo, Ase Narumi exclaimed with delight. This island is quite different from Tokyo. It's wonderful, isn't it? Not only is the air fresh, but it's also incredibly peaceful. Just then, a promotional vehicle passed by, its loudspeaker blaring. Shimizu Masato. Please vote for Shimizu Masato. Ase Narumi chuckled awkwardly, but that's an exception as the village elections are about to be held. Village chief elections? Kagoro Mori recalled the matter at hand, hastily stating, we also wish to ask the village chief some questions. Are you headed to the community center? Ase Narumi reminded them. Tonight, a memorial service will be held for the late village chief, Mr. Kamayama, who passed away 2 years ago. You might find something useful by inquiring there. Gao Cheng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that finding the one person he remembered would yield some useful information. Following Kagoro Mori to the community center, they encountered several villagers protesting against the current village chief at the entrance. After Kagoro Mori explained their purpose to the village secretary, they waited outside the meeting room. However, Gao Cheng did not remain with him but instead took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. While Conan and the others had yet to grasp the significance of the letter of entrustment, Gao Cheng was acutely aware. Whether it was the system's announcement of the Moonshadow Island murder incident or his own vague memories, he understood that tranquility on this island was about to be disrupted. The sender of that letter had evidently sensed it too. But why the secrecy? Was there a reason to conceal one's identity? Gao Cheng had little hope of uncovering the true identity of the client. The crucial task now lay in investigating the potential events that might transpire on the island. The origin of these events appeared likely to be linked to the death of Keiji Asa over a decade ago. Gao Cheng gently pushed open a door at the end of the corridor, discovering a large room housing only a black piano. Speaking of pianos, he had recently obtained 2 piano knowledge cards, yet had not had the chance to experiment with them. A sense of curiosity compelled him to lift the lid of the piano, and instinctively, as if guided by an inner knowledge, he placed his fingers on the keys. What he had never learned seemed to flow effortlessly from his hands. Eh? Conan, who had followed behind, gazed in astonishment at Gao Cheng's impromptu performance. I didn't know you could play the piano. Gao Cheng snapped back to reality, chuckling, you'd be surprised. I am destined to be the world's greatest detective. Conan rolled his eyes. Isn't it a bit premature to say that? You all. The village secretary burst into the room, alarmed by the sound of the piano. You must not touch that piano. Ah? Gao Cheng jumped back, startled. What's wrong? That's the cursed piano used by Mr. Asa during his final concert on the night of his suicide. Hirata, visibly shaken, warned. Cursed? Ran Mori, who had just entered the piano room, shivered at the mention of such a word. Yes, Hirata pushed Gao Cheng and Conan out of the room with trepidation. Not only Mr. Asa, but even the former village chief. The former village chief? Gao Cheng, intrigued by Hirata's sweating demeanor, inquired, "Are you referring to the late village chief Yukamayama for the memorial service today?" Hirata closed the door behind them, exhaling deeply before explaining in a hushed tone, "This incident occurred 2 years ago. Also on a full moon night. I happened to pass by the community center, which should have been empty, yet I heard the sound of someone playing the piano. When I inquired who was inside, the music abruptly stopped." Upon entering the room, Hirata's expression turned to one of terror as he recounted, "Mr. Kamayama was slumped over the piano. The cause of death was a heart attack. The piece he was playing was the same sonata, Moonlight, that Mr. Asa had continuously played amidst the flames." Ran Mori trembled, wholly enveloped in the eerie atmosphere. Could it be the ghost of Mr. Asa? Gao Cheng scoffed. In the world of detectives, anything is more credible than ghosts. In any case, Hirata regained his composure and warned, "You should wait outside until the memorial service concludes. Do not touch that cursed piano again." Outside the community center, the full moon hung serenely in the night sky, exuding an air of tranquility, yet an inexplicable eeriness lingered. Honestly, Kagoro Mori fumed, extinguishing his cigarette and turning to Gao Cheng in frustration. "It's all because you meddled with someone else's belongings that I got kicked out." Who could have predicted that reaction? Gao Cheng leaned against the door, suddenly noticing Ase Narumi dressed in black, approaching the community center with a middle-aged man. "Ah? You're still here?" Ase Narumi exclaimed in surprise. "Have you seen the village chief?" Kagoro Mori expressed his displeasure at being left aside by the villagers, seemingly uncertain about how long he would have to wait. Miss Narumi, ignoring Kagoro's complaints, inquired, "Are you here to attend the memorial service as well?" "Indeed." Narumi replied with a smile, "I wish to pay my respects, as the first corpse I examined upon arriving at this island was that of Mr. Kumiyama." She then introduced the middle-aged man beside her, saying, "By the way, this is Mr. Shimizu. Hello, I am Masato Shimizu. Please take care of me." The amiable middle-aged man greeted, his square face exuding an air of integrity, and his smile was warm and friendly. Kagoro observed him closely. Isn't he the candidate for village chief that the promotional vehicle has been announcing? On the surface, he seemed quite decent, but could such a person truly be the murderer? The village chief election on Moonshadow Island appeared to be intensely competitive, and with the recent elections, it was plausible that someone might harbor murderous intent, especially given that the previous village chief had died 2 years prior. Soon, Narumi and Shimizu entered the memorial service venue, and Kagoro's group took a seat outside, awaiting the conclusion of the service. Chapter 32. The death of the Moonlight Sonata. A few wispy clouds drifted across the full moon, and under the tranquil night, the sound of monks chanting and the rhythmic beating of wooden fish resonated from the community center. Kagoro leaned against the steps, somewhat bored, lost in thoughts about the piano he had just seen, when suddenly a melodious piano piece filled the air, drowning out the sounds from the memorial service. Was that the Moonlight Sonata? Kagoro and Conan hurried into the community center, where many had gathered in the corridor, drawn by the sound emanating from the piano room. Upon opening the door, a drenched corpse lay before them. Amidst the beautiful strains of the Moonlight Sonata, the island's village chief candidate, Kawashima, was slumped over the piano, his head pressed against the keys, arms dangling lifelessly, leaving a pool of water beneath him. He was already dead, even from a distance. Kagoro instinctively felt a chill from the presence of death. He approached Kawashima and checked for a pulse, shaking his head in resignation as he solemnly declared, "It's too late, he has already passed away." Gasps of disbelief filled the air. How could this happen? Lon, quickly call the police, Kagoro instructed. Turning back towards the crowd, "No one is to leave." Kagoro, with his experience as a former detective, was clearly more adept than the others. After Lon departed, he turned to Narumi and requested, "Miss Narumi, could you please handle the examination of the body?" "Oh, certainly," Narumi replied, nodding as she approached the corpse to begin her inspection. "It's a curse!" Hirata exclaimed in terror, retreating. "This is the curse of that piano." "What curse?" Kagoro asked, stepping closer to the body. The Moonlight Sonata was not a supernatural phenomenon, it was merely a tape recorder playing the music. Stopping the recording, Kagoro shifted his gaze back to the corpse. The deceased's eyes were wide open, mouth agape, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. His jacket was missing, and his white shirt was crumpled and stained with mud. The water stains on the floor suggested that he had been dragged in from the back door facing the sea. Based on the incident that occurred here 2 years ago, Kagoro glanced at Kagoro, his competitive spirit ignited. This is clearly a meticulously planned murder. A murder? Someone interjected, casting a suspicious glance at Kagoro. Who are you anyway? Me? Kagoro chuckled lightly, adjusting his collar with pride. I am the famous detective from Tokyo, Kagoro Mori. Oh, so you're that space pilot? No, he often appears in mystery novels, right? Isn't that Akechi Kagoro? Huh? Then who is this person? The murmurs of confusion reached Kagoro's ears, leaving him feeling deflated. He sensed he was losing credibility, his eyes twitching in frustration as he thought, that brat, Kido, must have anticipated this all along, which is why he remained silent. How infuriating. I must solve this case first. Kagoro disregarded Mori and followed the trail of water to the back door leading to the sea. Although he had no clue about the deductions, his observational skills had improved significantly. He would not overlook any obvious clues. Outside, the moonlit waves rolled gently, revealing the victim's jacket floating on the surface. The murderer must have committed the crime by the sea and then dragged the body into the piano room. Furthermore, the back door and windows were all locked from the inside, implying that the murderer was still present at the venue. Kagoro turned back to the group. After all, he had remained near the entrance before the incident, and with the doors and windows secured, it was evident without extensive reasoning that the perpetrator was someone within the assembly. At this moment, Narumi concluded her examination and addressed everyone based on the livor mortis and the degree of rigor mortis. The estimated time of death is between 30 minutes to 0 minutes ago. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Mr. Kawashima likely drowned in the sea. But an autopsy is required to confirm the true cause. Dr. Narumi's assessment should be accurate. Conan, having observed the scene as Kagoro did, reiterated the details before moving to the tape recorder. This recording of the Moonlight Sonata deliberately left several minutes of silence at the beginning. The murderer must have calmly set everything up and then pressed play before leisurely escaping down the corridor. As Conan spoke, he noticed the astonished gazes of the crowd upon him. He quickly turned to Kagoro with a naive grin, asking, "Is that right, uncle?" "Ah, yes, precisely," Kagoro exclaimed, eager to pass on the subsequent deductions to him. Conan, feeling frustrated, cast a sideways glance at Kagoro. Damn it! When will I finally have a fair chance to compete with this guy? Unfazed, Kagoro continued his examination, stepping toward the piano, where he suddenly noticed a piece of sheet music caught in the raised piano lid. Is this a score? Kagoro murmured, puzzled as he retrieved the sheet from the crevice. Several individuals in attendance instantly paled, and a gaunt young man with thieving eyes bolted from the room, screaming as if he had seen a ghost. Who is he? That's Mr. Nishimoto Hirata, the village secretary, explained. He used to wield significant power but was always extravagant with his vices. Ever since the previous village chief died 2 years ago, he seems to have been frightened and has been hiding at home ever since. Indeed, he and the village chief were childhood friends, correct? Hirata turned to the current village chief, Kuroiwa. Ah, that is correct. Kuroiwa's forehead glistened with sweat, his complexion far from healthy. Hey, Kido, Conan whispered, approaching Kagoro. Don't you find these people strange? Ever since they saw the body, there's been an unsettling feeling. A bit, Kagoro replied, glancing at Kuroiwa and the others. Perhaps there is something we are unaware of. The island's police station had only one elderly officer who, upon being called by Lon to the community center, merely recorded some information and allowed everyone to leave, intending to continue the investigation the following day. This isn't murder. It's clearly the spirit of Mr. Aso causing trouble. The villagers departed in small groups, still discussing the event, while the monks continued their chanting. Kagoro stared at them incredulously. How could there be any spirits? This is merely a design by the murderer. If there were ghosts, why would they need detectives? They could just ask the ghosts directly. Kido-kun, Narumi, trailing behind, turned to Kagoro with slight exhaustion. Can such a murder case be solved quickly? I am truly weary of engaging in tasks such as autopsies. Gao Chang noticed a faint sorrow in Chen Shi's expression, momentarily taken aback. Do not worry, Miss Chen Shi, he assured. But before Gao Chang could respond, Mori jumped forward with an air of confidence, exclaiming, as long as this matter is handled by me, the renowned detective, it will be exceedingly simple. Is that so? Chen Shi's demeanor returned to normal as she smiled sweetly. Then I shall leave it to you. Gao Chang, are you not going back to the inn with us? Asked Ran Mori, noticing that he seemed reluctant to leave. I will stay here with the police for the night, Gao Chang replied, silently watching as Chen Shi departed. The clues regarding this incident were still too sparse. and with ties to a case from years past, a shroud of mystery enveloped him, leaving him at a loss for direction. However, once sufficient leads emerged, he was determined to unearth the culprit. What are you plotting? Mori Kagoro scrutinized Gao Chang, pausing before turning to Ran. Ran, you and Conan should return. I will remain here. Dad. In the community center's piano room, the elderly officer had carelessly moved the body to the floor, and due to the fabric covering it, it was not as disturbing as one might expect. Gao Chang sat at the piano, retrieving the sheet music wedged in the crevice. With his knowledge of the piano, he easily recognized it as the score for Claire de Lune. However, a certain segment was utterly incongruous. Attempting to play it on the piano, he found the familiar melody of Claire de Lune, but at the fourth segment a completely discordant sound emerged, shattering the harmony of the piece. What are you doing? Mori Kagoro exclaimed, startled by the jarring noise. If you cannot play, then do not. It is an issue with the sheet music, Gao Chang replied, glancing back at the fourth segment with a frown. It seems to convey a message left by someone. A message? Conan's voice piped up from behind, causing Mori to pause, suddenly realizing that Ran and Conan had also followed. Did I not tell you to return? We were worried about you, Uncle. Conan approached to examine the sheet music. Innocently addressing Gao Chang, Brother Gao Chang must have realized that the entrusted letter was actually a forewarning, right? You are quite the perceptive child, Gao Chang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the boy. This fellow often relied on his youthful persona to deceive without raising much suspicion. A forewarning? Mori still had not grasped the concept. Indeed, it states that the shadow has vanished, which signifies being enveloped in light. The murder scene coincidentally features the piece Claire de Lune, does it not? As Conan spoke, he continued to inspect the sheet music. Perhaps the incident is not yet concluded. If that is the case, Mori Kagoro's countenance darkened. The entrusted letter is, in fact, a challenge issued to me, the esteemed detective Mori Kagoro. How infuriating. He muttered under his breath, then looked toward Gao Chang, who was still studying the sheet music. That was close. This kid knew from the outset. The culprit is likely to return to the piano room. Are you truly going to spend the night here? Gao Chang shook his head, putting down the music. Ran, are you not afraid of ghosts? There lies a corpse right beside us. Ah, how dreadful. Ran. Mori shrank away, clutching Conan, her face filled with fear. Why bring that up all of a sudden? I thought you were no longer frightened. Gao Chang observed Conan's flushed face, suppressing a grin. Do not worry, there are no ghosts. But you seem to be frightened of the corpse as well. Merely an illusion. Before long, the elderly officer returned with bedding, his struggle evident, provoking concern in Gao Chang that he might encounter an unfortunate mishap. Allow me to assist. Thank you. The old officer wiped his brow. I thought you were the only one remaining. Why did everyone else stay? Apologies. Just then, Chun Shir appeared at the doorway, carrying a bag. I called the inn and heard you were still here, so I brought you some late-night snacks. Hearing this, everyone realized they were indeed quite hungry. The delightful aroma prompted their stomachs to rumble, as they had not eaten since noon. Thank you so much, Dr. Changshir. Once Changshir laid out the meal of sushi and rice balls, Gao Chang and the elderly officer had already moved all the bedding into the piano room, gathering together to dine. Eating beside a corpse felt rather strange, but he paid little heed to it. He had hardly eaten all day and had expended considerable energy. Dr. Changshir, Gao Chang took a bite of the rice ball and inquired, you performed the autopsy on the former village head 2 years ago, did you not? How did he die? It was a heart attack. Changshir nodded, recalling the event, though her expression grew taut, as if she had witnessed something horrifying. Is it not similar to this case with Kawashima? Gao Chang paused. Could there truly be a ghost at work? Ran recalled the previous villagers' discussions, becoming fearful once more. Then return if you're so frightened, Mori Kagoro declared, tucking the problematic sheet music into his coat. In any case, the culprit may return. So we shall take turns keeping watch tonight. He then turned to Gao Chang and said, hey, are you not some modern-day samurai? Why not bring that wooden sword? Toya Lake, along? Who carries a wooden sword around for no reason? Gao Chang shot him a look. I've also heard you are a judo expert. Why not leave the matter to you when the culprit arrives? How infuriating. Where did you hear that? In the dead of night. Gao Chang lay awake in his sleeping bag, unable to find rest. Beside him, Chun Shir, Ran, and Conan were similarly restless, while Mori Kagoro and the old officer slept soundly. Gao Chang was truly exasperated with Mori Kagoro. It only made it harder for him to sleep. Though Ran was skilled in karate, when faced with supernatural events, she resembled any ordinary girl, emitting only piercing screams. Screaming? If there is any trouble, just call for me. I will take a quick nap and then relieve you of your watch. Gao Cheng advised Conan and the others before quietly summoning the wooden sword Toya Lake to cradle in his arms, closing his increasingly heavy eyelids. Chapter 33. The crimson sheet music the following midday, Gao Cheng, with dark circles under his eyes, awaited the arrival of the police from Tokyo, unsurprisingly led by Officer Megure. I knew I would encounter you all again, Megure remarked, glancing at the slumbering Mori Kagoro. We will conduct inquiries at the village office. You should rest well before joining us later. I will ask this fellow, Mori, about the happenings. Gao Cheng yawned, noticing that Conan and the others had also begun to doze off. Shaking his head, he rose and said, I will not sleep here. I will head to the village office first. Is that acceptable? Of course. Gao Cheng, in a rather fatigued state, took Toya Lake to the village office, initially intending to follow along with the inquiries, but soon found himself dozing off on a chair outside. By 6 in the evening, Conan and the others arrived at the village office, yawning in unison and discovering that the investigation had not yet progressed to them. That place is indeed unsuitable for sleeping, Conan observed, glancing at Gao Cheng, who was asleep while cradling Toya Lake. Brother Gao Cheng is quite impressive. Ran and Chen Shi, beside him, nodded in agreement. Sleeping while holding a sword, truly befitting a modern-day samurai. Chang Shi mused. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Toya Lake. It is nothing special. Merely an ordinary wooden sword. What modern-day samurai? Mori Kagoro emerged from the interrogation room, irritable. This fellow claimed he would help, yet he has been sleeping alone all this time. Dad! Ran rubbed her eyes and, upon seeing Mori Kagoro, quickly perked up and asked, So, have you discovered who the culprit is? Do not be foolish, Mori Kagoro shook his head wearily. There are 8 individuals connected to the memorial service. It will not conclude so simply. Chen Shi approached, inquiring, May I ask when my turn will come? Mori Kagoro, observing her drowsy state, quickly apologized. I understand you are truly exhausted, but you will still be last. In that case, I shall wash my face before the interrogation, Chang Shi said as she stood and left. Uncle Conan seized the opportunity to inquire, how many individuals remain to be interrogated? Kagoro Mori scanned the waiting room, noting, including Dr. Narumi, nearly everyone is present here. Reiko Kuroiwa, the village chief's daughter, her fiancé, Shuichi Murazawa, the village chief candidate, Masato Shimizu, the village chief's secretary, Akira Hirata, and currently being interrogated, Ken Nishimoto, 6 individuals in total. Regarding Ken Nishimoto, Mori asserted, however, this fellow is quite time-consuming. He remains unresponsive to any inquiries. My instinct tells me he is the culprit. Conan's expression darkened. Here we go again with the instincts. At 6:30 in the evening, Takase was roused by the loud cries of Reiko Kuroiwa only to find Dr. Narumi seated beside him. Could you possibly be a bit more courteous? In the interrogation room, Reiko Kuroiwa stood up and shouted at Megure. I simply have no motive to kill Mr. Kawashima. This is outrageous. Miss Kuroiwa is indeed impressive, remarked Ran Mori. She has been shouting for quite some time. Apologies, Takase sat up, glancing at the time. Is it really so late, and the interrogation still not concluded? Only a few individuals remain. Dr. Narumi expressed concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Takase replied with a smile. But you all seem rather drained. Of course. How could one possibly sleep well in such a place? Conan muttered. I too haven't slept well. Listening to the commotion in the interrogation room, Takase lost interest in helping and opted to engage in a casual conversation with Dr. Narumi. What brings you to this small island? I recall you mentioned being from Tokyo? Indeed, Dr. Narumi smiled, so I typically return to Tokyo on weekends to visit my parents. It feels somewhat like being a part-time doctor. However, I have long yearned for this. I wish to work on an island surrounded by nature, so I decided to stay here. It has been 2 years already. Takase observed the complex emotions that briefly flickered across Dr. Narumi's fair visage and recalled her peculiar demeanor from the previous night. That sorrow seemed to suggest something deeper than just a reluctance to perform an autopsy. Dr. Narumi, Takase hesitated to ask, last night you Doctor? Narumi's clear eyes turned toward him, awaiting further elaboration when suddenly the second movement of moonlight echoed throughout the village office, the lively melody resonating eerily through the building. Takase's expression changed as he stood abruptly. Where is that music coming from? The broadcasting room. An ominous feeling washed over everyone as they rushed upstairs, only to find the shifty-eyed Ken Nishimoto sprawled at the entrance of the broadcasting room, terror etched across his face. Takase peered into the room, and his body tensed instantly. The village chief, Kuroiwa, lay bloodied on the broadcasting desk, a fatal blade protruding from his back, the crimson staining the desk, creating a chilling sight amidst the melodious piano notes. Nobody is allowed in. Magyar blocked the crowd and commanded his subordinates. Immediately call for the forensic and autopsy teams. Officer. A police officer reported the autopsy team has gone to Tokyo for Mr. Kawashima's dissection this evening. What? Magyar felt a headache coming on. Damn it. At such a time. Dr. Narumi stepped forward. I can assist if needed. Dr. Narumi? Magyar paused, then nodded. Very well, I shall rely on your help once the forensic team arrives. Take's expression grew solemn as he took the opportunity to enter the broadcasting room while the police were verifying the scene, gazing down at Kuroiwa's body, which had been laid flat for the autopsy. Like Mr. Kawashima before him, his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost before his demise. I believe the victim was murdered just minutes before the body was discovered, Dr. Narumi reported after examining the corpse. Indeed, Magyar replied, retrieving the tape of the second movement of Moonlight from the broadcasting desk. This recording has about 5 minutes and 30 seconds of silence at the beginning, indicating that the murderer is still within this village office. Only a few individuals are suspects. Magyar-san, a forensic officer suddenly called out. It seems something has been written in blood beneath this chair. Oh? Magyar crouched down. Is this a musical score? Blood was scrawled in fragmented lines of sheet music on the floor, seemingly containing some message, much like the previous findings. Kagoro Mori pondered deeply. Could this possibly be the victim's last words? No. Conan interjected without hesitation, pulling out his notebook to jot down the musical score on the ground while countering. If there was time and energy to write this with one's own blood, they could have gone outside to seek help. Hence, this must have been intentionally left by the murderer. Kagoro Mori's expression darkened further as he could no longer contain his frustration and delivered a solid blow to Conan's head. Thud. You little brat. Get away from me. Humph. Conan sulked as he moved to the doorway, observing Takase, who was similarly engrossed in the study of the score. Takase, have you discovered anything? Not at the moment, Takase frowned, having surveyed the entire scene without a clue. As for the score that resembled a cipher, even with his knowledge of piano, he found himself utterly helpless. His meager deductive skills would likely take days to unravel. Silently, Takase activated the system's interface. 1 minute was far too brief. Facing such a complex case was insufficient. Yet, he had already reached a deadlock and needed to devise a strategy to break through. Failing to locate the murderer could lead to further homicides. Crouching before the bloodied score, he initiated the minute-long detective mode, rapidly reorganizing all the clues in his mind. The first task was to decode the cipher, which he accomplished with remarkable speed. The message within the score was revealed. Beginning from the leftmost piano key, he sequentially placed the 26 letters of the English alphabet, correlating them with the score to form a unique decryption key. The previously deciphered message from the piano room's score read, "Do you understand? You are next." The message on the floor of the broadcasting room, however, stated, "The flames of karmic resentment are extinguished here." While not particularly useful, Takase continued to arrange the jumbled clues in his mind, suddenly noticing that the blood used to create the score had dried. Lacking knowledge in medicine, he was unaware of how long it takes for blood to dry. And even the minute-long detective mode could not compensate for this knowledge gap. Yet, it shouldn't have dried so quickly. With time still on his side, Takase focused intently on Kuroiwa's corpse, then shifted his gaze to the broadcasting desk. His eyes swept over the settings on the desk, and suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. Just before the minute ended, the clues seamlessly connected, revealing an astonishing figure in his mind. Takase stiffened as he looked toward Dr. Narumi, who stood aside. Although questions lingered, the clues found here led him to conclude that the murderer was indeed Dr. Narumi, the one responsible for the autopsy. But why? Chapter 34. Wagering the detective's reputation silently, Takase exited the village office. While Magyar conducted interrogations, he found the elderly police officer from the station on his way to the civic center. "Old man, do you recall that case from over a decade ago? Was Mr. Aso truly a suicide?" Takase inquired with great interest. As the minute concluded, that miraculous state faded, yet his thoughts remained unbroken, leaving him with many unresolved questions. The eyewitnesses reported as such, the old officer slowly recalled. "I remember that the witnesses included the former village chief, Kamayama Kawashima, And also Kuroiwa and Nishimoto, those four witnessed it firsthand. Isn't it the case that 3 of those murdered were among them? Takase recalled his earlier deductions during the minute and continued to ask, what connections existed among those 4? The elderly police officer nodded, saying, those few, along with Masao, grew up together. I remember when they were young, they all learned to play the piano together. Later, when Masao became a renowned pianist, Nishimoto often attended his overseas performances to show support. After recounting these memories, the old officer suddenly realized, now only Nishimoto remains. Gao Cheng's lips twitched. The old man's reflexes were rather slow. As he returned to the village office alongside the elderly officer, Gao Cheng continued to inquire, what about Dr. Narushi? Does she have any relation to Mr. Masao? Is she his daughter? The old man shook his head. Mr. Masao's daughter perished in that fire long ago. Dr. Narushi only arrived a few years back. However, Masao does have a son who should still be alive. He fell gravely ill as a child and has been receiving treatment in the hospital. Is that true? Gao Cheng sighed softly. Initially, he had thought Narushi was merely a peculiar individual with a penchant for cross-dressing, akin to the so-called trap phenomenon. Now he realized that the true reason behind his cross-dressing likely stemmed from the tragic fire over a decade ago. If he were not mistaken, it seemed that the Masao family had not committed suicide, which explained the terrified expressions of the village head, Kuroiwa, and others before their demise. Gao Cheng tightly gripped the wooden sword, accompanied the elderly officer into the main hall of the village office, where Muku was currently interrogating a group of individuals. The suspicions surrounding Narushi had been naturally dispelled, leaving only Shimizu, Nishimoto, Hirata, and Reiko's fiancé, Zhou-i, under suspicion. As for the coded message within the sheet music, Conan had not been stumped for long. His knowledge of the piano was simply insufficient. After relaying the deciphered message to everyone, Conan's gaze fell upon Gao Cheng, who was following closely behind the elderly officer, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It must be him, Nishimoto exclaimed in terror upon learning of the sheet music's message. That guy is still alive. Masao Keiji is indeed alive. He is indeed dead, the elderly officer interjected. The bones and dental impressions found at the fire scene have been matched. They belong to his family, without a doubt. The old officer reminisced about the tragedy, sighing. Everything was destroyed in the fire, except for the sheet music stored in the fireproof safe. Sheet music? The crowd gasped in surprise. Where is that sheet music now? Mori asked anxiously. The elderly officer slowly recalled, it's in the warehouse of the community center, but the keys are at the police station. Haha, then hurry and get them. Muku shouted angrily. Go now. Ah yes. The old man, startled, hurriedly ran out of the village office. Wait, I'll go with you. Conan suddenly remembered something and rushed after him. On the dark road to the police station, Conan walked beside the elderly officer, casually asking, did Mr. Masao really set fire to his family? Well, the former village head, Mr. Kamiyama, along with Kuroiwa, Nishimoto, and Mr. Kawashima all witnessed it, the elderly officer nodded, suddenly pausing as he realized that this question had already been posed by that young man earlier, who had specifically inquired about Mr. Masao's son. What? Conan was taken aback, suddenly recalling Gao Cheng's strange demeanor after looking at the sheet music. Did he say anything? Outside the village office, Gao Cheng called Narushi aside. Hiro-kun, is there something you need? Narushi looked uncertainly at Gao Cheng's back. Dr. Narushi, that letter of commission was sent to me by you. In the name of your deceased father, correct? Gao Cheng turned to face Narushi. I have solved this case, including your reasons for wanting to kill those individuals and why Mr. Nishimoto was so fearful. Narushi's expression shifted as he gazed silently at Gao Cheng. When Mr. Kawashima died, it was one thing, but when it came to Kuroiwa you revealed a significant flaw, the bloodstains. That could not possibly have occurred just 5 minutes prior. I suspect you utilized the automatic tape recorder at the broadcasting station, starting playback from the blank side, allowing for an additional 30 minutes. Gao Cheng observed the silent Narushi and continued. To deceive the police, only you, who was conducting the autopsy, could have done so. After drowning Mr. Kawashima, you moved him to the piano room to divert the autopsy personnel. As a doctor, you are well aware of the autopsy procedures, deliberately allowing the personnel to take Mr. Kawashima's body back to Tokyo for dissection. I knew from the beginning you were male. I just didn't expect you to be Mr. Masao's son. Gao Cheng looked up at the full moon in the night sky, recalling the tragic fates of others he had encountered, realizing that even murderers are not necessarily evil. Narushi sought him and Mori Kagoro, likely hoping someone could prevent him from taking that fateful step. "Turn yourself in, Dr. Narushi." A look of astonishment crossed Narushi's face. "Aren't you turning me over to the police?" He had heard of Gao Cheng's rivalry with Mori Kagoro and recognized this as a prime opportunity to suppress Mori. Seeing Gao Cheng remain silent, Narushi forced a smile. "You are indeed a remarkable detective, Kido-kun. I thought it would take longer, at least Mr. Mori had no suspicion at all. I may not know what transpired with Mr. Masao back then," Gao Cheng replied as he turned to leave, "but I will uncover the truth and ensure Nishimoto receives the punishment he deserves, all while upholding my reputation as a detective." Chapter 35. The detective in the flames. Back at the community center, Gao Cheng returned to the origin of the incident in silence. He questioned whether the killings carried out for revenge were right or wrong, realizing that the feelings of the perpetrator were not something a detective should concern themselves with. However, from the encounters with the ghostly mother and son, the enigmatic Teiko, and the art museum's director, to Narushi, he began to sense that the relationship between detectives and criminals was not merely one of adversarial conflict. For him, Narushi had become more than just a mere murderer. Despite their brief acquaintance, he felt a profound sadness emanating from within. The fleeting moments shared were unforgettable. From a personal standpoint, he did not find these individuals particularly detestable. Instead, he felt sorrow for their circumstances. In the past, while watching Conan, he had even entertained the thought of hoping Conan would fail to solve a case, leading to a brief resentment towards him. But now, having taken on the role of the detective in this incident, he truly understood the complexity of Conan's feelings. If possible, he would have stopped these individuals from committing murder to prevent them from reaching an irrevocable point. Yet, he was ultimately powerless. Upon arriving at Tsukikage Island, he had even forgotten that Narushi was the perpetrator. The only thing he could do was to utilize his detective identity to the fullest, striving to prevent such tragedies from continuing. Outside the warehouse, the elderly officer seemed slow to bring the keys. Gao Cheng, taking advantage of the moonlight, circled around outside and eventually broke through a window to enter, turning on the light and beginning to search for the sheet music. Narushi had revealed everything. 2 years prior, before Kamiyama's death, he had divulged all the details. It turned out that these individuals had been using Masao Keiji's overseas performances as a cover to purchase heroin, transporting it using the piano in the piano room. Hirata had prevented outsiders from approaching the piano because there was a hidden compartment underneath for concealing heroin, which Gao Cheng had already checked. Over a decade ago, when Masao Keiji decided to cease his assistance, fearing the secret would leak, the four of them locked the Masao family inside their home, leading to their tragic demise in the fire. However, these revelations were merely what the deceased Kamiyama had recounted and could not serve as evidence. The only hope rested with the sheet music left at the fire scene. After briefly entering detective mode, Gao Cheng realized that aside from his decent observational skills, he was just an average detective. Thankfully, matters had become clearer, and all that remained was to gather evidence. Outside the civic center, Nishimoto concealed himself within the thicket, his visage turning a ghastly shade as he caught sight of the light emanating from the warehouse window. Initially, he intended to destroy the sheet music before the old officer arrived with the key, but to his astonishment, the intruder had already breached the window. Just then, Gao Cheng, after a strenuous search through the clutter, finally located the sheet music and hastily flipped through it, only to be startled by the sound of footsteps approaching the corridor. The footsteps, it seemed, led directly to the piano room. Gao Cheng leapt out of the window and hurried back to the entrance, arriving at the piano room just in time to witness a shadowy figure groping around the piano's underside. Was there still a need to eliminate evidence at such a moment? Gao Cheng, wielding a wooden sword, chuckled, "I have already extracted the heroin from within." "What?" The shadowy figure jumped in alarm, momentarily stunned. Before leaping through the shattered window without a second thought, Gao Cheng refrained from pursuing, for he already recognized the identity of the intruder, Hirata, the village chief's secretary. This individual would naturally be dealt with by the police. The pressing concern now lay in delivering the sheet music and the heroin to the authorities. While perusing the sheet music earlier, Gao Cheng discovered it contained coded messages, the first page addressed to "My son, Chengshi." Although he hadn't examined the subsequent pages in detail, he confirmed they contained messages from Masu Keiichi, just before his death over a decade prior, elucidating all matters with utmost clarity. Huffing, Nishimoto remained hidden in the shadows. observing Gao Chang as he exited the civic center, seemingly heading toward the village office. His breath quickened, and his expression morphed into a grimace as he gripped the wooden club tightly, akin to a drowning man desperately fighting for survival. As Gao Chang passed the intersection, Nishimoto steeled himself and charged forward, raising his club high. Mr. Nishimoto, even if I were to kill you now, it would merely be deemed excessive self-defense. Gao Chang paused, turning his gaze back with a resolute expression. Meeting Gao Chang's eyes, Nishimoto instantly regained clarity and crumpled to the ground in distress. His legs soaked and stammered, "No, I only intended to knock you out. Truly, just go to the village office." Gao Chang shook his head. This trip to Tsukiyomi Island had reached its conclusion. He chose to allow Asu Chungshur to surrender but felt no regret. Some matters were perhaps far more significant to him than a mere entry on AR-sum. At the village office, upon dragging Nishimoto back, Gao Chang discovered that everyone else had already departed, including Asu Chungshur. "Officer Magyar." Gao Chang sensed something amiss and inquired, "What is going on?" "Kido-kun," Magyar turned around. "Did we not say that the resentment was resolved? There shouldn't be any further murders. So everyone has left for the night, and we shall continue the interrogation tomorrow." "What about Dr. Chungshur? She should have returned by now." "Returned? What do you mean?" Gao Chang asked in confusion. "Did Dr. Chungshur not say anything? I had indeed urged Asu Chungshur to surrender. Isn't she supposed to have gone out with you?" Magyar remarked curiously, glancing at the disheveled Nishimoto. "What happened to him? He is the next target of the criminal and also the murderer of Mr. Asu." "Officer Magyar, I will leave the rest to you." Gao Chang handed over the heroin to Magyar and hastily exited the village office with the sheet music in hand. What happened? Magyar wondered aloud as he accepted the items. Astonished. Is this heroin? Outside the village office, the haunting melody of Moonlight Sonata suddenly echoed through the night, resonating clearly in Gao Cheng's ears. Is it coming from the piano room? Gao Cheng's gaze fixated on the civic center, where he saw flames rising fiercely against the night sky, casting a crimson glow. Enveloped in flames within the piano room, Chungshur leaned nostalgically against the piano. His delicate features pressed against the keys as his fingers gently caressed the instrument, as if once more in the presence of his father. A bittersweet smile graced his lips as he pressed down on the final note. "It is all over, father." "Not yet." Gao Chang burst into the inferno-enshrouded piano room, calling out, "Dr. Chungshur, look at this. Your father left you a message urging you to live well on your own." Chungshur raised his head, gazing at the sheet music in Gao Cheng's hands, sadness flickering in his eyes as he replied, "Actually, I wanted to know earlier. If I had, I wouldn't have committed these acts." Coughing, the smoke became increasingly suffocating within the piano room, while outside, the flames had completely consumed the surroundings. Those who arrived could only stand afar, helplessly watching. "Officer!" The police exclaimed anxiously. "It appears the area was doused in gasoline beforehand. The flames are too fierce to approach." "How can this be?" Conan's expression darkened as he seemed to grasp the full situation. Yet he found himself powerless against the raging fire. Before he could rush in, Ran had already embraced him from behind, refusing to let go. "Don't go in, Conan." "Ran, Dr. Chungshur might be inside." Conan's face was illuminated by the flames, his heart heavy. "Cough. Chungshur, my hands are stained with blood just like Kawashima's. You must leave. Don't joke. I'm not here to watch you die." "That would mean I have killed you." Gao Chang tucked the sheet music close to his chest and resolutely lifted Chungshur onto his back. "There are many days ahead. You cannot die like this. Kido-kun, you must live." I failed to perceive the meaning of that letter of commission, but at the very least, I must ensure you survive. Casting a glance at the retreat that was already engulfed in flames, Gao Chang gripped the wooden sword tightly and charged forward, gritting his teeth as he raised the blade high. The flames roared menacingly, encroaching upon them and sealing off their escape. The only window that offered a chance for survival was now shrouded in fire. With a firm grip, Gao Cheng's gaze sharpened as he summoned all his strength, transforming his sword into a flash of lightning, cleaving through the flames and striking the window. With a resounding crash of shattering glass, Gao Chang and Asu Chungshur leaped through, rolling multiple times upon landing outside the fire's reach. What was that sound? Magyar, hearing the commotion, turned in astonishment towards the side of the civic center. It came from the piano room window. "Let's go check." "Yes." "Why?" Changshi struggled to lift his head and looked at Gao Cheng, who was bracing himself with a wooden sword. Why did you save me? Because you were my client. Safeguarding your safety is nothing strange, is it? Gao Cheng, blackened by smoke, exhaled softly and stood up with the aid of his sword. As he noticed other officers arriving, he turned back to the now safe Asu Chengshi, wiped the soot from his eyes, smiled gently and said, I have fulfilled my promise. The rest is for you to inform the police. Chapter 36. The Duke of the Dark Knight aboard the ship returning to Tokyo. The melody of the piano seemed to linger over the sea. I never imagined the murderer would be Dr. Chengshi. Mori Kagoro stood at the bow of the ship, still grappling with the revelation that Asu Chengshi was male. He wore a perplexed expression, pondering why he would go to the lengths of sending a letter of commission. Did he truly possess the confidence to challenge me, the great detective Mori Kagoro? I believe he wanted someone to stop him from killing, Gao Cheng replied, glancing back at the fading silhouette of Tsukuyomi Island. After being found outside the fire scene, Asu Chengshi quickly surrendered and recounted everything, leading to the resolution of the tragic events from over a decade ago, as well as the drug smuggling case on the island. With Hirata's arrest, a series of cases on Tsukuyomi Island came to a satisfactory conclusion. Honestly, why act as if you understand everything? Mori Kagoro huffed. Dr. Chengshi turned himself in. You merely happened to find that sheet music. Neither of us solved the case ahead of time. Conan, half awake, disregarded Mori's grumbling and approached Gao Cheng, asking, You knew all along that Dr. Chengshi was the murderer, didn't you? Why didn't you tell the police directly? I didn't, Gao Cheng replied, retracting his gaze with a light-hearted smile. If I had known, I wouldn't have let your uncle feel so triumphant. Enough, Conan shot a glance. I heard from that old policeman that at that time you should have already known the murderer was Dr. Narushi, which is why you called him out from the village office. Conan paused, scrutinizing Takase. It was you who rescued Dr. Narushi from the inferno, wasn't it? There's a long crack along the wall of the civic center by the window. Dr. Narushi couldn't have done that. Did you intentionally make him confess? Shiro, please don't overthink, Takase interrupted. I merely wish to be a compassionate detective. Conan's lips twitched slightly. I wasn't thinking anything. Tokyo, the Shiro Detective Agency. Takase perused a newspaper reporting on the Tsukikage Island incident. Besides the usual sensationalism linking him to Kagoro Mori, the paper featured a beautifully captured photo of Narushi being escorted away by police, as the journalist seemed to believe that the delicate, beautiful figure of Narushi, who bore a sorrowful past, would attract attention. With the conclusion of the Tsukikage Island incident, even the renowned detectives Kagoro Mori and modern Zawamoto found themselves at a loss against the criminal who turned himself in. His captivating presence seemingly casting a faint sadness over the island. Narushi's final confession, who should I thank? Both detectives had merely been third-rate detectives in the past, and the fame they achieved came after much effort. Takase set down the newspaper, stroking his chin while examining the system's interface. Surprisingly, his reputation points had not diminished but had instead increased by a substantial 200 points. Of these, 100 points were attributed to a new entry regarding drug trafficking, while the remaining 100, although also reputation points, felt unrelated to fame and had simply been added without any notification, somewhat reminiscent of the points he earned for solving a case while posing as a child. This was likely due to his choice to have Narushi confess. Should he redeem them? Takase hesitated. His savings were not insignificant, and with Narushi's 100,000 yen commission fee, even after deducting some expenses, he still had over 1,000,000 yen left. However, no one would complain about having too much money. Besides, 1,000,000 yen wasn't exactly a fortune. His gaze lingered on the reputation points, and Narushi's lovely visage under the flames flashed before his eyes. Shaking his head vigorously, Takase clenched his teeth and resolutely chose to redeem an item. Bang! As usual, the system produced a card, which shattered and transformed into a stream of memories merging into Take's mind. This time, he acquired knowledge in computing, akin to having studied computer skills for a period, although it felt as if he hadn't improved significantly. He glanced back at the newspaper. Nothing seemed to have changed, and it appeared that there was no response from the system. Heavens, Narushi won't remember me, will he? Takase inhaled sharply, quickly refocusing on the freshly acquired computer knowledge. He attempted to experiment with the office computer. His speed had noticeably improved and he managed various operations with ease, but he struggled with programming. Perhaps he simply lacked the talent to be a programmer? Ding! Suddenly, a message popped up on the computer interface, inviting him to join a chat group for a mysterious journey to Aizu. Takase paused momentarily, intrigued, and clicked to accept. He had barely used the internet since arriving here. Could it be an old classmate of the original owner reaching out? Upon entering the chat group, lively discussions about software development ensued, with mentions of a virus program called Dark Duke. Excuse me, Takase typed curiously, what is this Dark Duke you speak of? You're not aware. With his interjection, the group's chatter abruptly halted, replaced by a barrage of questions. Who is this person? Why are they in the group? Aren't only the two doctors supposed to be here? Strange, I must have added the wrong person, I thought. What is going on? How could we let an unrelated person in? Sorry, I'll kick them out right away. No need, a user named Dark Duke chimed in suddenly, since they are here. It doesn't matter. Even if they aren't well-versed in computers, it's fine. The moment Dark Duke spoke, the group quieted down, abandoning the idea of expelling Takase. Hey, one person couldn't contain their curiosity. Is there really a chance to obtain that program? Of course, Dark Duke replied, you all are computer experts. So you understand the program's value. Hehe, in a week, everyone should check into the Aizu Princess Hotel. I will cover half of the room fee in advance. If you can find me among the participants, not only will the remaining fees be waived, but you will also receive the program. What a joke. Someone in the group complained, there will be so many people at the Aizu Princess Hotel, how will we know where you are? Although others did not type, they too awaited Dark Duke's response. Don't worry. Dark Duke continued, haven't you all received the participant list? I will also disclose everyone's room numbers later. And during the 2 nights at the hotel, I will disguise myself as the true Dark Duke to create some excitement. Takase stared at the flurry of messages, initially planning to exit the group, but upon reading Dark Duke's words, he hesitated and moved the mouse away from the Leave Group button. He had no interest in any program, but the allure of a free trip to Aizu was simply too enticing. Ordinarily, he would never splurge on such expenses. However, envisioning sunny beaches and beautiful women in swimsuits made him long to go. Then, Dark Duke's message interrupted Take's daydreaming. Please send me your identity information, and I will arrange your room. Sure. Takase immediately messaged Dark Duke but didn't foolishly provide his real identity. Instead, he casually used a pseudonym, Kendaichi. After all, he had received a card for computer knowledge and maintained a degree of caution. When it came time to check into the hotel, he could simply claim he was there on behalf of someone else. Concluding the conversation, Takase felt as though he could already sense the joy of life a week later. As long as Conan wasn't around, he could enjoy a splendid free holiday. As for Dark Duke's claim of only covering half the room fee, he was a detective after all. He couldn't possibly be outmatched by a group of internet users. As long as he uncovered who Dark Duke was during the Aizu trip, not only would all expenses be waived, but he might also earn some money from the mysterious program. Feeling pleased, Takase added the Aizu trip dates to his memo. Chapter 37. Aizu Holiday Trip. A week later, at the private beach of the Aizu Princess Hotel, Takase lounged on a beach chair in shorts, his sunglasses obscuring his wandering gaze. Under the clear, cloudless sky, a gentle sea breeze occasionally swept in, bringing with it a refreshing warmth, though it was hot. It was just the right kind of heat. During this summer holiday, the beach was teeming with people, particularly numerous young women in bikinis who had come here to vacation and cool off. Take's gaze followed a passing girl, landing on those frolicking in the ocean, the splashes revealing their figures tightly clad in swimsuits. Ah, what a lovely figure. I certainly made the right choice coming here. Suddenly, a familiar voice from beside him broke through his reverie. His brow furrowed as an ominous feeling washed over him. Turning his head, he was met with the leering visage of Kagoro Mori. With this guy around, Take's mood soured as he continued to scan the area, soon spotting Ran Mori holding Conan's hand on the other side. Dressed in a blue swimsuit, Ran's fair skin and appealing figure were evident, and he could see Conan's flushed face. This kid. His good mood dissipated instantly. Why does this guy always have to show up? This rare holiday might end up ruined. Next time he travels, would he have to settle for Hokkaido? Taking advantage of the moment when Kagoro Mori and his companions were distracted, Takase discreetly stowed away his belongings and swiftly departed the beach, pretending not to recognize anyone. In the hotel lobby, as Takase registered at the front desk, he awaited the arrival of the other members of the tour group. Like the others, he had received a list of names and room numbers. In total, there were 7 groups comprising 11 individuals, including 2 doctors from one group, one of whom was Professor Agasa. The others were either programmers, software company presidents, investors, or mathematics teachers. Thus, his chances of identifying the enigmatic organizer, the Duke of Night, seemed promising. While his deductive reasoning might not be as sharp as Conan's, his observational skills could compensate for it. He merely lacked the ability to untangle intricate clues like Conan could, which prevented him from failing to identify anyone entirely. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached, clutching a laptop. His slender face was partially obscured by bangs, lending him a somewhat sullen appearance. "Are you the Duke of Night?" the man suddenly inquired. "What?" Takase responded, puzzled, his gaze drifting to the stopwatch application displayed on the laptop. "Are you also part of the tour group?" 0.5 seconds to be precise, the man chuckled. "Saving the data? Your reaction time is astonishingly quick. Among us, you have the shortest response time. One's reaction to an unexpected question often reveals their true self. It seems you are most likely the Duke of Night." "Huh?" Takase replied, utterly bewildered. "Come on, you made such a commotion. I noticed you before you even approached." "Does it really matter what question you ask? I'm Shino Kamio from room 2002. A bank employee," the man smiled. "You must be that Kendaichi fellow who was accidentally added to our group, right? I've taken quite an interest in you." "Humph." A man with long, flowing hair sitting in the lobby holding a can of beer drunkenly interjected, "Do you question everyone like this? How annoying. Do you really think this will reveal the Duke of Night? I reckon you might be the Duke yourself." "Mr. Egawa from room 2101, Kamio noted, glancing at the long-haired man. "It seems you took 286 seconds to answer my question, though you are not entirely without suspicion." Kagoro Mori entered the lobby, casting a strange glance at Kamio and the others. Upon noticing Takase, his expression darkened. "Why are you here, kid? Every time I run into you, it seems trouble follows. What a nuisance." With half-closed eyes, Takase suddenly recalled the absent Professor Agasa. "Wait, you're not here for the Aizu mystery tour, are you? Are you?" Mori froze, his mustache twitching. "What bad luck. A rare free trip." "Free?" Egawa chuckled. "You're quite the optimist. Until we unveil the Duke of Night's true identity, nothing is certain." "Huh?" Mori stared at Egawa, bewildered. "SNT it free? You're the Duke of Night, aren't you?" Kamio suddenly leaned in and asked Mori from behind, pressing a key on his laptop. "Me?" Mori pointed to himself, confused. "You took 4 seconds just to respond to my question," Kamio smirked, adding, "Don't you know? Only half of the accommodation fee has been prepaid." "Half prepaid?" Mori, drenched in sweat, hardly heard what Kamio said next as he rushed to the front desk. "You're expecting Professor Agasa and the others, right?" The attendant checked and confirmed, "Your accommodation fee has indeed only been prepaid halfway." Mori's face grew pale. "How could this happen? Can you check again?" "What's wrong, Dad?" Ran and Conan approached, puzzled. Mori turned to Conan, his expression grim. "You little brat. The hotel fee is only half paid. What on earth is going on? Didn't you say it was free?" Ran was equally surprised. "At least we've paid half. We can pay the other half." "But," Mori glanced at Takase, leaning closer to Ran, embarrassed. "I didn't bring that much money with me." "Senior, you're here too." Ran noticed Takase and called out, excitedly turning to Mori. "Dad, can we borrow from Takase? He might have some cash." "Humph, borrowing money from him? I'd rather die," Mori grumbled, resigning himself. "Forget it. I'm going back to my room." "What about the hotel bill, Dad?" Ran exclaimed anxiously. "I'll lend you some for now," Takase remarked, observing Mori's retreating figure with a sigh. "You can pay me back when we return to Tokyo." "Really?" Ran sighed with relief. "Thank you so much, Takase." "Takase?" Kamio and a few other tour members nearby looked surprised. "Aren't you Kendaichi?" "Well, haha." Takase scratched the back of his head. "Actually, Kendaichi couldn't make it, so I'm substituting for him. My name is Takase Kataru, and I'm a detective." "A detective?" The tour members' expressions shifted instantly, their attention fixated on Takase. What's wrong?" Takase hesitated, sensing an unusual tension among them. "What's happening? It feels like a murder case is about to unfold. You can't be the modern Takase Kataru who has been appearing in the news lately, can you?" A couple approached, a bright-eyed young man with short hair and a lively woman with chestnut-colored hair. The young man spoke with enthusiasm. "I've read your reports. I was hoping to meet you one day, he remarked, his gaze intense. Who are you? Takase inquired, sensing an unusual aura from the young man. His bright eyes resembled those of a master in a swordsmanship competition. Could it be? Ran exclaimed, stepping forward excitedly. Are you Maeda Satoshi? Maeda Satoshi? Conan observed Ran's starstruck demeanor, subtly interjecting, Ran, do you know him? Of course. Ran replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. He was the Japanese karate champion 6 years ago. I started learning karate because I admired him. Approaching the young man, Ran continued, Hello, I'm Mori Ran. I recently won a championship at the city tournament. I can't believe I run into you here. I'm so lucky. What's lucky about it? Conan grumbled, turning away. Is the karate champion really that impressive? Well, he must be pretty good, Takase observed the slightly awkward young man. At least much better than you, Conan. Better than Ran? Conan's frown deepened as he recalled Ran's usual performance. How does he compare to you? How would I know? I don't practice karate. Aren't you skilled in kendo? Conan, with a deadpan expression, I thought you were supposed to be impressive. Well, Takase pondered, glancing at Conan's expression. And suddenly teased, You're not jealous, are you? He already has a girlfriend. Huh? Conan followed Take's gaze, just as Maeda introduced his companion. This is my fiancée, Sayama Akiko. She is a high school mathematics teacher. Takase observed Sayama Akiko, his gaze sweeping across the other attendees. Besides bank employee Kamiyo, programmer Egawa, and Maeda with his fiancée, there was also a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman, the president of a software company and an elderly investor from a computer company, along with his servant. The tour group was now complete, and among them lay the mysterious organizer, the Duke of Night. Honestly, he remained perplexed about the true intentions behind this gathering. With so many participants, even if each had only prepaid half of their lodging, it still amounted to a considerable sum. Was this extravagant expenditure merely for amusement? Moreover, there seems to be a rather valuable and enigmatic computer program at play, which is rather despicable. A tipsy Jiang Yuanshiman, partially sobered, walked past Gao Cheng with a discontented expression as if to say, How could they even resort to employing a detective like you as a substitute? However, on another note, Uemura Hideko cast a wary glance at Gao Cheng, then turned to Xiaolan with sudden curiosity. Shouldn't there be 2 doctors and a little girl attending this gathering? Xiaolan, feeling a bit shy, replied, The reason we are here is that they were unable to attend, so we took their place. That man you saw earlier is my father, Mori Kaguru. He is not a doctor but also a detective. Mori Kaguru? The expressions of those present shifted once again. Even the slumbering Mori Kaguru has arrived. Uemura Hideko remarked with a light chuckle. Isn't that fortuitous? Perhaps the number of the Dark Knight Duke's associates has diminished significantly. Yet, this also implies that the Dark Knight Duke would become more cautious and harder to expose. Chapter 38. A holiday? Non-existent. As dusk fell, the horizon where the sea met the sky was painted in a vibrant orange hue with the evening glow drifting beautifully over the water. Gao Cheng returned to his room, number 200, and lay down on the bed, feeling somewhat fatigued. Contrary to his expectations of a leisurely holiday, it seemed as though an incident was on the verge of occurring. However, the most troublesome aspect was the addition of Conan. His dream of a free vacation appeared to be fading away. It seemed inevitable that Conan would be the first to uncover the Dark Knight Duke, which was rather overwhelming. Knock, knock. Just as he mentioned Conan, a voice came from outside the door. Shinhu, are you in there? Conan? Gao Cheng opened the door to find Conan standing alone at the entrance. What's the matter? Shinhu, don't you find the people in the tour group rather strange? It's merely an event. Even if it allows for free accommodation, there's no need to be so anxious. Conan pondered as he stepped into the room. I heard from Dr. Agasa that those who uncover the Dark Knight Duke can obtain a diskette containing a mysterious program. Do you know anything about it? I've heard of a virus program called the Dark Knight Duke. I wonder if it's related to the prize for this event. Gao Cheng contemplated. Perhaps they are all here for that very purpose. And you? Conan stared at Gao Cheng. Why are you in this tour group? Of course, it's for the free trip. You know my situation. If it weren't for such events, I wouldn't have the means to enjoy myself. Gao Cheng replied, casting a glance at Conan. Let me make it clear, regarding half the accommodation fee, I won't be careless. This time, I must uncover the Dark Knight Duke. Conan's lips twitched slightly. You and Uncle Mori are truly alike. Conan, are you in there? Xiaolan suddenly called from outside, "Hurry up and get ready. We're going to eat, alright?" Conan responded, and as he walked towards the door, he flashed a grin at Gao Cheng. "Hey, Shenghu, shall we have a little competition to see who finds the Dark Knight Duke first?" That infuriating guy. Gao Cheng sulked as he left the room. He regretted saying so much to Conan. In the outdoor restaurant beneath the hotel, the night sky enveloped the scene, with lights illuminating the surroundings. People gathered in small groups, making it nearly impossible to find an empty table. "So many people. What should we do?" Xiaolan said, her head throbbing as she searched for a spot. At that moment, Mori Kaguru waved from a nearby table. "Xiaolan, over here. It's Dad." Xiaolan exclaimed joyfully, pulling Conan along to see that Mori Kaguru was seated with Maeda Satoshi and Sayama Akiko. "How come the three of you are together?" Xiaolan inquired curiously. "We were just being interrogated by your father. He suspects us of being the Dark Knight Duke." Maeda laughed heartily. Gao Cheng followed behind but did not join Mori's table. After surveying the area, he approached an elderly gentleman, Mr. Jincheng, who sat alone. He appeared to be the wealthiest individual on the tour, wearing sunglasses and accompanied by a mysterious maid. However, everyone else also seemed suspicious. No one appeared poorer than this detective, and they all seemed quite proficient with computers. Mr. Jincheng noticed Gao Cheng and smiled. "My eyesight isn't great. Are you Detective Shenghu?" "Yes, sir." "What about your maid?" Gao Cheng asked as he took a seat. "She will return shortly," the elder replied, maintaining his posture. "Detective Shenghu, if you're here to probe me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I am not the Dark Knight Duke. I merely wish to inquire about the virus program known as the Dark Knight Duke." Gao Cheng observed the elder closely, but found nothing of value. There was once a formidable computer virus that continuously infiltrated and wreaked havoc on major corporations' computers. It was a perfect virus that could not be halted even once detected, and due to its elusive nature, it was dubbed the Dark Knight Duke, the elder explained. Anyone with a slight understanding of computers knows this name. Could the prize for this event be that virus? Before long, the elder's plump maid returned, and under her calm yet peculiar gaze, Gao Cheng left rather disgruntled. "Honestly, I merely sat down and she treated me like a freeloader." Gao Cheng then made his way back to Muri's table, noticing Sayama Akiko dressed in a low-cut, light green outfit, exuding a blend of sensuality and grace. Beside her, Jiang Yuanshiman, the drunken man, leered at her with a lecherous grin, embodying a rogue demeanor. Gao Cheng paused for a moment, realizing that Jiang was quite inebriated, even wearing his tie as a headband. Such a person seemed unlikely to be the organizer. The Dark Knight Duke. Speaking of the Dark Knight Duke, the discussion at Muri's table turned to whether he was merely a character from Kudo Yusaku's novels. Indeed, Akiko is a devoted fan of Kudo Yusaku's works, and is particularly enamored with the Dark Knight Duke. "I will not be outdone when it comes to matters concerning the Dark Knight Duke," Sayama Akiko said confidently, stroking her hair. "I even styled my hair to resemble his." "You are not the only one familiar with the Dark Knight Duke, Miss Sayama." Uemura Hideko strolled over, dressed provocatively, her outfit quickening heartbeats. With two strips of fabric tightly wound around her waist and neck, just covering her ample bosom, and a high-slit skirt that revealed her alluring long legs with every movement, the gentle breeze nearly exposed her mysterious area. Gao Cheng's face flushed crimson. Compared to Sayama Akiko, Uemura Hideko's mature allure was overwhelmingly captivating, leaving Maeda, Morikaguru, and even Conan staring in awe at her departing figure. "What a provocative outfit. Have you had your fill of staring?" asked Satoshi. Sayama Akiko, blushing, scolded her boyfriend Maeda by twisting his ear, while Xiaolan did not spare Morikaguru either. "Dad, it's because of this that Mom left you." Xiaolan reprimanded Morikaguru, twisting his ear before turning to Conan. "Children aren't allowed to look." "Gao Cheng, you're looking too. Mind your own business." Gao Cheng, face aflame, coughed to regain his composure, only to find that the lecherous Jiang Yuanshiman showed no interest in Uemura, instead flirting with a nearby waitress. What a peculiar fellow. After managing to snag a meal at Morikaguru's table, Gao Cheng continued his search in the restaurant and spotted the bank employee Jin Yisherlang, who even brought his computer to dinner, treating it as one would a lover. This individual seemed quite adept with computers, giving off a sense of expertise. His likelihood of being the Dark Knight Duke was significantly high. Noticing Jin Yisherlang on the phone, Gao Cheng deliberately moved closer, sitting at a table behind him, straining to listen. Ha! As expected, Jin Yisherlang said on the phone, Jiang Yuanshiman is indeed a hacker. So it is true. Hacker? Gao Cheng recalled his knowledge. Realizing a hacker is someone who engages in destructive activities, spreading computer viruses and stealing data, which aligns perfectly with the Dark Knight Duke virus. Is that lecherous man truly the host, the Duke of the Night? Chapter 39. The Bloodstained Smile. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Gao Cheng ventured outside the gift shop to purchase a soda, only to unexpectedly spot Kogoro Mori, accompanied by Shuko Uba heading to the second-floor Emerald Bar. Has he already made such swift progress? Or is he merely gathering information? Has Miss Uba married? Kogoro leaned closer to Shuko at the bar, appearing utterly captivated. Indeed. But I divorced 3 years ago. It's truly unfortunate to have divorced such a stunning beauty like you. Let us not dwell on that, Shuko leaned in and said. Mr. Murray, you can tell me now, you must know who the Duke of the Night is, right? Murray awkwardly replied, oh no, that is not possible. It pertains to the hotel's payment. Oh come on, just give me a hint. Shuko suddenly wrapped her arms around Murray, her chest brushing against him through her thin clothing, pleading, please, Murray the great detective. Gao Cheng, witnessing Murray's infatuation from the entrance, grimaced and turned back to the third-floor open-air restaurant. By the time it approached 10 o'clock, it seemed that everyone else had returned to their rooms, except for the elderly Mr. Kinju and his servant, who remained in the dining area. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Soma Maeda and his girlfriend Akiko Sayama were unlikely to be the Duke of the Night, and since Shuko Uba was trying to extract information from Mori, she likely wasn't either. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of a deliberate act. Among the remaining individuals, anyone could potentially be the host, but the suspicion surrounding the enigmatic Kinju and his servant remained the most substantial. At that moment, as Gao Cheng observed Kinju and his servant, a clear voice suddenly rang out behind him. Two lively young girls looked at Gao Cheng with uncertainty, their excitement palpable. Are you that Kudo Shinichi? Gao Cheng's lips twitched slightly. The shock came quite unexpectedly. You've mistaken the person. Oh, I'm so sorry. The girl who had asked immediately flushed, repeatedly bowing her head in apology, while the girl beside her hesitated, saying, you can't possibly be that modern Zimon. Can you? I suppose so. Gao Cheng nodded, managing an awkward smile. I'm Kudo Gao Cheng. Though he had gradually gained some notoriety lately, it still seemed he bore little resemblance to Kudo Shinichi. After all, that fellow had transformed into Conan and hadn't been heard from in quite some time. I'm sorry, it's just that you bear some resemblance to Kudo Shinichi. The girl stole a glance and noticed that when Gao Cheng smiled, he indeed bore a closer likeness to Kudo Shinichi, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident they were not the same person. No worries, it happens often. Gao Cheng smiled, the slight turmoil within him dissipating quickly. Though he secretly wished for a day when Kudo Shinichi would be mistaken for him, despite the fact that Shinichi's hairstyle was far more distinctive than his own. Is it really the modern Zimon? The girl exclaimed. I thought you'd carry a sword like Zimon. Can you give me an autograph? I'm also a fan of Zimon the detective. Sure. Gao Cheng silently accepted the paper and pen, inwardly chuckling. He wasn't studying Zimon at all, having never known him before. Why do characters from a novel have fans? Just as he finished signing his name and contemplated whether to add a personal message, the two girls suddenly gasped and looked up. What's that? Gao Cheng halted his pen and followed their gaze upward. A shadow was plummeting from the towering building. A figure clad in a bizarre smiling mask, a tall black hat, and dressed like a magician, seemingly descending from the sky. The Duke of the Night. As the figure drew nearer to the ground, before anyone could react, it landed with a thud on a bronze statue of a warrior, impaled through the chest by the statue's upward-pointing sword, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Puff! The scene fell instantly silent. All eyes fixated on the lifeless figure hanging limply from the statue, gazing at the eerie, blood-stained smile of the mask. After a brief pause, a scream erupted. Ah! The two detective fangirls, now aware of the situation, were so frightened that tears streamed down their faces, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Gao Cheng inhaled sharply, equally unsettled by the gruesome and surreal scene. However, as a great detective, such spectacles were part of his regular encounters. He did not succumb to panic like the others, but instead approached the body deliberately. The figure was undeniably lifeless, yet the sight of that bloodied smile was still chilling, combined with the grotesque scene, sending shivers down one's spine. Call the police. Gao Chang shouted with a composed face towards the two trembling girls. And under their fearful gazes, he attempted to suppress his habitual inclination to approach the statue. Before the police arrived, he could not move the body but could at least conduct a preliminary examination. He first stood on a chair to observe the deceased's attire. Indeed, it closely resembled that of the elusive Duke of the Night from Kudo Yusaku's novels. He recalled that Kudo Yusaku had donned the same outfit last time. However, the man's tie and belt appeared peculiar, as if someone else had dressed the deceased. Gao Cheng's expression turned grave as he reached out to remove the mask. So soon an incident had occurred, and it was directly related to the Duke of the Night. The moment the mask was lifted, Gao Cheng's gaze sharpened. Hidden beneath the mask was the face of that lecherous man, Kawahara. Shortly thereafter, officers from the Kanagawa Prefectural Police arrived at the hotel, swiftly sealing off the scene. Officer Yakamizu, who led the team, did not recognize Gao Cheng, and upon seeing him moving near the statue, exclaimed in alarm, "Hey, you officer!" Gao Cheng leapt down from the chair, waiting for the officers to place the body on the ground. Contemplating as he raised his head to survey the hotel's various floors, "This must be murder." Mr. Kawahara was pushed down from one of the rooms above. "You? Who are you?" Observing Gao Cheng's professional demeanor, Yakamizu's voice softened, incredulously inquiring, "Do you know the deceased?" "Yes, we are both members of the same tour group." Gao Cheng replied, his gaze ascending to the balcony of the 20th floor. "That appears to be his room. The structure of the Princess Grand Hotel is rather peculiar. Starting from the 20th floor where he resided, the architecture shifted. Looking down, the lower floors retained a cruciform shape, while the upper levels became an octagon. Thus, the protruding balcony of room 200 formed a right angle that receded inward, allowing Kawahara to tumble down along this angled wall. Continuing his upward gaze, Gao Cheng recalled that Kawahara's room 20 was directly above his own. By this time, Kawahara's body had been laid flat on the ground. Aside from the unusual tie and belt, one of the white gloves on his hands was missing. Gao Cheng merely glanced once and chose not to linger at the scene any longer. Instead, he took the elevator back to his room 200. As he opened the balcony glass door, a fierce gust of wind rushed in, the howling sound incessant. "The wind here is indeed strong." Gao Cheng stepped to the edge of the balcony and peered down, instantly feeling dizzy. From 20 floors up, the people below appeared like ants, making one's limbs weak. Cautiously, he leaned against the railing and looked up, discovering a white glove wedged between the upper railings. With the wind blowing so fiercely, if it weren't for the oddity in Kawahara's attire, he might have thought that Kawahara had accidentally been blown down. Chapter 40, Interrogation. The Duke reappears. Outside room 2101, after the police had completed their investigation at the scene, they were led by Conan and ran Muri to the room where Kawahara had stayed. However, despite obtaining the key from the hotel, the door was secured with a deadbolt, rendering it impossible to open. During the interval when they searched for Muri at the Emerald Bar, Yakamizu expressed surprise upon learning of Gao Cheng's identity. "You mean that boy was a great detective?" Referring to Gao Cheng as a potential eyewitness were the two detective fangirls who exchanged glances and nodded, saying whether he counts as a great detective is debatable. But he is indeed the modern Zemon. Upon hearing the name Modern Zemon, Yakamizu, a fan of Kagoro Mori, recalled something, his face lighting up in realization. "I remember hearing about him recently. He was reported alongside Detective Mori. No wonder he was investigating at the murder scene earlier, even stating it was murder." Nearby, Conan perked up his ears. Did Kudo already examine the scene? A group of individuals roused the inebriated Kagoro Mori from his slumber in the bar and made their way back outside the room of Mr. Egawara. At that moment, Takase also arrived, surprised to see the two young detective girls. Upon encountering Takase, Yakaguchi warmly introduced himself, stating that he had recently been transferred to the Kanagawa Police Department, and expressed his apologies for not recognizing him earlier. Takase was momentarily taken aback. Without the demeanor of a police officer, Yakaguchi seemed almost like a different person, reminiscent of the amiable Officer Takagi. In any case, they needed to find a way inside. Kagoro Mori, displaying impatience, pushed open the door only to discover that the security latch had been engaged from the inside, making entry impossible without force. Officer Yakaguchi, a police officer, rushed over, exclaiming that the chainsaw he requested had arrived. "Excellent." Quickly saw through the latch. Yakaguchi, filled with excitement, urged the officer to proceed. With the shrill sound of the chainsaw, the latch was severed in no time. The group entered the room only to find a pile of clothing scattered on the floor at the entrance, including a room key. This is the outfit Mr. Egawara wore today, and he even left his room key behind. Takase scanned the area and stepped onto the open balcony. The wind was strong outside, yet a white glove remained caught in the railing, fluttering ominously in the breeze. Yakaguchi approached the balcony's edge and glanced down at the outdoor restaurant below, realizing it was the scene of the incident. He inhaled sharply, deducing it seems Mr. Egawara must have fallen from here. Indeed, Kagoro Mori knelt, his face paling as he averted his gaze from below, merely pointing to the glove. A glove remains on the railing. It should be a mere accident. He might have attempted to dress as the Dark Duke to frighten someone in the room below. That room below is mine, Takase interjected, but typically one wouldn't engage in such foolishness from the 21st floor, would they? Did you not see Mr. Egawara intoxicated? Mori retorted, dissatisfied. If we do not examine the condition of the body, we could indeed arrive at such a conclusion, Takase replied, glancing at the clothes strewn at the entrance. The Dark Duke's attire was clearly flawed, indicating someone had assisted Mr. Egawara in dressing that way before pushing him down, making it appear as an accident. What? Mori ground his teeth in frustration. Officer Yakaguchi, I must personally inspect the body. Very well. Having witnessed Mori's remarkable deductions before, Yakaguchi trusted him implicitly, leaving several forensic personnel behind to follow him to the outdoor restaurant. Takase remained on the balcony, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If Egawara did not fall of his own accord, it would imply a locked room murder. How could the assailant have escaped the room? Could they have jumped to the balcony below? Takase leaned over to check. Indeed, it was possible to leave by jumping onto his balcony, especially since he was not in the room at that time and the glass door was unlocked. Yet, the thought was perilous. In the temporary interrogation room, Mr. Egawara's body was placed in an adjacent hotel office, and all members of the tour group, including Takase, were summoned. Takase's alibi was quite solid, and he was promptly cleared of suspicion, joining Mori in assisting the interrogation. Strangely, Yakaguchi, a fan of Mori, seemed to defer to him like a younger brother, stepping back to stand with the others. Naturally, Mori, having previously worked as a detective, was quite adept at such inquiries. So, Mr. Maeda, at around 10 p.m. at the time of the incident, you were with Ran and Conan on the observation deck on the top floor? Mori asked Maeda Satoshi. Maeda nodded. Yes, I checked the time when I separated from them. It was already past 10. But you were the one who looked at the time, correct? Yakaguchi remarked, dissatisfied with Maeda's vague testimony, and called out to the next person, all right, Miss Kamiho. As the interrogation progressed toward its conclusion, Takase stood by, observing. Kamiho's alibi was equally tenuous. Although she claimed to have remained with Mori in the bar, he had already succumbed to intoxication. Jinoshiro stated he had been in his room using the computer, while Sayama Akiko claimed to have been watching television, both of which were hardly solid alibis. In contrast, the alibi of Mr. Kinju and his servant Lin Jingjiang was clearly established, as he had been observing the duo throughout. After the interrogation concluded, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Takase did not accompany Mori to review the testimonies in the interrogation room, but instead pondered as he made his way to the second-floor Emerald Bar. He had seen Kamiho with Mori earlier, but she quickly returned to the outdoor restaurant, leaving him uncertain if she had stepped away. Are you saying Miss Kamiho slipped something into Detective Mori's drink? Takase inquired of the bartender, who looked taken aback. Indeed, if you refer to that rather alluring woman. I did see her do so, the bartender recalled, noting that the mustached man had fallen asleep immediately after consuming the drink. And then? Takase pressed. He was the only one who noticed Kamiho's disguise. No one could overlook it. Well, she remained here afterward, the bartender recounted. She only went to the restroom once and returned about 5 minutes later, right before the incident occurred. Thus, she inadvertently possessed an alibi. With his hands in his pockets, Takase exited the bar, feeling somewhat disoriented. In the hotel elevator, Sayama Akiko angrily entered with Mori Ran and Conan, pressing the button for the 19th floor. This is infuriating. That officer and your father must think I am the murderer. Clearly, other individuals are equally suspicious. My father would not act that way, Ran replied awkwardly. Wasn't there a server in your room? If there was, I would have mentioned it. Sayama huffed, crossing her arms. I did, however, make a call to the front desk. You called the front desk? Conan inquired. What time was that? About 10 o'clock. I asked them to wake me up in the morning. Ding. The elevator doors opened to reveal a blood-stained grin. Sayama Akiko froze, her expression paling as she turned to look back. What is happening? The Dark Duke, the atmosphere within the elevator froze, as they stared in horror at the grotesque figure resembling a resurrected corpse. The chilling gaze from the bloodied mask sending shivers down their spines. Step back. Ran clenched her teeth, refusing to retreat, her fists raised defiantly, facing the terrifying masked visage. She focused her energy and kicked fiercely, take that. The figure remained silent, effortlessly evading her whirlwind kick and, in an astonishing moment, dodged Ran's frontal attack as well. What? Ran hesitated, gritting her teeth and advancing for another powerful kick. Take that. With a swift movement, the Dark Duke sidestepped, gently brushing aside Ran's leg, and seized the moment of her distraction to escape. How could this be? Ran, stunned, steadied herself, gazing at the fleeing figure of the Dark Duke in disbelief. Ran, what are you doing? Conan called out, chasing after her. He got away. That figure at Ran's heart raced as she processed the reality. The Dark Duke had seen through her every move. Only her idol, the national karate champion Maeda Satoshi, possessed such skills. She could not accept that someone she knew could be the murderer. Achoo! Takase, just leaving the Emerald Bar, suddenly sneezed. Oh no, could I have caught a cold from that chilly breeze? Feeling dejected, he absent-mindedly touched his nose, intending to return to his room when suddenly a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. In an instant, a shadowy figure dashed down the stairs towards him. What? Chapter 41. Is the murderer Akira Maeda? Thud. 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 The figure disguised as a baron was remarkably decisive. Upon spotting Gao Cheng, he did not hesitate but instead raised his hand in a swift strike, aiming to incapacitate Gao Cheng first. Whoosh! The hand strike was sharp and unambiguous, yet it unexpectedly missed as Gao Cheng sidestepped. The assailant was momentarily taken aback, and as he narrowly avoided Gao Cheng's counterattack, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by seriousness. It was as if the previous encounter in the elevator was being replayed. Gao Cheng found himself unable to land a blow on the assailant. While the fleeing figure could not harm him either, their rapid exchanges landing only in empty air. Gao Cheng's gaze flickered. In the midst of their back-and-forth skirmish, he instantly realized he was no match for this opponent who was undoubtedly a master of karate. Feeling the fierce wind whip past him, leaving a stinging sensation on his face, Gao Cheng steadied his heart and took a step back, suddenly reaching behind him under the assailant's puzzled stare. Swish! Amidst the torrential assault, Gao Cheng swiftly summoned the wooden sword from Lake Toya into his grasp. Gao style, one sword technique. What? The assailant saw Gao Cheng withdraw the wooden sword from behind, and before he could process the change, he felt as though his opponent had transformed entirely. With a calm and piercing gaze, it seemed the world had narrowed down to the figure wielding the sword, the wooden blade radiating an unprecedented brilliance. Bang! The assailant's body tensed, unable to keep up with the attack, and could only raise his arm in defense before being sent flying by the wooden sword, crashing heavily into the corner. Groaning, the assailant propped himself up, not even glancing at Gao Cheng, and swiftly fled like the wind from the other side. Don't run! Gao Cheng was taken aback, grasping the wooden sword and hurriedly giving chase, only to lose track of the assailant near the restroom. He had not anticipated such a prompt escape, yet he furrowed his brow in confusion, recalling the assailant's remarkable skill. This Dark Knight Baron is rather peculiar. Why would he appear here, and his skills are exceptionally proficient? In the interrogation room, Gao Cheng almost immediately followed Xiaolan and the others back, and before he could push the door open, he heard the booming voice of Kagoro Mori. You mean the Dark Knight Baron has appeared again? Indeed, Conan recounted. As we rode the elevator back to the 19th floor, just as we were about to open the door. What's going on? Mori glared at Xiaolan. Why didn't you catch him? I'm sorry, I was taken aback. Xiaolan, burdened with thoughts, kept her suspicions to herself. Hungo police officer. Several officers entered the interrogation room alongside Gao Cheng, reporting that Mizawa had collapsed in the body storage room, seemingly knocked unconscious by someone. What? Hungo exclaimed. Where's the body? The body is unharmed, but the Dark Knight Baron's clothing has suddenly vanished. If it is the Dark Knight Baron's clothing, Gao Cheng interjected. It is currently in the restroom on the 2nd floor. Kido? Mori exclaimed in surprise. How do you know? Could it be that you? How could that be? I merely encountered that fellow as he descended from upstairs and found the clothing in the restroom while pursuing him. Gao Cheng glanced at the unconscious officer being carried in and turned to Hungo. Officer Hungo, I have a good idea of who the thief is. May I conduct a further investigation? Certainly. Hungo quickly instructed his subordinates. Notify all suspects to gather in the interrogation room. Understood. Gao Cheng, Sr., Xiaolan hesitated, wanting to inquire but unsure how to phrase it. Before long, the members of the travel group reconvened in the interrogation room. Is that so? Everyone stayed in their own rooms with no alibi? Hungo groaned, which means that when Xiaolan and the others were attacked, the others had no alibi at all. Wait, officer, weren't you the one who told us to stay in our rooms? We were just following instructions. Yes, yes. The crowd clamored. Gao Cheng scrutinized the individuals returning to the interrogation room, noticing that Akira Maeda's expression noticeably shifted upon seeing the Lake Toya in his hand, and his right arm appeared somewhat unnatural. Akira Maeda is the champion of karate in Japan. If the Dark Knight Baron was indeed him, it would make sense. However, this person seems quite amiable. Could he truly be the murderer? Gao Cheng moved aside, casually bumping into Akira Maeda's arm. Hiss! Maeda's face paled instantly, though he quickly suppressed the pain. His strange reaction caught everyone's attention. Mr. Maeda, are you injured? Hungo queried, puzzled. No, it's nothing, Maeda said, clutching his arm, casting a complex glance at Gao Cheng. I merely hurt my arm by accident. It's nothing serious. Conan's perceptive eyes landed on Maeda. It is rather strange for a karate champion to injure his arm without cause. Conan recalled the encounter between the Dark Knight Baron and Xiaolan in front of the elevator, yet Maeda did not appear to have sustained any injuries. Let us do this, Gao Cheng suggested without directly exposing him. Addressing Officer Hungo and Maeda, I think we should check each person's room, starting with yours, Mr. Maeda. All right. Sweat beaded on Maeda's forehead, knowing that Gao Cheng had deduced his identity. Room 1901, the room shared by Akira Maeda and Akiko Sayama. Mori, feeling he had previously fallen behind, rushed ahead of Gao Cheng to search the premises, while Conan leaped around the room, jotting notes in his little notebook, much to Mori's annoyance. Gao Cheng first accompanied Mori in checking Maeda and Sayama's personal belongings, then proceeded to inspect the balcony and the windows of the room. He had roughly grasped the layout. While the balcony was inconsequential, there was a window on the side that directly faced the wall below his own balcony. However, even a karate champion like Akira Maeda would find it nearly impossible to descend from there. According to Akiko Sayama's testimony, she had been watching television in the room at the time. Whether Sayama was lying was another matter, but this left Maeda's only possible escape route to be jumping onto his balcony. Yet how could Maeda know that he had not locked the glass door? Gao Cheng leaned out, realizing he could not see his room's glass door from below. Could it be that Maeda escaped from someone else's room? What are these pills? Hungo inquired, holding up a blister pack of pills he found in Sayama's pocket. They are my sleeping pills, Akiko Sayama replied. I have been suffering from insomnia lately, so I carry them with me. Sleeping pills? Gao Cheng glanced at Akira Maeda, then turned to Sayama at 10 o'clock, the time of the incident. Were you truly watching television here? Yes, Sayama nodded, recalling, I even called the front desk at that time. Is that so? Once the room search was complete, Gao Cheng secured the Lake Toya to his belt and left room 1901 deep in thought, sensing he had entered a dead end. While he had identified Akira Maeda as the Dark Knight Baron he had fought, it only raised more questions. If Maeda was the murderer, why would he go through the trouble of stealing the Dark Knight Baron's clothing? Why did he mysteriously appear outside the elevator on the 19th floor, where Xiaolan saw him? And what about the method of murder? Chapter 42. The detective in the wind in the hotel corridor. Gao Cheng observed Conan walking ahead, an overwhelming pressure rising within him. He chose not to continue investigating the other rooms but returned instead to the origin of the incident, the room of the deceased, Yoshio Egawa. Thus far, he had encountered numerous cases and increasingly understood the disparity between himself and the famed detective, realizing that the only support he had relied upon was his own diligence and the brief minute of detective mode offered by the system. However, the system mode can only be utilized once for each published case, and this incident regarding the Duke of the Night initially stemmed from Gao Cheng's own desire to secure a complimentary vacation. He stepped past the forensic personnel and onto the balcony, burying his head in thought against the biting cold wind. After considerable reflection, he concluded that even for those lacking in deductive reasoning, the truth remains singular. Gao Cheng clutched a small notebook for recording, mentally sifting through the clues. At midnight, Jiang Yuan, disguised as the Duke of the Night, fell to his demise upon the statue. Among the members of the tour group, Mr. Jin Cheng and his aide had remained in the outdoor restaurant while Amura Hideko was with Muri Kagoro, and Jin Yi Sherlang claimed to have been using the computer in his room. Sayama Akiko was watching television in her room. Although Maeda Satoshi stated he left the top floor shortly after midnight, he was the only one to check the time, and he had just been operating under the guise of the Duke of the Night. The pressing questions were whether Maeda was indeed the murderer of Jiang Yuan, how he had escaped from the locked room, and why he had specifically stolen the Duke's attire from the morgue. These were the only clues Gao Cheng could grasp. Yet they left him utterly perplexed. Is this truly the end? He thought, leaning against the balcony railing, his hair dancing in the wind as he sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Soon, Conan would likely unravel all the mysteries of this case. Yet an inexplicable frustration lingered within him. His thoughts drifted to distant memories, days spent watching Kudo Shinichi deduce amidst the crowd, and the countless nights he fought for his grandfather's detective agency. However, all these aspirations abruptly ceased with a televised broadcast shattering his detective dreams amidst a pile of empty bottles. Clutching his heart, he felt tears stream down his cheeks, only to dry in the wind. Outside the room, forensic personnel exchanged puzzled glances at Gao Cheng on the balcony. "Hey, what's wrong with that boy?" one asked. "I don't know." Officer Yakamiza said he's a detective comparable to Muri Kagoro. "Perhaps he's just caught up in the investigation? Just a high school student. Yet he's a detective? You must have heard of Kudo Shinichi, right? The famous teenage detective." The wind howled, making their voices barely audible. Yet it pulled Gao Cheng back from the depths of memory. He could not simply surrender. Gao Cheng steadied himself to stand. He had vowed to become a renowned detective, and this case was merely one of the many he would face in the future. He had not yet lost. If he gave up now, he would be unworthy of the title of detective. The wind intensified, and an odd sensation surged within him, as if he had overlooked something crucial. Was it the wind? It seemed stronger back then. Did the wind truly blow this fiercely at night? Confounded, he retreated to the room, momentarily dazed, before rushing back to the railing to peer down. At the time, Jiang Yuan had fallen along the perpendicular wall, and indeed, the statue was directly below the balcony. But if he had been pushed from the balcony, why had he not been affected by the wind? In such strong gusts, could a person truly fall straight down? The balcony jutted outward, and the wind was particularly fierce on either side. He recalled the wind being much stronger at the time of the incident. Gao Cheng gripped the balcony railing tightly, and as his gaze shifted, the world around him fell silent. The sound of the wind faded, and all the clues began to coalesce around him. From the moment of the incident, witnessing Jiang Yuan's straight descent to the locked room secured with a deadbolt, Gao Cheng's mind raced, his cognitive abilities heightened to their peak as he reached out, manipulating the clues that floated in the air. The clothes scattered at the door of the locked room, the room key caught in the railing, the white gloves, and the Duke's costume donned by another, alongside the strong wind. Closing his eyes slightly, he rapidly constructed a three-dimensional layout of the entire Princess Grand Hotel, simulating wind speed, direction, and height, ultimately revealing the probable trajectory of Jiang Yuan's fall from the balcony. The landing point did not coincide with the statue directly below, rather. It deviated shortly after leaving the balcony, landing at a distance from the statue. The crime scene was not Jiang Yuan's balcony. Gao Cheng's eyes flew open. The layout of room 90, Maeda Satoshi's, emerged in his mind, finally fixating on the window situated beneath the balcony. This was the only place that fit, as the perpendicular wall was positioned in a dead air zone, where the strong wind could not reach, allowing Jiang Yuan to fall straight onto the statue. Moreover, from below, it appeared as if he had fallen from the balcony, and combined with the gloves left caught in the railing, it naturally led to the misconception that Jiang Yuan had indeed fallen from the balcony. He had yet to explore the other rooms, but none could yield the same effect. Was Maeda Satoshi the culprit? No, if Sayama Akiko had called the front desk at midnight, she must have been in her room at the time. An accomplice? No. Their testimonies conflicted. Gao Cheng searched among the numerous clues. Why would Maeda risk everything to steal the Duke's costume afterward? Especially appearing right outside the elevator on the 9th floor, just as Conan and others witnessed? At that moment, inside the elevator were Conan, Ran, and Sayama Akiko, who had just finished her interrogation. The myriad of clue images whirled around Gao Cheng, logically and illogically aligning to pave the way to the truth. A sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind as all clues converged into a singular line. The only thing left was that. Gao Chang turned to the severed deadbolt at the door, and as he vaguely grasped the method behind the locked room, the surrounding clues vanished, and the sound of the wind returned to his ears. Gao Chang regained his senses, slightly dizzy, realizing he had just solved the case in an instant. That peculiar feeling resembled the system's 1-minute detective mode, though it felt more exhausting. Upon activating the system interface, he found the 1-minute detective mode had indeed reached its conclusion. 1 minute? What is happening? Gao Cheng rubbed his forehead, still slightly lightheaded from overexertion, when he heard the forensic personnel in the corridor seem to have uncovered a clue. This appears to be a fragment of the deadbolt. Is it from room 20? Odd, the front part seems to have something. Forget it. We can just take it back for analysis. Could I take a look? Gao Chang panted as he leaned against the wall and made his way to the corridor. He felt drained, perhaps experiencing low blood sugar, and resolved to replenish his energy upon returning. Are you all right? A concerned officer glanced at Gao Cheng, then handed him the fragment of the deadbolt. This is transparent tape, so that's it, Gao Cheng observed closely, a knowing smile spreading across his face. I understand everything now. Chapter 43, the conclusion of the Aizu journey. In the outdoor restaurant, Mori Kagoro had gathered everyone to concentrate on the deduction while Conan was prepared with anesthetics. However, the police had yet to locate Sayama Akiko, and even Gao Cheng was unaware of her whereabouts. Still not found? What are they doing? Mori's expression turned impatient. Well, it doesn't matter if she doesn't show up. I already know who the murderer is, and it's among you. Beside him, Conan, already privy to the entire situation, found Mori's bravado somewhat exasperating. He furrowed his brow as he glanced around, eventually seeking out Maeda Satoshi. Mr. Maeda, shouldn't Miss Akiko be with you? Maeda, unnerved and recalling Gao Cheng's absence, replied with concern, I don't know. She received a call and left before the police notified us to come. By the hotel pool, the evening breeze continued to blow, creating a whistling sound all around. Gao Cheng, with his back to Sayama Akiko, began, I had initially suspected your fiancé, Maeda Satoshi, as the murderer, but I soon discovered that he was indeed not present in your room at the time of the incident. Sayama Akiko's complexion paled slightly. Although she had already harbored suspicions upon being called aside, she still managed to force a smile and asked, Is there a problem? I have already inquired with the restaurant staff, Gao Cheng continued, explaining that during this season, a strong wind known as the Princess Wind sweeps through the evenings, intensifying the higher one goes. If a person were to wear a cloak resembling that of the Dark Knight Duke and fall from the balcony, where would they land? In the trembling gaze of Sayama Akiko, Gao Cheng's words became increasingly clear amidst the howling wind. Indeed, it would not land directly on the statue below. This elucidates the murderer's motive for transforming Jiang Yuan's room into a sealed chamber, aiming to mislead others into believing that the crime scene was the balcony. Everyone would naturally assume that the security door could not be locked from the outside. Even if they discovered the method behind the sealed room, they would think the murderer acted post-murder when in fact they had created the sealed room first and then committed the crime from elsewhere. With room 1901 being the only plausible option, your room. Sayama lowered her head silently, her smile stiffening. But, you should confess, Miss Sayama. Gao Cheng turned back, his tone gentle. It is impossible to evade the airflow and fall straight down from other rooms. Furthermore, Mr. Maeda, by daring to disguise himself as the Dark Knight Duke, likely did so upon realizing you were the culprit, intending to create an alibi for you. And he may now be planning to take the blame for you. Ah, that guy. Sayama managed a bitter smile, tears streaming uncontrollably. Kido-kun, no. Detective Kido, I should have anticipated this outcome when I first learned you and Detective Mori were here. At the open-air restaurant, Gao Cheng silently followed Sayama as she rushed over, where Conan, utilizing Mori Kagoro's identity, had drawn his final deductions. You are mistaken. I am the murderer. Maeda Akira's voice rang out, desperately asserting, I pushed that man down. It was all me. Everything was done by me. Kira. Sayama Akiko gazed at the hoarse-voiced Maeda, wiping her tears as she entered the scene. It is no longer necessary, Akira. I killed that Jiang Yuan fellow. Detective Kido has already clarified everything. Kido? Conan stepped out from behind the slumbering Mori Kagoro, hastily glancing around, yet failing to spot Gao Cheng. Huh? Are you referring to that Detective Kido? A female waitress, questioned by Conan, glanced back towards the restaurant. He asked us for syrup earlier. He should be in the kitchen now. He has just come out. Right over there. Syrup? Conan was momentarily taken aback, following the waitress's gaze to see Gao Cheng sauntering over with a cup of water. At that moment, Sayama Akiko was already being handcuffed by the police as she passed by, and Maeda Akira was being escorted to the police car for obstructing the investigation. I will wait for you. Akira suddenly called out to Sayama as she approached a police car. Hiko, I will wait for you until you return. Gao Cheng stood at the entrance of the restaurant, silently observing as the two police cars took Maeda and Sayama away. What will become of them in the future? The judge is likely to consider a lenient sentence, Kido thought, excitedly turning to Gao Cheng. Indeed, Detective Kido is remarkable, solving the case simultaneously with Detective Mori. It is truly an honor to encounter two renowned detectives. As he spoke, Kido's gaze turned enviously to Lake Toya. Is that the wooden sword? May I touch it? Gao Cheng looked at Kido's excited expression, unsure of how to respond. Is this fellow truly Officer Kido? The next morning, as all police concluded their investigations and the tour group vacated their rooms, Gao Cheng found himself entangled in discussions about the hotel bill at the reception desk when Conan suddenly approached. Hey, Kido, you were the one who injured Mr. Maeda yesterday, right? Conan inquired curiously. That's why you deliberately brushed against his arm in the interrogation room and then immediately checked Maeda's room. Is there a problem? Gao Cheng turned back, exasperated. Mr. Maeda is quite formidable, so I may have struck a bit harder than intended, and even then he still managed to escape. I will apologize to him next time. Hey, is that really the point? Conan bit back his words, rolling his eyes. By the way, Mr. Maeda was the Japanese karate champion 6 years ago. Even Ran couldn't lay a finger on him. It seems you're far more capable than I initially thought. You're overestimating things. Hitting someone unarmed with a weapon is hardly impressive. Gao Cheng shook his head, continuing to negotiate with the reception staff about the bill. Conan was left speechless. Is that really a viewpoint? Recalling Ran's past displays of strength, he shook his head vigorously. Initially intending to inquire about the previous night's incident with Gao Cheng, but the words caught in his throat as he watched Gao Cheng, much like Mori Kagoro, sweat profusely over the bill. In the end, there was no virus program at all. Old Mr. Jincheng approached the reception desk with a hearty laugh. I was hoping to teach that reckless virus user a lesson. The old man walked straight to Gao Cheng, suddenly removing his sunglasses. Detective Kido, you are actually that Kendaichi. Aren't you? Would you be interested in taking my case? A case? Both Gao Cheng and Mori Kagoro turned to look at Jincheng. Yes, the old man replied indignantly. That virus known as the Dark Knight Duke ruined a game I painstakingly developed 4 years ago when I treated as my own child. What was it called again? The high school girl's paradise battle, sir, the servant Shingetsu reminded him helplessly. Ah, yes. Ignoring the peculiar looks from everyone, the old man burst into laughter. In any case, it's like this, Detective Mori, as long as you can find the real Dark Knight Duke, there is a reward of 10 million yen. 10 million yen, you say? Mori's eyes glimmered with greed. But searching online for the owner of a virus program seemed utterly far-fetched for him. Gao Cheng, shaking his head with a wry smile, understood the severity of the task at hand. He realized the old man was likely jesting, not serious about the case at all. Chapter 44. The beginning of a renowned detective's journey in Tokyo. At the Kido Detective Agency, Gao Cheng sat at his desk, perusing several newspapers. Reports about the Aizu Princess Hotel had surfaced, and while previously, only minor tabloids had circulated stories about the slumbering Mori Kagoro and the contemporary Zawamoto. Following the recent events, even major publications like Asahi Shimbun began to mention them. The title of renowned detective had finally received formal recognition from the media. At least in Tokyo, while people may not know him, they would certainly have heard of the modern Zawamoto, though Gao Cheng himself was not particularly fond of the title. Having traversed the world of Conan for quite some time, evolving from a state of utter despair, unable to pay rent, to gradually building a life for himself, he had finally achieved a semblance of success. Not only had he survived in Tokyo as a freshly graduated high school student, but he had also realized his long-cherished dream of becoming a recognized renowned detective. Unlike the overwhelming scandals and negative news that had once surrounded him this time, he was enveloped in admiration for the title of renowned detective. Although minor tabloids still sought to dredge up his past, the ripples they created were no longer significant. Tears once again streamed uncontrollably from Gao Cheng's eyes, but this time his heart felt remarkably light, as if he had finally become the Kido Gao Cheng of this world, not just a renowned detective. One day, I shall become the world's foremost detective. In the office, Gao Cheng clenched his fist, carefully placing the Asahi Shimbun into his scrapbook. There was actually something even more joyous than receiving recognition from Asahi Shimbun. The last minute of the renowned detective mode indicated that even if it was not a case released by the system, as long as he worked hard enough, there would still be opportunities for activation. Gao Cheng understood the gap between himself and true renowned detectives. The most significant shortcoming he faced was his cognitive ability. However, the minute mode could elevate his cognitive abilities to their peak in a short span, serving as his sole asset to rival or even surpass other renowned detectives. As long as his cognitive abilities were supplemented, the only thing he lacked was the vast reservoir of knowledge required of great detectives, which included the diverse array of subjects and skills previously outlined by the system. Recently, he had acquired a smattering of piano skills and a basic understanding of computers. However, the former had proven invaluable during the incident at Moonshadow Island. Over a week had passed, and on this day, Gao Cheng awoke at noon. Hastily rising from bed to tidy himself, eschewing his usual routine of turning on the television and perusing the newspapers. Instead, he donned a brand new suit and tied his tie with care. With the modern era's rising star, the Zuo Wenzi Detective Agency, much like the Mori Detective Office, had swiftly ascended into prominence. The only slight disadvantage was his significantly younger age compared to Mori, which resulted in fewer clients seeking him for extramarital investigations, an area he was not particularly fond of. On the other hand, due to his increased worth, he found that some smaller commissions were becoming prohibitively expensive for others to afford, leading to a rather leisurely lifestyle of late. However, Kagoro Mori was in a similar boat, as he too did not always have an abundance of cases. Typically, a regular detective agency in Japan earns around 5 million yen annually. And with the added prestige of a renowned detective, this figure can be even higher. For instance, the fee for the recent case commissioned by Narumi Ase to Mori was 500,000 yen, which could comfortably sustain one for several months. Moreover, it appeared that Mori did not have to worry about rent, as his 3-story building was owned outright, explaining his seemingly carefree demeanor of indulging in drinking and horse racing. Naturally, fees of 500,000 yen were not commonplace after all. The average monthly income for a working individual in Japan around the age of 30 is only about 300,000 yen. It is rare for someone to spend 1 or 2 months' salary on hiring a detective, with typical fees hovering around 100,000 yen, and some even dipping below 50,000 yen. Gao Cheng calculated his current income level without exchanging for prestige points. He believed that with some effort, he could still manage to earn 50,000 yen in a month, and occasionally accepting a couple of larger commissions could yield even more. Additionally, his expenses were minimal. Unlike Kagoro Mori, he had no family to support and did not indulge in drinking or gambling. Over the past few days, he had only ventured out a few times, with his sole vacation being a trip to the Aizu Princess Grand Hotel. Thus, his primary expenditures comprised rent and daily living costs, summing up to over 100,000 yen. After taxes, his net monthly income should comfortably fall between 200 to 300,000 yen, significantly surpassing that of his peers, most of whom were still attending university. However, in comparison to the affluent, he still felt a considerable distance from true wealth. He could not even afford to rent the 30,000 yen storefront located downstairs. If only he could secure a commission worth 5 million yen. As Gao Cheng adjusted his tie in front of the mirror, he recalled his encounter with Genichiro Kinju at the Aizu Princess Grand Hotel. Although the old man had been joking, 5 million yen was a trifling sum for the wealthy. Was there still time? After completing his grooming, Gao Cheng glanced at his watch. Today was the day of the Titan University Campus Festival, and an old classmate had specifically invited him to assist with a theatrical performance. He felt it was time to be mindful of his image. After one last look in the mirror, he noted that in his suit, he appeared significantly more mature, exuding an air of professional elegance, a far cry from the look of a high school student he had previously donned. Perfect. In the living room of a certain apartment, a couple was passionately kissing, but after a moment, the woman abruptly stopped and stepped back, retreating at the man's surprised gaze. Indeed, it was unbearable. A sense of guilt overwhelmed her as she shook her head in anguish, declaring, "I can no longer betray my sister. Mr. Tsubone, you are my sister's husband. We must end this," she stated, placing a film camera on the table, her emotions tumultuous as she rushed into the dining room, silently trimming the flowers in a vase, entirely oblivious to the man's unsettling demeanor behind her. Have you found another man? How could that be? It must be true. Subone glared at his lover, silently encasing his hands in 2 fruit bags. I told you it's not true. Don't be excessive. The woman took a deep breath, clutching the vase, and turned back in annoyance, attempting to dismiss Subone, but he suddenly lunged forward and grasped her neck. No. What are you doing? Terrified, she struggled to break free and flee, but Subone, with cold eyes, transformed into a different person, pursuing her and pinning her to the ground. Ignoring her suffering, Subone's face twisted with rage as he exerted all his strength to tighten his grip around her throat. Coughing, she struggled for only a brief moment before losing consciousness in his grasp, her arms falling limply to the ground. The room fell silent once more as Subone rose, surveying the scattered bouquet and the curtains that had been torn down during the woman's dying struggle. With a sigh, he hurried back to the living room, wildly tossing things around with his fruit-bagged hands to simulate a robbery. At that moment, his phone rang suddenly. Hello? Subone attempted to steady his breath as he answered the call. Is this the teacher? Came the voice from the other end. I'm on my way to model Miss Aida's house. What? Subone's expression shifted. Why? Don't you remember? We have a photo shoot scheduled for noon today. Nearby Titan University. Gao Chang sat in a taxi when he suddenly received a call from Officer Magyar. Hey, Kido, Officer Magyar greeted. Could you assist with a case? Huh? Actually, a female model was murdered in her apartment, appearing to be a robbery gone wrong, but there seemed to be many inconsistencies at the scene. I initially intended to ask Muri, but he happens to be unavailable, so... Officer Magyar, Gao Cheng frowned, half opening his eyes to glance at the nearby T&N University. I actually have something to attend to. What nonsense. We're almost at T&N University. There might be beautiful senpais waiting for you. How could you possibly abandon a crime scene for something else? Besides, the police don't pay for commissions. Ding. The system's holographic interface suddenly appeared, displaying information about the murder of a female model. Nonetheless, given that it was Officer Magyar's request, Gao Cheng decided to set aside his own matters. Was it a female model? He inquired, turning back to ask, where is the crime scene? Chapter 45. The crime scene. On the way to the crime scene, Gao Cheng meticulously examined the event details released by the system. Unlike before, aside from the note that it was Officer Magyar's request, there was no other useful information. After about 10 minutes, the taxi halted in front of an upscale apartment building, where Officer Takagi, whom he had previously met, was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Gao Cheng, he quickly called out, Kido, you finally made it. Officer Takagi? Gao Cheng tenderly paid the fare, asking, can the travel expenses be reimbursed? Travel expenses? Takagi hesitated, uncertain. It should be fine. I'll report it to the higher-ups. Gao Cheng nodded and hurried into the building, asking, so, what exactly happened? It was a case of a robbery gone wrong. The suspect seems to be a wanted criminal. Huh? Then why did you call me? Officer Magyar said you might be interested. Takagi replied as they entered the crime scene, where a striking female detective was conducting an interrogation. Officer Sato, Kido-kun is here. Officer Sato? As Gao Cheng stepped into the disarrayed living room, he noted the absence of Officer Magyar and wondered aloud, is Officer Magyar not here? He's still pursuing a serial abductor and murderer, Sato remarked, her expression brightening upon seeing Gao Cheng. Nice to meet you. I'm Mawako Sato from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Investigation Division. Hello. Gao Cheng shyly shook Sato's hand, then began to attentively observe the scene. At that moment, forensic personnel had already examined the area and were carrying out a stretcher from a back room. Gao Cheng lifted the white sheet, revealing a female corpse with marks around her neck. Is this the victim in this case? Indeed, she was murdered in the restaurant, confirmed to have died from asphyxiation caused by strangulation, and it appears she struggled fiercely. Gao Cheng cast a puzzled glance at the disordered living room before following Takagi into the dining area. Aside from the removal of the body, the scene remained untouched, with fresh bouquets scattered across the floor. Strangely, the debris at the scene was found to contain pollen from these flowers. Takagi observed from the side, suggesting it could have been transferred during Miss Aida's struggle. Pollen? Gao Cheng scrutinized the scene again. Officer Takagi, could you recount the events from start to finish? He inquired, noting that there seemed to be 2 outsiders in the living room. They are the ones who discovered the body, Takagi explained, pulling out his notebook. One is the deceased's brother-in-law, Mr. Tsubanai, and the other is his photographer assistant, Mr. Kishi. They came here for a photo shoot and discovered the door was unlocked when they rang the bell. Upon entering, they were suddenly attacked by a man, likely wielding an iron rod or something similar. Iron rod? Where is the weapon? It appears to have been taken away, Takagi replied. How peculiar, Gao Chang mused, frowning as he left the dining room and pushed open several other doors to inspect. One seemed to be a darkroom for developing photos, and the other was the restroom. Why are there two toothbrushes? Upon entering the restroom, Gao Chang hesitated to leave, sensing something odd. The toilet seat was upright, suggesting the deceased was not single. Did Miss Ida have a boyfriend? He asked, turning back. He had limited knowledge of women and was unsure if it was common for people to leave the toilet seat up. But both the kitchen and the restroom conveyed a sense that the victim was not living alone. What's wrong? Takagi asked, taken aback. Isn't the perpetrator that wanted criminal? Could it be that Miss Ida was involved with him? I never said that, Gao Chang replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. His observational skills barely matched the title of detective, but his deductive abilities were lacking. He understood that one should not jump to conclusions based on scant evidence, and it was wise to gather as many clues as possible. Back in the living room, the two initial discoverers remained at the scene. Gao Chang took a moment to assess them before resuming his examination. He opened a cabinet and found photography equipment, including a spotlight and what appeared to be a lamp, still emitting a faint warmth. Apart from that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Gao Chang continued to scrutinize the surroundings. Although the room was in disarray, certain areas did not appear to have been rummaged through. Perhaps they paused upon hearing our doorbell, Tsubanai remarked, his fingers tightening in annoyance at Gao Chang's wandering presence. By the way, this kid has been wandering around here since earlier. What does he intend to do? Forgive me, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself, Sato smiled, explaining to Tsubanai and Kishi. This is the renowned modern detective Kido Takase, here to assist us in solving the case. Wait, you're that famous detective? Kishi exclaimed, astonished. I've heard of you. Tsubanai's expression shifted slightly before he quickly composed himself. I didn't expect the legendary detective to be so young. After a moment, Tsubanai turned to Takagi, urging, by the way, officer, haven't you caught that robber yet? Oh, we have dispatched officers and are currently searching, Takagi replied awkwardly, stepping beside Gao Chang. Hey, Kido-kun. It must indeed have been a robbery. A stranger rushed out of the house, and both of them witnessed it. That's true, Gao Chang contemplated. It didn't feel like a typical robbery, yet many aspects remained unclear, making it difficult to utilize the 1-minute mode immediately. Without Conan's assistance in gathering clues, he had to rely solely on himself. Although he could activate the 1-minute mode since it was a system-issued case, he had only 1 minute, and the opportunity was singular. Wasting that minute due to insufficient clues would be catastrophic. Gao Chang turned back to the two initial discoverers. Now that he had inspected all relevant areas, only their testimonies remained. Takagi's explanations were still too vague. Mr. Tsubanai, Mr. Kishi, Gao Chang approached the entrance. Could you provide a more detailed description of the robber's appearance? Of course, Tsubanai interjected. It was so sudden that I didn't catch all the details, but he was likely a large man with a wound on his forehead and short black hair. He looked really fierce and was incredibly strong. Takagi added, Mr. Tsubanai believes it is very likely the work of a wanted serial robber. And Mr. Kishi? Gao Chang pressed further. Well, Kishi rubbed his still dizzy head. I didn't see much either. I was hit as soon as I opened the door and everything went blank. He was really strong. Ultimately, the priority is to capture that wanted criminal, right? Tsubanai glanced at the time, grabbing his digital camera and backpack. I need to go home for a bit. My pregnant wife is there and I'm worried about her. This sudden death of my sister must be a significant shock for her. Please wait, Gao Chang interjected, stopping Tsubanai. His efforts thus far had not been in vain. Since it was possible that this was not a robbery, both witnesses had become suspects, and he could not allow them to leave the scene. What is it? Tsubanai asked, confused. I'm just going to check on my wife. I will go to the police station afterward. Surely that is acceptable? No, I still have some questions for you. Could you spare me a bit more time? Gao Chang replied, hands tucked into his pants pockets. He took one last look at the gathered individuals, closed his eyes, and activated the 1-minute mode. As his thoughts raced, all distractions faded away, replaced by a series of virtual screens filled with clues. The chaotic scene was evidently a hurried disguise. At first glance, it seemed the work of a robber, yet certain areas containing valuable items remained undisturbed. This could be explained by the robber's sudden encounter with someone, but the areas that had been rifled through included what appeared to be a valuable necklace. Moreover, why was the door unlocked when Tsubanai and Kishi arrived? Gao Cheng felt as if he were immersed in a virtual space, vast information flashing before him. The peculiarities in the restroom indicated that the house housed more than just the victim. There could have been a roommate or even a boyfriend living there. The pollen detected throughout the items and the entire house suggested that the perpetrator had disguised the scene post-murder to appear like a robbery. And why was the perpetrator armed with an iron rod, yet the victim was strangled? The theory of a robbery was flawed. Tsubanai's testimony raised significant questions, and his behavior was suspicious. It was likely he was lying, but what about Kishi? Gao Cheng's gaze darted among the clues. As the entire crime scene simulated and separated before him, eliminating unnecessary information and highlighting all details. Often, the minutiae that ordinary people overlook can reveal the truth, which is why a detective must possess remarkable observational and analytical skills. Now, Gao Cheng had transformed into a human computer, meticulously analyzing every detail of the house and Tsubanai's every movement. With his acute cognitive abilities, clues began to align and combine, even simulating potential interpretations of the ambiguous details, rendering the entire case increasingly lucid. He had nearly determined the identity of the perpetrator, yet certain aspects remained dubious, and next came the evidence. As the prolonged yet fleeting minute concluded, Gao Cheng returned to his normal state, all the surrounding clues dissipating, bringing him back to reality. 1 minute was indeed too brief. Some questions lacked time for verification, but it had provided him with a clear direction. Now he had to rely on his own wits. Gao Cheng exhaled softly, shifting his gaze to Tsubanai. What kind of person was your sister? Facing Takashiro's gaze, Tsubyun felt a flutter of unease within, yet managed to maintain a calm demeanor as he replied, she is quite an extroverted person, fond of socializing and possessing numerous friends. She had lived abroad for a long time, and upon returning to Japan, she became active in various fashion magazines while also working as a model. She even assisted me with some of my projects. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, just a bit curious, Takashiro casually smiled. Does your sister have a boyfriend or a roommate? No, she has always lived alone, Tsubyun replied, a strange look crossing his face as he glanced at Takashiro. The perpetrator is a robber. It shouldn't be related to this matter, right? I beg to differ, Takashiro said, his expression serious. Mr. Tsubyun, you must have noticed the marks on Ms. Aida's neck, indicative of having been choked. However, the assailant who attacked both of you wielded a blunt instrument. Why not simply strike Ms. Aida with the weapon? It's puzzling that they chose not to use it. Oh? Tsubyun shifted his gaze, pondering the situation. I believe the weapon must have been found later in the house, as we had just arrived at the door. Wasn't the weapon left at the scene? The criminal must have taken it with them, right? Although it was strange, it could be explained. Yet Takashiro, with his hands buried in his pockets, turned to the entrance. Mr. Tsubyun, the door was locked when you arrived, was it? Doesn't that seem rather odd? A robber would be quite bold to risk someone like you or Mr. Kishi barging in unexpectedly. Perhaps they were careless, or maybe they were just about to leave. Tsubyun suggested. That would indeed be quite a coincidence, Takashiro remarked, his gaze fixed on Tsubyun, further solidifying his suspicion that Tsubyun was the perpetrator. This time, however, the assailant appeared to be different, proving to be more difficult to confront. The most pressing issue remained the lack of unequivocal evidence. Is something wrong? Sato sensed a shift in the atmosphere and inquired, Did you discover something, Kido-kun? Takashiro's eyes scanned the quietly contemplative Tsubyun before settling on the magazine strewn across the floor. The disarray suggested a deliberate act. This case seemed to be a murder disguised as a robbery. Regardless, the one who attacked us was the killer without a doubt. They were certainly in the room at that time, Tsubyun affirmed, recalling a large man with an injury on his forehead and short black hair. Is that truly the case? Takashiro challenged, his gaze unwavering. That is solely your assertion. Mr. Kishi didn't witness anything. Was he truly assaulted? What? Tsubyun was taken aback. I found Mr. Kishi's account peculiar. Mr. Kishi, could you please recount your experience in detail? Leave no detail unexamined. Takashiro turned to Kishi, scrutinizing him closely. If Tsubyun were indeed the assailant, then Kishi was either lying or was misled by Tsubyun. If the latter were true, Then the method employed raised suspicions. The warm glow of the photography lights and the dressing mirror positioned at the entrance suggested that Subyun might have utilized a bright flash to blind Kishi upon entering, then employed some technique to incapacitate him. Kishi recalled, I'm not quite sure. I pushed the door open and was momentarily dazzled, then I was struck. I didn't see anything. Exactly, Takashiro smiled. Mr. Kishi didn't see who attacked him at all. Are you joking? Are you implying I'm lying? Subyun shot back, his eyes narrowed at Takashiro. Though I am labeled a renowned detective, a child remains a child. I still hope the police will conduct a thorough investigation. Turning to Sato, he bowed slightly. Detective Sato, Detective Takagi, I must ask for your assistance. I need to return home to see my wife before heading to the police station. May I ask you one more question? With Subyun eager to depart, Takashiro could no longer wait and pulled out the warm photography equipment from the cabinet. What is this? This is my flash. Subyun narrowed his eyes slightly. Ida is not only interested in modeling but also photography. I lent it to her. Is there a problem? None at all. In fact, I have an interest in photography as well, Mr. Subyun. Could you teach me how to use this? Takashiro inquired, feigning curiosity as he examined the flash. What are you really after? Subyun snapped. If you want to learn, go do it on your own. I need to return home. In that case, I cannot allow you to leave just yet. Mr. Subyun, Takashiro insisted, locking eyes with him. Is that acceptable? Subyun and Takashiro exchanged glances. Subyun frowning in impatience as he picked up the flash to demonstrate its operation. It's simple, just press this button to activate. Is that sufficient? One more thing, Takashiro continued, observing the flash intently. If this flash is in use, can it synchronize with the camera? Is there a remote control to allow the flash to fire simultaneously with the camera shutter? Subyun's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. At this moment, Sato interjected, Mr. Subyun, could you assist us with this? As Takashiro pressed further, the tension escalated and Subyun unwittingly found himself under suspicion. Of course, Subyun snapped back to the present, glancing at Takashiro before picking up his digital SLR camera. Yes, it can be remote controlled. Once the camera's flash function is activated, it can be done. Any professional photographer would know this. What is the issue? Subyun laughed derisively. Are you suggesting I activated the flash from outside? Ridiculous. I never claimed that, Takashiro countered, his gaze steady on Subyun. Strange, Mr. Subyun, why would you think that? I was merely inquiring about photography. Subyun's face paled. This guy has been intentionally using questions to disorient me. I have nearly deciphered this case. Takashiro stepped past Subyun, pausing at the door. Is that true? Kido-kun. Sato and the others stared at Takashiro in astonishment. What is happening? The crux of the matter lies with the flash, Takashiro stated, arranging the flash and spotlight apparatus in front of the now agitated Subyun, adjusting the angle of the dressing mirror at the entrance. When Mr. Kishi opened the door, the assailant pressed the flash while striking Mr. Kishi with a personal weapon such as a tripod. Mr. Kishi, please try again. With the stairs conveniently located outside the door, Takashiro instructed Kishi to step outside while he stood on the stairs, mimicking the action of striking Kishi from behind with the tripod. The assailant could attack Mr. Kishi while he was temporarily blinded by the bright flash. However, this would pose certain complications. The optimal choice would be to strike from behind, utilizing the height advantage. Mr. Subyun, Takashiro called, could you please press the shutter on your digital camera? Subyun's expression shifted rapidly, and he hesitated to engage the camera shutter. You speak as if I am the assailant. How absurd. Even if your method could work, what does it matter? It is merely speculation. Where is the evidence? Subyun glared at Takashiro. As a renowned detective, you should know that to accuse someone of being a murderer, absolute evidence is essential. There is evidence, Takashiro asserted, glancing at the backpack slung over Subyun's shoulder. Your desire to depart the scene suggests you seek an opportunity to dispose of evidence, does it not? Ridiculous. What evidence could possibly be in my bag? Subyun turned to leave, dismissing the conversation. My wife is waiting at home. How peculiar. I never claimed the evidence was in your bag. Why are you so certain? Takashiro turned his back to Subyun, surveying the room. I have searched everywhere, yet I cannot locate the crucial camera. Is it not astonishing? If you are not the assailant, then where has Ms. Aida's camera gone? Mr. Subyun, may I take a look inside your bag? There should be another camera within. Boring. Subon's lips trembled as he bit down and opened his backpack to reveal a film camera. A professional photographer always prepared with a backup camera, no matter the circumstances. But was it not a digital camera? It seemed to be the very same camera belonging to Miss Ida. Takagane was encountering his most challenging suspect yet he pressed on, stating, "My deduction is that after you murdered Miss Ida, you took this camera from her room. Mr. Tsubone, you were in a relationship with her, weren't you? Afraid of what might be captured on that film." "Enough of your jesting," Tsubone retorted. "She was my wife's sister. I could never betray my wife." "Then shall we examine it?" Takagane suggested. "Perhaps it holds photographs that could incriminate you." Tsubone's expression darkened as he coldly faced Takagane, his gaze fierce. "What if nothing is found? You would be merely blathering on. If you wish to search my personal belongings for such a reason." Takagane fell silent, closing his eyes to reevaluate the analysis he had gleaned from his detective mode. His reasoning was sound. The culprit was undoubtedly Tsubone. He needed to prevent Tsubone from leaving. Otherwise, it would be too late to visit the police station. If no evidence was discovered, Takagane opened his eyes amidst the scrutiny of those present, declaring, "Then I shall cease being a detective. Mr. Takagane." Sato and Takagi exclaimed urgently. Chapter 47. Regret comes too late. Is this acceptable? Takagane disregarded the others, focusing intently on Tsubone. The weight of such a promise weakened Tsubone's resolve, leaving him momentarily at a loss for refusal. "Very well," he finally conceded, stepping aside. "But this is your assertion." Having never encountered a renowned detective before, Tsubone was taken aback by the youthful figure before him, dressed in a tie yet still somewhat naive. It seemed as though this boy had discerned everything from just a few casual observations, as if he had witnessed the act of murder firsthand. Such formidable prowess was astonishing. However, Tsubone thought, no one had touched the camera during the act. It was impossible for anything to have been captured. He watched, beads of sweat forming at his brow, as Takagane retrieved the film camera. "Officer Sato," Takagane whispered as he handed the camera to a police officer, "please check the camera later. If I am not mistaken, it may contain pollen identical to that found at the crime scene." Sato replied, taken aback, but quickly nodded in understanding and began instructing the forensic team. Since Miss Ida's home had a darkroom, the film was developed by her assistant, Kohei, while the forensic team promptly identified the pollen on the camera. Takagane was uncertain about what the camera contained. Perhaps it held evidence of Tsubone's relationship with Miss Ida, or perhaps it contained nothing at all. Nevertheless, if the pollen matched that from the crime scene, it would serve as evidence that the camera had been taken from the scene, thereby convicting Tsubone. In the darkroom, Tsubone stood behind Takagane, fixated on Kohei as he developed photograph after photograph, nervously swallowing and digging his nails into his palms. "It will be ready shortly," Kohei assured, carefully working. As time passed, all the images gradually emerged, each one a self-portrait of Miss Ida. "See?" Tsubone's tense demeanor relaxed as he believed he had escaped a close call, a laugh escaping his lips. "Now it is evident I am not her murderer. It must have been some thief. You're not so clever after all." Takagane remained unfazed by Tsubone's mockery, quietly observing the lineup of photographs. Although they lacked substantive evidence, they still conveyed certain information. Each image was a self-portrait of Miss Ida, which seemed peculiar, but upon closer inspection, subtle differences became apparent. The shape of her mouth was gradually changing. It appeared as though Miss Ida was narrating something in a sequential manner. "Mr. Chikudo!" Sato exclaimed, bursting into the darkroom with excitement. "It's identical. The same pollen, 99 match." "Pollen?" Tsubone was taken aback. "It was found on the camera body," Takagane replied, taking the camera back. "We detected pollen identical to that at the crime scene. Perhaps you overlooked it, but I believe it adhered to the camera when you removed it from the room." "How could that be?" Tsubone's lips quivered, horror flooding his expression as memories of the moments following Miss Ida's death rushed back. Miss Ida must have purchased this flower only that morning. How could pollen from here end up on a camera in your bag? Takagane returned to the dining area, asking, "Do you still believe this is your backup camera?" Tsubone's face contorted violently as his hands clenched into tight fists, breath coming in rapid bursts. "I am innocent. It was her. That woman toyed with me. That is why Do you not see?" Takagane interjected, glancing at the frantic Tsubone as he flipped through the stack of photographs, revealing the smiling face of Miss Ida. "Take a good look." The series of photographs formed an animation, the shapes of her lips clearly spelling out, "I love you." "I love you?" Tsubone stared blankly at the photographs, flipping through them repeatedly as his expression froze in place, retreating a few steps in disbelief. Miss Ida indeed loved you, Takase said, turning to face him. But she chose to keep that love hidden, for the sake of her sister. The coroner's report has just come in, Sato interjected, her tone somber. She did not die immediately, Mr. Tsubone. Had you not attempted to cover your tracks and called for an ambulance right away, she might have survived. Tsubone's lips trembled as he felt a piercing pain in his chest, tears threatening to spill but unable to flow. In anguish, he collapsed to the ground, clutching the photographs tightly. Regret surged from within, yet the life lost would not return, leaving only the outline of a body marked on the floor and a collection of radiant photographs. I'm sorry, Ida. As the case concluded, Tsubone was taken away by police, sobbing over the photographs. Takase exhaled a sigh of relief, stepping out of the apartment under the admiration of numerous police officers. Unbelievable, Chikudo, Takagi exclaimed, trailing beside him, still caught up in the thrill of the deduction. You casually investigated and uncovered the culprit. Had it not been for you, we would have assumed it was a robbery. Not at all. Even without me, you would have eventually discovered the truth. But by then, the evidence would be gone. Wouldn't it? Takagi insisted excitedly. If only you would consider becoming a police officer. Your abilities are remarkable. That's impossible. I have no desire to be managed by others, Takase replied without hesitation. Being a detective is far more enjoyable, and the earnings are substantial. The thought of becoming a police officer was far from his mind. He lacked the commitment for such a role, and his circumstances made it unfeasible. The desire to be a renowned detective aside, if he were to become a police officer, his mediocre skills would be exposed. Just like this time, if he hadn't directly employed his detective mode, he would have struggled to piece together the evidence before it vanished. Moreover, if he wished to avoid altering others' memories, he could only exchange money for special items, whether they be disguise cards, knowledge cards, or even other potential mysterious cards he coveted. What could a police officer's salary accomplish? Suddenly jolted awake by the setting sun, Takase glanced at the time and realized that the T&N University campus festival had long since passed, and the play in which his classmates sought his assistance was about to begin. There's no time left, Officer Takagi. Could you please give me a ride in the police car? Eh? As they sped towards T&N University, the police car raced ahead, sirens blaring, catching the attention of passers-by. There's an unusually high number of police cars on the streets today. I heard they are apprehending a kidnapper and murderer. Could it be the person we just had in the police car? Wait a moment. Is that the renowned high school detective Shinichi Kudo? A blossoming young woman pondered, her expression uncertain. Hurry up, Officer Takagi. As Takase munched on chocolate, he anxiously watched the time until the gates of T&N University came into view, at which point he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a car sped around the corner, trailing a water hose behind it. In a moment of sharp focus, Takase saw a skateboard glide vertically across the police car's window, allowing him a brief glimpse of Conan and the other children. What's going on? Kudo? Conan, spotting the police car, intended to call for help but was startled to see Takase and Takagi inside. He quickly shouted, Takase-san, hurry up and chase that car. Ayumi is trapped in their trunk. Ayumi? Takase was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the urgency. He shouted to Takagi, Officer Takagi, make that car stop immediately. Stop. Right now. Inside the vehicle Conan mentioned were two men with menacing appearances, who, upon hearing the shouts from behind, turned around in shock and slammed on the brakes. What is it? Officer? Open the trunk. Hands on your heads. Takagi positioned the police car in front, gripping his gun firmly, ready for any threat. Why yes. The two men, bewildered, complied with Takagi's orders, glancing in confusion as Takase rushed to the back and lifted the trunk lid, astonished to find a young girl inside. What on earth is happening? Ah! Don't kill me! As the trunk opened, Ayumi, who had been hiding inside, screamed and upon realizing it was Takase, leaped up and clung to his neck like a koala bear. Takase-san, save me. It's all right now, Takase reassured her, holding Ayumi tightly while his gaze turned coldly towards the two suspects. Care to explain why there's a child in your trunk? Sweating profusely, the men stammered, Officer. We don't know anything. Enough of your nonsense. You're the kidnappers of young girls. Conan and the others arrived just in time, declaring, We heard your conversation inside the car. There are bodies and money in the trunk. With tears in her eyes, Ayumi clung to Takase, affirming, yes. They could kill without a second thought, even if it's a child. Kidnappers? The suspects were taken aback, retaliating angrily. What are you talking about? The stuff in the trunk is fake, it's our props. Props? One of the men pointed at the nearby TN University where a campus festival was underway. We were just rehearsing lines for our play. Takase looked confusedly at Conan. Conan, what is going on? Didn't Officer Magyar just arrest the actual kidnappers? Oh. Conan approached cautiously and indeed found that the trunk contained nothing but props made of newspapers. So, it was all just a misunderstanding? Take's mouth twitched. But how did Ayumi end up in the trunk? The two actors, equally puzzled, insisted we didn't do anything wrong. Can we please hurry to the venue? We're running out of time. My apologies. Takagi awkwardly holstered his weapon, scratching his head in embarrassment, casting a resentful glance at Conan and his friends. All right, Ayumi. I must get ready as well, Take said, trying to hand Ayumi over to Conan and the others so they could hurry to TN University. However, he discovered that the little girl had fallen asleep, clinging tightly to his neck like an octopus, unwilling to let go. Ayumi? He called again, but she only tightened her grip. What is happening? We're going to be late for the performance. Take, tears in his eyes, gazed towards the bustling TN University, pondering the beautiful encounter he had hoped for today. Chapter 48. Titan University Campus Festival. Titan University was hosting a campus festival featuring 2 mystery plays. Coincidentally, Takase was set to perform in the first one, playing a minor role without any lines, solely serving as a background for the protagonist's deductions. Dad, that actor seems a bit odd, Ran Mori remarked from the audience as she spotted a chubby character in a cloak on stage, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Is he holding something? Really? Kagoro Mori was completely distracted, enamored by a girl sitting nearby. Ah, lovely lady, may I treat you to tea? I am a renowned detective. Rant's expression soured, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Bang! Kagoro received a hefty bump on his head, settling down beside Ran. SNT, that Kudo-esque guy on stage? I can't believe he is playing this kind of role. Is he a senior? On stage, Takase played his background role innocently, looking towards the audience with a perplexed expression. He was originally supposed to play the criminal, but due to Officer Magyar's case, he had no time to rehearse. Plus, with Ayumi continually clinging to him, landing a minor role was a blessing. His envisioned beautiful encounter vanished entirely as he spotted Kagoro flirting with girls in the audience. The mystery play concluded successfully, and as they exited the stage, they were met with enthusiastic applause. However, Takase, having merely been a background character, felt exhausted. Ayumi, though not heavy, was difficult to hold for an extended period, but thankfully she finally woke up amidst the applause. Takase and I, where are we? Ayumi peeked out from the cloak, rubbing her eyes and surveying her surroundings. We're at Titan University. Takase sighed in relief, gently placing her on a nearby table as his arms grew numb. At that moment, others began to leave the stage and enter the dressing room. A few classmates, seeing Ayumi still drowsy, laughed. Kudo, your sister finally woke up. I can't believe you carried her for so long. What a cute kid. A short-haired girl, smitten by Ayumi's charm, exclaimed. How about playing with my sister? Hey, I told you Ayumi isn't my sister. Takase replied helplessly to his classmates. Hey Kudo, are you embarking on a life of crime? A short-haired boy teased exaggeratedly. I didn't expect you to be like this. Haha, even the renowned detective Kudo has his moments. Some upperclassmen entered the dressing room, one bright-faced youth curiously observing Takase. I've been studying your solved cases, Kudo. Detective? Several classmates were taken aback. Don't you know? Recently, you've been in the news and on television quite often. The youth continued. Really? Kudo is that famous detective? I thought it was just a coincidence. Is this true? The short-haired girls stared at Takase in disbelief, as if he were some sort of creature. Of course it is, Ayumi proudly declared, holding on to Takase to prevent the girls from getting too close. Takase is known as the modern Zemon. Modern Zemon in our play's background? The short-haired girl was dumbfounded. Isn't that a bit much? Takase felt awkward under their gazes. I graduated high school and took over my grandfather's detective agency, so I've just gained some fame. Just some fame? His classmates looked at him with envy. Everyone thought you went abroad. If we hadn't contacted you, would you have never told us? I've just been busy. Takase chuckled nervously. Initially, he hadn't informed his classmates about anything, merely stating he was going to visit his grandfather abroad. But you've changed so much. his classmates remarked, noticing his formal attire. "We thought you dressed like that to impress girls." "How could that be?" "I said I was late because of work. I was solving a case." Takase blushed slightly as he cleared his throat. "Really? What case?" The campus festival lasted well into the night, still bustling with excitement as Takase finally managed to persuade Conan and the others to take Ayumi home. "It seems this little fellow is rather cunning, and despite his small stature, he possesses a mischievous spirit. Whenever a girl appears nearby, he intentionally acts cute, disrupting the atmosphere. He is truly the ultimate third wheel." At last, with the separation from his classmates, Takachu begins to explore the park alone. Although he attended university in his previous life, the differences between Japan and his home country were significant, and back then, as a sword enthusiast, he hardly participated in school activities. "Hey, Kido, why are you dressed like that?" Suddenly, someone from the crowd pulled Takachu's attention. "Huh? Me?" Takachu turned in confusion to find a high school girl who bore some resemblance to Ran. "Oko, what are you doing?" A boy, who looked quite like Takachu, appeared half awake behind her. "Who is this man?" "Wait, Kido?" The girl, realizing her mistake, quickly blushed and released Takachu, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry." She then angrily tugged the boy away. "It's all your fault for wandering off and making me mistake someone. You fool! Can't you look at the clothes? You have the audacity to say that when you often play little tricks. That's magic." The young couple bickered as they disappeared into the throng, leaving Takachu standing there, a whirlwind of confusion enveloping him. Is this yet another case of déjà vu? Wait, isn't this Kido, the infamous phantom thief kid from Detective Conan? He followed them into the crowd, but soon lost sight of them. What a mere coincidence in such a vast campus. Takachu smiled wryly to himself, feeling as though he was becoming a face in the crowd. Yet he wondered why, among all these faces, he remained without a girlfriend. On another note, after wandering around with Ayoko, Kido planned to leave when they stumbled upon a classmate, Anoka, who had set up a fortune-telling booth in the campus. Dressed as a witch with a crystal ball, she appeared quite peculiar. "Anoka, what are you doing?" "Of course, the same as you too," giggled the purple-haired Anoka mysteriously. "I've discovered something extraordinary." "Extraordinary?" Ayoko felt a twinge of anxiety at her tone. "Indeed, when the Demon King wields the silver sword, memories will be lost, and the world shall meet its end," Anoka intoned solemnly. "What end?" Kido scoffed, losing interest. "Is it another fortune-telling?" "This is not mere fortune-telling, it's a prophecy." Anoka leaned closer, whispering, "Haven't I mentioned before? My predictions are quite accurate. Perhaps this prophecy suggests your identity will be revealed." Kido swallowed hard, awkwardly pulling Ayoko away. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Ayoko, let us head back." Chapter 49. The misery of being tainted by the god of death. After the campus festival at Titan University, Takachu merely gathered with his classmates for a brief moment before returning to his detective life. After all, he considered himself a member of society now, needing to focus on earning money and realizing his dream of being a detective. He could no longer indulge in the ordinary student life like his peers. His diligent efforts had allowed him to maintain savings around 1.9 million yen, and though he seemed to spend little, he still felt an incessant lack of funds. After exchanging his savings once more, he acquired a medical card and a driving license, but on his third attempt, he drew a blank, causing his savings to plummet to 1.6 million yen, a sight that pained him greatly. However, considering work necessities, he reluctantly spent 20,000 yen on a bicycle. Though not overly expensive, it was a significant purchase that would save him considerable transportation costs. Speaking of the previous case entrusted by Magyar, he hadn't yet reimbursed for travel expenses. Had it not been for the case's potential to enhance his reputation and relationships with the police, he would have been tempted to use his prestige points for something else. One day, Takachu received an invitation to a client's birthday party, and he meticulously prepared and set out on his bicycle early in the morning. The reason for his diligence was that the client was none other than the only daughter of the esteemed president of the Mitsui Group, Rika Mitsui. For merely finding a dog, she had paid him a staggering 400,000 yen, his largest commission in recent times. Such an invitation from a key client was not to be taken lightly. Working for wealthy patrons could equate to more than a long stretch of regular labor, and opportunities for collaboration were abundant. Puffing and panting, he finally arrived at a villa nestled in the mountains, a common preference among the affluent for their retreats. The last visit to Suzuki Sonoko's home had left him exhausted, and he regretted not taking a taxi this time. Upon seeing the row of luxury cars parked in front of the villa, Takase wiped the sweat from his brow and parked his bicycle discreetly among the trees. Securing it to a sturdy trunk, though it was unlikely anyone would take interest in his bicycle, he felt it prudent to be cautious, considering it had cost him 20,000 yen. Happy birthday, Miss Rika. The lavish villa was ablaze with light beneath the night sky, filled with distinguished guests who surrounded the president's daughter, Rika Mitsui. Like moths to a flame, the birthday girl, adorned in a red veil and an elegant black dress complemented with exquisite jewelry, radiated a brilliance that made her the undeniable center of attention. Rather than join the throng, Takase seized the opportunity to indulge in the abundant feast laid out in a corner. After all, he was not a significant figure at this gathering, and the culinary offerings far surpassed his usual fare, dishes he could only dream of enjoying in high-end restaurants. Satiated, he savored a glass of fine red wine. Having ridden for so long that hunger had overtaken him, the ambience of well wishes filled the air as Rika, with a gentle smile, blew out 24 birthday candles in one breath, prompting a round of applause. Happy birthday, Rika, her father, the president, expressed joyfully as he approached her, addressing the gathered guests. I sincerely appreciate everyone coming from afar to celebrate my daughter's birthday at this mountain retreat. I hope for your continued support of the Mitsui Group. Amidst the applause, he paused, then added, before you all continue your conversations, I wish to introduce a special guest here today. Special guest? The attendees murmured with curiosity about whom the president had invited. This gentleman has solved numerous challenging cases, the president continued, scanning the crowd for Takase. He is the renowned detective, second only to Kagoro Mori in reporting rates, the modern-day Zimoto Takase. Where's Takase-kun? Detective Takase. Oh, has the famous detective also arrived? The guests searched eagerly. He seems to be gaining quite a reputation. Takase froze, taken aback by the unexpected mention of his name. Quickly wiping his mouth, he awkwardly greeted the curious gazes. Hello, everyone. He is that famous detective? He looks even younger than in the newspapers. He really resembles that high school detective. Didn't he carry a wooden sword or something? The president, pleased by the guest's astonishment, chuckled and remarked, just recently, Takase-kun helped my daughter with a significant matter. It was nothing, Takase hastily interrupted, feeling odd that the significant matter was merely finding a dog, a task he considered routine, yet felt strange to be publicly acknowledged. As a man in charge of a large corporation, the Mitsui president understood the nuances, smiling as he concluded, well then, let us enjoy the festivities. As the celebration continued, Rika moved closer to Takase, flanked by several young men who hovered around the charming heiress. Hello, Detective Chikudo. A young man, resembling a bespectacled clerk, eagerly presented his business card and exclaimed with delight, my name is Kido Takase. It is truly an honor to meet you. The renowned detective, he continued, to think that the legendary detective is so young. What a promising talent. Beside him, the elegantly dressed blonde man, Nikaido Yuji, chimed in with admiration, glancing at the beautiful Rika Shijo, who was chatting with a group of girls, and raised his voice intentionally. No wonder Miss Rika chose you to assist her. Are you two done? All you do is flatter her, scoffed the handsome man, Miura Takuya, whose long hair and tan skin caught attention. His gaze swept disdainfully over the two young admirers before settling on Chikudo. They are merely trying to curry favor with Miss Rika. If you truly consider yourself a detective, it's laughable. Isn't that so? The so-called detective is just a kid. Miura dismissed Nikaido's irritation with a smile, turning to Goju Shu, who was nearby. You feel the same way, don't you, the East University graduate? Indeed. I initially thought the famous Muri Kaguru would be present, but he pales in comparison to him, replied Goju, a 24-year-old general manager of a trading company who, despite his neatly styled hair and suit, still appeared like an ordinary university student. Moreover, he differs from the Zangetsu I imagined. Goju cast a disappointed glance at Chikudo. Apologies for that, Chikudo said with a frown, his lips twitching. What kind of people are these, speaking ill of others right before them? Furthermore, how could he be inferior to Muri Kaguru? That man was merely a disheveled middle-aged man, often lost in thought, who had only recently solved a case at a class reunion without being put to sleep by Conan. Let us not say such things, Ichiji interjected with a chuckle. Since Miss Rika asked Detective Chikudo for help, There must be a reason. Humph. Miura dismissed this notion, turning to Rika Shijo. Perhaps your so-called Detective Chikudo has ulterior motives towards Rika. Marrying her would make him the next president of the Shijo group. The group fell silent, their expressions darkening. Chikudo shivered, returning to his meal. The atmosphere felt peculiar, yet it was fortunate that Conan was absent, otherwise trouble would surely arise. Though he aspired to be the world's greatest detective, he certainly did not wish to meet his demise at every turn. Chapter 50, The Burden of Death's Presence, Part 2. The banquet continued until nearly 10 o'clock when President Shijo announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the evening's festivities must come to a close." As Chikudo pondered how to ride his bicycle home, a guard rushed into the hall, exclaiming to President Shijo, "Chairman, the vehicle occupied by the young lady has suffered a flat tire. What shall we do?" "How about this?" Nikaido seized the opportunity and suggested, "I will take the young lady home in my Ferrari." "No, she will ride in my Porsche. She should take my Mercedes." Ichiji and Goju all clamored to offer their assistance, prompting Chikudo to grimace. These individuals were indeed wealthy. However, the guard promptly reminded them, "It appears that all three of your vehicles have also suffered flat tires." "What?" The unconvinced group rushed outside to inspect their beloved cars, followed by the concerned guests who gathered in the parking lot. "Damn it," Miura glared at his deflated tire. "Even my car has been tampered with." "Mine too," grumbled a tall man in his 40s, Mitsuda Masashi, an executive director of Shijo Corporation. "Who on earth is playing pranks?" After a quick count, Mitsuda reported gravely to President Shijo, 6 vehicles have had their tires punctured. Alas, it seems we must arrange for the guests of these 6 cars to leave in other vehicles, though it may be a bit cramped, President Shijo lamented. "I refuse," Rika declared with a spoiled tone. "It is my birthday, and I will not squish into someone else's car to go down the mountain." "All right, Rika," President Shijo said, struggling to manage his daughter. "You did say you wanted to hold the banquet here." "I don't care. I want to stay in the villa tonight with Grandmommy," Rika insisted stubbornly. "Then I shall remain as well." "I will stay too." Ichiji and others rushed to Rika's side, and Chikudo wished to stay as well. Realizing that riding his bicycle home at such a late hour would not be safe and feeling quite embarrassed. In the future, if he were to attend such affluent gatherings, he must remember not to ride a bicycle. Renting a car would be more appropriate. Fortunately, he had previously drawn a car driving card. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chikudo sneaked a glance at the edge of the woods and found his bicycle unharmed, letting out a sigh of relief. Regardless of who was responsible, at least they had not sunk so low as to vandalize a bicycle. Upon returning to the villa, the confirmed guests remaining included Rika Shijo, her maid Grandma Mi Ichiji, Nikaido, Miura, Goju, and the tall middle-aged Mitsuda. These names are quite interesting. All the numbers from 1 to 6 are present, Chikudo thought sarcastically as he entered the living room. The group had gathered, and Rika, having found a deck of playing cards, cheerfully announced, "Detective Chikudo, let us play cards together to pass the time." "Humph, who wants to play with you?" Miura snickered, striding toward Chikudo. "Detective, your car should be fine, right? Let us head back together." Chikudo felt awkward and unsure of how to respond. "You want to leave?" Rika stepped forward with a playful smile. "What a pity. I was considering potential marriage candidates today, and you had a chance." "Don't misinterpret, young lady," Miura nonchalantly replied. "I am here solely for Chairman Shijo's sake, for the benefit of my company. I have no interest in you whatsoever. Detective, let us go together." Chikudo chuckled awkwardly. "I only have a bicycle." "Parked in the woods." "A bicycle?" Miura's expression soured as he glanced outside, confirming that only their 6 flat-tired cars remained. "How cruel. I rode my bicycle all the way up here, and now all the other vehicles have left, leaving me with no options. A bicycle is inconsequential, can still be used. I will return it to you another day." Rika's expression darkened as she pulled Chikudo behind her, speaking imperiously, "If you wish to return, feel free, but in return, my father will not conduct any future business with you." Miura was taken aback, clenching his jaw as he stared at Rika. "What did you say?" "Humph, Grandma Mi, please prepare for me. I shall change clothes on the 2nd floor," Rika commanded with a smirk, casting a condescending glance at the group in the living room. "Let me be clear, you are all birds in a cage. If I do not feed you, you cannot survive. Therefore, it is best to curry favor with the owner. Do not act on a fleeting impulse. Haha." With her self-satisfied laughter, Rika ascended the stairs, leaving Chikudo regretting his decision to stay. This young lady's temperament was appalling. In comparison, the Suzuki sisters, who also hailed from wealthy families, were far more pleasant, one gentle, the other somewhat nosy yet unpretentious. He would not accept such a spoiled girl, regardless of her wealth. Until 10:30, Chikudo played cards in the living room, battling drowsiness. Yet whenever he contemplated the wealth of those around him, he felt invigorated again. After working for so long, his savings barely amounted to a fraction of their worth. Were these individuals truly unsatisfied, unable to survive outside the Shijo group? Gao Cheng could not help but ask, to which Sanbyun replied with a wry smile. There is nothing I can do. My Sanbian electronics industry cannot function without the support of the Shij group. I can relate. Wu Tiu's side, my trading company is also struggling. Unlike Ichiryu and Nikaido, who are purely vying to become the next president of the Shij group. Humph, don't you desire that? Nikaido laughed dismissively. Whoever marries the young lady will ascend to greatness. However, I believe you all are merely indulging in fantasies. The young lady's marriage candidate has already been decided 2 years ago. 2 years ago? The expressions of those in the living room darkened. What happened 2 years ago? Gao Cheng inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Nikaido quickly realized his mistake and changed the subject. But it does evoke nostalgia. We used to gather often at the yacht club. Yacht club? Indeed, we even took the young lady's yacht to nearby islands, with Mr. Rokuta as our captain. Haha, I have a yacht license, he added, causing the atmosphere in the living room to lighten once more, as if they wished to refrain from discussing further in Gao Cheng's presence. Noticing the conversation dwindling, Gao Cheng could only express his envy. I have never been on a yacht. In fact, I envy you, Detective Sanbyun remarked while sipping his tea. You only need to accept a few commissions to earn money. Although it may not be substantial, you enjoy a sense of freedom, occasionally making it to the newspapers. Unlike me, who is burdened with corporate worries, caged by that bothersome young lady. Don't say that, Sanbyun. Yes, she is merely jesting, Gao Cheng thought. Observing these affluent individuals, unsure of what to say. The troubles of the wealthy often seem trivial. Let us see how they fare when they truly lack money. He had only recently secured a foothold in Tokyo as a somewhat renowned detective, yet his savings barely reached 2 million yen. Aunt Jime's 3-story house had a monthly rent of 100,000 yen for just the first-floor shop, leaving him with barely enough to cover a few months of rent. Strange? Rokuta remarked, glancing at the time. Why is the young lady taking so long to change? Yes, she should have been ready by now, Wu Tiao expressed his concern. Should we go check? What can we do? Who dares to confront that young lady? Sanbyun grumbled from the side, while the others, recalling Rika's temper, fell silent. Half an hour later, as Gao Cheng was on the brink of dozing off, the clock in the living room suddenly struck 11. The young lady is taking her time. Ichiryu stared at the clock, puzzled. It's just a change of clothes. Gao Cheng's gaze darkened as he stood up and addressed the elderly maid. Miyako, could you please check on Miss Rika in her room? Of course. We shall accompany you. Ichiryu and others rushed to follow him upstairs, leaving Gao Cheng with no choice but to trail behind. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge it, given the current situation, it was indeed possible that the young lady had encountered some trouble. Chapter 51, The Curse of Death. Miss Rika. Miss Rika. The group searched throughout the villa. Yet they could not catch sight of Shij Rika. Miss Rika, please respond if you can hear us. Stop playing. How peculiar, where could she be? Could it be that she wandered into the woods and got lost? It must be so. Sanbyun expressed his dissatisfaction. She is surely toying with us for her amusement. All right. Ichiryu soothed. Regardless, we should continue searching the woods. Reluctantly, they agreed they could not abandon the young lady. Gao Cheng frowned as he ventured into the woods. The thunderous night was ominous, and the forest appeared foreboding, reminiscent of the last incident involving the bandaged monster. He could never forget the severed head from that gruesome event. Boom! Another clap of thunder echoed, signaling an impending downpour. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Gao Cheng reasoned that such a coincidence was unlikely. It's about to rain. Everyone, let us split up and search quickly for the young lady. Rokuta boldly entered the woods first. The group swiftly dispersed, but Gao Cheng dared not stray too far. He was unfamiliar with the area, and it would be disastrous to lose himself while searching for her. Recalling the agony of getting lost in the mountains during his last visit to the Suzuki villa, he was determined to avoid a repeat of that ordeal. Miss Rika, can you hear me? Gao Cheng called, following Sanbyun's lead, shouting as they searched, yet there was no response, only the distant calls of others. Soon, cold raindrops began to fall, steadily intensifying. This troublesome young lady truly knows how to stir up trouble. Sanbyun halted. Detective, we should head back to the villa. Perhaps she has returned on her own. Don't you find it strange? Gao Cheng frowned. Even if she is jesting, it shouldn't be to this extent. Miss Rika has not responded, which could indicate something has gone awry. She is just that type of person, probably laughing at us like clowns at this moment. Sanbyun scoffed, turning to leave. In any case, I'm going back. If you wish to continue your detective game, feel free, but this forest is easy to get lost in. Boom. Another thunderous crash reverberated, and Gao Cheng braved the rain, hastily following Sanbyun back to the villa. Upon arrival, the others had already returned, gathered around the fountain in front of the villa. What happened? Gao Cheng's heart sank. It was Nikaido. The others looked horrified as they gazed at Nikaido's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. It appears he has been drowned. How could this happen? He seemed fine just moments ago. Who would commit such an act? Sanbyun coldly remarked. There is indeed one person who is highly suspicious among us, the currently absent Miss Rika. Sanbyun, how could Miss Rika be capable of such a thing? We cannot rule it out. She may have also been killed. Gao Cheng crouched beside the body, interrupting the heated discussion. For now, let us return to the villa and contact the police. We will address everything once they arrive. That's not possible. Miyako, the elderly maid at the villa's entrance, interjected. I've already tried, but the phones are down. What? Gao Cheng felt a headache coming on. Not even the mobile phones? It's useless. The signal here is too poor to get through. So we're trapped here. Gao Cheng's expression turned serious. A death had already occurred, and this was no longer a mere jest. It was a premeditated murder, and the killer was likely among those in the villa. Except for Sanbyun, who had been with him earlier, every other individual was a suspect. By the way, Wu Tiao remembered. Detective Gao, why not take your bicycle down the mountain to report the incident? That won't do. It's raining and riding a bicycle is too dangerous, Rokuta pondered. We can only wait until dawn when the chairman sends someone to pick us up. I suggest we sit down and have some coffee. We can discuss everything in the morning. Miyako, could you please brew some coffee? Certainly, I will do so right away. I'll just use the restroom. Wait for me. I'll go too. One by one, Sanbyun and the others left the living room and Rokuta added, I'll grab some towels from the wash basin. I believe everyone is drenched. Thank you. Gao Cheng carefully observed the group, cautioning, we don't know where the killer is. It's best not to wander off alone. Attending a banquet could lead to a murder incident. He was uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. It felt as if he had been tainted by the touch of death after spending so much time with Conan. He wondered if there would be more victims and resolved to solve the case swiftly. While waiting for the others, Gao Cheng glanced outside at the increasingly heavy rain, hurriedly heading to the woods to move his bicycle under the villa's eaves. Like those cars, even his bicycle tire was flat. The culprit was indeed a beast. Gao Cheng gritted his teeth as he stared at his deflated tire, summoning the Lake Toya to his waist. This meant that the perpetrator must be someone from the villa, as only a few knew about his bicycle in the woods. Upon returning to the living room, everyone was already drying their soaking hair with towels, none revealing any unusual behavior. Rather, each person appeared equally suspicious. But why was Nikaido killed? Wataru Fijo asked, perplexed. Who knows? Gao Cheng took a seat in the living room, scrutinizing everyone. Mr. Nikaido seemed to mention that Miss Rika's marriage partner had been decided 2 years ago. Perhaps this is the motive for the murder. How could that be? Are you suspecting us? Miura chuckled lightly, meeting Gao Cheng's gaze. Do you really think we would kill him over his words? That's utterly ridiculous, and besides, I was with you when Nikaido died. Indeed, Miura was not the murderer. Gao Cheng thought sharply. I just wonder if something happened 2 years ago. Could you enlighten me? What exactly transpired? The others were momentarily taken aback by Gao Cheng's transformation, their eyes drawn to the Lake Toya at his waist. Realizing that this youth was not an ordinary boy but a renowned detective, akin to the great Kagoro Mori, a modern-day Zemon. It was an unfortunate accident. Rika Tomita explained somberly, on that day 2 years ago we anchored the yacht near an island, each dispersing to enjoy ourselves without realizing a storm was approaching. When the thunderstorm came, most returned to the yacht for shelter, but only the young lady remained on the island. It was a small island that would sink with high tide. One of us took a rubber boat to rescue Miss Rika, but after half a day, we found her and Nikaido floating in life jackets. However, our companion had vanished. Her body was discovered 3 days later, floating in the sea. And that companion was? She was my granddaughter, yay. Old Lady Me brought coffee back to the living room, sacrificing her life to save the young lady. Ye probably died without regrets. Here, I've brewed coffee for you all. Gao Chang did not drink the coffee immediately but pondered, asking, you said only Miss Rika remained on the island. What about Nikaido? He went out alone in a kayak to fish. We don't know how he ended up with the young lady. Riku sipped his coffee. It seems he was quite confident he could marry her. Perhaps she promised him something back then. Is that so? Gao Chang picked up a cup of coffee. Let us finish our coffee and search the villa thoroughly. We must find Miss Rika first. But the murderer might still be here. Then let us split into 2 groups for mutual supervision. Gao Chang commanded, stifling a long yawn, feeling even more fatigued than before, struggling to muster energy. His eyelids grew heavier. Detective Chenghu, what's wrong? Wataru Fijo inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, just a bit tired, Gao Chang said, rubbing his eyes. Apologies. I'll go wash my face. Perhaps you should not push yourself. Just rest on the sofa for a while, Old Lady Me suggested. I'll stay here with you. It seemed that Detective Chenghu was indeed exhausted. Riku observed, and me, please look after him. We'll manage fine in 2 groups. Chapter 52. Being afflicted by the grasp of death is most distressing. Part 4. The other 4 departed the living room. Gao Chang thought a brief nap would be acceptable, lying down on the sofa, yet he soon sensed something amiss. Struggling to open his eyes, his vision blurred, and he could faintly see Old Lady Me. What's happening? I'm becoming increasingly drowsy. Was I drugged? Why? As the sleepiness deepened, he grasped the Lake Toya at his waist and fell into a deep slumber. Miss Rika! Riku and others were shouting and searching throughout the villa, yet they still could not find Rika Miyuki. Any discoveries? None. Check over there. Hearing the commotion from the living room, Old Lady Me suddenly stood up and walked over to Gao Chang. Observing him asleep, she turned back to fetch a blanket to cover him. At that moment, the villa's lights abruptly went out, accompanied by the sound of a circuit breaker tripping. Darkness enveloped everything. Is there a power outage? Quick, check the main switch. Miura dashed downstairs towards the main circuit breaker in the kitchen, only to hear a shattering glass sound. After pulling the main switch, the lights flickered back on, revealing the scene before them. The window in the corridor near the main switch appeared to have been broken. What happened? Miura questioned, glancing suspiciously at Ichiji and Wataru. We don't know. Ichiji replied. Looking outside, it seems someone jumped out. Was it the murderer? Miura gritted his teeth, peering into the dark forest outside, and rushed through the broken window. Damn it. You won't escape. And Miura. Wait. It's too dangerous. The remaining 3 swiftly followed, vanishing into the night. By the time Old Lady Me heard the commotion and exited the villa, no one remained in sight. Inside the villa's living room, Gao Chang groggily opened his eyes, feeling as though someone was carrying him, the sound of rushing water echoing in his ears. Who? In his dazed state, Gao Chang instinctively attempted to draw the Lake Toya from his waist, but his body refused to move. He felt himself pushed towards the edge of a sink, faintly seeing a running faucet. Water. Splash. A tremendous force surged from his neck, forcibly plunging his head underwater. As water continuously flooded into his mouth and nose, a suffocating feeling of impending death overwhelmed him. Gao Chang suddenly opened his eyes wide, an unparalleled will to survive igniting within his weary frame. His limp fingers moved to grip the Lake Toya tightly. Drawing the blade, a normally effortless action, was now excruciatingly difficult. He trembled as he managed to complete the draw, using all his strength to slash backward. Cough! The wooden blade did not strike the assailant but caused the pressure on him to vanish. Gao Chang broke free from the water, coughing violently as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. He barely propped himself up with the Lake Toya, his blurry vision catching a glimpse of a figure darting out of the living room. Damn it! Gao Chang gritted his teeth as he staggered towards the door, feeling as if he had been drugged. He had no strength left. If not for being forced underwater, he might have struggled to wake up. Yet he felt miserable. The effects of the drug were evidently far from wearing off, and he could only hold on as best as he could without succumbing to sleep. What happened? Detective Chenghu. Old Lady Me, startled by Gao Chang's disheveled appearance, hurriedly brought a towel, asking, was there an incident? It's nothing, Gao Chang smiled faintly, accepting the towel. Old Lady Me, where is everyone? Suddenly, the power went out, and there was a sound of breaking glass. Then they all rushed into the forest. Old Lady Me expressed her concern. I saw their panicked expressions, so I wanted to check on you, Detective Chenghu. Are you really all right? I'm fine. Gao Cheng wiped the water from his face, squinting towards the villa's exterior. Old lady me, could you please call them back? Just tell them I was attacked by the murderer. All right. Old lady me, looking somewhat puzzled, exited the villa. In the corridor on the west side of the kitchen, Gao Cheng leaned against the wall, breathing heavily as he approached the broken window. The individual we encountered earlier must be the perpetrator, and it is highly likely that he is one of the 4 men. The suspicions surrounding Mitsuba cannot be entirely dismissed as there remains the possibility of accomplices. The crux of the matter now lies with the missing Miss Rika. Has she been murdered, or is she one of the assailants? Regardless of your identity, I shall unearth you. Absolutely. Gao Cheng clenched his fist, leveraging his own strength to support his body, the tea lake knife secured at his waist as his gaze sharpened toward the window. Upon returning to the kitchen, he observed the sink overflowing, water spilling onto the floor. He hastily turned off the tap, and the memory of the assailant submerging him in water resurfaced. It was undoubtedly a man. When Granny Me went to brew coffee, the individuals from Rokushin had vacated the living room. Anyone could have covertly slipped a sedative into the coffee. However, he had merely taken a random cup. Was this a case of indiscriminate murder? Then why only a sedative? Gao Cheng, with his hands plunged into his pockets, returned to the living room. After a considerable interval, the 4 from Rokushin gradually re-entered the villa. What? Detective Kido was attacked by the assailant? What transpired? The astonishment reflected on the faces of the Rokushin members betrayed no signs of abnormality. Detective Kido, are you unharmed? I am fine, Gao Cheng replied, scanning each individual. The assailant had placed a sedative in a cup of coffee beforehand. I was merely unfortunate enough to consume it. A sedative? The group instinctively glanced at Granny Me. But I only added sugar, she exclaimed anxiously. The culprit is not Granny Me, rather, you all appear rather suspicious. You could have pretended to chase the assailant into the woods while secretly circling back. As for the sedative, you were all absent from the living room when Granny Me prepared the coffee. Thus you had ample opportunity to slip the sedative in unnoticed. Gao Cheng scrutinized. Do not jest, Mitsuba, he retorted sharply. You ought to know I am not the assailant. Besides, what of Miss Rika? Perhaps she is the one responsible. I am certain it was not her who attacked me, Gao Cheng asserted, glancing at Mitsuba before questioning the others. Did you see anyone return as you pursued the assailant? Well, we all scattered, Ikeda Ryu recalled. I was worried about Mitsuba, so I followed, but soon lost sight of him. What do you mean by that? Mitsuba glared. I haven't even mentioned you, how would I know where you went? Enough. Everyone, cease the bickering. Rokushin intervened, directing his gaze at Gao Cheng. Are you suggesting the assailant is among us? Perhaps, Gao Cheng replied, unable to discern anything from their expressions. I recall you were all searching within the villa, correct? How did you end up in the woods? And what of the power outage? We searched the entire villa but found no sign of Miss Rika, Ikeda Ryu explained. Then suddenly the power went out. We rushed to the circuit breaker, and a window was shattered by someone. Following that, Mitsuba dashed out. Did you see the assailant? No. Could you reenact your actions during the power outage? Gao Cheng pondered for a moment and seeing no fruitful inquiries. He led everyone out of the living room for a simulation of the scene. As they reached the corridor's circuit breaker location, Gao Cheng continued to inquire, did you notice any discrepancies? What discrepancies could there be? They all shook their heads. In that situation, how could we have noticed anything else? Furrowing his brow, Gao Cheng chose not to press further. After glancing at the time, he commanded, it is now past 4 in the morning. There are approximately 3 hours until the next vehicle arrives. Until then, let us all remain in the living room. I shall not. Mitsuba impatiently waved his hand. I prefer to rest in my room on the 2nd floor. I cannot rely on a detective for my safety. I would rather not be in the same vicinity as a murderer. If any coffee is brewed, there shall be no need to prepare mine. Who knows what else may occur? Then I shall return to my room as well, Rokushin concurred. If the car arrives, please call for me. Isn't it safer for us all to stay together? After Mitsuba and Rokushin departed, the remaining individuals stayed with Gao Cheng in the living room, slowly awaiting the passage of time. As the clock ticked, the rain outside intensified, showing no sign of abating. At this rate, who knows when the car will come for us tomorrow? Gojo muttered by the window, turning with concern toward Gao Cheng. Detective Kido, you are a renowned detective, are you not? Cannot the assailant be apprehended more swiftly? Gao Cheng appeared not to hear, instead lost in thought as he picked up the air conditioning remote from the table, noting that it seemed to have been set to turn on at a specific time, with a timer indicating 12:30. Detective Kido? Gojo called again, puzzled by the lack of response. Is there an issue? It should not be a mere coincidence. Someone intentionally set the timer, Gao Cheng mused as he ascended to the second floor to check the remotes in other rooms. To his surprise, he found that all remotes had been set to the same time, 12:30, coinciding with the power outage. While certainty eluded him, it appeared that this was indeed the cause of the circuit breaker tripping. This implied that Miss Rika was not an accomplice. Gazing at the torrential downpour outside, Gao Cheng solemnly stated, it is highly probable that Miss Rika has already met with foul play. We can only await the police's arrival tomorrow to search the woods. Currently, the available clues were scant. The only certainty he held was that the assailant resided among Rokushin, Akita Ryu, Gojo, and Mitsuba. Whether the assailant was one or two individuals remained uncertain. Gao Cheng regarded Akita Ryu and Gojo, who remained in the living room. Given his role as a detective, the culprit would undoubtedly exercise utmost caution, making it exceedingly difficult to reveal their identity. Narrowing the suspect pool to Rokushin's group was the extent of his progress. Not immediately returning to the living room, Gao Cheng closed his eyes, striving to recall every detail. From Miss Rika's initial disappearance, the group search, to Nikaido's drowning, the sedative, and the power outage. The surrounding space rapidly shifted, and a series of clues emerged, propelling him into a minute of deep contemplation. Gao Cheng paused, realizing he had entered the 1-minute mode. Without wasting time, his fingers swiftly navigated through the intricate details. The incident from 2 years prior was evidently far more complex than it appeared, considering that Nikaido was dead and Rika was missing. The assailant specifically chose to administer a sedative in the coffee rather than a poison, and it was unreasonable to have carried him to the kitchen sink. It clearly served a particular purpose. This was not a random killing, but rather a premeditated act with motive, encompassing the sedative and the attack methods employed. Gao Cheng stood within the realm of thought, his expression grave as all details, including every utterance from Rokushin and the others, flickered before him. Surely, one among them had spoken falsehoods. One individual had undoubtedly misled the group's reasoning, albeit subtly and covertly. Regrettably, during the crucial moment when he ingested the sedative, he was not present, which might have unveiled the faintest clues through their words and actions. With the 1-minute limit approaching, Gao Cheng furrowed his brow, continuing to contemplate the nuances of the case. The murderer deliberately concealed Rika Yatsuki in a certain location and took advantage of the opportunity in the forest to eliminate Nikaido. The telephone lines of the villa were entirely severed, indicating that the killer had additional unfulfilled objectives, either further murders or other methods yet to be executed. The most plausible aim, without a doubt, was to fabricate an alibi. But what was the motive behind the killer's actions against him? Water, drowning, Gao Cheng murmured as he rested his chin in contemplation. The crux of the case lay within the element of water, one possibility being that 2 years ago, Yeiko also perished by drowning, and another being that the murderer aimed to create a cognitive bias, concealing the true method of Rika Yatsuki's demise. Gao Cheng's gaze sharpened as he rapidly filtered through the words spoken by Rokuta and others. If the latter possibility held true, then the clues to unraveling the case might indeed reside with Rika Yatsuki. Where could she be? The forest clearly seemed implausible. The trunks of those several flat-tired cars might be a potential hiding place, yet that would still raise numerous questions. The remaining likely location was the villa itself. Although everyone had already searched there, the murderer being among Rokuta's group would afford them the convenience of subtle maneuvers, such as searching a specific area before others, feigning ignorance of their findings. Regardless, Rika Yatsuki should be in proximity to the pool or basin, facilitating the murderer's cover-up of the killing method and the creation of an alibi. Gao Cheng's mental images narrowed, presenting several potential locations. Firstly, there was the fountain in front of the villa, the very spot where Nikaido was drowned, conveniently not far from the parking area. Then there was the villa's kitchen, the location where the killer intended to employ a similar method against him. Additionally, there were several restrooms and the bathroom. Suddenly, the minute mode abruptly ceased, and Gao Cheng's cognitive space vanished in an instant, returning everything to normalcy. He felt a wave of dizziness and leaned against the nearby wall, taking a moment to regain his composure. Unlike the minute mode activated by the system during the case, this everyday mode was passively triggered and seemed to exhaust considerable stamina. Gao Chang, his complexion slightly pale, approached the living room. "Grandmommy, could you prepare me a glass of sugar water?" "Detective Chengdu?" Grandmommy paused, noticing Gao Chang's condition, then hurried to the kitchen. "You should rest. Don't push yourself too hard. It will deplete your strength." "I'm fine. I just need some sugar water," Gao Chang replied with an awkward smile, following her into the kitchen. While he waited, he scanned the kitchen for potential hiding spots, but found nothing of note. "Grandma." Gao Chang took a sip of the sugar water, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, and casually inquired as Grandmommy returned the sugar canister to the cupboard. "Did you notice anything unusual while brewing coffee here earlier? Perhaps someone came in?" "No," Grandmommy shook her head. "After I made the coffee, I searched everywhere for sugar. This canister is from 5 years ago. I forgot where I put it and searched for quite some time." 5 years ago? Gao Chang's fingers trembled slightly, almost dropping the cup. Hey, what is the shelf life of sugar?" Outside, the rain continued to fall as Gao Chang held an umbrella while approaching the fountain. Perhaps it was psychological, but he felt somewhat unwell after drinking the sugar water. Nikaido's body still lay by the pool, covered with a cloth to shield it from the rain. Gao Chang meticulously examined the fountain, finding nothing unusual in the water, then shifted his gaze to the nearby parking area where the 6 flat-tired cars remained in the rain. He looked around. If Rika Yatsuki were hidden in one of the cars, moving her to the fountain would likely be visible to those in the living room. Entering the villa through the side door might present some possibility, though it too came with risks of discovery. He decided to hold off for now. After scanning the villa's surroundings, Gao Chang returned inside quietly without arousing anyone's attention, surreptitiously inspecting the area surrounding the restrooms. After checking several toilets, he deemed the likelihood of the murderer hiding Rika Yatsuki there to be low, as it would be easily discovered and inconvenient for any setup. Ultimately, the bathroom remained. Creak. The hallway leading to the bathroom was dim, and Gao Chang fumbled to open one door after another. There was a small storage room, followed by a toilet, and finally, the dark bathroom. When he pressed the light switch, nothing happened. The bulb appeared to be burnt out. It was indeed peculiar, everywhere else was illuminated. Yet this corridor remained shrouded in darkness. Gao Chang's expression tightened. This was undoubtedly the most probable location, perfectly suited for the murderer to execute their scheme, perhaps even intentionally sabotaging the light bulb in advance. The bathroom was not large. The only possible hiding spots were the washing machine, the cabinet beneath the sink, and Gao Chang checked the washing machine and the cabinet, ultimately approaching the bathtub covered with a lid. As he lifted the cover, his eyes widened, and a faint, inexplicable smile crept across his lips. So that was it. Inside the bathtub lay Rika Yatsuki, her body restrained with tape and submerged in water. Seemingly under the influence of a sedative, this young lady was still in a deep slumber, yet the water level had risen to her neck and was gradually increasing. If this continued, it would likely reach a level sufficient to drown Rika Yatsuki within an hour. Gao Chang observed the shower head silently pouring water into the bathtub and paused briefly before turning off the water valve. The entire case had become strikingly clear. The murderer's elaborate maneuvers were all aimed at executing this particular method. The only uncertainty remained: who was the killer? This matter would either require waiting for Rika Yatsuki to awaken or for the murderer to inadvertently reveal themselves, as they would inevitably return to stage the scene after Rika Yatsuki's natural demise. Gao Chang cast a complex glance at the slumbering Rika Yatsuki in the bathtub, replaced the cover, and firmly grasped his resolve before exiting the bathroom. The effects of the sedative lingered, yet he felt no drowsiness at that moment. This young lady was by no means virtuous, but the potential murderer, motivated by revenge, was equally culpable of heinous crimes. He intended to confront them directly. Chapter 54. Revenge and crime are separated by a fine line. Upon returning to the living room, Gao Chang exhibited no signs of distress. After yawning, he announced his intention to rest on the second floor. Why is he acting like this too? Wataru looked at Gao Chang as he departed, displaying dissatisfaction. Initially, he thought Gao Chang might uncover the murderer. Indeed, the newspaper's claims appeared unreliable. If only Detective Mori were here. Don't say that, Ichi-jun interjected. Detective Chengdu has been through a lot. He was drugged and nearly drowned. Even so, do we really need to be left here waiting? Wataru felt a sense of injustice. And wasn't it more dangerous for him to sleep alone on the second floor? Gao Chang paid no heed to the grumbling in the living room. After selecting a room on the second floor, he quietly descended back to the first floor's bathroom corridor, hiding in the restroom opposite the bathroom. Previously, it had been Ichijun and Wataru responsible for searching the first floor. The likelihood of either being the murderer was significant. Even monitoring the living room would be prudent. However, remaining in the living room would undoubtedly keep the murderer on high alert. Time ticked by. And soon the moment the murderer had planned for Rika Yatsuki's death had passed. There was movement upstairs, yet no one approached the bathroom. Just after 7 o'clock in the morning, the television in the living room began broadcasting the morning news while no vehicles had yet arrived outside the villa. Grandma Mi emerged from the living room, yawning. "Where are you going, Grandma Mi?" Ichijun asked, puzzled. "To the restroom." "I'll go with you." "Me too." Ichijun and Wataru hurriedly followed Grandma Mi. The restroom was near the kitchen, separated from the bathroom by only a corridor, and Gao Cheng quickly heard the commotion. Indeed, someone was heading towards the bathroom. In the dim light, Gao Cheng could only make out a silhouette. The figure glanced around before swiftly dashing into the bathroom, shedding his suit jacket and rolling up his sleeves, reaching for the bathtub cover. "You seem quite confident," Gao Cheng remarked as he followed into the bathroom, gently pressing the handle of the knife from Lake Toya while gazing at the paused figure inside. "Mr. Ichiji." "What?" Ichiji Takase turned in shock, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he forced a nervous laugh. "What are you talking about, Detective Chenghu? Do I need to elucidate further, Mr. Ichiji? You are the murderer in this homicide case." Gao Cheng fixed his gaze on Ichiji Takase. "First, you concealed Miss Rika in the bathtub, preparing her for this moment. Then, under the pretense of searching for Miss Rika in the forest, you lured Nikaido to the fountain and drowned him, later administering a sedative in his coffee, intending to execute the same method on me. Do you still wish to deny it? Don't be ridiculous, Detective Chenghu." Ichiji pointed at himself, incredulous. "Do I look like a murderer? Besides, I have no enmity with you. Why would I want to kill you? And what are you doing in this bathroom?" Gao Cheng interjected with a light chuckle. "Isn't it for Miss Rika?" What? How could that be? I merely wanted to take a shower. I had no idea Miss Rika's body was in there." Why do you think Miss Rika's body is in the bathtub?" Because Ichiji stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You just said it. I merely stated that you hid Miss Rika in the bathtub." Gao Cheng retorted coldly. "Mr. Ichiji, are you still trying to wriggle out of this?" Ichiji feigned innocence. "Well, I was just guessing. Nikaido was drowned and you were forcibly submerged in water by the killer. So I thought Miss Rika might have met a similar fate. What's going on?" Hearing the commotion, Rokuta and Mifune rushed downstairs, bewildered, gathering at the bathroom door. "Detective Kid," Mifune grumbled. "Why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? I thought I heard something about Miss Rika. Has she been found?" Fijo Shu and the old lady also arrived. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Ichiji grew increasingly nervous, forcing a laugh towards Gao Cheng. Moreover, everyone just grabbed a cup of coffee that old lady served. I had no idea who would take which cup. How could I have premeditated putting a sedative in it? Someone is framing me. Exactly. Fijo Shu, still confused, chimed in. "Detective Chenghu, it couldn't have been us who administered the sedative. If we drank it ourselves, we'd be doomed." "There are countless ways to ensure one does not drink from that cup," Gao Cheng remarked, gazing at Ichiji with a smile. "You could have made some adjustments while administering the drug, ensuring you didn't tea-consume that coffee. Moreover, whether you actually drank it remains in question. But how could you ensure I would drink that cup, when I also grabbed one at random? It was unnecessary for you to drink it. It could have been anyone. Regardless of who drank that coffee, they would suffer the same fate as I. The perpetrator's aim was not merely to kill, but to extract a confession, pressing the victim's head underwater." Gao Cheng's voice rose. "Am I wrong, Mr. Ichiji? You wanted others to believe the method used to murder Miss Rika was identical to the previous one, didn't you, Ichiji?" The crowd was puzzled, exclaiming, "What is going on? Is Ichiji the criminal? Ichiji? What nonsense. Ha ha, why do you speak as if I am truly a murderer?" Ichiji's smile froze. "Fine. Let us say I did it. Did you see me commit the crime? I merely wanted to come here for a shower." As the conversation continued, Ichiji regained his composure. Confidently addressing Gao Cheng, "You have no evidence. Can you really assert I'm the killer based solely on your imagination?" Gao Cheng fell silent for a moment, sensing the futility of the discussion. Turning, he exited the bathroom and stood in the hallway. "Did I not just say, Mr. Ichiji? Why do you believe Miss Rika is already dead?" "Huh?" Ichiji stared blankly at Gao Cheng's departing figure, suddenly realizing something, and hastily pulled off the bathtub cover. Perhaps the sedative's effects had waned as Rika had awakened, struggling upon seeing Ichiji, her mouth sealed with tape, emitting muffled sounds. What? Ichiji's expression faltered. He gritted his teeth and, in a fit of rage, lunged to strangle Rika. Ichiji! Stop this at once! Rokuta and others hurriedly pulled Ichiji away, rescuing the terrified Rika. Water splashing everywhere as they finally restrained him. Let me go! Ichiji glared at Rika with murderous intent. I want to kill this wretched woman. Ichiji! Have you lost your mind? Rokuta pressed down on Ichiji, admonishing, calm yourself. They killed Yuako? Ichiji screamed, unable to break free. Suddenly bursting into tears as he looked at Rika. She and Nikaido were responsible for Yuako's death. What are you talking about, Ichiji? That day, Yuako, in a bid to save this lady, disregarded our warnings and took a rubber boat to the island. She was wearing a life jacket and had an extra one to give to this lady. Who would have thought that Nikaido was there too? But there were only 2 life jackets. Then does that mean? The crowd's expressions darkened as they turned to the shaken Rika. Exactly. Ichiji spat bitterly. They survived because they stole Yuako's life jacket. When I discovered Yuako's body, her life jacket was missing. Yet these 2 claimed they hadn't seen her. Amidst the heavy gazes, Ichiji forced a bitter smile. I came here to uncover the truth. Do you know what she said? She actually claimed Yuako's death was deserved. Yuako was the person I cherished most. Those who harmed her deserve only death, whether it's Nikaido or this woman. The righteous knight, though he slays the demon, is equally tainted by the blood of evil. Gao Cheng's calm yet powerful voice resonated from outside the bathroom. No matter how you justify it, you are still a murderer. This is no longer mere vengeance. His words echoed through the corridor and bathroom, striking Ichiji's heart with heavy blows. A demon? Ichiji trembled, falling silent, a bitter expression crossing his face. Perhaps I underestimated the legendary detective, thinking you were merely an inexperienced youth. I apologize for the previous events, Detective Changhu. Had I initially entrusted this to you, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. By noon, the police arrived at the villa, verifying the scene before taking both Ichiji and Rika away. Gao Cheng finished inflating the tires of his bicycle, preparing to depart when Officer Muro and the police vehicle passed by, containing Ichiji and Rika. Having regained her composure after some time, Rika smiled at Gao Cheng. Thank you so much. I will have my father send you a gratitude fee. No need, Gao Cheng replied indifferently as he mounted his bicycle. While I did save you, it was merely to thwart a crime. It does not absolve your own misdeeds. You should consider how to face the old lady. Rika paused, turning to see the old lady standing silently at the villa entrance. Sorrow etched on her face. Her figure hesitated, her head bowed as she silently entered the police vehicle. That 10 million should be given to the old lady. 10 million? Gao Cheng's expression stiffened as he stared blankly at the police vehicle disappearing from view. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly pedaled after it. Hey, miss, can we discuss this further? Wait up. However, Fijo Shu watched as Gao Cheng rode off alone. Sighing, I never expected Detective Chinghu would solve the case without a sound. When I first met him, I could hardly tell he was this capable. Fijo Shu recalled Gao Cheng's naive demeanor at the beginning of the banquet. Haha, Rokuta chuckled beside him, you don't understand. A formidable eagle keeps its talons hidden. He merely prefers to lower others' guard. This is a common strategy employed by great detectives. 5 revelations dawned upon him. So it was like this. Previously, pretending to desire sweetened water was merely a tactic to lower a branch's guard. It was precisely at that moment that he found Miss Rika truly a testament to his prowess as a detective. Humph, Mitsubune remarked with an air of nonchalance, dismissing the concern of a mere 10 million yen. Could he be an ordinary detective? Chapter 55. The routine begins at a television station in Japan. Takacheng was invited to participate in a talk show alongside that fellow, Kagoro Mori. Mr. Mori, Mr. J. Gucci, it is a pleasure to have both esteemed detectives here today. The slightly plump producer, Suwa Yoshihiko, stated with a face full of honor. Not at all, Kagoro Mori replied, puffing up with pride upon hearing the compliment. I have always wanted to come. With a renowned detective like me, your program is bound to be spectacular. Takacheng rolled his eyes. Of course, he wanted to be there not only to gain visibility and enhance his fame, but also to pocket a modest fee of 200,000 yen. It seemed he always felt slightly overshadowed by Mori due to age, but thankfully the station treated them equally, granting each a fee of 200,000 yen. As the program commenced, Takacheng, dressed in formal attire, sat beside the host, while Kagoro Mori, equally well-dressed, occasionally sneaked glances at the camera. When the show officially began, the audience section was filled to capacity and Takase felt a rare twinge of nervousness. The original owner of this body had experienced a similar scenario once, though that occasion had culminated in a significant scandal whose repercussions still lingered. For him, it was a first, yet he had prepared in advance by acquiring the wooden sword, which helped calm his nerves. Good evening, everyone. We are delighted to welcome two special guests today, two of the most prominent detectives currently featured in the newspapers. The charming female host announced. Indeed, you've all heard of them. It's the slumbering Kagoro Mori and the modern J-Guchi Takase. Mr. Mori, the host, began. Which case do you consider the most challenging among those you have handled? Ah, haha. Kagoro Mori glanced at Takase, suddenly bursting into awkward laughter. I tend to fall asleep immediately after solving a case, so I don't remember anything. Takase sensed an immediate awkwardness in the atmosphere and couldn't help but revel in it. How could you remember? It was Conan who solved the cases. You were truly asleep. Ah, Mr. Mori is quite humorous, the host interjected, turning her attention to the self-assured Takase, visibly relieved. We have heard that great detectives can swiftly decipher various codes. We have prepared a riddle for you, Detective J-Guchi. Takase's smile faltered. What sort of absurd program was this? There had been no prior mention of deciphering riddles. This must be a prank show, right? What to do? Should he feign ignorance like Mori? Haha, Takase quickly chimed in. In truth, deciphering codes is not particularly remarkable. I merely exerted some effort. Once, I stayed awake for 2 days to crack a code. Wow, is that true? Of course, staying awake for 2 days is not advisable. But I mean to say that with effort anyone can become a detective. With a slight cough, he turned to Kagoro Mori and remarked, actually, Mr. Mori is quite adept at solving riddles. Apologies, but a dead friend is better than a living one, Kagoro Mori responded, looking utterly baffled. Under the curious gaze of the host and audience, Kagoro Mori felt the weight of the world's disdain. Fortunately, the host, sensing the challenge of engaging with two formidable detectives, hurriedly shifted the atmosphere back to the script. Let us save the riddle for the end of the program, she suggested, and Takase silently exhaled in relief, cooperating with the subsequent segments of the show. At this juncture, over a week had passed since the case at the Tsuji family villa. Just before arriving at the television station, he had resolved an ordinary incident, accumulating 3 cases eligible for reputation point exchange: the murder case involving Officer Megur's photographer, the case of Rika Tsuji, and that ordinary case. The first 2 were obviously ineligible for exchange, but due to its minimal impact, he directly exchanged the last ordinary case, leading to an unexpected delight. Unlike before, he surprisingly received a gold card, which augmented his savings by 2 million yen, a true testament to the rewards of reputation points. Taking into account previous savings, income, and expenditures, his total savings reached approximately 3.5 million yen. Though not a fortune, it was enough to purchase a decent vehicle. A house remained a distant dream. The place he currently resided in was located in a bustling district, akin to Kagoro Mori's, serving as a commercial, ground-floor shop, office, second-floor detective agency, and residential, third-floor vacant space. Exceedingly expensive. Nevertheless, with this recent appearance fee, he had at least accumulated 3.7 million yen. During an ad break, Takase opened the system interface to explore the exchange options. With just 100,000 yen for an exchange, it seemed worthwhile despite the risk of depletion. He needed to enhance his abilities as much as possible. Once improved, the current expenditures would be mere trifles. He had previously drawn a piano card, a driving card, a medical card, and a disguise card, all of which were fairly useful. Bang! The system interface flashed, presenting another disguise card before Takase. Neither good nor bad. Drawing again yielded a swordsmanship card, automatically granting him a year's worth of experience. It seemed somewhat lackluster. Increasing his swordsmanship by a year wouldn't significantly improve his skills at present. Watching his savings diminish by 200,000 yen, Takase gritted his teeth and resolved to continue exchanging, only to find that the exchange options had dimmed, rendering further selection impossible. What was happening? He had successfully drawn 3 times before. Takase gazed longingly at the system interface, aware that the options for exchanging reputation points remained lit. But recalling the system's notorious memory manipulation, a chill ran down his spine. Detective J-Guchi? The host called as the ad break concluded, noticing Takacheng lost in thought. When speaking of you, everyone is most curious about your wooden sword. What can you tell us about your swordsmanship? Is it as formidable as the character in the television series, Zimanji? In truth, I am not particularly skilled, Takacheng replied, coming back to reality. Lifting the wooden sword with an embarrassed smile. Carrying this sword serves not only for self-defense but also helps to keep me composed. Ah, I see. I've learned something new, the host remarked, not delving deeper. As the records indicated that Takacheng had never studied swordsmanship and had not been part of a kendo club during high school. And Mr. Mori? The host turned to Kogoro. I've heard you were once a police officer. This episode of the television program held little of significance, merely leveraging the recent rivalry between Takacheng and Kogoro Mori, a perennial source of intrigue. After the show concluded, Takacheng exchanged pleasantries with Kogoro Mori and producer Suwa Yoshihiko before parting ways. His relationship with Kogoro Mori seemed to be deteriorating. Akin to a scenario where harboring feelings for Ran would be utterly futile, he would never entrust his daughter to someone like him. Ironically, his rapport with Ran and Conan remained strong. As he strolled back to the detective agency, a gentle breeze accompanied him. In the newly opened bakery on the first floor, the middle-aged couple who owned the shop were still busy. Takacheng reminisced about the beautiful sisters who once ran a CAF. Had they still been around, he could have enjoyed a warm cup of coffee on such a pleasant day. You are the modern Zimanji. A boy with a baseball cap and dark complexion exclaimed as he descended the staircase. Upon spotting Takacheng, his eyes sparkled. I've heard you are the second coming of Shinichi Kudo. If that's the case, you must know the whereabouts of that guy. Chapter 56. Kudo from Kanto. Hattori from Kansai. In the office of the Kudo Detective Agency, Takacheng found himself troubled by the presence of a boy with a charcoal black face. Indeed, this was Heiji Hattori, a high school detective from Osaka in Kansai, renowned alongside Shinichi Kudo. Anyone familiar with Detective Conan would surely recognize him. I've already told you I don't know Shinichi Kudo, nor have I seen him recently, Takacheng replied. How should he articulate this? Heiji pointed at the television, which was airing a preview clip of that morning's program. In it, he was responding to the host's inquiry. Having arrived at this point, I wish to express my gratitude to someone. Although he may not hear it, I still want to thank him. You must be talking about that rascal Kudo, right? Heiji pressed, resting his hand on the desk before Takacheng. I've been keeping an eye on you and I can't fathom why you gained notoriety only after Kudo went missing. Did you perhaps kidnap him? Fool. How could that be? Takacheng's gaze drifted back to the television. Memories of when he first received the detective card flooded his mind, and the person he wished to thank was indeed that individual. Noticing Heiji's intent to delve deeper, Takacheng sighed. The one I want to thank is my grandfather. He has nothing to do with Shinichi Kudo. If you're looking for him, why not head over to the Mori Detective Agency? It seems like a more reliable place to start. You think he is over there? Heiji furrowed his brow, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered. It seems the rumors I heard were true, that fellow's woman is indeed there. Who told you that? Sonoko Suzuki, a classmate of Kudo. Before coming here, I visited his high school and heard that you and that guy's woman might know something. That's Sonoko, Takacheng muttered, curious. By the way, what do you want with Shinichi Kudo? If you have a tricky case, feel free to commission me. I'll offer you a discount on the fee. Heiji's charcoal face contorted with irritation. Are you joking? If I had a difficult case, would I need to hire someone like you? He adjusted the brim of his hat, pride radiating from him. I came to Tokyo simply to meet that rascal Kudo and ascertain whether he is worthy of being compared to me. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. You must have heard of Hattori from Kansai and Kudo from Kanto? I am Heiji Hattori from Kansai. Takacheng nodded. I've heard of you. Kudo from Kanto, Hattori from Kansai. That's Hattori from Kansai, Kudo from Kanto. Heiji's face darkened further, his brows twitching. He waved dismissively as he exited. Mark my words, I will surpass that kid. He seemed rather incensed. Takacheng opened the window and silently watched as Heiji rushed towards the Mori Detective Agency. With Heiji's appearance, it was likely he would encounter more characters from Conan in the future. Comparatively, his current abilities seemed lacking. And it was unfortunate that his savings suddenly became non-redeemable for a lottery. Otherwise, he would have endeavored to accumulate more knowledge just in case. Ding! The system notification chimed unexpectedly, and a holographic screen materialized. Takacheng was momentarily taken aback, noticing changes in his attribute panel. Name, Takacheng Kudo. Takacheng, gender, male, age, 18 Occupation, detective redeemable cases, photographer murder case, birthday party murder case system savings, 3. 5 million yen, redeemable, 05, weapon. Wooden sword Lake Toya, indestructible, rare weapon that grows stronger against stronger foes. Imbued with the spirit of a samurai. Remember to replenish sugar, swordsmanship, 4 stars, Lake Toya, unknown, alertness, 4 stars, Lake Toya, unknown, reasoning ability, above idiot event observation, 4 stars ability cards, piano, 2 years. Computer, 1 year. Medicine, 1 year. Driving, 1 year. Swordsmanship, 1 year. Item card. Disguise card, 1 card. His event observation had remarkably jumped from 2 stars to 4 stars, indicating considerable progress during this period. However, he was puzzled about how his reasoning ability was assessed. What did above idiot even mean? Was it merely based on the ability to crack codes? Moreover, why was he still listed as 18? He had recently celebrated his birthday and should rightly be 19. Leaning on his chin, Takase stared at the system screen for a while, tapping his fingers on the desk. The reputation value was no longer displayed but had transformed directly into the number of redeemable cases. Consequently, the reputation earned from regular commissions could no longer be redeemed, resulting in a loss of income. Yet, he acknowledged that the amount he could redeem was negligible, and the cost was considerable, indeed not suitable for him at present. After all, he now had savings of 3.5 million, unlike when he was initially struggling financially. Observing the tangible figure of 3.5 million in savings bolstered his confidence. His attention shifted back to the redeemable amount, 05. After redeeming twice from the Japanese Broadcasting Corporation, he realized he could no longer continue redeeming, including the previous 3 redemptions. That made exactly 5. He wondered whether this was connected to the current situation. 3 days later, after completing a minor commission, Takase called the Mori Detective Agency to inquire about Heiji Hattori, and suddenly heard that Conan had been in a deep slumber for the past few days. Hey, are you alright? How did you suddenly collapse? Takase found Conan at the Mori Detective Agency, appearing quite unwell, as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. What do you mean collapse suddenly? Conan, half awake, crawled out from under the covers, yawning while grabbing a nearby newspaper. You were out there spreading rumors that Ran is my woman, almost exposing my identity. That has nothing to do with me. It was Sonoko who said it first, Takase clarified, noticing the newspaper headline. Diplomat poisoning case? Isn't that the case from 3 days ago? Did you or Heiji solve it? I did. Conan cautiously checked outside to confirm that Ran was absent, then continued, actually, I transformed back into my original high school form because I had specifically instructed Ran. That's why my name didn't appear in the newspaper. Looks like you're quite impressive. Did Heiji end up returning to Osaka in disgrace? Takase chuckled, finding Heiji's earlier bravado amusing. He resolved to ask him about it the next time they met. Heiji was just overly concerned about winning and losing. Conan shot a glance of annoyance at Takase. Aren't you the least bit curious that I reverted back to my original body? You don't find that strange? What is so strange about that? If it's possible for one's body to shrink, then returning to the original state is quite normal, isn't it? Conan was at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. However, the key question is how I suddenly reverted back. If only I knew the method, I might be able to fully return to my original form. Conan glanced at his small arms and legs, deep in thought. I remember being ill at the time, and that charcoal-faced Heiji made me drink Chinese baijiu, claiming it was a miracle cure for colds. It must have been that bottle of liquor. Conan exclaimed, suddenly alert. I only took a sip. If I had drunk more, I might have completely recovered. Are you sure? Takase regarded him skeptically. If you could recover that easily, it would be quite the coincidence. Your days as Conan are far from over. Absolutely, it must be that liquor. Conan was eager to rush out of the room. Wait. Takase grimaced, stopping Conan. Ran is still downstairs. If you go drink now, she'll think I led you astray. What led astray? Ran appeared at the bedroom door, glancing at the guilty-looking Conan and Takase. All right, Conan, hurry up and get dressed. Ayumi and the others are here to see you. Conan, are you feeling better? Just then, a few children rushed in, and Ayumi, spotting Takase, exclaimed, Takase, are you here to see Conan too? Yes. Takase replied with a dry laugh, instinctively taking a step back. The last encounter with Ayumi had left him with a psychological scar. Conan, equally exasperated with the children, forced a smile. What brings you all here? Due to Conan's cold, he took a 3-day leave, which left us all quite worried. How fortunate it is to escape school. I wish I could fall ill too, Yuan Tai enviously remarked. Yuan Tai, it's impossible for you to get sick. Kegoro chuckled. Isn't there a saying that fools never catch colds? Yuan Tai's face fell. Thump. Kegoro, with a large bump on his head, obediently approached Conan and said, We actually came to invite you to the library. What do we need to go to the library for? Conan inquired, puzzled. Since you haven't gone to school, there's no one in class to submit their reading reports. Only you, Conan, Ayumi enthusiastically explained. Is that truly the case? Conan skeptically glanced at the eager Yuan Tai and Kegoro. Ayumi is reasonable, but these two are definitely here just to accompany her. Downstairs at the Muri Detective Agency. As Conan parted ways with Takagi, he still wore a gloomy expression. Walking last, he remarked to Takagi, Your days are quite leisurely, unlike mine, where I still have to attend elementary school. If possible, I would gladly swap places with you, Takagi whispered, bending down to Conan's ear. You often enjoy adventures. Just be cautious and remember they are all merely children. Forming a junior detective team is just for fun. Don't take it too far. I am well aware, Conan replied, glancing at Ayumi and the others ahead with a tinge of nostalgia. However, tonight I shall consume that bottle of wine, and by then, I will revert to being a high school student. Perhaps I will never have the chance to play with them again. Takagi, seeing Conan's serious demeanor, found it challenging to shatter his illusion and could only shake his head with a smile. Never mind, it's not my place to concern myself with this. Until we meet again. Chapter 57. A night at the library. Ha ha ha. You are already dead. Transform. In the evening, Takagi set down his criminal psychology book and, feeling bored, turned on the television, only to find that the only thing airing at that hour was an animated show. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello? This is the CHD Detective Agency. Brother CHD, are you free now? Their SA case, Magyar spoke, having dialed the number, but his expression froze when he heard the mention of transformation. I think I should consult Mori instead. I am free, Takagi replied, turning off the television and perking up. What's the case? Magyar wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued. Actually, a library staff member has suddenly gone missing, and we can't find him anywhere. The surveillance footage offers no clues. A library staff member? Yes, it's a man named Tameda Kazuo from the Mihan Library. His wife reported that he hasn't returned home since working late the night before last. The Mihan Library? Takagi recalled that Conan and Ayumi were supposed to go there earlier that day, and his expression tightened. Was he not found in the library? No, Magyar said, looking troubled. Mr. Tameda always called his wife from the library before leaving work, but he didn't call the night before last. We suspect he may have been taken away while working late or possibly murdered and hidden in the library. However, we searched less conspicuous areas like the storeroom and restrooms but found nothing. If Mr. Tameda was indeed murdered, are there any suspects? Takagi inquired further. Well, it seems that the library director, Tsukawa Hideyoshi, was the last to work late with Mr. Tameda. If there is a suspect, he would be the prime candidate. Brother CHD, do you suspect him? It's too early to say, Takagi replied, glancing at the time. Officer Magyar, I'll head to the library and contact you if I find anything. Since it was related to Conan, it was certain that something was amiss, and he resolved to investigate the library first. After hanging up with Magyar, Takagi called the Mori Detective Agency and learned that Conan had not returned, causing a knowing expression to spread across his face. Conan's morbid disposition was indeed well known, yet it was unpredictable. Who would have thought a visit to the library would involve a case? Tap, tap. Inside the dimly lit library, Tsukawa Hideyoshi looked around with a grim expression. Strange. I definitely heard a sound. Am I being overly paranoid? In the darkness, Tsukawa's emaciated figure appeared grotesque as he widened his eyes to glance at the staircase, cautiously opening the restroom door to peek inside. After observing for a moment and finding nothing unusual, he turned to leave. Eek! A faint sound of a door creaking open resonated clearly in the silence, causing Tsukawa to freeze mid-step, a terrifying look crossing his face as he turned to glance towards the restroom. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tsukawa's cheek. It seemed that someone was indeed hiding there. If that were true, his secret might also be uncovered. There, Tsukawa stealthily approached a restroom, abruptly pushing the door open, only to find it empty. Confused, he closed the door and exited the restroom, completely oblivious to the trembling children hiding behind the door. Conan gritted his teeth, covering Ayumi's mouth to stifle her almost audible gasp, his back unwittingly damp with sweat. He had been too careless. Despite Takagi's warning not to involve Ayumi and the other children in danger, he had let his guard down. "Hey, Conan," Yuan-tai said, rubbing his round belly. "How much longer do we have to stay in the restroom? If we wait any longer, I'll starve." "Shoo!" Conan hushed Yuan-tai, gravely approaching the restroom door just as Tsukawa, the director, emerged from the reading room carrying a briefcase, stepping into the elevator to leave. "All right, he has gone." Conan sighed in relief, then looked helplessly at the children beside him. Having previously insisted that they stay, they were now even less likely to leave. "Conan, what should we do now?" Ayumi and the others looked at him expectantly. "Let us search around. The director seems to be hiding something." Clap. Downstairs in the library, Tsukawa, with a briefcase and a smile on his face, left when suddenly the lights on the third floor flickered on. He froze, his smile stiffening as he turned toward the library, seeing that the illuminated floor was the children's book area where he had just been. "Is it here?" Not long after, Takagi hurriedly rode his bicycle to the Mihan library, locking it up by the roadside, only to discover that the lights on the third floor were still on. As expected, it must be those little rascals. Reaching out to grasp the summoned Latiya, Takagi headed straight to the library below, pondering how to get inside when he noticed that the main door was not securely locked, and the key was still left in the lock, as if someone had rushed in. Could it be that those kids stole the key? Takagi smirked as he entered the library, found the elevator, and pressed the button for the third floor to meet Conan and the others. As the elevator doors were nearly closed, a shadow emerged from the stairwell, looking horrified as it glanced at the elevator heading upstairs before hurriedly returning to the exit, locking the door with the key. "There's still someone else here." Tsukawa, with a sinister expression, watched the elevator ascend to the third floor, disregarding Conan and his companions, who were searching for a body in the other book area, and immediately turned around, grabbing a steel pipe to head to the third floor. Ding! On the third floor, Takagi stood in the open elevator, puzzled. "Strange, it's just an elevator ride, yet I feel chills all over, something I've only felt when encountering a corpse before. Could it be?" Takagi sniffed the air and faintly detected a trace of blood and decay, instinctively looking up, causing his scalp to tingle. "It's above. The corpse must be above the elevator. No wonder the police found nothing during their search." "You really are something," the legendary detective, Tsukawa, sneered, blocking Takagi completely inside the elevator. "You're far more capable than the police and those little kids. But this is where it ends." Tsukawa raised the steel pipe with a cold smile. "Die. Kudo Shinichi." Bang! Bang! The sound of two successive impacts echoed, and Tsukawa stared wide-eyed at Takagi, who held the Lake Tia, as the steel pipe clattered to the ground, groaning as he fell backward. "Honestly, have you never heard of the modern left-handed sword?" Gao Cheng exited the elevator with a furrowed brow, retracting his wooden sword to glance at the unconscious director Tsukawa on the floor. Who is this person? Before he could pose the question, he noticed the man's gaunt face, eyes wide and somewhat terrifying, resembling a corpse, although he was merely fainted. Despite his heavy-handedness, he had exercised restraint. It was prudent to contact Officer Magyar first. As Gao Cheng pulled out his phone, he suddenly heard a commotion from downstairs. Was there a noise from above just now? Guang Yen approached the stairwell, curiously gazing upward as if something had fallen to the ground. Could it be that the director had returned? Conan cautiously advanced ahead. "You all wait here for a moment. I'll go take a look." Conan, on the third floor. As Conan stealthily descended the stairs, the elevator entrance was completely empty, devoid of any signs of previous visitors. The well-lit library showed no abnormalities either. As he traversed the dim corridor, a sudden jolt of fear gripped Conan. Before he could react, a pair of hands emerged from the shadows, covering his mouth and dragging him into the darkness. Conan? Bume and the others waited anxiously at the stairwell, but Conan did not appear. There was an unsettling silence from above. What should we do? What if something happened to Conan? Bume's eyes glistened with tears. He should be all right, right? Guang Yen's voice trembled as he mustered the courage to ascend the stairs. He's probably just trying to scare us. I'll go find him. Guang Yen. Chapter 58, The Television Station Incident on the third floor. Bume followed Guang Yen and Yuan Tai, shivering as they cautiously peeked from the stairwell. Conan, are you there? Guang Yen gulped as he surveyed the dimly lit hallway. I think it's best to go get help. Don't bother. Conan appeared at the library door with a disgruntled expression. The police will be here soon. Conan? The others entered the library, only to discover the seemingly frightening director lying beside the bookshelf while Gao Cheng sat leisurely in a nearby chair. Gao Cheng, what are you doing here? Officer Magyar informed me about the situation here. Gao Cheng replied, rubbing his nose. You kids really have some nerve. After this, you should learn a lesson. Being a detective is no game, recklessness can lead to real danger. But Gao Cheng is here, Bume said, her fear dissipating as she smiled sweetly. When we're in danger, Gao Cheng will surely come to our rescue, right? Yuan Tai and Guang Yen exchanged excited glances, exclaiming, That's true. Gao Cheng always saves us, just like a masked superhero. Well, even if you say that, Gao Cheng frowned, I'm not a superhero. How can these kids be so oblivious? They were just terrified a moment ago. An hour later, the police arrived at the scene and indeed found a body atop the library elevator. Additionally, based on the testimonies from Conan and the others, they discovered drugs hidden among the children's bookshelves. The incident seemed to have begun when Mr. Tameda discovered the drugs and was silenced by Director Tsukawa. Aha! Officer Magyar has successfully solved the case, he exclaimed, patting Gao Cheng on the back multiple times. You've been a great help, my dear brother. It's nothing. Feel free to reach out for any future cases. I'll assist whenever I can, Gao Cheng replied, shyly scratching the back of his head. He leaned closer to Officer Magyar and whispered, Officer Magyar, will there be any bonuses or something like that? Magyar's mouth twitched slightly. I'll help you apply for that. Conan observed silently, and once Magyar and his team departed, he remarked, You're hopeless, Cheng Hu. I foresee you turning into a middle-aged man at this rate. Middle-aged man? Gao Cheng shuddered at the thought of Mori Kagoro's middle-aged visage. He glared at Conan. What do you know, you little brat? I was kind enough to help you with the director. How can you say that? Conan replied, visibly annoyed. You had already subdued the director and still chose to scare me. I almost thought I was done for. I only wanted to teach you a lesson. Gao Cheng chuckled nonchalantly. The last time I disrupted the plan your parents had for you, so I thought it prudent for you to realize how careless you can be. You didn't even notice the director lurking in the library. Huh? When did I ever think I was invincible? Besides, this was Bume and the others' fault for recklessly turning on the lights and drawing the director back. The issue lies here. They're just kids. Indeed. Conan exhaled softly, glancing at Bume and the others who were still enthusiastically discussing the event. Once I drink that bottle of liquor, I'll truly bid farewell to my childhood. I won't have much to do with them anymore. Conan, Gao Cheng, Bume and the others cheerfully gathered around Gao Cheng. Are we heading back? Yuan Tai rubbed his stomach, forlornly stating, I'm so hungry, I have no strength left. Gao Cheng, can you buy us something to eat? Gao Cheng's expression stiffened as he noticed the children looking at him with eager eyes. He hurriedly tightened his grip on his wallet. It's quite late. I should get you all home first. Wait a moment while I fetch the car. Eh? Gao Cheng, did you buy a car? The children exclaimed excitedly. Sort of. Gao Cheng replied, approaching the library corner to unlock and pull out his bicycle. Let us go, your families must be worried. What? Just a bicycle? Yuan Tai's enthusiasm fizzled instantly. That one fit anyone. Enough chatter. Let us head back together. The next morning, Conan awoke from a dream, having made a special trip to the Cheng Hu Detective Agency, appearing as if he were suffering from a hangover, finally accepting the harsh reality. The doctor said I might have developed a resistance to dry white wine, which is why it's ineffective now, Conan remarked, his face pale, swaying slightly as he walked. What is your plan now? I can only continue being Conan. One day I will find those men in black and discover the antidote. I meant, how will you explain this to Ran? You drank the entire bottle of liquor, Gao Cheng preemptively warned. Just so you know, don't use me as a shield. How did you know I would do that? Huh? Gao Cheng was momentarily stunned. When the phone rang, his expression darkened. Hello? This is the Cheng Hu Detective Agency. Senior. Ran's voice echoed with frustration. Has Conan run off to your place? Honestly, how can you let a child drink alcohol? Conan, feeling guilty, glanced at Gao Cheng as he hung up the phone, forcing a laugh as he turned to head for the door. I'll be going to school now. Stop right there. A week passed swiftly, and Gao Cheng encountered no new cases, only accepting a 500 yen investigation commission, which took considerable time to complete. That evening, after finishing his work and returning to the detective agency, he wearily turned on the television, just in time to catch a special 1-hour live broadcast from the Nippon Television Network. This week, we are presenting a segment featuring detective agencies from all over Japan. Today, serving you is Kido Takase. Let us welcome the famous detective Mori Kagoro. Upon seeing the familiar visage of Mori, Gao Chung was filled with confusion. What's going on? We both collaborated with Nippon Television last time. Why was only Mori Kagoro invited this time? Gao Chung inspected himself in the mirror, pondering how he could appear younger and more handsome, thinking he would be far more suitable for television than Mori Kagoro. Is this some kind of comedy show? Watching Mori's exaggerated grin on the television, Gao Chung felt a sense of vexation, resting his chin on his hand as he lightly tapped the table. As if sensing Gao Chung's silent grievances, the television's female assistant remarked, "By the way, last time, Mr. Mori participated in the program alongside Detective Chung Hu. It's such a pity that Detective Chung Hu isn't here this time. If both renowned detectives were present, they could surely solve any puzzle, wherever." The esteemed Detective Kagoro Mori chuckled with great pride. "That kid is still too green, he cannot compare to me, the seasoned Detective Kagoro Mori. Haha." Meanwhile, the irate Uncle Takachu gritted his teeth as he watched the program transition into advertisements, promptly switching off the television. Feeling disgruntled, he decided to treat himself to an extravagant dinner that evening. In the 9th-floor studio of the Daily Television Network, host Takashi Matsuo sat with a serene smile. He had specifically requested Kagoro Mori as a guest, and after much deliberation, Suwa Michihiko had chosen Mori, who appeared somewhat befuddled. If two detectives were present, Matsuo feared his plans might unravel. In the 4th-floor sound mixing room, Suwa sat alone, monitoring the studio's surveillance footage. Suddenly, he received a call from Matsuo just as a short clip aired. "Matsuo, what are you doing? The show isn't finished yet," he exclaimed. "I just wanted you to hear my last voice," Matsuo replied while dashing through the corridor. "I am about to end my life by jumping off the rooftop." "What?" Suwa gasped in horror. "Just wait and see the aftermath of my demise," Matsuo continued. "Please don't do this. We can discuss the hosting duties later. Don't take such drastic measures. It's too late," Matsuo declared, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he brandished a silenced pistol. Bang! When Matsuo returned to the studio drenched in sweat, the 4-minute clip was nearing its conclusion, showcasing the moment of the victim's murder. "What happened, Mr. Matsuo? You seem quite distressed," his assistant remarked. "I've been feeling unwell since this morning," Matsuo replied, catching his breath before returning to the stage to continue the program. Later that evening, as the special 1-hour program approached its end, Takachu stood in line at a mall counter, holding a bag. An elderly lady ahead of him was engaged in a heated argument with the clerk, causing the line to remain stagnant. Suddenly, a notification chimed, announcing the release of a new case. A new case. Takachu jolted to attention, hastily setting aside his bag and, ignoring the astonished gaze of the old woman, rushed out of the mall. "Is this a case for the Daily Television Network?" Chapter 59, The Impossible Crime in 4 Minutes at the Daily Television Network. Takachu paused to catch his breath as he arrived, noticing police cars lined up outside the building. "Next time, I must purchase a sedan," he thought. The victim was Suwa Michihiko, a 37-year-old producer, murdered with a handgun. In the sound mixing room, Suwa's lifeless body slumped beneath the window, which was splattered with blood and bore a bullet hole. Crime scene investigators were busy documenting the scene. A single shot to the head penetrating the glass. "Retrieving the bullet will be quite troublesome," Officer Megier remarked as he examined the body. "There are additional bullet holes on the wall, 2 behind the poster and 1 beside the clock, totaling 4 shots fired. All 4 shell casings were found within the room. There's a silenced pistol beside the body. It must have been the weapon used. Let us have it analyzed immediately," Megier ordered. "This simplifies matters," Kagoro Mori confidently interjected. "The room has only one entrance," indicating the intruder forced the victim to the window before firing indiscriminately, with 1 bullet striking the head. The assailant then discarded the weapon beside the body and fled. "Correct?" "Indeed," Megier replied, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. Although Mori was now a detective, he had a history of leading them astray during his time as a police officer, often leading them into a labyrinth of confusion. Wiping his forehead, Megure turned to Takachu, who had just arrived. Why are you here, Takachu, if Mori is here for the program? I sensed the scent of a case and intended to discuss the program with Mr. Suwa, Takachu replied with a forced smile, his expression quickly turning grave upon seeing Suwa's body. He had hoped to ask Suwa about the show after receiving the case notification, only to discover that Suwa had been murdered. Takachu, look, Conan whispered, pointing at a blood-stained telephone receiver beside the body. He might have been on a call when he was attacked. Perhaps the other person heard something. Takachu followed Conan's gaze and noticed an old mobile phone. It has been quite some time. If someone heard, they would certainly have reported it, he responded. Still, he turned to Megure and inquired, Officer Megure, can we obtain Mr. Suwa's call records? He might have been on the line during the murder. Phone records. Megure urgently instructed an officer. Investigate immediately. Despite Takachu's youth, Megure had developed a level of trust in him, recognizing his genuine enthusiasm, especially after he had helped the police on 2 occasions without compensation. He was certainly more reliable than Muri, who often oscillated between clever and confused. Once the officer departed, Megure resumed questioning the staff. Did you notice anyone suspicious? No, Mr. Suwa had dismissed everyone, isolating himself, a staff member replied. Dismissed everyone? My apologies, Matsuo lamented. Mr. Suwa was waiting for me, as he had important matters to discuss after the program, which is why he insisted on having everyone leave to avoid being overheard. Now there are no witnesses, Megure sighed. We can only wait for the call records to reveal more. Natsuryu glanced curiously at Matsuo, who was almost immediately inundated by reporters as he exited the room where Suwa's body had been taken. Mr. Matsuo, how do you feel right now? One reporter queried. There are rumors that your program is being cancelled. Could your fans not accept it? Please, respond. Will you ever stop? Matsuo shouted, tears streaming down his face. You are correct. We did discuss the cancellation. However, Mr. Suwa wished for me to continue hosting, which is why he summoned me to this room tonight. I hereby announce that I will carry on Mr. Suwa's legacy, continuing my role as host. Furthermore, I will bring this case to the screen, dedicating my utmost efforts to uncover the truth and capture the fiend who murdered Mr. Suwa. In the sound mixing room, Takachu observed Matsuo on the monitor. His emotional display appearing rather peculiar, he seemed to be crying yet oddly jubilant. This is indeed suspicious, Conan mused, resting his chin on his hand, adopting a contemplative demeanor. I've heard he is quite skilled with a firearm. You, a mere child, jumping around a crime scene is even more suspicious, Takachu remarked, casting a glance at Conan. If it were up to me, I would certainly have you thrown out. What jumping around? I'm merely following Uncle Muri, Conan pouted, recalling the numerous times he had been beaten by Muri and often thrown out. Officer. The officer who had exited earlier rushed back, handing a document to Megure. The call records have been retrieved. Thank you for your hard work, Megure replied, taking the document and furrowing his brow as he reviewed it. Before long, Matsuo and several staff members were summoned back to the scene. I did indeed call Mr. Suwa at 8:15 and he answered. I called again at 8:55. But he did not pick up, one staff member explained. What was the purpose of your call? Megure inquired. It was I who requested him to make the call, Matsuo explained, as I still had to continue with the program. Gao Cheng had already reviewed the call logs and fixed his gaze upon Matsuo Takashi. Mr. Matsuo, you also made a call to Mr. Suwa during the program, correct? You were still on air at that time, weren't you? Well, Matsuo Takashi hesitated, seemingly anticipating Gao Cheng's inquiry, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. During the program, there was a 4-minute segment where a short film was played. I stepped out briefly due to an upset stomach and took the opportunity to call Mr. Suwa. Gao Cheng regarded him skeptically. Is that truly the case? That call you made must have coincided with the time of the incident, which seems rather coincidental. Moreover, I have heard that your marksmanship is particularly impressive. Are you suggesting that I am a suspect? Matsuo Takashi replied innocently. I only spoke on the phone for a moment before hanging up. Besides, I was recording the program from 8 to 9 p.m. I merely stepped out for a brief period during the 4-minute short film. It would take more than 4 minutes to return from the 9th floor studio to this room unless I took the elevator. When he first saw Gao Cheng, he was quite surprised, but he quickly composed himself, having anticipated this moment. As an accomplished host of detective programs, he had conceptualized countless cases. After executing his flawless crime plan, he believed that even two renowned detectives would struggle to find any flaws. With a glance at Gao Cheng and Mori Kagoro, Matsuo Takashi confidently remarked, "If you don't believe me, why not try it yourselves? You will immediately confirm my innocence. Alright Mori, why don't you give it a run?" Megure instantly turned to Mori Kagoro. "Ah, you want me to run? Why should I do such a thing?" Mori Kagoro grumbled, recalling how Shirokudo had also been present. He was so accustomed to working under Megure that he momentarily failed to react. By the time Mori Kagoro reached the 9th floor studio and hurried back to the 4th floor, over 6 minutes had elapsed. 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Megure complained. "Mori, can't you be any faster?" "I can't help it." Mori panted, shouting at Megure. "My heart feels like it's about to burst. Surely this should prove my innocence." Matsuo Takashi chuckled. Gao Cheng frowned at Matsuo Takashi's smug expression. Even at maximum speed, it was impossible to complete the task in under 6 minutes. Mori had spent nearly that long without pause, which was practically the limit. Previously, Suwa had shown him and Mori around the building, and due to historical reasons, the stairs did not connect directly. It took considerable time to traverse the corridors between floors. "Officer," one of the police officers reported, "I have reviewed the surveillance footage from the elevator and corridor during the time of the crime, and I did not see Mr. Matsuo's presence. Given this, it is indeed improbable that Mr. Matsuo could have committed the crime," Megure mused, turning to Mori Kagoro and Gao Cheng. "What are your thoughts?" Mori Kagoro pondered. "Mr. Matsuo, did you not hear anything while on the phone?" Mr. Suwa was likely shot at that moment. "No, perhaps I had just hung up." As things were quite urgent, Matsuo Takashi sighed and shook his head, addressing the camera. "In any case, I am innocent. The audience and everyone else can vouch for that. Whether he was innocent or not remains uncertain," Gao Cheng remarked coldly. "There may be hidden techniques in this case, a method capable of killing Mr. Suwa within 4 minutes. Hey, do you still suspect me as the murderer?" Matsuo Takashi said, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Detective Cheng, you cannot simply accuse someone recklessly because you are now a detective. It could ruin your reputation." Gao Cheng narrowed his eyes. Matsuo had just brought up his past misdeeds on camera. Indeed, the original had made a mistake once, but that was a different time. "Mr. Matsuo, I merely wish to state that you still have your suspicions." Gao Cheng turned to the crime scene. "As for who the true culprit is, I will certainly uncover that individual." Chapter 60. Nationwide live broadcast. "I will undoubtedly find the true culprit." On the various street-side televisions and massive screens in the commercial district, the Nichibai TV station was broadcasting live, with Gao Cheng's figure clearly visible on the screen. "Look, it's Brother Gao Cheng," Ayumi exclaimed as she walked with Genta and Mitsuhiko to the advertisement screen below. "Humph, it's that stingy brother," Genta said, eating his eel rice while watching the television. Recalling how Gao Cheng had been miserly last time he was on TV, he resolved to treat him next time. "What's wrong, Genta? Don't you think that host named Matsuo is quite despicable? I believe he is the murderer." Ayumi clenched her fists, staring intently at the television. However, Mitsuhiko pondered. Just as he stated, it is impossible to commit the crime within 4 minutes, whether by elevator or stairs. Brother Gao Cheng is so skilled, he will definitely win. Ayumi insisted. "Ayumi, this isn't about skill," Mitsuhiko retorted, "but rather, it's simply impossible. Besides, Brother Gao Cheng has made mistakes in the past, hasn't he? It's different now." In the Suzuki family's villa, Sonoko watched the television with a mix of frustration and reluctance. She had been engrossed in her favorite idol drama when an unexpected report on a murder case interrupted. She attempted to switch the channel but inadvertently caught sight of Gao Cheng. How infuriating! Yet, it was amusing to see that the man who only ever thought about deductions now appeared to be in trouble. "Sonoko, don't stay up too late, Mrs. Suzuki's voice called from outside the room. "Just a minute, Mom. I'll watch a little longer before sleeping." At Nichibai TV station, Gao Cheng once again entered the mixing studio, examining the crime scene. As the 1-minute mode activated, he entered a state of focused thought, where the surrounding sounds instantly faded into silence, allowing him to absorb every detail of the scene. The body with a gunshot wound to the head, the shattered glass, the silenced handgun beside the corpse, the blood-stained receiver of the old mobile phone, along with 3 other bullet holes and 4 shell casings at the scene. His gaze abruptly returned to the blood-splattered window. Unlike ordinary windows that open sideways, the mixing studio's window operated by rotating vertically around a central axis, allowing for a certain angle of opening. Additionally, the blood on the window glass radiated outward but was abruptly cut off at the edges, with no trace of blood on the adjacent window frames or walls. Gao Cheng swiftly reconstructed and simulated the scene, as if time were reversing, recreating the entire crime scene. At the moment of the incident, Mr. Suo was undoubtedly still holding the mobile phone. By analyzing the blood patterns, it was clear that the window was wide open at the top, indicating that Mr. Suo was shot while leaning against the window, looking up while on the phone, and then shot from above. Subsequently, a silenced handgun and shell casings were tossed down from above, sliding into the mixing studio through the window opening. Likewise, the shot Mr. Suo would have slid down, and the window would have returned to its original position. Based on the position of the body, the handgun, and the mobile phone's placement, it was still impossible to definitively ascertain the shooter's height, but it must have been from somewhere above the mixing studio. Gao Cheng rested his chin in thought, the virtual scene dissipating, replaced by a series of other clues. Matsuo was an excellent marksman capable of a lethal shot, and the additional bullet holes left at the mixing studio appeared to be a deliberate setup, aimed at misleading observers into thinking the shooter fired from within the studio. In summary, Matsuo likely called Suwa to look upward and then shot him. If nothing unexpected occurred, there should still be bullet holes in the ground directly below the mixing studio. With a swish, the minute concluded, and the scene before Gao Cheng shifted, abruptly exiting the rapid thought mode with the surrounding sounds returning to his ears, including Matsuo's irritating voice. Indeed, I have always held Mr. Maori in high esteem. In the next episode, I shall collaborate once more with Mr. Maori, as Matsuo engages in lively discourse with Kogoro Maori before the camera. You shall not have another episode, Gao Cheng murmured, casting a glance at Matsuo, who was vociferously making his case in front of the camera. Temporarily departing the mixing room, he made his way to the ground floor of the fourth floor only to discover unmistakable bullet marks on the ground. His deduction was accurate. The next step was to ascertain the location from which Matsuo had fired, thus proving his capability to execute the murder within 4 minutes. At that moment, the call he made would serve as irrefutable evidence. Upon returning to the television station, Gao Cheng meticulously retraced his steps along the staircase from the 4th to the 9th floor. Due to the unique architectural design, both the 5th and 7th floors required traversing a corridor, each monitored by surveillance. The only segment of the route that evaded scrutiny was the staircase from the 7th to the 9th floor. Gao Cheng halted at the 7th floor staircase, his gaze settling upon a warehouse ahead. The door to the warehouse was unlocked, revealing an array of miscellaneous items within, and at the far end, a window stood ajar. Gao Cheng peered out from the window. Jinghu, you have noticed it too, haven't you? This is directly above the mixing room, perfectly positioned to avoid surveillance. It takes less than 2 minutes to traverse back and forth from the studio. Conan, having followed him into the warehouse, naturally approached Gao Cheng, saying, I found it peculiar when you suddenly dashed downstairs. It appears you have unraveled Matsuo's method. Gao Cheng smiled. Indeed, there is another bullet hole on the ground. All puzzles have been solved. The impossible murder executed within 4 minutes. Conan. A sudden call from Xiaolan echoed outside the warehouse. Where on earth has that child run off to? Observing this, Gao Cheng teased Conan, suddenly suggesting, how about we join forces for once? Conan, with a confident smile, replied, of course. He had derived inspiration for solving the case from discovering the warehouse, while Gao Cheng had deduced the murder method directly from the scene, later validating it by locating the warehouse. The divergent reasoning methods were difficult to compare, yet the ultimate truth remained singular. In the mixing room, Kogoro Maori had been casually drawn by Conan to the 7th floor warehouse, seemingly intent on employing the old tactic of using Kogoro Mori's name to conduct an investigation. Gao Cheng paid little mind, fixated instead on Matsuo Takashi. The live broadcast continued, and upon his return to the scene, the camera once again focused on him, with Matsuo's smile growing even more radiant in Gao Cheng's presence, only to discreetly fade when the camera turned away. How about it? After all this time, you should acknowledge my innocence, shouldn't you? Matsuo approached Gao Cheng, turning to the camera. I believe this live broadcast should conclude for today. I will continue discussing in next week's program. In the Nippon TV studio, the manager advocating for the live broadcast wore a face of disappointment. He had anticipated a thrilling clash between Matsuo and the two famous detectives, but it seemed rather mundane in comparison to a scripted detective drama. We cannot disrupt the airing of other programs, the manager stated solemnly. This must be where we end it. At that moment, Gao Chung suddenly intercepted Matsuo, causing the manager to pause. Mr. Matsuo, I think we should resolve this tonight. Noticing staff members hastening from upstairs, Gao Chung, with a light chuckle, declared, Next, I shall unmask the self-proclaimed murderer. What? Matsuo's expression froze, his gaze fixated on Gao Chung, his palms sweating as he managed a dry laugh. Wait a moment. Detective Jinghu, you must consider this carefully. We are under live broadcast nationwide. If anything goes awry, your detective career, then let us stake our reputations as detectives on it. Suddenly, the slumbering figure of Kogoro Maori appeared on the monitor of the mixing room, supporting Gao Cheng's assertion. Next, I will join Detective Jinghu in unveiling the method behind this impossible crime. Maori. Magyar gazed incredulously at the monitor showing Kogoro Maori. Where are you? I'm in the warehouse on the 7th floor, directly above the mixing room. The television staff outside were conducting line operations, leaving only a camera and a monitor in the warehouse for Conan's use. Conan aimed the camera at Maori while observing the situation in the mixing room through the monitor. Meanwhile, using his bowtie transformation device to mimic Maori's voice, he stated, From this warehouse to the 9th floor studio, it takes less than 2 minutes to traverse, and it conveniently avoids all surveillance, right, Jinghu? Indeed. Gao Chung stood before the camera, though he inwardly grumbled at Conan's call of kid. He continued, In this case, the murderer did not fire from the mixing room. The actual shooting location was the 7th floor warehouse. Magyar appeared puzzled. What does this mean, Mr. Suwa was indeed killed in the mixing room, and the weapon's shell casings were left here. Gao Chung pushed Magyar towards the window. That was merely a ruse by the murderer. Let us conduct an experiment. Officer Magyar, could you please check the situation on the 7th floor? Huh? Magyar, somewhat bewildered, leaned against the window and looked up, unexpectedly spotting Conan holding a handgun aimed at him from the window above. Conan, what is this? Bang! Before Magyar could finish, Conan fired, a paintball splattering red pigment on his head, and the prop gun followed, sliding down into the mixing room amidst Magyar's stunned gaze. What? Everyone stared in astonishment at the prop gun that had fallen into the scene. Yes, the murderer used this technique to kill Mr. Suwa, then hurried back to the studio. Gao Chung declared, hands in pockets, turning his gaze towards Matsuo Takashi. The murderer is you, Mr. Matsuo. Within those 4 minutes, you had the complete ability to execute this. Matsuo's expression shifted dramatically, his teeth clenched tightly. However, Magyar, wiping the red paint from his head, still looked confused at the window's opening, noting that the window had been nearly closed when the body was discovered. Why would Mr. Suwa stick his head out to look outside? Of course, the window was closed by Mr. Suwa. As his body fell in such a manner, Gao Chung approached the window, mimicking the motion of a body sliding down after being shot, naturally causing the window to close during the descent. As for Mr. Suwa looking up, it was due to that fateful phone call at the time of the incident, the only evidence left by the murderer. Only the murderer would make that death call. On the monitor, Kogoro Maori continued, as Detective Jinghu stated, the bullet marks on the ground directly below the window serve as absolute evidence of shooting from above. Mr. Matsuo, I surmise you may have claimed you intended to jump to your death, prompting the victim to hurriedly open the window to gauge your expression. I believe I have guessed correctly. Matsuo broke into a cold sweat, his face darkening in silence. A perfect method, once unraveled, left him with no room for retreat. His previous explanations now served as evidence of his guilt. Is that so, Mr. Matsuo? Magyar's expression grew serious, observing Matsuo's tacit acknowledgement. He hastily instructed his subordinates, quickly go downstairs and confirm the bullet marks. Yes. As the officers rushed out, Magyar paused before continuing. I still have one point of confusion. How do we explain the bullet marks in this room? They were prepared in advance. I fired 3 shots initially at inconspicuous spots around the window. Matsuo, lowering his head, suddenly exhaled deeply, looking at Gao Chung with a bitter smile. I acknowledge my defeat. The reasoning of the 2 esteemed detectives is indeed remarkable. I should have anticipated this from the start, ending up like a fool. So, it was indeed you who killed Mr. Suwa? Indeed, everything is as Detective Jinghu and Mr. Maori have stated. Matsuo addressed the camera, his expression complex as he looked at Gao Chung. Ironically, this was all initiated by Mr. Suwa's insistence on inviting the 2 esteemed detectives to participate in the program. I initially thought Detective Jinghu would not be able to attend. In front of the advertising screens on the bustling commercial street, the excitement was palpable as Matsuo confessed to his crimes, causing Bume and her companions to nearly leap with joy. Brother Gao Cheng has succeeded. I want to eat eel rice. Yuan Tai's eyes sparkled with the hope of being treated by Gao Cheng. 2 servings. Please. That's wonderful. That guy has some skills. At the Suzuki villa, Yuanzi couldn't contain her excitement and bounced slightly. Yuanzi. Mrs. Suzuki's voice called again. I know, Mom. I'm gonna sleep right away. Chapter 61. Traveling with the lovely young ladies, the 2 renowned detectives collaborated, betting their reputations in a live television show where the murderer was revealed to be. On the bustling streets of Mikawa, Gao Cheng sat with a sullen expression, flipping through the latest newspaper, while Yuan Tai and his friends indulged in a feast across from him. So delicious. We're not holding back. Honestly, why am I treating you all? Gao Cheng lamented, glancing at his empty wallet, dismayed that they had ordered all expensive dishes. Because you were on national television. Yuan Tai exclaimed, biting into a chicken leg. You'll definitely earn more in the future, right? While this was true, Gao Cheng, with half-closed eyes, wanted to retort, I'm the one working hard for the money. What do you little rascals have to do with it? You've already eaten several days' worth of my food expenses. Indeed, this incident with the television station had given him quite a bit of exposure and his fame had surely increased. However, after resolving the case, the number of times he could redeem his savings had reverted to 5. With determination, he spent 500,000 on redeeming his points, watching his hard-earned savings of over 4 million dwindle. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sudden drop in his savings felt like a stab to the heart. Don't worry, Yuan Tai assured, patting his round belly as he swallowed his food. If anything comes up, just reach out to our junior detective team. Consider the meal as a service fee. You little rascals would be a blessing if you didn't cause trouble. Gao Cheng muttered, stealing a glance at Conan, thankful for his assistance. Brother Gao Cheng, Bume said, holding a small piece of cake. Aren't you going to try some? Ahaha, you all enjoy it. I'm not hungry, Gao Cheng replied. Really? He peered at the sundae, tiramisu, and steak on the table, rubbing his stomach and turning his face away. I guess I'll have instant noodles when I get home. In this round of redemption, he had 2 empty draws. The other 3 yielded a disguise card, a voice-changing card, and a motorcycle driving card. The latter 2 were immediately converted into 1 year's worth of experience, equating to him learning voice modulation and motorcycle driving for a year. Eventually, he would have to spend money to buy a motorcycle, as a bicycle was unsuitable for long distances. If he had known he would draw the motorcycle driving card, he could have bought a motorcycle earlier. There were just too many expenses and he also wanted to save for a house. He wondered when that would happen. Images of Yuenzi and Suzuki Ayako floated through his mind. While his reputation was decent, it seemed he was still unworthy of pursuing Ayako, not to mention the age difference. She treated everyone with kindness, appearing to regard him merely as a younger brother. Why don't I have any childhood friends? Then I wouldn't have to worry about being single. Gao Cheng sighed, casting a quiet glance at Conan. This guy, along with Heiji Hattori, had girlfriends they had known since childhood while he had no one he liked. What an injustice. Brother Gao Cheng, Bume suddenly appeared beside him, her eyes sparkling as she held a sundae. You should try some. Gao Cheng's face fell. I don't like little girls. What? Are you inviting me to travel? He exclaimed in surprise, holding the phone to his ear. Yes. A shy voice responded from the other end. Actually, our drama club is going on a training trip. If you're busy, it's fine. I can ask someone else. Unfortunately, our drama club has some really lovely girls. Cough, cough. I certainly have time. The meeting place is at TN University, right? I'll be there on time. By the way, are you sure it's free? Gao Cheng hung up the phone with a snap, swiftly preparing himself. Good fortune has come. The person he had just contacted was his high school classmate, Nanace Jiro, whom he had met during the school festival. With the National College Drama Competition approaching, 3 members had dropped out, and they needed friends to help. Nanace had thought of him, who had recently gained quite a reputation. However, since it was a trip, he couldn't go under the guise of a detective. He resolutely refused to be a Grim Reaper. Gao Cheng tied his slightly long hair back and changed out of his suit, transforming back into a typical student. No longer the renowned detective Kudo Shinichi or Chikudo Gao Cheng, but rather an ordinary student. The next morning, when Gao Cheng arrived at Titan University, Nanace hardly recognized him at first. Is that you, Chikudo? Nanace inquired hesitantly. Yes, is it strange? Gao-cheng chuckled. It feels better to travel without the detective title. By the way, you didn't tell anyone about me, right? No, Nanace, unsure of Gao-cheng's thoughts, awkwardly replied. I just mentioned I found a friend to help. That's good. Gao-cheng sighed in relief. You know my fame has increased lately. If your classmates found out, it would cause quite a stir. That's true. Nanace grimaced. I was hoping to surprise them by bringing this great detective along. Haha. The training location for the TN University Drama Club was a remote island. That morning, Gao-cheng brought his luggage and boarded the train with the others. It seemed he was the only outsider. All 9 others, including Nanace, were drama club members. A stunningly beautiful music teacher acted as the advisor for the drama club, while the others were seniors in their 2nd and 3rd years, with the exception of Nanace, who was a freshman. After quietly introducing Gao-cheng to the drama club members, Nanace awkwardly handed him a script. It seems like others couldn't make it, so could you handle the sound? Here, take a look at the script. Gao-cheng, overwhelmed, accepted the script. If it were a piano, I'd understand a bit. But sound, I'll teach you when the time comes, it's not too difficult. As the alluring music teacher passed by, she smiled at Gao-cheng's familiar face. You must be Nanace's friend. I'm Ogata, the advisor for your drama club. Have we met before? Ma'am, Nanace stammered nervously. He is. Hello? I'm Kendaichi, Gao-cheng interjected, standing up with a laugh. I'll be counting on you this time. Kendaichi? A cute girl with short brown hair and a hint of baby fat playfully grabbed Gao-cheng's arm. Are you also from Titan University? I'm your senior, Hidaka Ori. Ah, sort of, Gao-cheng replied, his face slightly flushed. You have quite a figure. Ori, you'll scare the freshmen. Chuckled the club president, Bushi Mitsuhiko, a 3rd-year student. Kendaichi, we're counting on you this time. Not at all, I've been wanting a trip like this, Gao-cheng grinned, scratching the back of his head. A free trip was something he could never resist. The train continued on through the mountainous terrain until it reached a station, where they arrived at a port, greeted by a man waiting on a cruise ship. Everyone, please take care of your belongings, we're heading to the training island, Oda Island. Okay. Following Nanace Jiro, Gao-cheng boarded the ship and leaned against the railing, feeling the sea breeze. It had been a long time since he left Tokyo after the Aizu incident, and indeed, this kind of travel was the best. Hey, Nanace Jiro, he whispered, have you looked at the script? At least remember the general plot. Don't worry. It's not too late to look now. Gao-cheng enjoyed the sea breeze for a while before casually opening the script to skim through it. The Phantom of the Opera? Yes, it's a very popular opera in Europe and America. You should really pay attention and not just look at Senior Ori. Stop talking nonsense, I've been enjoying the scenery, Gao-cheng replied, reading the script against the wind. The narrative revolves around a peculiar individual who develops an obsession with a novice actress, subsequently triggering a series of murders. The Phantom of the Opera seems remarkably familiar, evoking a sense of stepping into the world of Kendaichi case files. It is merely a coincidence that the name Kendaichi was chosen, isn't it? Chapter 62. The island opera house as the cruise ship sliced through the waves, accompanied by the calls of seagulls, the silhouette of a small island gradually emerged in the distance. Is that Oda Island? It looks splendid. Hinata Oi excitedly made her way to the bow of the ship, thrilled at the prospect of rehearsing in such a remarkable place for an entire week. The sea breeze felt delightful too. Look over there. Jiro Nanace, his cheeks slightly flushed, stole a glance at their teacher, Ogata-sensei, whose long hair flowed gracefully in the wind. He nudged Takase. What do you think? This place is fantastic, right? Are you interested in the teacher? Takase grimaced, exclaiming, enough already. A bespectacled, serious girl approached from behind, glaring at Jiro. What are you two doing? I've staked everything on this rehearsal. With only 2 weeks left until the drama competition, how can we possibly compete like this? Why yes, we're sorry, Takase stammered, pulling Jiro away. What a terrifying woman. She is like an old hag. Don't say that, Jiro replied, glancing back at the serious girl. Kiryu-senpai is just very dedicated. Once she is on stage, she transforms into a different person. Is that so? Takase looked skeptically at the stern girl. Apart from Ogata-sensei, there were only 3 other girls on the ship. The plump and charming Hinata Oi, the aristocratic and aloof Tomoyo Takashima, and then the dull, unremarkable, bespectacled girl. Soon, the cruise ship docked, and everyone disembarked, following the guide towards the island's sole inn, which also served as the training ground for the drama club. They traversed a forest and discovered the island was nearly deserted. It's quite desolate here, the guide explained. Including the owner and me, only 4 people live here. The supply of food relies entirely on my ship, and lately not many tourists visit. Do people even come here for tourism? Of course. A few guests arrived before you. The guide replied cheerfully. Here we are. He led them to a grand villa. Welcome to the opera house. Wow. It's like something out of a movie, so lavish. I can't believe there's such an extravagant inn on this island. The group stood at the entrance, their faces aglow with astonishment as they entered the villa, taking in the opulent decorations reminiscent of Western nobility. Impressive, Takase exclaimed. This used to be a capitalist's villa, and the owner bought and renovated it into an inn just 10 years ago, the guide chuckled. There's even a theater here. Built by the former island lord who adored drama, this is where you'll be rehearsing. Really? Takase was already awestruck by the villa's luxury. Following the others, they passed through a long corridor and indeed discovered a grand theater adjacent to the villa, equally magnificent. Rich, incredibly rich, Takase mused as he walked across the audience area to the stage, overwhelmed by the thought of the owner's wealth and feeling quite impoverished himself. All right. Ogata-sensei surveyed the theater with satisfaction and turned to the group, saying, don't just stand there in awe. First, settle into your rooms. We have a busy week ahead. Understood. On the second floor, Takase casually chose a room, placing his backpack on the sofa before luxuriating on the grand bed. Even the guest room was extraordinarily lavish, far superior to his cramped Tokyo apartment. This trip was indeed fortuitous. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Kido, are you ready? It's time to gather at the theater. Already? Aren't we having a meal first? Takase reluctantly left the sumptuous bed to open the door. What are you talking about? Didn't we eat on the bus earlier? Besides, dinner hasn't even started yet, Jiro urged. Let us hurry, everyone is waiting. Closing the door behind him, Takase followed Jiro down the corridor, suddenly noticing that the window at the end opened to a breathtaking view of the sea, revealing a steep cliff below. The place is built right on the edge of a cliff. How dangerous! But the scenery is stunning. I've longed for a view of the sea like this since childhood, Jiro said enviously. Kido, you're so famous now, you must be earning a lot. Maybe one day you could have a villa like this. Takase chuckled wryly. You're dreaming. I'm just a detective. How much do you think I earn? What detective? A few senior students from the drama club happened to approach from the theater, looking curiously at the duo. It's a play. We were discussing the drama from the last campus festival at Titan University. Takase chuckled awkwardly. We performed a detective play together last time. The seniors paid no mind and beckoned the two. Come help us out, we need to head to the sound room. In the theater, several actors had begun rehearsing. Takase had initially hoped to enjoy watching the seniors perform, but instead found himself and Jiro tasked with moving props and equipment. Seriously? Didn't they say we were in charge of sound? Why are we doing manual labor? There's no choice. We're severely understaffed, Jiro replied with a frown. Considering we get to stay in a luxurious villa for free, you shouldn't complain. It looks like it might rain outside. The wind is quite strong, Takase observed, glancing toward the corridor where the strong wind hinted at an impending storm. It's not an open-air theater, what's there to worry about? But I wanted to stroll outside, Takase lamented. We have a whole week left. Even after today, there are several days to explore. The senior, Yuji Aramori, responsible for minor props, chuckled. Let us head to the sound room first. Ogata-sensei will be guiding them through rehearsals, and I'll teach you how to operate the sound equipment. Thanks a lot. Takase followed Yuji up to the sound room facing the stage, where they could clearly see the audience area and the lights focused on the stage through the glass window. Hinata-senpai looked adorable on stage, dressed in a white dress with exposed shoulders, portraying a character encountering a phantom. The phantom donned a top hat, a flowing cloak, and a white mask. Such characters are typically non-threatening, reminiscent of the previous drama club president, Mitsuhiko Fusher. In this building, the Phantom of the Opera truly exists. Quietly watching from the shadows, something dreadful is bound to happen. Wait, Hinata. Ogata-sensei called out, halting the rehearsal. That's the Phantom, you need to express more fear. That was more of a shriek one would make upon encountering a lewd man. Let us do that part again. From behind the glass, Takase observed the stage, his face devoid of interest. Is this type of drama really popular? It's just rehearsal now. It might seem dull, but once the performance starts and the sound effects are added, it'll be quite impactful, Yuji said, brushing dust off the equipment. Takase coughed. hurriedly covering his mouth and nose to assist in cleaning. It seems like this place hasn't been used in quite some time. Indeed, I heard that after this holiday, the theater will be dismantled. We might be the last to use it. Yuji tested the sound equipment before suddenly addressing Takase. Kendaichi, could you bring me the script? I'll teach you the order of the sound effects. Kendaichi-kun? Takase, momentarily distracted by the stage, realized Yuji was calling him and nodded. Sure. Chapter 63. High School Youth. Seriously, Kido, where's your script? I left it in my room. Quickly help me find Aramori-senpai's script, Takase said, pulling Jiro along as they rummaged through the props box. Suddenly, they were startled by a commotion on stage, where the lead actress, Tomoyo Takashima, was arguing and forcefully shoving Hinata Oi. Stop it right there. What is going on? Takase and Jiro exclaimed in surprise. From the moment he started. This guy has been making mistakes, Yodai Akushima exclaimed in frustration. There's a talent scout here to watch the performance. I don't want to be dragged down by someone like him. Teacher, you might as well remove Higashi from this production. Yodai, you're being too harsh. If that's the case, I won't perform. Humph. The stage erupted into chaos and ultimately Yodai Akushima threw down her responsibilities and left, leaving Higashi in a sorrowful state. Are you okay, Higashi-senpai? Takase asked awkwardly as he helped Higashi up. It's only the beginning of rehearsal. What is this drama club even doing? I'm fine. Higashi bit her lip and suddenly wiped her eyes before turning to flee. Don't mind her, Yuji Aramori said as he approached Takase. Yodai has always been this willful. She'll be fine by tomorrow. Ah, Aramori-senpai. Takase recalled that he needed to take the script to the sound room. I'm sorry. It's nothing. I needed to check the props anyway. Aramori smiled and led Takase back to the sound room. Okubo-sensei, a stunning girl in a long dress, emerged from backstage. I remember the lines. Let me replace Yodai. Kubo shook his head. That's impossible. With less than 2 weeks until the competition, changing roles now would be too late. Who is that girl? Takase asked, peering through the glass window of the sound room, surprised to see such a beautiful girl on stage. Was she here before? She's here, you, Aramori chuckled. Surprised? Aren't you? She's the one with the glasses who looks like an old lady. Takase pressed his face against the window, realizing that Nanase was telling the truth. It was as if she had become an entirely different person. In that case, she could substitute for the lead role. It's too late, Aramori said, gazing at the stage with a look of regret. If Rika were still here, she would be the perfect choice for the lead. Rika? Takase inquired, puzzled. Who is Rika? Is she also a member of the drama club? Aramori seemed to snap back to reality, not wanting to elaborate. Let us talk about how to play the corresponding sound effects during the performance. Boom. During dinner, thunder rumbled outside the villa as a storm enveloped the entire island. While the interior remained remarkably calm, Takase and Nanase entered the dining room on the ground floor, where 2 unfamiliar guests were already seated at the long Western-style table, one a bespectacled businessman, the other a seemingly ordinary high school student. Look, Aichi, it's a lavish feast, Nanase exclaimed, captivated by the culinary spread and dragging Takase toward the windowside table. Everyone hasn't arrived yet. It's fine. Let us just find a seat. Hey! The high school student standing by the window glanced at Takase and reminded him. There are name cards on the seats. Sit in your assigned spot. Ah! Nanase noticed for the first time the name cards on the table, realizing that he and Takase were seated near the entrance. Sorry. Takase quickly took his seat, casting a strange look at the student. His cold demeanor was quite different from that of an average high schooler. Were they the previous guests before us? Nanase whispered, feeling uneasy. You're not in a position to comment on others, Takase replied, shifting his gaze back to Nanase. By the way, is there someone in your drama club named Rika? Nanase's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed. How do you know? I heard Aramori-senpai mention her earlier. Is there a problem? Actually, Yodai-senpai is substituting for Rika-senpai as the lead. Nanase's face turned pale. Rika-senpai was a born actress, more talented than anyone else. But a month ago, she accidentally splashed sulfuric acid on her face. Even surgery couldn't help her. And she ended up taking her own life right in front of us, reciting lines from the Phantom of the Opera as she jumped. I can't forget it. Nanase, let us not talk about this anymore, Aramori interjected as he entered the dining room. Everyone wants to forget that incident as soon as possible. Ah, I'm sorry. As members of the drama club began to arrive in the dining room, they gathered around the table to enjoy the Western cuisine, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Takase sampled a piece of bread, finding it quite delightful, almost on par with the exquisite dishes served at Rika's birthday banquet, though lacking fine red wine. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit with a scar on his face entered the dining room, yet his demeanor was elegant. "Welcome to the Grand Hotel of the Opera. Are you satisfied with the cuisine?" "Yes, it's delicious." Takase mumbled through a mouthful of bread. "Can we have another serving?" "Glad to hear that." The man, named Kurosawa, nodded at the servants. "I'm the owner here. If you have any requests, feel free to let me know." "How embarrassing," Nane said, pulling Takase, who was oblivious to manners, back. It was no wonder he had mentioned wanting to change his identity when they arrived. "Strange," Okubo-sensei remarked, glancing at the empty seat beside him. "Where's Higashi? Why hasn't she come over yet? She might still be in her room." "Not her again," Yodai Ikushima grumbled. "Don't worry about her. I'll go check," Takase volunteered. "Her room is the one on the far right on the second floor." "Knock, knock." "On the second floor." Takase knocked on Higashi's door after walking down the corridor, only to find it ajar. "Higashi-senpai, may I come in?" Pushing the door slightly, he noticed that no one was inside, and the lights were off. "Higashi-senpai?" He peeked into the room, seeing that the bed had not been disturbed, with only a bag lying there. Crack! A flash of lightning illuminated Higashi's room, and an inexplicable sense of dread filled the air. Could it be? Takase rushed inside, looking around, and dashed to the bathroom, pulling back the shower curtain. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the villa, accompanied by the booming thunder, reaching Takese's ears like a death knell. "Higashi-senpai!" Takase gasped, dropping the curtain and turning anxiously toward the doorway. Where was that sound coming from? It echoed through the corridor. "Wakado!" Nanace rushed upstairs, colliding with Takase. "What happened?" "I don't know." Higashi-senpai isn't in her room. Takese's gaze darkened as he surveyed the dimly lit corridor. Something must have happened. His premonition was coming true. This trip was certainly not going smoothly. "Higashi!" Others downstairs were also leaving the dining room to search for her. "Will we be able to find her?" Takase muttered, exasperated. What on earth is happening? After searching the second floor, Takase hurried downstairs when suddenly a ringing sound pierced the air. "What is this?" "It's the theater opening bell," Nanace exclaimed. "It's from the theater." Taking the corridor that connected the villa to the theater, Takase and the others rushed toward the stage, where the concentrated lights cast a spotlight. In the dim theater, heavy iron lighting equipment had fallen upon Higashi's petite, yet voluptuous form, blood pooling around her as the flickering lights cast eerie shadows. Her eyes were vacant, and one hand stretched out as if grasping for something, yet it fell limply against the metal frame. How could this happen? The members of the drama club were paralyzed in shock, unable to comprehend the horrific sight before them, the bloodied body of Higashi. This was no accident. It was murder. The high school student who had previously been at the window appeared on stage, grabbing the lighting equipment's hanging cable. This was deliberately cut. If it had broken naturally, the ends would be frayed. Someone intentionally severed the wire, causing the lighting fixture to fall onto her. "What?" The others looked at the boy in astonishment. "Who are you?" "I'm a high school detective," the boy replied, hands in his pockets as he surveyed the stage. "My name is Sakio." "A high school detective?" As Nanace regained her composure, she hurriedly glanced at Gao Chung, who had also approached the stage. She opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Instead, she whispered, "Shirakido, he's a detective too." Gao Chang paid her no heed, his expression complex as he gazed at the lifeless form of Hikari Waka sprawled in a pool of blood. Due to her fallen position, her limbs were exposed, yet they failed to evoke any sense of allure. The once charming girl now resembled a doll, pallid and devoid of vitality, utterly lifeless. Even her corpse possessed a certain tragic beauty, a poignant loss for one so young. In the restaurant, a bespectacled gentleman, a successful professional, ascended the stage after the crowd moved aside the steel framework of the lighting. "I am Izuku Ketsuki, a private physician in Yokohama," he introduced himself, adjusting his glasses while smiling at Gao Chung and the others. "You are friends of this young girl, I presume? Would it be convenient for me to perform an autopsy?" Chapter 64. The isolated island under the torrential rain. Everyone returned to the villa's dining area. "Your friend died at the scene," Dr. Ketsuki remarked with a smile. Her body was crushed from the right shoulder to the waist, with broken ribs piercing her internal organs. The members of the drama club turned pale, some even glaring at Dr. Ketsuki, who appeared disturbingly nonchalant and excited as he described Hikari's tragic demise. The storm outside was fierce, rendering communication with the police impossible. The uncle who had brought everyone to the island entered the dining area, saying, "Moreover, the yacht at the dock has vanished. It appears someone severed the mooring lines. How could this happen? Are we now trapped here? What does the murderer intend to do?" Panic ensued, and the crowd anxiously directed their inquiries toward Boss Kurosawa. "Is there no other way to leave?" Kurosawa shook his head regretfully. "The island only has that one yacht, and even if there were other vessels, we cannot depart in such weather. We must wait until tomorrow to reassess the situation." It seemed the murderer still had the potential to strike again. The high school detective, Akira Kobayashi, surveyed the group and produced a small notebook. "Could you kindly share your names and identities with me? Are you joking? Do you suspect the murderer is among us?" One protested. When Hikari screamed, "We were all in the dining room." "That is indeed the case, however. Necessary inquiries must be conducted," Kobayashi replied, turning his gaze to Gao Chang and Nanes. "You are both part of the drama club, correct? There may be underlying reasons for this incident, and clarifying matters is for your benefit." Teacher Ogata showed no dissent, watching Kobayashi with keen interest. "I am Natsudo Ogata, a music teacher at Titan University, and I serve as the advisor for these students in the drama club, detective." Seeing the teacher initiate introductions, the others followed suit. "I am Terahiko Fuse, a third-year student and the president of the drama club," Fuse stated, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Excuse me," Kobayashi interjected. "Were you involved in the performance?" "I played the Phantom of the Opera." Fuse turned away, feeling belittled by being interrogated by a high school student. "I am Tomoyo Takashima, a third-year student playing the lead role of Christine." "I am Harumi Kiryu, a second-year student portraying the opera diva." "I am Toyo Sendu, a second-year student, playing a supporting role and managing the major props." "I am Yuji Aramori, a second-year student portraying the lead's lover and handling minor props." Kobayashi meticulously recorded their information before turning to Gao Chang and Nanes, narrowing his eyes. "And you two? I feel I have seen you before." Nanes quickly replied, "I am Jairu Nanes, a first-year student, serving as an assistant and also playing a minor role." "As for him, I am Kendaichi Kanzuya," Gao Chang interjected. "I am not part of the drama club. I merely came to assist with the sound." "Oh?" Kobayashi jotted down a few notes and continued, "What about the victim?" "She was Hikari Waka, a second-year student like me, playing the role of an opera star," Takashima stated solemnly. "None of us had any motive to kill her, although there was a dispute between her and Tomoyo." "What did you say?" Takashima retorted angrily. "I simply thought she was holding us back." "Does that mean I should kill her?" "Let us set this matter aside for now," Kobayashi interjected, his gaze shifting to Dr. Ketsuki, then to Boss Kurosawa and the others. The remaining individuals were Boss Kurosawa, the chef, the maid, and the uncle who had operated the yacht. "I am Saimara Tenshu, a resident of this island," the uncle explained. "I, along with the boss and others, are permanent residents here, and we have no motive to harm that girl. I just remembered, a peculiar guest arrived on the island yesterday." "Is that true?" "There was indeed an odd guest," the maid confirmed. "He had his face bandaged and mentioned he had a lot of work to do, requesting that no one approach his room, even taking his meals alone." "Bandaged?" Nanes gasped. "Just like Senior Rika. Could it be?" "Don't speak carelessly," Aramori admonished. "That person could very well be the perpetrator. We should go check." Outside the room of the bandaged stranger, the group waited as the maid retrieved the key. Upon entering, they were met with an empty space, chaos reigning within. The room was a wreck, with signs of destruction everywhere. By the open window on the wall were words scrawled in red paint. "Burned by the flames of hell, resembling bloodstains, a chilling sight to behold. Has someone fled?" Kobayashi assessed the room and, glancing at the bloodied wall, inquired, "What do these words signify?" "They are the lines of the Phantom of the Opera, spoken by the girl before her death," Nanes murmured, her breath quickening, as did the other members of the drama club, as if they had witnessed something dreadful. "Was it that girl who took her own life after being disfigured by acid?" Kobayashi pondered, realizing that this incident was far more complex than it appeared. There were hidden truths behind that girl's suicide. "Wait a moment, how do you know about Rika?" I heard them mention it. Kobayashi gestured toward Gao Chang and Nanase, crouching by a suitcase in the corner of the room. The suitcase belongs to the stranger, but it contains nothing but bandages. Indeed, Senda remarked with a tremor in his voice, it must be Rika's spirit seeking revenge. Spirits cannot kill, Kobayashi asserted firmly. The bandages are not to cover wounds, but to conceal one's visage. This is a premeditated murder. Who else knows about your whereabouts? Many people at school are aware. Nanase replied, observing Kobayashi deep in thought. Unbeknownst to them, a powerful aura emanated from him, an undeniable charm reminiscent of a detective from the screen. In contrast, Gao Chang merely cast a cursory glance around the room. Hey, Shirakido, Nanase whispered. This high school detective seems rather impressive. Is what he says true? More or less, Gao Chang replied. While he did not excel in deduction or complex reasoning, he possessed a fundamental ability to analyze scenes, and his observational skills were sufficient to compensate for his weaknesses in reasoning. The events unfolding on the isolated island, as the high school detective suggested, were indeed a premeditated murder, likely connected to Rika's suicide. The powerful Typhoon No. 9 continued its fierce advance northward, as the radio crackled with storm warnings. Alone in his room, Gao Chang stood by the window, silently observing the raging storm outside before securing the window and returning to bed. Communication with the police remained impossible due to the tempest, and with the weather so severe, no boats could arrive. Following the high school detective's recommendation, everyone retreated to their respective rooms, securing doors and windows to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As Gao Chang lay beneath the covers, the image of Hikari Waka lingered in his mind, while the haunting echoes of her anguished cries reverberated in his ears. It is seldom that one finds pleasure in the presence of a homicide, and witnessing the demise of someone familiar is profoundly unsettling. Yet, such is the nature of this world in existence, intertwined with the realm of detectives, where one may inadvertently become embroiled in a case at any moment. He could only uncover the truth behind the case and strive to prevent a tragedy. Unfortunately, the members of the drama department were rather reluctant to discuss Rika's situation, and Nanase's understanding was limited. He had no idea why Hidaka Shiho was murdered. Logically, if the motive was revenge for Rika, then Tomoyo Takashima, who replaced Rika as the female lead, would be more likely to fall victim. Chapter 65. The Phantom of the Opera. Ding ding ding. In the early morning, a sudden phone call jolted Takachin awake. What's going on? He answered the bedside phone, rubbing his eyes. Why are you calling at this hour? It's bad. Kido. That strange person has appeared again. What? Takachin hurriedly dressed and ran into Nanase, who was coming upstairs to find him. Where is the strange person? Outside. Phew. Behind the villa, as the wind and rain battered the area, Harumi Kiryu hung lifeless from a tree by a steel wire, her body already cold. Takachin and the others stood under the tree with umbrellas, their expressions somber as they gazed at the slowly swaying corpse. Harumi's white nightgown was drenched by the rain, clinging to her body, revealing her curves in a manner that was both alluring and horrifying. How could this happen? Didn't everyone close their doors and windows? Takachin scanned the area, noticing that Harumi was wearing only a pair of underwear, her fair thighs exposed, one shoe on her foot while the other lay in the grass beneath the tree. Could Harumi-senpai have committed suicide? Nanase trembled as he looked at Harumi's sorrowful visage. Fool! It's impossible! Keibashi Kenji scoffed. At such a height, there is no way she could hang herself without something to stand on. Clearly, she was forcibly taken out by the murderer and hung from this tree outside her room. It's not that simple, Takachin pondered. Harumi-senpai was indeed strangled by the murderer. But how did the killer enter her room, and how did they bring her here? It's all too strange. What's strange about it? Keibashi Kenji replied, glancing at the open window of Harumi's room where a row of footprints extended into the muddy ground below. Suddenly his words faltered. Right? Takachin crouched at the edge of the mud and continued. Whether the murderer entered through the window or led Harumi from her room to the tree where she was hanged, they must have traversed this muddy area. Yet there is only one set of footprints here. Keibashi Kenji squinted at Takachin, frowning. In that case, although we don't know how the murderer got into the room, it must have been he who carried Harumi out through the window. The problem is, Takachin picked up the shoe lying beneath Harumi's corpse, contemplating. This shoe belongs to Harumi-senpai, and it bears mud that matches the footprints perfectly. This set of footprints is indeed Harumi-senpai's. What? Could it be that she walked to the tree herself and was hanged? The group shivered in fear. No way. Keibashi Kenji wiped sweat from his brow, gazing intently at Takachin, who was deep in thought. Who on earth is this guy? Could it be that there's a ghost? Takachin suddenly voiced his uncertainty. Keibashi Kenji stumbled back, wiping the sweat from his brow, and exclaimed, "How could there be a ghost? The murderer must have employed some trick." Turning to Nanace, he asked, "Did you see the masked figure?" "Yes," Nanace replied, still shaken, "dressed just like the Phantom of the Opera, and he even knocked on my window with a creepy laugh." "The Phantom of the Opera?" Keibashi Kenji stroked his chin, concentrating as he inquired, "Where did you place the props?" "Right behind the theater stage." At the theater, Keibashi Kenji hurried to the backstage, only to find the props in disarray. The Phantom's mask and costume are all missing. Hifumi Akihiko exclaimed. "Just as I suspected." Keibashi Kenji scanned the area, then voiced his confusion, "But why would that Gajetsu dress up as the Phantom of the Opera? Just like in the play," Moriyuji gasped. "Hidaka and Harumi's deaths are eerily similar to the plot we acted out. The Phantom kills in this way. The first incident involves a falling wire crushing an actress. The second is strangling someone who sees him, and the third is causing a man chasing after him to drown. I also brought the crossbow as a prop, which is used in the fourth incident where someone is shot dead." Hifumi Akihiko trembled. It was Rika. That Gajetsu is indeed Rika's incarnation. They must be imitating the Phantom to kill us all. Is the murderer following the script? Keibashi Kenji mused for a moment before suddenly chuckling softly. "How intriguing. Let me catch this serial killer." Takachin silently observed the excited boy, understanding that some detectives thrive on the thrill of confronting criminals, becoming more exhilarated with complex cases. However, wasn't it a bit reckless for him to take such a casual stance? Without the protagonist's aura, he might be the next victim. Leaving the theater, Takachin pondered as he approached Harumi Kiryu's room on the first floor. The door had been opened by a maid from the outside, but it was secured with a chain lock from within. As a detective, he too experienced excitement in solving cases. The more challenging the case, the greater the sense of accomplishment. Yet he did not pursue this vocation merely for that satisfaction. Of course, it wasn't solely for monetary gain either. After experiencing numerous events, his primary desire was to prevent tragedies from occurring. Boom! The rainfall outside the villa had lessened, yet the oppressive thunder continued to rumble intermittently. Takachin held a villa map obtained from the maid, which marked everyone's rooms. Nanace's room was adjacent to Harumi's. Was the murderer attempting to draw attention after committing the crime? But how did the murderer kill Harumi? Everything at the scene suggested that she had walked out of the window and hanged herself from the tree. Putting away the map, Takachin made his way to Hidaka Shiho's room on the second floor. This room was directly above Harumi's. If a rope was used, it could indeed allow entry into Harumi's room. Takachin glanced downstairs and suddenly noticed a clear mark on the window ledge deeply imprinted, as if tightly bound by wire. Additionally, there were similar friction marks on the bedpost, indicating that the murderer had indeed used the wire to descend to the lower floor. Kido, Nanace, who followed closely, asked excitedly, "Do you have any insights?" "If I'm not mistaken, that Kagetsu is hiding somewhere in this villa," Takachin murmured. "For now, let us search the villa." "A hiding place?" In the villa's dining room, the owner, Kurosawa, poured a glass of milk for the maid. When questioned by Takachin, he pondered, "There shouldn't be any convenient hiding spots in this villa. Besides, didn't we thoroughly inspect the doors and windows yesterday?" Nanace nodded, "Yes. I was there for the inspection too." Takachin continued, "But perhaps there is a secret room or something similar." "I'm not sure about that." Kurosawa stood up, gazing pensively out the window at the cliff. "I once acted in a play. My first role was the Phantom of the Opera, which is why I named this an opera house. I never imagined that the Phantom's incident would unfold here. What a surprise." "The owner played the Phantom of the Opera?" Takachin and Nanace exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, but that was many years ago." Kurosawa seemed to drift back to the stage, addressing a doll at the dining table as if it were an actor. "I am the Phantom of the Opera, more grotesque than you can imagine. Such a hideously ugly monster, though consumed by the fires of hell, still yearns for heaven." Takachin awkwardly watched as Kurosawa became lost in his performance, his passionate demeanor resembling that of an actor addressing a leading lady. It was impressive but felt somewhat out of place in the current context. "Apologies, I lost composure." Kurosawa snapped back to reality, noticing Takachin's peculiar gaze. his face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to leave the dining room. Hey, Nanace, didn't he just misquote a line? Gao Cheng turned towards Nanace Road. Was he not engulfed by the flames of hell? The notion of hellfire is a recent development. It seems that previously it was indeed the flames of karma, though Nanace was not entirely sure. Perhaps that is the case? I find the term karma flames to be more melodious. But let us set that aside for now, Nanace urged anxiously. What shall we do now? If we cannot locate Kagetsu, there may be more victims. This, in truth, I still do not quite understand. Why did the murderer choose to kill Hidaka and Kiryu? Gao Cheng inquired once more. Nanace, is there any connection between Rika's disfigurement and them? Rika-senpai never mentioned it. However, I do know a few things. Teacher Ogata appeared at the door, clad in a nightgown, exuding an alluring charm. Teacher? Nanace's cheeks flushed crimson as she expressed concern. Teacher, what are you doing here? It is far too dangerous. I simply could not sleep. Teacher Ogata smiled, casting a meaningful glance at Gao Cheng, saying, if you wish to uncover the motive for the murders, Tomoyo might have some insights. Chapter 66. Flames of Karma and Fire in Tomoyo's room. Gao Cheng and Nanace stood at the doorway, while Takashima clung to Teacher Ogata, quietly sobbing. Teacher, I too might be killed. Takashima-senpai, Gao Cheng crossed his arms. You are indeed concealing something from us, are you not? It was not my fault regarding Rika-senpai. Takashima Tomoyo cried tremulously. It was not my fault. Calm down, Tomoyo, Teacher Ogata gently reassured. Just share what you know. It will ease your burden. With reddened eyes, Takashima glanced at Gao Cheng and the others, saying, on the day of the incident, it was I, Hidaka, and Kiryu who called Rika to the science classroom. And then? Gao Cheng's gaze sharpened. Out of jealousy for Rika always stealing the limelight, we intended to frighten her, but Rika accidentally knocked over the sulfuric acid. Takashima cradled her face. Sobbing, I never anticipated such an event would occur. Gao Cheng furrowed his brow at the trembling Takashima in Ogata's embrace. Why did you remain silent after the incident? Rika-senpai's suicide is inextricably linked to you. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Takashima curled within Ogata's embrace, weeping incessantly. What should we do now? Nanace opened her mouth, glancing helplessly at Gao Cheng. If this continues, Takashima-senpai will also be in danger. Gao Cheng exhaled deeply, speaking gravely. Nanace, Teacher Ogata, I must ask you to take care of her. The perpetrator may possess a crossbow, so be cautious and avoid approaching the windows. Where are you going? I will search for more clues. Gao Cheng traversed the corridor, returning to the theater stage where Hidaka had been murdered, conducting another examination. Many seemingly illogical aspects of the crime scene often lead directly to the truth. In the cases he had encountered thus far, numerous unique methods were deliberately devised by the murderer for specific purposes, the most common being the creation of an alibi, akin to the incident at the birthday party of Shirzue Chikage. Given the deaths of Hidaka and Kiryu, the figure concealed within this opera house, Kagetsu, must either be a deranged imitator of drama or have some imperative reason for their actions. Perhaps these clues could reveal Kagetsu's whereabouts. Gao Cheng crouched beside Hidaka's body on the stage. The steel frame had been removed, and the corpse was covered with a white cloth, yet everything else remained unchanged. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but upon noticing the bloodstains at the edge of the stage were remarkably orderly, he recalled that the stage curtain had been drawn down at the time of the incident. Analyzing the details to deduce the perpetrator's thoughts and objectives is an essential skill for investigation. For this reason, he had studied criminal psychology for several months. Thus he instinctively pulled the curtain down once more. As the curtain met the bloodstains, the crime scene was essentially restored to its original state. However, he still pondered why the murderer had lowered the curtain during Hidaka's murder. AI! Nanace arrived at the theater, calling out towards the curtain-drawn stage. AI! The perpetrator has been found. Aye. Noticing Gao Cheng's silence, Nanace glanced around, puzzled, and hurried to the edge of the stage. Jido. Nanace anxiously lifted the curtain, and upon seeing Gao Cheng deep in thought, complained, Hey, you were right here? I called for you for ages, thinking something had happened to you. You called for me? Gao Cheng was taken aback, looking at Nanace. What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to care for Takashima? But the perpetrator has already been captured. In the villa's dining room, as Gao Cheng hurriedly followed Nanace, the high school detective was already inside with Boss Kurosawa, while Uncle Tenju and the maid stood solemnly to the side. Upon seeing Nanace summon Gao Cheng, Kobashi Kenji smirked. I suspected that Kagetsu was a dubious guest. It now appears that everything was merely a performance orchestrated by boss Kurosawa himself. Kurosawa is Kagetsu? Gao Chung was still trying to process this information. What is happening? He had many unresolved questions, and this high school detective had directly identified the culprit? Indeed, Kobashi Kenji placed a photo of Rika on the dining table. Gazing sternly at the silent Kurosawa, I believed Kagetsu might be hiding in the villa, so I conducted another search, and fortuitously, I witnessed boss Kurosawa sneaking into a secret room, from which I discovered this photo and the costume of the Phantom of the Opera. A secret room? Gao Chung, confused, turned to Kurosawa, who had previously claimed to be unaware of any secret room. Mr. Kurosawa, what is the meaning of this? Kurosawa remained silent, prompting Kobashi Kenji to interject. Boss Kurosawa himself admitted to the 2 murders. He was once Rika's drama teacher, and the suicide of his brilliant pupil has haunted him. No, Mr. Kurosawa cannot be the perpetrator. Gao Chung frowned. It is far too strange. It cannot be that simple. Kurosawa's demeanor is also quite unusual. What are you saying? Kobashi Kenji scoffed, pointing at the Phantom of the Opera costume and mask nearby. Boss Kurosawa has confessed to his crimes, and the evidence is right here. This is the costume Mr. Kurosawa stole. Mr. Kurosawa once performed as the Phantom of the Opera. This could be an old costume. Moreover, Gao Chang scrutinized Kurosawa intently. Is Mr. Kurosawa truly Kagetsu? What do you mean? Kobashi Kenji's expression darkened. Ignoring Kobashi Kenji, Gao Chung directly asked Kurosawa, Mr. Kurosawa, do you remember the lines on the wall of Kagetsu's room? Kurosawa lifted his head, regarding Gao Chung with confusion before affirmatively stating, of course I remember. They are the lines of the Phantom of the Opera, burning in the flames of hell. Then let us return to that room and take a look. Gao Chung nodded, leading everyone out of the dining room towards Kagetsu's room. As they passed by Takashima's room, he turned to Nanase and said, Nanase, you should stay here and take care of Takashima-senpai. The true culprit may still be lurking in the shadows. Me? Nanase, feeling helpless, halted, her heart racing. Knowing only she understood that Gao Cheng was a renowned detective in Tokyo and wished to follow him to witness his deductions. Kagetsu's room remained in disarray. The window letting in drafts, the torn curtains flapping noisily. All right, Kobashi Kenji rushed into the room first, glancing around before turning back to Gao Chang. What exactly are you looking for? This is merely a mess that boss Kurosawa created to mislead. And the suitcase is empty because there was no need to bring anything. Have you not realized? Gao Chung suddenly spoke. What, Mr. Kurosawa has not performed for a long time and may not have noticed that the line in the script has actually changed from karma flames to fire. Gao Chung looked at the lines on the wall, affirming, yes, if it were Mr. Kurosawa, the line left here should indeed read burning in the flames of hell. This, Kobashi Kenji's expression shifted as he glanced at the wall where the line read fire. This could be a deliberate act by boss Kurosawa. Gao Chung shook his head and continued. The methods of murder in the previous 2 cases were likely unknown even to Mr. Kurosawa, were they not? The reason for taking the blame was, on one hand, the photograph of Rika in the locked room, and on the other, the desire to compel the murderer, Mr. Koizumi, to cease his actions. Is that correct? Mr. Koizumi, staring at the lines on the wall, fell silent, bowing his head in tacit acknowledgement. Is it true? Seeing Koizumi's demeanor, Akira stepped back, gritting his teeth as he directed his gaze at Takashiro. Who exactly are you? Are you the murderer? He is also a detective, Ogata remarked with a scrutinizing smile as he approached the door. The modern-day Zemon, renowned alongside the slumbering Kagoro, Detective Kido. Am I not correct? Chapter 67. The mystery unveiled. Kido? Is he the one from the television a few days ago? Akira gazed incredulously at Takashiro. But I thought your name was Kendaichi? Let us discuss that later. Takashiro awkwardly nodded, turning to the female teacher with surprise. Ogata-sensei, what brings you here? What about Hikishima? Ogata glanced back, stating, Nanase is taking care of things. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a piercing scream from Tomoyo Hikishima. This is bad. Takashiro's expression tightened, and he hurriedly led the way out of the room. As they traversed the corridor, they saw flames raging in front of Hikishima's room, a dark figure darting away, obscured by the fire. Damn it! Is it Kajizuki? Akira, unable to think of rescuing anyone, immediately pursued the figure. Put out the fire. Takashiro halted, casting a glance at Hikishima's room. The window had been shattered from the outside, shards scattered across the floor. Fortunately, Hikishima and Nanace remained unharmed. Nodding, he instructed the others to extinguish the flames before he too leaped over the fire in pursuit of the shadow. What happened? Yuji Yamori suddenly rounded the corner, colliding with Akira, both tumbling to the ground. Ouch! What is going on? Others rushed in behind Yamori, bewildered by the chaotic scene, quickly joining in to quell the fire. Did you see anyone run past? Akira asked, wincing as he stood. The Villa-S corridor was a loop. It hadn't taken long to reach the corner, yet Kajizuki had seemingly vanished into thin air. I didn't see anyone, Yamori replied, puzzled, pointing to the other end of the corridor. I heard the commotion and rushed over. Could he have jumped out the window? Takashiro's eyes followed the muddy footprints on the ground to an open window at the corner. That seems unlikely. It's a cliff outside. Akira noticed the footprints extending to the window's edge, hesitating as he peeked out, exclaiming, there seems to be something beneath the cliff. Do we have a flashlight? Takashiro turned to the maid. I have one. Dr. Yuki came down from the second floor, rubbing his forehead in annoyance. It's been noisy since earlier and I barely got any sleep. Dr. Yuki. Takashiro took the flashlight, directing it towards the cliff below. The steep cliff revealed surging waves crashing against the rocks, and through the light, he discerned the phantom of the opera mask and a black cloak floating on the sea's surface. Has that guy fallen into the sea? Akira muttered, gazing at the water. If he fell from here, there would be no saving him. It's suicide. As the flames were extinguished, Toyo Senda and the others rushed to the corner of the corridor, exclaiming with excitement. Since there were people on both sides of the corridor, he must have been driven to suicide, just like the Phantom's fate in the script. How wonderful. This means we are all saved. Suicide? Takashiro scrutinized the view outside the window. There's south no place to hide in such a location, and climbing to the second floor would be challenging. It's likely that he desperately attempted to escape through the window, unaware it was a cliff. Akira glanced at Takashiro, breathing a sigh of relief. Although it was unexpected, this murder incident has ultimately concluded. Everyone should go rest now. Not yet concluded. Takashiro returned the flashlight to Dr. Yuki and closed the window. Regardless of whether the murderer is dead, we still have that stolen crossbow that has yet to be found. Detective Kido, do you believe the murderer is still alive? Akira frowned, truly unable to conceive the possibility of the murderer still being alive. The reality before him was undeniable. Even a renowned detective could not refute it. In any case, everyone should be cautious. Ogata-sensei, I must trouble you to continue looking after Hikishima. Takashiro reminded them before independently revisiting the various crime scenes. Earlier, you mentioned Detective Kido. Senda, puzzled, looked at Akira. Isn't his name Kendaichi? Nanace with a strained expression explained. Kido said he wanted to travel like an ordinary student, hence he adopted the name Kendaichi. Wait, could he be the renowned Kido Takashiro? How is that possible? Senda and the others chuckled as they observed Takashiro's departing figure. Yet, upon this revelation, they couldn't help but feel an unusual aura of detective brilliance emanating from him. Really? I didn't notice it at all before. At the opera house, Takashiro rested his chin on his hand, returning to the stage. With the 1-minute mode activated, his thoughts surged rapidly, eliminating all distractions of thunder and rain, leaving only a vividly imagined three-dimensional blueprint of the villa. Countless detailed clues began to swirl around the villa. The phantom of the opera mask beneath the cliff, the footprints leading to the window. The scene of Akira's pursuit replayed vividly in Takashiro's mind, as if time had reversed. Every detail and clue on sight arranged and combined, from the phantom vanishing around the corner to Akira colliding with Yamori, and then the appearance of Senda and the others. If the phantom didn't jump off the cliff to commit suicide, there was only one possibility. Yamori was the phantom. At the corner, he had tossed the Phantom's mask, cloak, and muddy shoes out the window, then turned back and collided with Akira. Because of the corridor's layout, no one could see the murderer. It appeared as if Yamori had simply rushed over from the opposite corridor like everyone else. Takashiro's fingers moved swiftly as he deduced under the premise that Yamori was the murderer, tracing back to Kiryu's death, which fit perfectly, leaving only the death of Hidaka as a point of contention. When Hidaka screamed in horror, aside from him being in the second-floor Hidaka's room at the time, everyone else remained in the first-floor dining room, all having alibis. A sudden clue flashed in Takashiro's mind. He had always been puzzled as to why the murderer would deliberately lower the stage curtain. Now, in 1-minute mode, he grasped a hint. Indeed, it was to create an alibi. His gaze swept across the stage, the images rapidly filtering until only the details concerning Yamori remained. From the outset, Yamori seemed to know that the rehearsal would not last long, and his expression was strange when Rika was mentioned. The likelihood of him executing an alibi scheme at the theater was the highest. It must be Yamori, Takashiro concluded with certainty. He had generally understood the mystery surrounding the theater stage. The issue lay in the absence of evidence. There was no compelling proof that Yamori was the murderer. Yamori's hands were clean, even disguising the Phantom-esque props as if they had jumped off the cliff beforehand. The only possible clue that remained was the missing crossbow. If Yamori was the murderer, he surely wouldn't let Tomoyo Hikishima go. Now, that missing crossbow was crucial. Yamori would undoubtedly kill Hikishima as well. The question was, how? The so-called Kajizuki-esque cliff suicide wasn't truly a matter of being driven to desperation. Yamori likely designed it from the start to orchestrate Kajizuki-esque suicide. It was impossible to react so swiftly otherwise. However, since Kajizuki had died, Yamori undoubtedly had prepared another method for Hikishima. Considering the missing crossbow, it could be some kind of triggering automatic shooting mechanism. To accurately shoot Hikishima, the design and location of such a mechanism should be. Whoosh! The 1-minute timer abruptly ended and Takashiro felt as if he had plummeted from heaven to hell. Time was still too short, it was utterly insufficient. With a wry smile, Takashiro gathered his thoughts and returned to focusing on the case. Although the issue of evidence remains unresolved, at least a trail of thought has emerged. The immediate priority is to swiftly locate the crossbow that was used as a mechanism. Exhausted from a night of turmoil, the group returned to their respective rooms in the villa, with only the high school detective lingering in the corridor. Takakani sought out Nanace and learned that Aramori had already retired to his room for rest. Shirogane, is it truly possible that Uka is still alive? Nanace asked, perplexed. In such circumstances, escape seems utterly impossible. Takakani smiled gently, observing Nanace's troubled expression. Sometimes, reality is simpler than one might imagine. Now, could you kindly find an excuse to remain with Aramori? After parting ways with Nanace, Takakani searched around the vicinity of the Eagle Island room for potential hiding spots for the crossbow, but to no avail. There were hardly any locations that met the criteria for a mechanism. As dawn broke, the storm outside the villa gradually subsided, revealing a clear sky. Upon entering the dining room, Uncle Tongshu greeted him with excitement, announcing, "I've already made arrangements. A boat will arrive to pick us up at 10. Has the typhoon passed?" Takakani, having endured a sleepless night, rubbed his eyes wearily and yawned as he took a seat at the dining table. "When is breakfast? I can hardly bear my hunger." "Breakfast will be ready shortly. First, have a glass of milk," Uncle Tongshu replied, retrieving a cup. Noticing the plaque with Kendaichi inscribed on it, he slapped his forehead in realization. "I didn't realize you were that famous detective Takakani Kendaichi. I'll get you a different plaque in a moment. This one is unnecessary. Just a name after all." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Takakani's gaze suddenly halted at the seat occupied by Tomoyo Eagle. "Uncle, is the seating arrangement in the dining room always fixed? What's the matter?" Upon realizing the significance, Takakani's drowsiness vanished as he scrutinized his surroundings, ultimately fixating on a doll resting on the counter beside the dining table. Carefully lifting the doll's voluminous skirt, a crossbow fixed at a precise angle came into view, its taut string aimed directly at Tomoyo Eagle's seat. What is this?" Uncle Tongshu exclaimed, astonished by the discovery. "How could it be here? It's a trap set by the perpetrator." Takakani removed the bolt and examined a clock bound to the crossbow, its minute hand affixed with a blade. When the clock struck 7, coinciding with breakfast time, the mechanism would trigger, sending the arrow to fatally strike Tomoyo Eagle seated at the table. Thus, all the mysteries unraveled. Chapter 68, The Curtain Falls at the Opera House Part 1, at 6:30 in the morning, with breakfast still some time away. Takakani sought out Aramori to assist in locating the crossbow at the theater while he summoned the others to the dining room, intentionally leaving Tomoyo Eagle's seat vacant. Upon Aramori's return to the dining room, he was taken aback to find everyone present. "Thank you for your help," Takakani nodded. "Please take an empty seat. I have a few words to share before we dine." Aramori hesitated, glancing at the only vacant seat. "But that Eagle spot. It's all right, we can switch later. Please sit for now." After Aramori settled into his seat, Takakani stood amidst the curious gazes of the others. You all should be aware of my identity by now, correct? I apologize for previously using the name Kendaichi for personal reasons. Are you really that detective from the television? You look just like a high school student, one remarked. Seeing the wooden sword, Lake Toya, pinned at Takakani's waist, Senda and the others found it hard to believe that a celebrity from television stood among them, especially since they had previously regarded him as just a junior. Aramori's eyelids twitched as he regarded Takakani with a complex expression, recalling how he had acted without knowledge of Takakani's true identity, fearing he might be exposed. I'm just an ordinary person, Takakani smiled, meeting the gazes of the group. Nanase and I are high school classmates. After graduation I became a detective. You may continue to regard me as Kendaichi. Detective Kendaichi Kobayashi, the owner, interjected eagerly. I heard Mr. Susuwaka mention you a few days ago, and I'm aware of the incident involving his murder. Now that you've gathered us here, could it be that what I am about to reveal pertains to the murder scheme and the true identity of the perpetrator? Uka, Takakani stated, surveying the group. Doctor. Yukiyuki shook his head with a smile. Detective, you seem quite renowned in Tokyo, but Uka has already perished, hasn't he? Moreover, this girl, Tomoyo Eagle, is unharmed. Kobayashi's expression shifted as he looked to Takakani, eager to hear the words of a detective so young yet already acclaimed. The existence of Uka is merely a ruse. Takakani continued, unfazed. The day before our arrival, the perpetrator registered under Yuka's name, leaving a message to keep others away from the room, and stealthily departed the island. The following day, they returned under a different guise to stay at this island again. Are you suggesting the perpetrator is among us? Kobayashi's face paled. But how did they leave the island? Furthermore, when Hidaka was murdered, we were all here in this dining room, and you alone lack an alibi. I believe the suitcase originally contained a rubber dinghy or something similar. As long as one can quietly leave the island, it suffices. Takakani paused, his gaze fixed on Kobayashi. As for when Hidaka was killed, I was indeed the only one absent from the dining room. But that was merely a trap set by the perpetrator to create an alibi. A trap? The screams we heard were actually pre-recorded by the killer. Simply playback of Hidaka's screams from her rehearsal the previous day, Takakani explained, his tone serious as he laid out the reasoning. In the evening, while everyone was in the dining room, the perpetrator lowered a curtain to conceal themselves and called Hidaka to the stage, timing the playback of the screams. At the moment we heard the screams, Hidaka should still have been alive. The thick curtain prevented any sound from reaching us. I experienced this firsthand. I couldn't hear Nanase's cries at all. Ah, so that's why you didn't respond to me at that moment, Nanase exclaimed, recalling the incident. Takakani nodded, continuing, when we all left the dining room to search for Hidaka. Upon hearing the screams, the perpetrator headed straight for the theater. To muffle the noise of Hidaka's murder, they first struck the opening bell and then cut the cable supporting the stage lights, killing Hidaka before raising the curtain to feign being among us in the theater. How can that be? Was Hidaka still alive at that time? What about Harumi Kiryu? Kobayashi's complexion darkened. How did Harumi end up dead? I discovered marks from a steel rope at the edge of the window in Harumi's room, which is just above Hidaka's. Takakani recalled the images of Hidaka and Harumi on their way to the island. No matter how charming or beautiful a girl may be, once she dies, nothing remains but memories, which could vanish at any moment. There were also traces left on Harumi's window. Last night, the perpetrator wrapped the steel rope around the window and then called Hidaka from her room, urging Harumi to lean out the window, before pulling the rope tight, ultimately hanging her. Takakani continued. Afterward, the perpetrator entered the room below, donned Harumi's shoes, and carried her beneath the tree. Everything was arranged to appear as we witnessed it, misleading us into believing that a phantom from the opera house was the true culprit, even going so far as to dress as a phantom and knock on Nanase's window. Who exactly is the murderer? Kobayashi could no longer restrain himself and stood to confront Takakani, having been horrified by the vivid reenactment of the crime. A level of detail he had never before imagined. Everyone, stay still, Gao Qing instructed, casting a glance at the wall clock in the dining hall. Remain motionless. According to the murderer's script, further events are bound to unfold. Once the time arrives, the perpetrator will reveal themselves. Do not move. What is happening? Xian Daofeng and the others were drenched in cold sweat, their voices trembling. Is someone else going to be killed? I'm not certain, but it seems likely the murderer will attempt one final act of murder, Gao Cheng feigned a serious demeanor. For now, we absolutely cannot move. I cannot predict what might happen otherwise. Upon unraveling the entire mystery of the case, no compelling evidence had emerged. Reluctantly, he realized he must coax Yusen into revealing his own misdeeds. This breakfast period was their last opportunity. As the clock ticked onward, tension escalated among the diners. The once composed Yu Island Tomoyo appeared disheveled, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, casting helpless, desperate glances at Gao Cheng. The others were similarly anxious, particularly Yusen, who sat in Tomoyo's place, fidgeting in discomfort, fixated on the advancing hands of the clock, beads of sweat streaming down his face. Only he was aware that the crossbow was aimed directly at his position, ready to be unleashed when the time came. Tick-tock, the minutes dwindled. The approach of 7 o'clock heightened everyone's focus on the clock's minute and second hands, their anxious glances flitting among one another as they speculated on the identity of the culprit. Overwhelmed by immense pressure, Yusen's thoughts spiraled into confusion. His lips pressed tightly together as his gaze followed the second hand's movement. Bang! As the clock struck 7, Yusen tensed, instinctively clutching his head and collapsing to the floor. Bang! The chimes echoed, yet the expected crossbow bolt did not fire. Yusen stood up in astonishment, met with the surprised gazes of all present. Yusen, you are the true culprit, Gao Cheng proclaimed, approaching the doll concealing the crossbow mechanism. His eyes fixed on the sweating Yusenator. No arrows will be released. I've removed it for safety's sake. What is the meaning of this, Detective Chinghu? Okiyama Ken questioned, rising in confusion. Yusen designed a timed mechanism with the crossbow, which would activate precisely at 7 o'clock. Gao Cheng revealed, extracting the device from within the doll. The seating arrangement was predetermined. Utilizing this mechanism could easily have resulted in Tomoyo's death. That's why you, forced to occupy Tomoyo's seat, were so visibly anxious you understood the crossbow would target you at 7. But how did you know it was Yusen? Okiyama and the others also stood, their eyes fixed on the sullen Yusenator. Isn't it obvious? Gao Cheng replied gravely. Only Yusen could orchestrate the entire series of murders, directing the tragic demise of the character Songwei. When the murderer was pursued around the corner of the corridor, there was only one way to escape. Following the plan, he would have to discard his muddy shoes, along with the mask and cloak, out of the window. Okiyama, incredulous, remarked, could it be that at that moment Yusen, pretending to come from the opposite direction, knocked into you? Only he could employ such a tactic to orchestrate Songwei's death, Gao Cheng continued. As for the timed mechanism of the crossbow, it would have been a simple task for Yusen, who was responsible for props. Gao Cheng stared at the still unrepentant Yusen, having never anticipated that this seemingly decent senior would turn out to be a serial murderer. Back then, when you taught me how to use the sound room, was it not to facilitate your own audio recordings? He surmised. I suspect this was done while you distracted me to retrieve the script. Why? The members of the drama club gazed at Yusen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Yusen, why would you do such a thing? Why? Yusen laughed bitterly, suddenly lifting the tablecloth and brandishing a knife at Tomoyo. I want to know why. Why did Rika have to endure such a fate while these 3 harlots carry on as if nothing happened? Stop it, Yusen. The others gasped, horrified at the knife pressed against Tomoyo's neck. Shut up. Yusen glared at them fiercely, unable to forgive those who had driven Rika to her demise. Gao Cheng stepped forward, his gaze shifting to Tomoyo before silently confronting the unraveling Senator Yusen. Is this truly for Rika? Of course. Yusen shouted. I have always loved Rika, secretly wishing for her success. Yet all of it was ruined by these 3 women. Xian Dao stammered. But wasn't that an accident? It was an accident caused by those 3. Yusen wept, recalling how, while Rika was alive, she had contemplated forgiving them, never revealing the truth behind her disfigurement. Yet they expressed no remorse, gleefully declaring, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? That girl always pretended to be the good girl, no need to worry. Besides, now the leading role is mine. What a joke. Yusen, in a fit of hysteria, tightened his grip on Tomoyo's neck. After hearing their words, Rika took her own life the very next night. She despised her fate, and thus I resolved to enact revenge, to personally kill these 3. I'm sorry, Tomoyo trembled, closing her eyes in fear. In contrast to the fictional portrayals in television, games, and novels, murder in real life is no trivial matter. The members of the drama club, ordinary university students, never imagined their peer would descend into such darkness. leaving them utterly bewildered. Yusen, must you really kill? Gao Cheng stepped closer. No matter the reason, murder only begets further tragedy. Furthermore, Rika did not take her life out of hatred. What do you mean? The last line from Rika's opera roll, if I recall correctly, was about yearning for heaven despite being engulfed in the fires of hell. Her suicide likely stemmed from a desire to avoid becoming consumed by hatred, like you are now. You could never understand. Yusen's eyes burned with rage. You're just an outsider. I may indeed be an outsider, yet there is someone here who, like you, deeply cares for Rika. He originally intended to help you bear the burden of guilt and prevent you from continuing this path of destruction. The gaze of the diners shifted towards the silent, closed-eyed figure of Boss Takazawa. To me, Rika was like a daughter. Boss Takazawa sighed. Looking solemnly at you, Senator, after Rika's suicide, I too contemplated revenge. However, it was only after Hidaka's death that I realized vengeance brings no release. No matter who dies, someone will grieve. The feelings Rika harbored should have been recognized by both you and me. Please stop this, you Senator, do it for Rika. Boss Takazawa Yusen trembled, gradually calming as tears streamed down his cheeks. The knife fell from his hand with a clatter. It's too late. Shaking his head, Yusen suddenly pushed Tomoyo away and turned to leap through the window towards the precipice. Yusen, no. As Yusen broke through the window, the diners gasped in horror, with Gao Cheng swiftly pursuing him, catching hold of Yusen's right arm. Suspended outside the window, Yusen glanced down at the crashing waves below, bewildered, before looking up to see Gao Cheng gripping him tightly. Why? Once dead, there is nothing left. Gao Cheng endured the pain of glass cutting into his arm, desperately holding on to prevent Yusen from letting go. Around 10 o'clock, a boat indeed arrived at the island. The planned week of rehearsals came to an abrupt end. The members of the drama club, along with Okiyama-ken, boarded the boat to leave the island, while Yusen was taken away by the police, watched closely by everyone. As the cruise ship sliced through the waves, the island's outline gradually faded from view. Seagulls soared along the route, reminiscent of their arrival. Yet, the passengers remained silent, Tomoyo's previous vibrancy extinguished, as if she had suffered a significant blow. Gao Cheng gazed at the scene around him and sighed as he looked out at the sea. What was meant to be a delightful vacation had turned into this. They had arrived in high spirits, yet now 3 people were missing upon their return. Riho Higa and Harumi Kiryu had been murdered, while Yuji Mori had been taken away by the police. He possessed no particular affinity for death, but rather, this world simply unfolded in such a manner. It was not only in Conan's realm that tragedies occurred, even cases akin to those in Kendaichi case files had manifested. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, but he indeed recalled having seen something similar in Kendaichi before. Next time, it would be wise to refrain from casually invoking the name Kendaichi. Kenji Kobayashi looked at Gao Cheng in confusion as he murmured to himself. He opened his mouth, his gaze complex. This trip had profoundly affected him. Gao Cheng, who was of similar age, had managed to resolve such a complicated series of murders single-handedly, even preventing a third murder and saving the would-be suicide of the perpetrator, truly living up to the title of a detective. Detective Cheng Hu, Kenji Kobayashi said, his resolve strengthening as he stepped closer to Gao Cheng. Why did you go to such lengths to save Mori in the end? Is a reason really necessary? Gao Cheng turned to see the seriousness on Kenji's face, momentarily taken aback. If there were a reason, it would simply be that I am a detective, he thought, racking his brain for the detective novels he had read before. Yes, a detective cannot stand idly by while someone sacrifices themselves, even if that person is the criminal. Who had said that? He had completely forgotten, but it was certainly among the books in the office warehouse. Kenji Kobayashi regarded Gao Cheng, standing resolutely against the wind. With newfound admiration, the impression of this day would likely linger in his memory, making it hard to forget this high school-aged detective. After a moment, Kenji let out a long sigh. Detective Chinghu, it seems I still have much to learn. I've decided that I shall become a mystery novelist instead. May I borrow the name Kendaichi? Well, I have no objections, Gao Cheng replied in surprise. Becoming a mystery novelist seemed quite promising. Chapter 70, the second Kudo Shinichi Tokyo Chinghu Detective Agency. Several days had passed since the Opera House incident, and Gao Cheng spent his time idly at home, watching television and reading newspapers. The public reaction to the series of murders had been quite substantial, and surprisingly, A production company named Kobayashi Films intended to adapt the events into a movie. The image of Kenji Kobayashi floated in Gao Cheng's mind. Initially, he had thought Kenji was merely an ordinary high school detective, but upon returning to Tokyo, he learned that the young man was, in fact, the sole heir of a major corporate conglomerate after someone approached him to discuss licensing rights, offering a staggering 10 million in fees. Were all high school detectives in the world of Conan so well connected? Kido Shinichi and Heiji Hattori also hailed from notable families. The former's father was a world-renowned mystery novelist, while the latter's father held a high-ranking position in the Osaka Prefectural Police. Gao Cheng cast a forlorn glance at the detective agency he had inherited from his grandfather, burdened with a monthly rent of 100,000 yen. However, this development meant his savings had surpassed 10 million, bringing him one step closer to his dream of homeownership. He had inquired with Aunt Yoshimi, who informed him that the 3-story building could be sold to him for 60 million. Propping his chin on his hand, he tapped the table while watching the television news. Aside from being a detective, he knew little else. Even renting the shop downstairs seemed futile. Did he really need to rent the upper floor alone, or would it be better to purchase it and rent it out to others? According to reliable sources, a special television news report stated that the day before, a large cache of explosives containing ammonium nitrate had been stolen from the Toyo Powder Depot, prompting the police to deploy over 100 personnel for related searches. At Dr. Agasa's residence, Conan lay on the sofa bed, troubled. Tomorrow was his birthday, and Ran had previously arranged to meet him at the Miho Cinema for a midnight movie screening, intending to celebrate his birthday. Yet, in his current state, attending was out of the question. The thought of meeting at 10 o'clock in the evening weighed heavily on his mind. Why didn't you just refuse her beforehand? Doctor Agasa remarked, observing Conan's dejected demeanor. What could I do? Whenever I see Ran counting down the days with that eager expression, I can't bring myself to turn her down. Conan pleaded. Doctor, could you perhaps create a sophisticated robot for me? That's asking too much. Even as a genius, I can't manage that. Dr. Agasa puffed out his cheeks, feigning helplessness. But didn't you have Chinghu impersonate you last time? You both look so alike. With a little modification, it should suffice. Chinghu? Conan half opened his eyes, considering the idea of Chinghu attending the midnight movie with Ran in his stead. No way, if he slips up, it'll all be over. Furthermore, asking Chinghu for help in this matter feels inappropriate. Conan vigorously shook his head, redirecting his focus to the television news report. Those explosives could be fashioned into several plastic bombs. If the perpetrator acted recklessly, it would lead to disaster. Indeed, Dr. Agasa expressed concern. There have been far too many incidents recently. Just a few days ago, there were several arson cases. Suddenly, the phone rang. Dr. Agasa moved to answer it, and a man's voice, seemingly altered, came through. Is Kido Shinichi there? Please hold on. Dr. Agasa covered the receiver and turned toward Conan, who was watching the television. Someone looking for you, Shinichi. The caller seems to be using a voice changer, so be cautious. Strange. Someone is actually looking for me. Conan adjusted his bowtie transformation device and answered the phone in Kido Shinichi's voice, asking, Who is this? Kido Shinichi, the peculiar voice on the other end, replied ominously, I am the one who stole the explosives from the Toyo Powder Depot. Share your operational phone number with me. Conan's expression shifted. Humph. I have no obligation to share my number with someone like you. The man chuckled softly. So, you intend to sever the only means of communication we have? In the afternoon, Gao Cheng remained leisurely at the detective agency. Although one could easily encounter incidents outside, life at home remained tranquil. He mainly saw reports on television. He noted the news of the stolen explosives, a matter that did not concern him, as Inspector Magyar would not seek his assistance, nor would any peculiar individuals contact him. If he disregarded the news, Tokyo appeared quite peaceful. Gao Cheng stood lazily by the window, gazing outside. Perhaps due to the numerous murder incidents he had experienced, he found himself increasingly relishing these calm days, believing that relaxation would enable him to better immerse himself in his work. The weather was pleasant today. Perhaps a stroll outside would be nice. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, followed by ominous plumes of smoke. The boy who had transported the explosives away from the residential area to an open space on the highway had been taken by the police to the Midori Police Hospital for careful attention. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Gao Cheng received a call from Dr. Agasa, the television continued to report on the explosion incident. What? The perpetrator who stole the explosives is issuing a bomb threat to Kido? Gao Cheng exclaimed, glancing at the television. Is Kido all right? Fortunately, he is not in serious condition, but he has yet to regain consciousness, Dr. Agasa replied anxiously. It seems the criminal is targeting Shinichi. I couldn't help but contact you to check on the situation. I understand. I'm heading to the hospital right away. Gao Cheng hung up, realizing that Conan had been challenged by a bomber and had even sustained injuries, marking a serious turn of events. At the Midori Police Hospital, Dr. Agasa, Kagoro Mori, and Ayumi gathered around Conan's hospital bed, awaiting the doctor to check on the recovering boy. His condition should allow him to be discharged tomorrow. Just let him rest for now, the doctor stated. Thank you, doctor, the group expressed as they watched him leave. Inspector Magyar, who had been lingering outside, promptly entered the room. You reckless child. What were you thinking? If something had gone wrong, you could have lost your life. Kagoro Mori exclaimed in anger. Was it not Shinichi who received that man's call? Where did that kid go? Dr. Agasa chuckled on the side, explaining that Shinichi had other matters to attend to. Hence he entrusted Conan with the task. Kagoro Mori retorted fiercely. How could there be such a person? I will not let him off next time we meet. Apologies for being late. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind, and Shinichi Kudo's long-awaited figure reappeared before everyone. Brother Kido. Shinichi. Conan stared in disbelief at the boy at the door. How could this be? What's going on? Takase stood bewildered, particularly noting Kagoro Mori's odd expression, feeling slightly anxious. After receiving Dr. Agasa's call, he had put in considerable effort to disguise himself as Shinichi Kido, even mimicking his voice. Surely it couldn't be so easy to see through his ruse. Could it? Is there something wrong? Takase cautiously inquired. You little rascal still have the audacity to ask. Kagoro Mori seized Takase by his collar, shouting furiously. Do you have any idea you almost put Conan in danger? Yes, I'm sorry. Chapter 71. Bombs on the Tokyo Circular Line. In summary, this is the situation. Officer Magyar recounted the events to the group, stating that, in his judgment, the 2 plastic bombs employed by the assailants were likely made from gunpowder stolen from the Oriental Armory. Takase stood aside, grinning at the bedridden Conan, realizing that the voice-changing card he had drawn recently had come into play so quickly. Conan now owed him a significant favor. With a sour expression, Conan glanced at Takase and then at Dr. Agasa. After the initial shock, he had begun to comprehend the situation. How could he disguise himself as me without a word? Startling me like this? I'm a patient after all. Kido, Officer Magyar stated gravely. The criminal specifically called you. It's possible they sought to challenge you due to your notoriety. Notoriety? Takase continued speaking in Shinichi's voice. But recently, the more famous ones should be Modern Zabumono and Sleeping Kagoro. Why does the criminal specifically seek me out? Surely the renowned detective Takase and Kagoro Mori would be more of a challenge? That indeed seems to be the case, Magyar pondered. Ahem. I suspect you must have offended someone. Otherwise, the criminal would surely have sought out the famous detective, Kagoro Mori. Hearing the phrase famous detective, Kagoro Mori felt quite flattered but was slightly uncomfortable with being compared to Takase. Conan twitched his mouth but began to carefully consider the criminal's motives. It was indeed possible he had offended someone during a previous case. At that moment, the tall and handsome officer Shiratori consulted the records in his booklet. According to our investigation, the criminals apprehended by Kido are still in prison. They could be the relatives of those criminals. That? Ayumi scrutinized Takase closely, feeling something was amiss. Although his hairstyle and voice matched Shinichi Kido, he still gave off an oddly familiar vibe. What's the matter? Takase smiled as he leaned down. You are Conan's classmates, right? Ayumi blushed and nodded dazedly. They are the only ones who have interacted with the criminals, Officer Magyar explained, noting that the criminals had handed over a remote-controlled plane containing the bomb to them, and their characteristics were documented. Genta excitedly produced a paper with a doodle of a man wearing sunglasses, sporting a long beard and long hair, topped with a hat. This is it. It looks quite similar. Isn't it fantastic? We 3 drew it together. Indeed. Takase took the paper, glanced at it, and handed it to Conan. The prominent features were indeed depicted, but the criminal had likely disguised themselves. Relying on this would probably not lead to their capture, would it? Yes. Our police are still investigating potential suspects, Officer Megure expressed, not harboring much hope, and continued questioning Ayumi and the others, asking if they had any other impressions. The three children fell into deep thought. Well, it seems there's nothing particularly special. A scent, Ayumi sniffed, suddenly recalling. I smelled something fragrant when that person handed the remote control to Hikaru. A scent? Is there? Genta asked, puzzled. I didn't smell anything. Neither did I. Hikaru shook his head. Could the scent be from cosmetics? I don't know, but it seems a bit different from perfume. A fragrance, Takase pondered. Turning to Ayumi and the others, all right, you all should head back. If you recall any suspicious clues, please contact us. Understood. Conan is feeling much better now. We will come to pick you up tomorrow. Then we shall head back. See you tomorrow, Conan. Hikaru and Genta, this time, obeyed, while Ayumi appeared troubled. Glancing back at the contemplative Takase, reluctantly following Hikaru and Genta as they departed. If this criminal is seeking revenge, Takase turned to Officer Megure. Which case could be the most likely? Megure was taken aback. Don't you know yourself? Ah, this. I recall the case that had the most significant impact on Brother Shinichi. Conan cut in adorably to assist Takase. It was the case of Mayor Okamoto in Saitama, right? Brother Shinichi? Indeed, Officer Megure recollected. I remember that Mayor Okamoto resigned in disgrace. Even the planned new town development project in Saitama was entirely halted after the new mayor took office, causing a considerable stir in society at the time. I will investigate immediately. Officer Shiratori nodded and exited the ward. Takase wiped his cold sweat to cover for Conan. He would have to keep this from Megure and the others for now, waiting for a suitable opportunity to re-emerge as Takase. In any case, I shall be the one to contact the criminal. Takase approached the bedside, taking Conan's phone. Is there any way to trace who made the call? Officer Megure shook his head. The criminal has been cautious from the start, using a voice changer. Beep beep beep. The phone rang suddenly, causing everyone in the ward to tense up. Is it the criminal? Kudo. Takase nodded at Megure, answered the call, and pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, who is this? Is this Shinichi Kudo? The man on the other end chuckled. You finally decided to show up. Continuing to let the kid be my opponent is quite bothersome. Who are you? Takase spoke sternly. What do you want? Humph, the man sneered. I will only say this once, listen carefully. I have planted 5 bombs on the Tokyo Circular Line. If the trains traveling after 4 p.m. today do not reach a speed of 0 kilometers, the bombs will detonate. Moreover, if you do not disarm them before sunset, they will also explode. This time, I will only give you one hint. I have placed those 5 bombs at specific locations along the Tokyo Circular Line, each representing a character. Well then, it's all up to you. Great detective. The call ended, and amidst the persistent busy tone, the expressions of everyone present turned grave. Officer Megure rested his chin on his hand. It seems he had long set the bombs to activate at 4 p.m. If the train's speed drops below 0 kilometers, as he claimed, the bombs would indeed detonate. In any case, I need to contact headquarters immediately. Dr. Agasa, Takase suddenly asked, if Ayumi and the others head back, are they also taking the circular line? Yes. Dr. Agasa exclaimed in shock. If those kids are returning to Baika, they will definitely take the circular line from the Midoridai station. We must notify them quickly. There are only a few minutes left until 4 p.m. Conan gritted his teeth, urgently using the young detective team's badge to communicate. Ayumi, can you hear me? Where are you now? We are on the circular line. Ayumi cheerfully replied. We just made it in time. We have already confirmed with the Eastern Capital Railway Dispatch Center. Mumu was making a call while heading towards Gaocheng. From now on, all trains on the circular line will maintain a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, and none will stop at the stations. The pressing question remains, where are those bombs concealed? Bombs? The sound startled Bume and the others. Conan, is there a bomb on the train? Are we doomed? Fear not, there is no cause for alarm. We shall locate the bomb swiftly. Gaocheng took his detective badge, assuring them with a furrowed brow. Had he not sent these children back beforehand, they would not be facing such peril. Regardless, he could not allow any harm to come to them. Conan, are you able to move now? Gaocheng inquired, glancing at Conan, whose head was still bandaged. I am feeling much better, Conan nodded. Damn it. Uncle Mori once again grasped Gaocheng's collar, his face dark with anger. You young lad, you wouldn't dare put Conan in danger, would you? He has not fully recovered yet. How could Xiaolan possibly like someone like you? Indeed, Officer Mumu also interjected, expressing concern. Kudo, let Conan rest properly. We can head to the Eastern Capital Railway Command Room together instead. I apologize, I simply wanted Conan to guide me for a moment, Gao Cheng replied sheepishly. Just for a brief moment. Guide you? Mumu looked perplexed. Where do you intend to go?